Hey, Bowles.
Oh.
How you going?
Are you a dumbass retard?
Like you?
I guess not. You object to being called a dumbass retard? Look, if you're a dumbass retard, you can say you are. It's fine. It's only being broadcast to the whole world right now. It's okay. If you're a dumbass retard, it's cool. I won't judge you. You know, adding up. You just keep going and going.
What was it? Slow night?
Sounds
So.
riveting. Absolutely riveting.
Oh, Jeremy's back.
What's up?
Jeremy, you talk out of your ass so much, dude. It's incredible.
Bro, I talk
How do
that
you do
shit because I can back it up.
Right, well, you just proved my point. I could say you talk out of your ass all the time, and then you just retort with, like, well, I can back it up. Just continuing to just talk out of your ass.
Talking out of your ass is when you can't back it up.
Right. You could back it up with just more, just saying shit.
Or everything I say is facts.
Right. Where's your picture of the ice wall, the edge of the world?
The Google pictures, all you gotta do is, hold on,
pictures? What?
You're about to start scattergun and shit. All you gotta do is Google pictures of the Antarctic coastline in Antarctica. There's a giant ice wall down there.
Oh my god, that's your...
And I never even claim an ice wall. I don't know who
Google
you
an ice wall? What?
Who are you even listening to? Google coastline of Antarctica.
You just said your evidence of the ice wall is Googling a picture.
Okay, yes. I've never said there's an ice wall, but there is an ice wall. You can Google coastline of Antarctica.
Right.
It's like not
we
even,
all know there's ice in Antarctica.
Yeah, it's not even in contention. There's a giant ice wall, so almost, nearly surrounding Antarctica.
You know, all that ice could also just be like the continent of Antarctica as well.
Yes, it could be. Could be. That's why I don't sit here and claim that's the ice. That's an ice wall. It could be surrounding the flat Earth, or it could be a continent.
I think it's a continent. You can access it from Africa, from South America, from Australia. Go to all those places.
Yes, you would be able to access it from all those places on flat Earth.
It wouldn't be a continent on flat Earth.
It could be. It could be a continent on flat Earth.
What?
I don't know, dude. Where's the flat Earth map, bro? I don't have one. I don't have a...
is if it's at the bottom of the sphere. If everybody moves south and into it from 9 different
directions. Do you have a map? Do you have a flat Earth map?
No. What?
Okay, neither do I, dude. So I don't know. I don't know,
I have
bro.
Google Maps on my phone. That's what I have. I don't fucking
That's
collect maps and scrolls like I'm a freaking sailor from the 15th century.
Bandsaw was you should have heard it yesterday. We had fun yesterday in here. I told Kosho if I had to write down if I wrote down all the NASA fakery on paper and then put him in a room with it, he wouldn't be able to move.
He was probably justifying that it wasn't fakery, most likely, knowing him. I don't see why Antarctica couldn't be a continent on a flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Some women have tits that are so big they can't even stuff anything in their shirt. It's all occupied.
Was it a slow night, Bandsaw?
Yeah, it's been pretty slow. We had Rui and eggshells in here before, telling me that using stars is a measurement of the Earth, or pictures, and I told them basically to shove their stars and their pictures up their arse. It's a fucking measurement of nothing.
Oh my god, I almost had Kosho last night again. They had this 40-minute supposedly uncut video of the ISS tour. However, there was plenty of room for cuts, and there was obvious cuts. Like, that was undeniable.
Yeah.
So they're like, a vomit comment only lasts 2 minutes. How do we have 6 minutes of clearly unedited cuts? I'm like, well, all you need to do to get the zero G effect is free fall. I'm like, how high can NASA go up to drop something, right? So I'm like, I got him in his catch-22.
Exactly. Well, how do we know it only lasts 2 minutes? That's like 2 minutes in the normal vomit comet. How do we know that they don't have another one? Like, this is an appeal to fucking authority that they don't even know what the authority has to start off with to do any of these things.
Yeah, they've got video like software now that will continue movement. All you need to show is like a couple frames of movement, and it will continue that movement.
Are they referring, Jeremy, to this video that apparently is a tour of the ISS from Woe to Go? Is that the one that they brought up to talk about?
I bet one of the kids woke up. I was talking to him. What'd you say?
I said, were they referring to that video that apparently is a tour of the ISS for 30 or 40 minutes from Woe to Go? Is that the one they're talking about?
Yes, and that's the one. And apparently, there's only like 6 minutes, a 6-minute spot where it can't be any cuts. So I'm like, okay, how high up do you got to go to drop something? You know, how high up do you got to go to be able to drop something down to Earth so that you get a 6-minute free fall? And I'm like, whatever. Like how high can NASA bring something up and drop it? I'm like, I'm like, yo, I got him in this catch-22 because they can't say NASA can't go up 1,000 miles. However, there's this fucking tyranny of fuel equation, right? I have this awesome argument. Kosho gets this fucking tyranny of fuel equation because you need more fuel to go up, and the more fuel you have, the more weight you have, so you need more fuel. So he's like, no, they can't. They wouldn't be able to go straight. They wouldn't be able to go up like that. I'm like, dude, that's bullshit. I almost had him.
In a way, it's a self-inflicted wound because they're trying to take it off the ground when they know even less about that topic.
We all on the same page yet? Got us all on the same page?
No, I mean, that's not going to happen. Each person has their own lived experience. I mean, to get on the same page will require lots of effort and teamwork and someone
Don't
convincing
be
other
telling
people.
Jeremy that. Jeremy's trying to get us all on the same page.
I mean, yeah, if he wants to, more power to him. But I mean, it's like actually herding cats, trying to get people to agree on something that
Oh, you're not going to get anyone to agree on anything.
Yeah, what you could do is get people to comply. But I mean, like, what type of control mechanism is being offered? Like, top-down federal government, stormtroopers, or some sort of logic,
Yeah.
reason, and science? That's what that's what's going to happen, though. Or humanity's just going to burn out, right? Either A, World War IV, World War III, extinction level event, or B, science returns to humanity and people start settling disagreements with experiment.
Mhm. Hey, Crit, I've just posted a web page in the chat. Have you seen that one by any chance?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I gotta get back to that window. I had some other stuff open.
Oh, okay. Too easy. Someone just sent it to me. It's the anti-relativity webpage. Someone just sent it.
What's up, Banso?
Hey, Donnie. How you going?
Oh, I'm going all right. How's it going here?
What's going good? It's going good here where I am. Been out fishing today. Got a good catch. So I'm happy. Freezer is full.
Well, that sounds exciting. Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Sounds
Nice.
exciting.
Yes, it does.
oh,
Going to the ocean fishing? Oh, man, why not?
man,
Fishing's
oh,
great, but it's not exciting. What are you talking about?
fucking oath,
Well,
it's exciting.
What are you
Man,
it
talking
is.
about?
when you're catching salmon after salmon, you throw the line in, and the snapper just hooks onto that line, and your rod just bends, and you're reeling it in, just wondering how big that puppy is, and you pull it up, and you see a 2.5 to 3 kilogram snapper or salmon on the end of it. Oh my god, that is exciting! Gets the blood pumping. You're
Yeah.
living. You're absolutely living.
Holy crap! Hey man, calm down. I got you. Fine, I get you. That's exciting. You know what really is exciting though?
What's
I
that?
was fooled, man. I was bamboozled, and I'm rethinking everything now, dude. Did you guys hear about human sheeple?
Oh my god, are you still on about that?
Drama
Are
is okay, dude. The drama stuff. Why'd you just do that in
you?
gems?
I already did it in gems.
It's like
Okay, so
bloody,
why do it here
it's
then?
like bloody home and away with you. That's what it's like, or neighbours. Just drama after
Neighbors.
drama.
What the hell are you guys talking about? First
This
of all,
is
Crit,
all you
you're the
do.
guy who's always bringing up drama, dude. I'm just talking about fucking.
Your
I'm
whole show
shocked. I'm
here.
shocked I'm shocked
I
and
bring it
chagrined.
up to stop it. I bring it up to showcase how ridiculous it is that you guys only bring BuzzFeed, TMZ, top 10 flat earthers. Number one will surprise you. I'm
Talking
mocking
about.
that you only talk about drama when you claim they have science. Bring
Hey
the
man,
science.
listen, dude. I got buddies in here, dude. Okay, I got big news. I'm shocked and chagrined. Okay, I'm just telling my buddies, but apparently they already know. But
Yeah,
I'm
Bandsaw
still,
told you the same feedback.
it's fresh on my mind, dude. It's fresh on my mind, and I can't. And I'm listening to Bandsaw talk about his dog-eared snappers, and I'm thinking about fucking human sheeple, dude.
What
And
you're
I was
thinking about a
triggered
guy
by it.
that has a bloody Pommy accent? What the hell? What's new
Well, what are
about
you
that?
on about,
Did you know that
Gojo?
that was a fake accent the whole time?
Yeah,
What do you? I want to
that's
be in
been
the
used
loop.
for years. That's
Yeah,
been
but
around the trap for years. It's not new.
it's news to me.
What are you
Oh
talking?
my
Human
god.
sheeple is new to you?
Human
Oh my
sheeple being actually British and not being uh,
god.
Cyprus, whatever you call it, from Cyprus. But yeah,
Man.
Hey, this website's amazing. It does a
Yes,
really good, yeah. All these
yeah, Crit.
quotes.
I thought you'd appreciate it, Crit. You of all people, I thought you would appreciate
was
it.
it Pornhub?
This is
Yep.
powerful because
Oh
it's like
man.
they have to deny these quotes or either say they're out of context or cherry picking. I mean, even
Uh-huh.
the top one, unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of the truth. Albert Einstein is
Uh-huh.
the Friedman. Friedman says he would rather live in a world with questions with no answers than answers that can't be questioned. That's kind of what the globe side does. they do this unthinking respect for authority. Why would they lie? They'd say the globe is the answer that cannot be questioned. It's like they throw their own experts under the bus and deny what their own experts tell them.
Yep. You can screenshot a few of those, Crit, and add them to your repertoire.
Yeah, it's like they get, and this is really good too because it goes into everything here. The paradox of relativity, why it was thought up, and then goes into ether. So people are like, "Oh, ether."
Yep, they don't like that ether, man.
What?
They
It doesn't
hate
matter.
ether.
They don't even
And
know it though.
magnetism. They hate everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
but the issue is they don't even understand it to begin with, but they flip out about it anyway. It's their fault.
You
At
almost
least
got banned from Nathan's over that on his show the other day. Bringing that up.
But you were drunk at the time, though, Don.
Yeah, a little bit, but it was still fun. Give a little entertainment aspect out of it, I guess. But you can't deny it, man. You can't run from, electrostatics. I mean, there's a great explanation when it comes to, like, why does the sky appear blue?
Because
Really,
God
why
loves
is this?
Electrostatics.
it. No, because God loves infantry.
Well, some of the biggest questions are, why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas grab the Romans while Jesus slept?
Yep.
Water
Well,
is
it does
water.
change all
It
different
ain't
colors,
wet.
not just blue. It does turn
FYI.
purple, sometimes orange, sometimes green. It has a slight tint to it. But, that can be all explained with electrostatics.
Yeah, electricity reacting with the gases in the atmosphere.
Yep.
The same thing you see with neon lights and all these, everything else. It's like observable phenomenon that you can replicate, and the globalists will be like, "Nah, it's curving of space and time." It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, they made an absolute shit show mess out of gravity. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And it's gotten worse since, and that's kind of why that Lawrence Krauss conversation was so powerful yesterday, because he's the guy who came up with dark matter and dark energy.
Krauss came up with dark energy.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Well,
And
I think
The
Neil
same
deGrasse
person
Tyson.
came with dark matter, came up with dark energy.
There was another guy. What's his name? I can't remember off the top of the head. But Neil was regurgitating dark gravity. Now is what they want to call it.
Dark gravity?
Yeah, he doesn't like to call it energy anymore. He wants to call it dark gravity, another form of gravity.
Neil deGrasse invented dark physicist.
No, he did a speech called The Dark Universe, in where he parroted a lot of stuff that Krauss was putting out. But he laughed and he was giggling the whole time, and he talked about, this sounds like we know something, This is dumb, stupid. It's 96% dumb, stupid in the universe. But he's like, it's okay not to know stuff, because he's like, why'd they pick me? Why not just put Lawrence Krauss on stage? And they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's been kicked off all college campuses for life.
Who?
You said Lawrence Krauss got kicked off?
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss.
Is he a PhD?
What's that?
Is he a PhD?
Yeah, he was the guy who ran the physics and astrophysics department at the University of Phoenix or Arizona or something like that. And after sexual allegation after sexual allegation, and he was harassing women at atheist conventions. And finally, the Me Too just dropped a grenade right in his lap and said, "You're done." And yesterday we're talking about that he was in favor of
No, don't.
Well, just holding these atheists to account for what they say, right? They're
yeah, but
they said
I don't know if you were going to bring up the same topic we were talking about yesterday, but I definitely don't want that.
No.
That shit gets crazy. Yeah.
No.
I was going to say Neil deGrasse had the same Me Too stuff happened to him as well.
Yeah, but he played it smart, and he skated, and he kept a document of when and how he interacted with these women. He kind of played the semi-autistic thing that he didn't. He lacked personal boundaries, and he's a real touchy-feely kind of guy.
I love how you said that.
You can use them?
I had
I didn't know
BuzzFeed
that.
topics. You're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah, these are celebrities,
Grabbing ass.
public figures that have presented science that have been discredited through their own actions. This isn't just some group of people that you're tripped out about.
Celebrities, that makes it less BuzzFeed. You're right, man.
Yeah,
it's a good point, Fred. I just like to point out how hypocritically ironic your statements tend to be. But
yeah, you too.
Your criticisms. Well, anyway, I was curious about this page that Bandsaw was sharing with you, because I was like, oh wow, this looks really interesting. I was very fascinated, and reading it, it was fantastic. But the part that I don't understand is there's like an ether theory. I'm like checking out ether theory, and then it says like this is the section that's going to explain the theory, but it doesn't explain any theory. I'm like trying to find where the theory is.
You just click on it. It says meta theory. It's right there. Just read the words.
No, I've read all of them. I've read all of them. Some of them twice.
And you see no theory there.
Yeah, but you can help me out. You're a smart guy. Maybe help me find where it is. I don't know.
You got a concise history of relativity dating back to 1678.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think Bandsaw will help you out with this one, because I think no matter what I say, you're just gonna start squealing again, or squawking.
What are you talking about?
About like, oh, look at Chris, he's talking about. Ooh.
No, I was saying something about human sheeple, and you were squawking, and you said these. I thought they were kind of outrageous criticisms about what I was saying. And next thing I know, I hear you doing exactly what you were criticizing.
Yeah, you got the same feedback from Bandsaw. It wasn't just me. Bandsaw mentioned, dude, cut out the drama. There's more to life than flipping out. And I doubled down on it.
I think you said that.
No, go back and listen to the tape. Bandsaw was talking about it first, and you were ignoring him.
I did, actually.
See, this is why you've got global
well, it's not hypocritical.
You can't even follow your own logic. And you can't even follow it when other people tell you. Other people give you the same feedback, and you just brain fart it.
Well, my criticism to you implied hypocrisy, Chris.
Yeah, my criticism to you implies listen to what people are telling you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm responding to what you told to me, Crit, and the way you're behaving.
And Bandsaw, not just me.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Bandsaw said, because he wasn't.
Yeah, it does. It's the same feedback.
He wasn't afterward partaking in the same act.
Yeah, it's the same.
That's why it's not hypocritical.
This is what I'm saying. You'll get multiple feedbacks from multiple flat earthers and then brain fart it into the next day.
Right. I don't expect you to be able. I don't expect you to be able to understand what's being said to you.
Not you either.
So that's fine, Fred.
In real time, you're trying. All you're trying to do is drop. That's like
I brought up how hypocritical what you were doing was.
Yeah, and you too. How hypocritical you're doing.
How is what I'm doing hypocritical, Crit? Do you know what the word means?
Because you're getting feedback from more than one person, and you're still triggering about it.
No, well, my criticism was to you about being hypocritical, Crit. Right? Or wrong?
Yeah, same answer.
Okay, and how is that what I was doing
hypocritical? A public figure presenting the science that we're talking about and how they've been towards other people has nothing to do with your hang-up about flat earthers. That's content.
Your criticism to me was about the BuzzFeed and drama that I'm fixated on.
Yeah, and it was also the same.
That's all you're talking about.
The same thing you did at Gem Panda. The same thing you do every day. Your top 10 BuzzFeed list, number 1. Top 10 today. It's fake accents. Top 10 fake accents. Number 1 will surprise you, even though it didn't surprise anyone else.
Crit, this is what I'm saying. The criticisms you're making towards me right now.
Exactly.
You yourself were engaging in not more than 2 minutes ago.
Okay, and
that's my point, Crit.
And your point is what?
And I'm checking out.
And your point is what? That you're like me and I'm like you? Is that your point?
My point is that you're
The bigger
hypocritical, Crit.
top
That's all.
10
It's
hypocritical
fairly simple,
people.
buddy.
Yeah, top 10 hypocritical people. Number 1 will surprise you. Welcome, Kosho, top of the list. Crit, number 2. Well done. Great point you made. Now, you're going to get back to the globe somehow?
Well, that was fun.
I mean, yikes.
Mm. So it lists all the experiments: the Michelson-Morley, Dayton-Miller, Sagnat,
Sagnat effect, huh?
Pound Repka. Yeah, it's got them all on this webpage. Pretty
Yeah,
cool webpage.
it's a
Pound
really
red. As long as I go first.
There's another page too that talks about like I'll see if I can find it because they keep changing the website, but it's like our reality.
Mm.
You guys remember that gooseneck interferometer that he did? How he had 1.5 fringe interference patterns. He did it in
sound familiar.
No, he did it in the vertical instead of the horizontal. He redid the Michelson-Morley. When he had more of a fringe pattern when he did it in the vertical.
That's interesting, actually.
Oh yeah, you want the video? I'll give you the video.
Yeah,
I
that's
shared
actually
it.
interesting because the higher you go, right, you're going to get different degrees of voltage and
Yeah,
magnitudes, that sort of stuff.
that is the case.
Yeah.
But he had
Yes.
a fringe pattern at 180 degrees. It rotated clockwise and then it went counterclockwise.
Okay.
Pretty interesting. He didn't get nothing at he didn't get nothing though at the horizontal. It was a pretty nice apparatus that he set up too. It wasn't like some cheap bust down. Oh, shoot, I'm getting a phone call.
Yeah, I didn't see.
The latest news, Jerry and I are going to be coming up with a theory about how light behaves over 399 million light years. And we're going to take Ruby for $1 million. Interesting. Pull this up. I'll put that on my to watch later.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Hey, what's up? Did you see the part of the website I was talking about, though, Banson?
What part?
I saw the part you said, the experiments. But there's a part called ether theory. I checked it out, and yeah, it says, what does it say? It says only this theory will be discussed in this section. It is originally devised by the father, blah 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 blah. And I'm looking. I thought it was going to be down here, below here. Maybe they deleted it or something, but there's no ether theory.
It's got the meta theory.
It says that, but it doesn't describe it.
I'm back. What are you talking about, Kosho? I'm curious. What about the ether?
Hey Don, what does the ether look like?
Oh well.
No, it's invisible.
What it would look like? I would say I don't know.
If you were high on PCP or something, what would you be seeing?
I would have no clue what it would look like. But then I
Maybe
can
ether is the those machine elves.
but then I can reverse it, right? After I made a statement that is honest. I don't know. What does gravity look like? What color does it have? Does it have shape?
There's particles, subatomic particles that are gravitational.
What color does it have? Does it have color?
No, it's subatomic. Color generally comes from I think color of things generally comes from light kind of bouncing off things. It's kind of like a property of a physical property almost. It's physical property that interacts with light.
All right, sure, okay. So gravity has no color. So no light. So you can't see it.
Gravity has an origin from the subatomic particle.
Sure, but so if it has no light or no color, you can't see it. It's there but not there.
Oh yeah, you can't see these gravitational things. No, you can't. Our eyes can't even see anything smaller than, I don't know, half a hair width. I don't know how strong the human eye is, honestly.
Depends on your vision, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see small things.
Can you see electromagnetism? What color is it?
What color is magnetism?
Electromagnetism.
It's all spectrums. It has all many different colors.
Is that right?
It's not just one.
Is it maybe the case that electromagnetism and gravity don't have color because they're forces, not objects?
They're so like, if we never came up with the word gravity, electromagnetism still be the front runner of a lot of things.
Is it a competition?
Big competition.
I'm just learning new things about the world. In my world, forces don't have color, and they also don't compete in, I don't know, I guess the universe Olympics or something.
Well, what do you mean forces don't have color? Everything that is alive or in our realm has a form of color. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, unless you consider black not being a color, then no. I mean, okay, you can go that route.
I like what ball lives matter. He said that light is specifically, or the color specifically you see when light reflects off of something, and you're just basically seeing sort of the chemical makeup of whatever the hell you're shining light from. But the force itself doesn't have color, I don't think.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you something. How is it that we can manipulate electrostatics or electromagnetism to manipulate an object, but we cannot manipulate gravity to manipulate an object? We have to manipulate an object, therefore we say, oh, gravity.
Well, I would say that you have to do the same thing with electrostatics as well.
No, you can actually manipulate electrostatics to manipulate an object. You can't do that with gravity.
And would that include changing the matter, or introducing new matter, introducing some new properties to the matter, like charge?
Or you could get a magnetizer. You know what a magnetizer is? You can increase the Gausses in like a woofer, subwoofer's magnet, give it about 15% to be able to, handle more RMS. So say if the woofer is like, I don't know, what, 3,000, 4,000 RMS, you can give it to about, what, 5,000, 6,000 more power handling,
Okay.
impedance.
Well, with mass, you can introduce it to other mass and see what sort of forces they provide each other. You could put the mass in free fall, not having press against anything, not experiencing any acceleration.
Well, there's an environment we're gonna have to control for, though, right?
Well, you got to change some of the parameters of its environment, sure, but the same goes for electromagnetism, right?
Sure, 100%, yes. Yep, there's definitely an environment you have to control for that. But the hard part is actually draining, or if you will, I guess, to dumb it down, word draining all electromagnetism out of an object. That's almost next to
hard.
impossible. Yes. It takes a long time for it to drain, actually, too. Like, you could take a car battery, put it underground, and it'll take forever to drain, but it'll eventually drain because the ground is
Sure.
negative.
I mean, but if you want to take the charge out of something, you could, neutralize it, or you could.
Sure. It'll take a while, though.
Well, it depends on how you decide to do it. Yeah.
The drain doesn't happen instantaneously.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. But yeah, they're just forces, and we're doing our best to, we can manipulate a lot of things. So it's pretty clever.
Sure. We could do a lot more things with electromagnetism than we can gravity.
Is that right?
A lot more things. Oh yeah, you can manipulate the object, and you'll have a different result after you manipulate electromagnetism. Or you can manipulate electromagnetism, and it will manipulate an object. You can't do that with gravity. The only thing you can do is manipulate an object and say therefore gravity.
Yeah, you're right about that with the electromagnetism. They call it chemistry, right? Yeah,
Like, there's so
gravity.
many formulas you can do. You can light up a light bulb with just water and salt.
Sure, yeah.
There's just so many things. There's so many avenues you can take, or so many tests you can do with electromagnetism. I would like to see what more goes on with these monopoles and spin ice. I guess it's just the theory as right now, but definitely interesting stuff. I don't know how far they're gonna take it.
I just found out that competition between gravity and electromagnetism turns out to be fraud, and you can actually choose to have both of them.
Well, the K is a constant, the G is the constant. How do we control for both? How do we
They're constants.
Huh?
They're constants.
Yes. And the
Yeah,
formulas.
you don't do anything. They're universal constants.
How do we control for that to be able to differential between one or another?
Between one or the other?
Uh-huh.
They apply to different things.
No, they don't.
They absolutely
Gravity is a pull. Is it attraction, right? So is electromagnetism, but it's also a repel. So it has both.
Yeah, but the forces aren't called attract or repel. The forces are called electromagnetism and gravity. And in the case of electromagnetism, in Coulomb's law, you have a relationship between the charge of one material and the charge of another material, and the ratio, which is the K constant, and then the distance between them squared. And in gravity, you have the
they both got squared.
same equation with a different ratio and a different property, because it's not the charge, it's actually the mass.
Yeah,
So the relationship between the mass, that's not the same at all.
Yeah, pretty much. You guys are the same mass or charge.
Charge and mass are the same thing?
No, I didn't say that. It's just a different wording in the formula. But we observe much different in real life. You know, the math is the description.
Right. The description of what's going to happen. That's why they're called laws. Math is the description of what you're gonna observe.
Well, how are we gonna describe a phenomenon when we observe a apparatus supposedly testing for such forces that we can't control for like one or another? See, like how we get away from gravity to prove more electrostatics, or how we get away from electrostatics to prove gravity.
Well, if you
How
know,
how do we separate the two?
if you know both those laws, the ones we just described, if you want there to be less gravitational effect and you want there to be more of Coulomb's law and electromagnetism you want to detect, then you can use less mass and you can use more charge.
Again, see, you
then
got to
vice
manipulate an
versa.
object for gravity.
You said you can't manipulate an object? You can.
You have to manipulate the object and say it's gravity.
No, you can get a different mass, change the mass, do whatever you want the mass. In the case of the electromagnetism, you can change the charge, move around the charge, you can do whatever you want with the charge.
Sure.
There's no
But here's the thing, Coach, I want to ask. It begs the question, why can't you manipulate gravity? Why do you have to manipulate an object to prove gravity?
I mean, you have to do the same thing with electromagnetism. You can't just manipulate electromagnetism.
You can increase the Gauss, therefore you have more power.
Yeah, really increase the Gauss on what?
You can actually manipulate electromagnetism.
All right, but pertaining to
more
what?
Strength, more force, more
Pertaining
pull,
to
more
what, though?
push.
You said increase the Gauss. The Gauss of what? The object?
Of a magnet.
Right. So you have to manipulate the object.
But this is an actual force that obviously is observable, that it's not the object itself. So when it comes to gravity, it's the object itself. We can't you can't take gravity from over here in the right corner of your house and be like, okay, let me just manipulate this object with does say gravity and see what happens.
You can't do that with magnetism either.
Yes. Oh, okay.
You can't do that. You have to do that with an object that has charge, and you can, use it to manipulate another object. But it's not like you can do anything with the force. The force is it's due to the properties of the object, same as the mass is a property of matter, and the gravity. But again, I'm not. You're framing it almost as if it's electromagnetism versus gravity, when there's no reason to choose one or the other. I mean, they're both very important forces. Electromagnetism is the entire backbone of chemistry. That's an important field.
Built in, Don.
What's that, Jerry?
Built in gravity. You just say it's there and it's there.
Pretty much. I mean, it's not that. It's just funny, Coach. Gravity is not a force, though. We can see it as a force, but it's not a force. Now, electromagnetism, that's definitely a force.
Yeah, gravity is a fictitious force, which is
it's fictitious, all right.
Which is a subset of forces. It's a type of force. It's a force in which it's reference frame dependent.
It's almost as if it's hijacking relative density incoherent dielectric acceleration.
No, it's not doing that. That's not even a thing.
No, it's not. There is no such thing as an electrostatic accelerator.
No, there's no such thing as what you just said a second ago.
Oof, that's tough.
Yeah. You said that it was. You said relative density.
Incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Incoherent. Well, do you know what incoherent dielectric magnetism is?
Very familiar with it.
Right. And where's the pole on a incoherent magnet?
The center.
Is it?
No.
No, it's not. Incoherent magnets have many poles in many directions, don't they?
Of course, that's why it's incoherent.
Right. So
That's why it's called that.
I don't think that gravity could be mistaken for incoherent magnetism when gravity has a single direction and not.
Does it?
Yeah,
Does it?
It doesn't have a infinite or a massive.
What about retrograde motion, Kosho?
What about retrograde motion?
Doesn't that go in the opposite? I thought it has one direction.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with gravity?
Isn't that gravity? Wasn't gravity in your heliocentric paradigm claiming that everything is together because of gravity? Everything's orbiting because of gravity. But then you got retrograde motion. That's one direction, right? That's one vortex.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so how we got retrograde motion if gravity is one direction?
Well, so the problem is that you're viewing the planets in the reference frame of the Earth, and that's not really the correct way of viewing them. That retrograde motion only exists in our reference frame. It doesn't exist in the reference frame of the Sun, which is where those planets are orbiting. Actually, I have it. I have an incoherent magnet right here.
Oh, that sounds interesting. To be honest with you.
I also have this ferrofluid putty, and the thing about the incoherent magnet is that it's not as easy to deal with as a regular magnet because it has poles in every direction. So you stick a magnet to it in some places and wants to go positive end towards it. In some places right next to it might want to go negative end towards it. And yeah, I just don't know. I don't know why. I think it was, what's his name, the magnetic fester guy, Ken Wheeler. I saw him talking about it, but I don't know why anybody would suggest that to have anything to do with Earth, since we don't observe anything. We don't observe anything like incoherent magnetism on Earth. Actually, I'm not sure if it was Ken Wheeler who introduced that. I think he talked about it, but I don't think he applied it to the Earth. I don't remember.
Well, one thing is quite interesting is how mainstream claims that the ocean's tides or the waves itself produce electromagnetic pull, or if you will, and push the Earth's electromagnetic field along the ocean.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It said mainstream science claims that the oceans do what exactly?
They produce electromagnetism. I'm gonna bring it up. Let me get it for a second. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they do. But what effect? What effect does that have?
What I mean, the ocean is obviously not just one direction, right? You know, obviously it has movement in all direction.
Okay. I mean, what's the effect? What's the effect
Wouldn't
of
that
this
be considered
electromagnet?
incoherent?
I mean the waves, or are you talking about the
The tides, waves, yes, moving along in different directions from one another.
Oh, well, I mean the water. I guess you could call it incoherent, but I don't know if that really applies to it. Are you trying to say that there's some charge?
There is a
Or,
charge.
okay, and you're saying that this charge is like incoherent, like it's got many different poles or something. Because
Yeah,
I
let
don't
me
know
look
if
it up real quick.
I don't. Are you claiming that this effect has some sort of magnetism?
I mean, it's not humongous. It's quite small, but I'm getting it right now.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I don't know what like I said, I'm just wondering what. I'm just not sure what the like what effect, like what sort of effect that would have, or what that means, or anything.
Well, you said we don't observe incoherent magnetism.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, exactly. That's right. We don't observe incoherent magnetism, and as part of the Earth, like as part of what the Earth is doing to attract things to it, uh, like a replacement for gravity. Because believe it or not, on Earth, I know people like to just get a magnet. They put it on the table and they said the magnet is stronger than Earth's gravity. But actually, Earth's gravity is pretty strong.
Not compared to electrostatics.
Yeah, even compared to electrostatics.
Electrostatics is thousands of times stronger than gravity.
Yeah, generally, electrostatics is stronger than gravity, but in the parameters that we're talking about, it's not stronger at all. Like the strong force is much stronger than gravity, but in the parameters of the Earth, strong force doesn't mean anything. It means dick.
It must irk you guys a little bit that electrostatics, electromagnetism can be manipulated and isolated, and moved around and experimented on pretty easily. But this magical, mystical force, not a force of gravity, you really can't do anything with it. It must irk you a little bit.
I don't see why. It's not like we're the Giants. We're not the Giants versus the Giants versus the Cowboys. Like it's gravity versus electromagnetism. In my paradigm, both the forces exist and both are very important, and there's no need to choose one over the other.
No, you don't have to choose one over the other. Not at all, but you can experiment with one and not the other.
You can experiment with the other.
It's like arranging a game, right, between the Giants and the Cowboys just don't ever show up. Just never show up.
That's because
It's
there's
like a forfeit every time. Every time it's a forfeit.
They didn't know that it was a game. They thought that they were just doing their job at home.
Okay.
But you can actually test. You can use gravity to test things, and you can test things with gravity, and you can also test many of the many of the claims of gravity, because you do know that gravity or theory of relativity, general relativity, is the most tested theory in science. It's only 100 years old, so it has the most tests. Whereas things like electromagnetism or quantum field theory, they have very accurate tests. That's true, but you do have a great quantity of tests for a single theory. It's kind of validates it.
Did you hear that word? Did you hear that word? Accurate. I love how you threw that one in there. Very accurate tests.
Yeah. With the quantum field theory, they've gotten as accurate as I think 13 decimal places.
13 decimal places to quantum. What did you say? Quantum field theory.
Quantum field theory, yeah, or quantum electrodynamics, which is pertaining to electromagnetism.
Has it been quantified?
Yes, it has.
What do you reckon, Don? What do you reckon? It's like they've got to bring in that special team.
But I mean, like I said, there's one thing if you don't want to include gravity in your paradigm, but there's no need to frame it for me as being opposed to electromagnetism, because it's a very important force in my paradigm. It's just not the only one, that's all.
Let me have a look.
The way I see it, what it looks like is that if you use those three forces, gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong force, there's three very important forces, and they are, their importance is in their domain, and it goes by scale of size. So electromagnetism or strong force is like subatomic dominance, and it's definitely the strongest force. But electromagnetism has a molecular dominance, and and even in our world that we see every day, electromagnetism is very important. But also, so is gravity, which is even bigger shit. So, I think they're all very important. They just kind of have different domains.
Interesting.
I think that's possibly what they're going to find out about dark energy. Is dark energy is an even bigger scale, has a even bigger domain.
You know what's funny? Not to red hair away from the whole discussion. I guess I am kind of doing that. Atmo meaning vapor, smoke, right? Would you agree with that, Kosho? Atmo
You tell me.
Wasn't the origin of the word from Greek, Latin?
I suppose so.
So would it be safe to say that smoke is air?
I think you wouldn't be wrong if you said it most of the time. Depends on what's smoking, I guess. I don't have a problem with somebody saying that.
Well, Kiwi did. He said I was wrong.
I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say you said it. Kiwi told me I was wrong.
Oh. Well, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't say it was always wrong, but I wouldn't use it to say it, but I also wouldn't correct somebody for saying it because the truth is it can be, and sometimes it is. It's definitely usually made up of gas, but it's also definitely usually made up of some solid material as well.
Well, sure. I'm not running away from that, but if we're using the colloquial terms, it would be, air, smoke, air. It's definitely vapor and all that. I mean, if you use the Greek meaning.
Like I said, it depends on what you're burning, but I don't have a problem with it. Use it that way. But it's also true that we didn't even know what air was until like 200 years ago.
Interesting stuff, huh?
Yeah, and they chopped off the head of the people who found out.
There, Kosho. What's there?
What is air? Dallas, David. This is 2020 catchphrase.
That was a fun show, though.
Show?
Huh?
Which one?
Me being on Nathan's.
On Nathan's.
Oh yeah, it was fun. Let me tell you what.
I haven't been on there in a while.
Why not?
People usually get on my case when I go on there.
I wonder why, Kosho.
Well, because I think that I'm giving Nathan an audience, so, and they're not wrong. But yeah, they usually get on my case for a while. Anytime I've been on there, they don't let it down for a couple of days.
I don't know. It was pretty fun. It was pretty entertaining. I had to live up the show a little bit.
How long were you on there for?
I was on.
How long did you last? How long did you last?
I was on it for about 2 hours, man, almost.
Oh, okay. So you got a fair crack.
Oh yeah, I was explaining to them circumference of light over a flat plane and how it can appear spherical due to light bending through an isotropic medium to another. All that rigmarole. They agreed on that part, but then when you go into electrostatics, it's a different story.
Mhm.
But it was pretty fun. I had a blast.
Oh, Don, that
I want to do it
every
again.
experiment that they've done with light, every experiment that they've done with light, Don, has been done in a planar environment.
Right.
Interesting.
There's so much to learn about electromagnetism. There's so many new ideas and theories, if you will.
Bro, Wits at bodied Rumpus and Xanax the other day on this downward current thing.
Did he? Oh, shit, I want to hear that. When was that?
He didn't at all.
Xanax.
Like 2 days
What?
ago, Xanax and Rumpus were saying there's no downward current.
What?
Clearly there is. Yeah, they're crazy. You guys are fucking
Such a dishonest interaction, dude. It's not even funny.
Dude, what? They said
I don't think so.
He talks about one thing, makes a certain claim with one thing. They deny that. He brings up something else, which validates the fact that what they said was wrong, and what they said was in reference to the other thing he was saying, not the thing he brought up. And so, optically, people like Jeremy and Witz himself, who are in the interest of winning that exchange, claim victory. But Rumpus and Xanax, two guys who are pretty well educated and actually knew both of what Witz was talking about as they told him the cause of it, were said to have not known what they were talking about. And I witnessed the whole thing, and it was not. They were not getting bodied at all. They were getting bamboozled.
Which it was talking about the 100 volts per meter and the electric current going down. I don't know if he claimed that it was from that.
Yeah, but that you would think that would imply what he's talking about. Then, if he's bringing both those two things up, he would be claiming that is caused by that.
So either way,
they thought also.
there was no. These guys were adamant there was no downward current on Earth, and it turns out there is.
Of course there is.
Yeah, but they knew there was. That's what I'm saying. They're
then
not.
Why were they saying?
Because they were talking about in reference to that that charge, how the charge keeps increasing as you go up.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not the current. That's not the current that they were talking about afterwards. They're talking about the current they're talking about afterwards. It comes from the fact that there's a greater. There's a negative charge down here and a positive charge up higher.
Man, I wish I was there.
So
it was probably on the live stream, but like I said, if you pay attention, all it is one person being confused by possibly not knowing what the subject that he's talking about, and two other people confused at what that person's even claiming.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna sum it up for you.
You're talking about Xanax here now, right? I mean, come on now.
In conclusion, downward current on Earth.
There you go. Case closed.
Xanax and Rumpus were actually very helpful with the Coriolis effect last week, I gotta say.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, they actually know some stuff about Coriolis. Sean G, on the other hand, to get everything wrong. It was impressive how much stuff he got wrong about the Coriolis, because you literally could have guessed and gotten more stuff right than he did.
You gotta remember though, dude, he used to be a flat earther, man. Some of that stuff still sits with him.
You could have.
It's hard to shake, man.
He could have literally guessed and gotten more stuff right. The probability of him getting.
I'm not sure what he was talking about, to be honest with you.
Now he's saying you could only see half the path So
Why
that
does that
somehow
matter?
justifies it.
Why does half the path matter? I don't even get that.
It's your boy.
Dude, I
Everyone's my
tried
boy,
so
right?
hard to become a Glober, man, in the last month. I literally tried, dude. I was like, man, I want to be a Glober so bad because go back to everything. Just go back to. I tried.
Yeah, go back to reality. That's right. But
Yep, go back to reality. Everything will be normal again and all that stuff.
you get another chance, man.
Couldn't do it, man. Just didn't work.
You'll get another chance. One way to start, I guess, getting off the wagon, or I guess it would be on the wagon. But, anyways, to if you want to make it easy, you could consider the idea that the flat Earth, the entire idea, movement, it was all put on by somebody who was very clever, who all they needed was a scapegoat, a simple idea that many people could visibly and actively, openly, and they made movies about it. But so they could promote this and believe it, and most people, this would have to be an idea that most people would have to be able to see as blatantly false. That would have to be the cue. But even though it's blatantly false, there would have to be people who believe it, and they would use this, the people who came up with this idea, to discredit everybody else who had any other criticism or theory or anything like that. And they could just say, "Oh, you're just another flat earther. You think the president's, you think, what's that guy's name? Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. You're just another flat earther." They come up with stuff that's true, and they mix in that one idea, and then automatically anybody who hears it has already framed you in some, as a scapegoat idea.
It's a strange. I mean, I guess if you want to use that as like, okay, this is my logic. I don't see. You can't rope everything in one category. That's like putting things into a box, and that's not how things work.
I agree. It's not a useful way to get along, but unfortunately, it's the way that most people do get along. It's a prejudice, and sometimes people use prejudices to get through, discernment quicker. And I personally think that it's important to investigate whatever it is that comes up that sounds curious. But for other people, and you see this all the time, they'll hear a theory like about the vaccine or about Russia, about our government, and right now a lot of people will say something like Trump, like, "Oh, you're just another Trump supporter," and before they used to say, "Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer," but more and more you're hearing people say, "Oh, it's like a flat earther."
Yeah, people initially do that due to the fact that they don't really care to look into it. They'll just regurgitate what everybody they have heard. This is how flat earthers think. This is what would be considered a label to put on people that are, the outcast of things. But that's just like everything. I mean, you got to think back in the 1980s when people were talking about aliens. They did the same thing with them. A lot of people got fired from their jobs, laid off from certain positions. A lot of things happen when aliens are real. Well,
Well,
look
if we're
at it
talking about
now.
aliens, they got fired. Really?
Yes, people did. Yeah, you can look it up. Look up, go
Yeah.
back, Wayback Machine if you can, if you will. People, yeah, there was a lot of people went through crazy things called nut jobs, conspiratorial mindset. You think aliens are real? You're crazy. Oh yeah, it was frowned upon saying aliens were real back then.
Well, I'm not sure if it'll be, if it was meant to be used as a weapon to use against people that they don't want as like, working for them or something like that. I think that it's a weapon that they think that the people can use on other people, not to attack people, but to attack ideas or
It's better to do that.
theories.
It's better to detect the idea.
Well, no, but that's what I think that term is well, I mean, in this theory that I was trying to share, I think that was why they decided to promote that flat Earth idea, is so that it can be used as a weapon for one person to immediately label an idea as like a flat earther idea or a flat Earth idea, and then just not even give it any thought.
I don't know. But I mean, I guess I mean, you can go that route, but as far as I'm aware of, what I observe is flat Earth is not going anywhere. They're actually starting to put it in mainstream movies, narratives, cartoons, all over the place.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't go anywhere. I was just
I mean,
watching
CarMax
TikTok.
just did a commercial not too long ago. It's quite funny. They have a flat
Is
Earth
it
thing.
Powerade?
No, CarMax.
Who
Just
did?
did a
Sorry.
commercial.
Say that one more time. Who did a commercial?
CarMax.
Oh, CarMax. Okay, what was the
Yeah,
commercial?
yeah. I have the. It's pretty funny. Kind of shows how great their CGI is, though. You know, just CarMax alone, if they're able to do that, I mean, what can a lot of money do for you?
I'll go check it out.
I don't know if it'll let me upload it. Let me see. That's just the beginning of it right there. Right there is the beginning of. I mean, go ahead, laugh at it, make fun of it, mock it, but you're just keeping it relevant. That's all. Actually, doing some flat earthers a big favor, or flat Earth in general itself.
I don't want
Keeping it
flat Earth to
relevant.
go anywhere. Hey, Jeremy, I got a video for you.
Is it an uncut, unedited version of them touring through the ISS? I hope.
Oh, sure.
Okay, cool.
You like the ISS, huh?
Me, I wouldn't mind going there, actually. That'd be pretty cool. You go there. That'd be pretty cool.
You know, they have
Stick around for a bit.
a fake one here in Houston. I know you probably are gonna say that there's only a fake one, but there's an actual fake one here in Houston, and it's pretty cool because you can actually tour it and walk through it and stuff. And I say fake one, I just mean like a duplicate, really.
Is it a 1-to-1 scaled model? Is
If
it?
I remember correctly, yeah.
Oh, that's impressive.
Well, well, well. Look who we have here, riding on eggshells.
Oh, g'day, Don.
Good day,
Wait till
mate.
we get our Space Force up and going, our space center. It's going to be pretty exciting. Watching rockets splash into the ocean. They'll probably fly straight over my head, actually, where they're going to launch them. Probably fly straight over my head.
There's a joke in there, but I don't want to be rude.
I'm sure there is.
Well, what's happening? I just don't get why the sextants don't move you, Bandy.
Puh. And see what is wanting physical measurement like what I proposed. Don't know why that doesn't move you.
Oh, just because it's the same thing I say about all of them. It's light horizontally near the surface.
Okay.
I mean, at least it's
Is
better
it?
than the other ones, but it's, you know, they're all the same, a bit samey. But yeah, if it's more than 7/6R and above 100 meters, then you're cooking.
Wait a minute. You think light is horizontal? Always?
Light goes in all directions, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. That is true. Well, depending on the isotropic medium that it's in.
You're now getting beyond my knowledge. I know how to play Kerbal.
Oh. I reckon my idea is far more accurate than measuring place or spot within, I don't know, 20 odd mile accuracy.
Also, some of what makes up my mind though is like I just haven't. There's not any curiosity for me in the. I just don't think the Earth is flat. So I'm trying to also think of things that like I can learn, that I can like be like, now I know how to do that thing, you know?
Hey, are you still interested in doing that thing we talked about doing with your phone, or are you kind of turned off because I was slow at getting back to you?
No, I'm down.
Okay.
I don't talk about shit like that. I mean, I'm usually the one that's difficult to get in contact with.
No. I got to get you before you go on your trip, and it's just I got to get in touch with this Carl Wang guy, and I don't like talking to him, and I'm not familiar with Australia. I mean, I really appreciate you, and if you want to take the more measurements, anytime you have the opportunity to take an hour-long measurement in the same spot, take as many as you can or whatever. And any
Is this guy in Oz? Should I talk
yeah,
to
he
him?
is. Yeah, he's in Oz. I don't know what you would say. I mean, honestly, that's what I'm saying. If you like me and you like to learn things, right? I was forced to have to learn a lot of things regarding GPS, regarding what the raw data looks like, regarding how our governments set up these base stations. And Australia has a good catalog of base stations. You know what those are? I think we talked about those. Those are. Go ahead, sorry.
Like they're basically the datum that they're setting the other things from.
Basically, yeah, they're fixed positions that they have. They keep record of, and they maintain, and they get GPS data from those. So yeah, and Australia has a great deal of them. And the thing about Australia is they make it available to your surveyors and people like that, but also they're available. Therefore, you can get the data, the past data for free. So sometimes it costs money to get real time data, which can be useful for real time kinematics. But if you're doing something like what we're doing, which is just using it to make measurements, you can get past data. So as long as what usually happens is you take your reading for an hour there, and then I have to match that up with an hour of when that hour took place and a base station that's near you, that Wang can take both those files, like the file that has your hour data, the hour data that they have at the base station, and they do the magic on it and give you the accurate positions for that spot.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
should learn from him so that I can use this around the world.
Yeah. That's what I did. I was calling surveyors to try to get my hands on for several things actually, and I ended up calling the I got in touch with the dude who sets up the base stations here in Texas, and we were on the phone for like a half hour. And he told me a bunch of shit. Learned a bunch of stuff from him. I didn't know there was a lot of Wangs in Australia, but yeah, Carl Wang's who you want to speak to.
This should be a sextant-free channel.
Sextant free, Coriolis free, and of course, on Bandsaw's own request, Foucault's Pendulum free for sure.
Yeah, well, you know you got to
Get some nightmares.
discard that one. It's your nightmare. I can't believe how you got so excited over a British accent.
Dude, I mean, I interviewed this guy. I had so many conversations with him. There's a big history here, man. And I had the interview where he told me about Lake Balaton, where he fucking did a laser test. He went to Lake Balaton with him, with Envy Core. It did his accent the whole time. They had to lock him up because on the because on the third because they weren't getting the reading. They weren't reaching the other side of the lake. They weren't hitting the target, and he was actually getting depressed. He said, and they were hitting the building, and they would angle it lower and lower, and it wouldn't hit below the third floor. And so they're like, oh my God, they're panicking. Like, I would if I was a flat earther and I realized, well, there's a curve in the way. But he wanted to get a canoe because there's a 23-mile lake. He wanted to get in a canoe, and his idea was to get in the middle and see if, maybe he can put something there and the target can hit that and see if it's reaching. But they thought that was a crazy idea. And so I think on the third day, he like snuck around and he was going out like to people's garages and trying to find a canoe, and he stole an oar and something else. And he was in a wetsuit fucking doing this shit.
This
and
is
then,
very funny.
yeah, and so they locked him in his hotel room.
So he was really, really on board then.
Mm. He said on the fourth day though he was depressed because he realized that it had to be a globe, maybe a really big globe or something. But on the fourth day, they were able to go to the other side of the lake, and they could look back and they could see the target because the lake had iced over. So that maybe it was some refraction or something that wasn't there the other days. They never hit the target, but they could see the source from the other side. So to them, that was a victory.
Yes, that's what I had a fairly staunch debate with India about on 24, where I'm like, did they make that clear? And they were like, what was amazing was how they were just openly admitting everything. No, they didn't like openly say, because they talk so much about, we had to use this thing and we've got to use a super accurate laser aiming device because otherwise you could be pointing laser down without knowing it. And they make this giant fuss about them. And I'm like pressing Indio because he knows them. Or was he there? I forget.
No, he wasn't
And
there.
I was like, did they make that clear to people? Did they make it clear that they failed to do this thing? And he's like, nope. They pretended to everybody they did. It's now come out that either they didn't or nobody filmed it. I mean, one of them tried pulling this stunt, which I thought was awesome. Because you could see the laser, that was a more accurate mark than hitting a target.
This is what I mean.
I was like, what? How accurate do I need to be able to see a laser? And the answer is 0. How accurate do I need to be to hit a 8-foot sheet from 24 miles away? Very.
Yes, indeed. And of course, I don't even know if they could see the laser any of the other 4 days. I think he remember him saying they didn't try, but regardless, they were hitting a hotel. So they did have the ability to shoot the laser across the lake and hit something. And when they hits the hotel, they do have the opportunity to bring it down lower and lower until, it's in the lower part of the hotel. So I think it's more than aim. I think it's obstruction, huh?
It certainly seems that way. That would be the most logical deduction I would make. This seems like there's something in the way. Almost seems like it bends up into the sky. Isn't that what they said one time? It's like it's bending up into the sky.
Yeah. He had Hugh and Sheeple had even said that. He had. I think he's the one who he's the one who was running with that idea of upward refraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
That.
It was amazing. I was like, what should it be doing if you were getting a bad result? Like, we all know it should only be one thing, and that is looking like it's bending up into the sky. And it bends up into the sky, and they're like, what on earth is going on?
All right. Well, I was just watching some clips from people on TikTok, and I came across Jeranism, and if you include him in FE Core, there's the test Jeranism did that was on Behind the Curve. There was the Lake Balaton test, and there was the gyroscope that Bob had, and all three of these tests came back with results that not only were not favorable for flat Earth, but they showed that indeed it was a globe. They showed all the results that would have been the case on a spinning globe.
Oh, lordy lord.
But
You don't agree
nobody.
with that, Bandy?
I mean, that is the
Maybe
truth.
maybe my reaction gave it away. Sorry, I'll try and contain myself.
Bandsaw, but be honest with me, isn't that the truth?
Is what the truth?
That all three of those tests had results that were indicative of a globe, a spinning globe.
No.
Yeah, fair enough. I think they were, though, and I think the reactions of the participants indicate also that they were. Jeranism.
I think lots of things are actually taken out of context. Actually, with things that people may have said, whatnot,
Maybe.
and used against them.
Well, you have to be honest. When Jeranism did that test and he does it to see if it's flat and it doesn't show up, and then he says, "Hey, let's lift it up higher," which is what you're supposed to do to see if it's a globe. And he lifts it up and he sees it. He's like, "Oh, that's interesting."
To be quite honest, I've actually never even seen the documentary
You're missing out,
at all.
Bandy. You're missing
I'm
out,
not.
Bandy.
What would I be missing out?
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
Actually, I have the clip right here. So.
I hear the whole "that's interesting" comment. Like I said, I think things are both A, taken out of context, and B, also edited, because there are apparently some different versions of that story that weren't in the documentary.
Well, I mean, I have heard defenses of it. Many of them sounded like, yeah, it did happen, but they didn't hear the excuse we dreamt up as to why. Like,
No, I'm not saying there's an excuse or anything like that. Right? I'm just saying things are taken out of context to frame things a very particular way.
well, what did you hear in the?
So,
Tell me about the context you've heard. I guess that would help
well,
me
I've just heard
decide.
the whole "that's interesting" comment, which is bandied around just as much as that thanks Bob apparently showing these things are used as tools and all that sort of stuff to take the piss and whatnot. And I'm not going to trust any documentary in any way, shape, or form to present anything in an accurate light, apart from lions eating gazelles. Right, that's the only documentary I'm going to trust.
Sure. Okay. That's your
So,
prerogative, isn't that how I say it?
oh, it is my prerogative, yes, but things are always framed in a very particular way, right? And you don't always get the full story. It was like years ago writing. Remember Sir Joe Peterson? Remember him?
I do remember that name.
Yeah.
My history or politics is too shit to remember much about him.
Right. Basically, he was the Queensland Premier, and
Mhm.
he was always surrounded with controversy of corruption and all that sort of stuff. But anyway,
Right.
he died, and you had hundreds of reporters camped outside his property, trying to get a interview with one of the family members. And so Joe's son came out, and clip that was shown on the news, basically his son, we'll call him Peter. Peter just giving this reporter a right hook, right, and that was spread all across the news like this,
Yeah, I
how
bet.
dare he type of thing. And this is back when journalism had a little bit more integrity too, and there was a show called Media Watch. I don't know if it's still on TV, but Media Watch actually played the whole clip, and you had Peter at the front of his house for 15 minutes begging with these reporters just to back a little bit, from the property line, and just give them a little bit of space because they were mourning their father's death. And all they kept on doing was shoving microphones, shoving cameras in his face and all that sort of stuff. And he said, can you please give my mum and my sisters and siblings, a little bit of privacy. And this has just happened. We just like a little bit of respect shown, and it wasn't shown. And like I said, this just went on and on for about 15 minutes until he was antagonized enough that he just let loose. And it painted the whole story in a completely different light. Instead of
Mm.
this person just losing his cool, in 5 seconds, it took a period of time of him actually being very, very reasonable,
Mm.
talking to these reporters in a very polite manner until he lost his cool. So that's just a small example of how things are kind of framed. So I don't trust anything that um, is to do with people really that I see, because they are framed in a very particular way to grab a headline to evoke a particular response. So,
Yeah. I
station.
just don't trust that much anyway. So like it's not it's not a huge shock for me when politicians are crooked. I'm like, yeah, that's what happens. If you've got poor oversight, people will just be crooked. I don't think there's any way around that.
Oh, he was as corrupt as they come, Sir Joe.
Was he?
Yeah, he had his finger in the pie, many things. But it would have been a different story if he had his finger caught in the pie, and the reporters were standing at the front of their place, I suppose, trying to get a news bite or something. But this was totally different circumstances and whatnot, which I thought was myself unwarranted. And
Not sure if you're interested, Bandsaw, but I just posted that just a minute clip.
what have we got here, Coach? Oh, this is what the interesting comment.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty interesting. I thought the test was kind of crude, but apparently it does the job.
With these, interesting.
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 It is an interesting result. You know the important thing about science, I did this when I did my test, and every test should be done this way, is especially if you're trying to classify, define, the Earth, round or flat. You gotta think beforehand what are the implications of your test and what the results are meant to show. So if the results are like this is what this is why you do the test you're doing, because if it's one way, it turns out to be this thing, and if it's another way, it turns out to be that thing, or it turns out that your test was inconclusive. So I think it's very important, and the reason is because that way you can be honest about your test and your results.
Firstly, how long did it take them to set up this test? How did they go about setting up this test? Over what distance was this test? Yeah.
In the video,
that'd be my first question before I ask any more.
I don't know how the distance of those things, but it says that they were all 17 feet off the ground. Although I don't know how 17 feet, then you raise it above your head, and now it's 23 feet. Seems like it's pretty. I guess if you're holding it down by your crotch, I don't know.
So what were these boards that had the holes in them? Were they held up in the air? Were they? How were they?
I guess they were. They were held up straight with some, I don't know, whatever the fuck they used, but they were all the same height, the same elevation. The camera, the posts, and the light.
Sorry to keep you up.
No. Although I do find it odd that the light, there's a hole in one side of it, and if you raise it up, would it not be lined up with the hole anymore?
Well, what were they trying to do? Get this light to go through these holes? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would have made a straight line. Yeah, but this doesn't really make much sense. It's like, wait a minute. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it.
If the light went through the holes, so when he saw the light on the other side, was this light not going through the holes?
Yeah. Because he said raise it up. No, he said okay, put the light there. As everything lined up, he's like, wait, make it, fix it, like make it good. I don't see it, because he's supposed to be able to see it. And then he's like, all right, well now raise it up over your head, and then he sees it, which was supposed to be the test. What he said beforehand would have been what would be the case if it was a globe.
Yeah, he set the conditions for what would be a fail for him, and he saw those conditions and attributed it to something else.
Well, if he only did it 17 feet off the ground, wouldn't that be some of the worst conditions you could actually do this in?
For a fraction, sure, yeah, and he still didn't see it.
Yeah. Well, how do we know that these holes were horizontal anyway, and exactly the same height off the ground? Like, I don't know.
Oh, my heart.
I thought it was very, very inconclusive at best.
Well, you could say
always
so.
find a problem with something. I mean, that's the sort of.
Well, do you think it's
that's the game
conclusive?
we
Do you,
play, right?
Whitey? Do you think it's conclusive, the test?
It's to me, secondary whether it's conclusive. What is interesting is that just what I've been saying, that he set his conditions for what would be flat and what would be globe, and when he saw globe, he went, must be something other than what I said earlier, right? Before I did this test, I had one condition, and then upon seeing the result of the test,
I said I've never seen the actual documentary. I've never seen how the test was set up or anything. But
Gio's corrected the story a few times because Gio's been there, but in the times I've heard it, the answer he gave when I last talked with him about it was, I think, something that it was inconclusive because there were reeds in the way, and there could have been reeds in the way blocking the sight of it anyway, and fewer of those reeds higher up. Entirely plausible, like lovely possibility. The core point is not whether it's conclusive or any of those things. It is just he set his conditions, he saw those conditions, and he changed his mind. So.
Yeah, well, anyway.
And that was just one of the tests, though, out of the 3 tests I mentioned. Because the other 2 was Lake Balaton. The other one was Bob's gyroscope data. And the conclusions with all those were one way, but and that was the whole purpose of getting the gyroscope, is to see what the conclusions would be, see if it was 50 degrees per hour. And it was. But anyways,
Hey, what do you think about a test that has 2 gyroscopes, right? And I know nothing about gyroscopes, so you guys might know something about gyroscopes, but there's an idea being floated around at the moment where we get 2 gyroscopes, and one of the gyroscopes, we disconnect the, what are they called, pendulous vanes? I think they're called pendulous vanes. Disconnect those and then fly your plane from point A to point B, and compare the readings. Now, I'm not really too sure what this is supposed to show, but is that enough information for you guys to, or you, Coco, especially, probably you know a bit more about the gyroscope? Sorry, writing. Don't mean to. I'm just making a
I don't know
presumption
much
there.
about them.
Just making a presumption there, mate.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Okay, cool.
It
Fair enough.
involves a plane. Like my feeling with things is make them really accessible. Make them something you can go out and buy and do yourself. Not like.
Yeah, makes it too expensive, too unachievable. Maybe, I don't know.
The only thing is there's so much noise involved. I wouldn't trust any readings you get.
That's why we have to measure water, boys.
Well, me and Ronnie were talking about Carl Wang, who's there in Australia, and he's our key to measuring water. As
We have to.
As you guys always say, measuring curved water, or measure the drop from horizontal, or whatever you want to call it.
We've got to measure it with both machines and something tangible.
Well, all the machines I use are tangible.
Well, no, your machines kind of use GPS, which I've got no problems with that. Absolutely no problems with using that. But I'd like to have another reference point attached to that machine, just to double check that you guys aren't up to any sly tactics.
Do you really think that one of us would like find that the Earth was flat and then like trick you deliberately?
I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, Righty.
So bizarre.
To be fair, he could probably throw you pretty far though.
I could actually. So.
Pretty strong. But yeah, I agree though. With the GPS, there's many things that you can do that are tangible that you can use to verify them. The problem is that the other methods to verifying if something's straight or making a straight line, they suck at comparison. So it would almost be enough to validate the accuracy of the GPS. Once you do that, there's no need to have a second less accurate thing to compare it with, because what's going to happen is it's going to give you different information because it's less accurate. So, but you can validate the accuracy of the GPS just by, I've always said you could take something that you know is perfectly straight, or you know is mostly straight, or should make a 3-dimensional shape, like a nice rectangular building, and take off 8 corners, and measure them precisely, show that the data you got back represents a rectangular prism, and you can look at the air, like how much error there is, compare that to the sway of the building, the possible sway, make sure that the 4 bottom corners and the 4 top corners are same size rectangles, even if there is a slight sway from the top of the building, the bottom of the building. Like do a lot of these things to verify the accuracy. And for me, at least, because I'm a discerning person and I'm honest, like, a lot of us like to claim we are, and sure, a lot of us are. I can do something like that, and then I will have to have no choice but to trust its accuracy. And you would think that all of us, since we're all honest and stuff, we could do the same thing, verify accuracy, and then use this tool to, do these straight line tests.
Well, see, that's where my straight line test, right, doesn't rely on honesty at all, right? It's tangible. So we can use the GPS, but we have a tangible thing as well, both being the surface of the water, right, and the plumb bob as reference points.
Oh, we use a plumb bob too. Fine. The honesty that wasn't in reference to the measurements. It was in reference to what the measurements represent. Like I said, if you took those and you took it to a big building and it showed you exactly what I just claimed, that there was that the rectangles on the bottom of the building and the rectangle on the top of the building were matching, they were perfectly same size, and if there was any deviation from one being directly above the other, it was right within the amount of sway in that building, if any at all. That would tell you that it just gave you accurate positions, and it gave you 8 straight lines. How many straight lines are there? That's 12 straight lines. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so we have our 12 straight lines for our building, right? Our 4 edges and the 4 around the base, 4 around the top. Now what?
Well, now you know that when you use this device, when you measure any 2 points, then you found that the points it gives you are accurate. You know that the line connecting those 2 points is indeed a straight line, because when you use it on the building, it gave you 12 straight lines, and you verified it because you were in the building, and the building has 12 straight lines. There's probably 5 dozen tests that you can do that we've talked about for years, that we've said would cost thousands and thousands of dollars. That if all you had to do was verify that you were capable of making a straight line, you could do, for pennies or nothing. If you have a phone, you can do it for no cost. That's what's so funny is that people hate people. You bring up the GPS, and some people hate it so much, which is weird because it's the one tool that will be so helpful, but you guys hate it. Anyways, a lot of you guys are my friends, and even me myself, when I do a test, even though I feel like I know the shape of the Earth, just like some people over there that they feel like they know what the shape of the Earth isn't or whatever. Even though I feel the way I do about the Earth, um, I still, the idea that you guys want to test these things for yourself. I like doing that kind of stuff, and you know that's why I think it's cool. The GPS thing is cool because you can actually make a straight line yourself and match and compare it with the Earth and all that kind of stuff. Um, I don't know. It'd be cool if some of you guys jumped on board. Uh, it's funny. There's a lot of flat earthers who have the phone that you would need, and so that's the whole point that's the whole point that I wanted to do is I wanted to just basically verify the concept, and then I could just give the instructions to other people.
Mm-hmm.
People don't look at results when I do them. Hey, have you guys seen that video of the history of the flat Earth?
It was tongue in cheek right here, obviously.
Tongue in cheek. What'd you talk about?
Nothing.
Say again?
I was talking out loud.
I gotta turn you up, sorry. You say the history of the flat Earth was tongue in cheek? Is that what you said?
No, I was referring to dodgy concrete work. I was saying that tongue in cheek.
Almost done with my art project. I'm making for you, man, so hold on.
What do you think of Brian's attempt at McToon's challenge, Ruckia?
What did Brian do for his attempt? I presume he was unsuccessful.
No, I don't think he's done it yet. I was just asking Rucky, what does he think about what he's trying to do? If he had any thoughts, or if he even knew about it. I think it's next Tuesday or something. Tuesday or Wednesday.
What do y'all think about Bev's fund? Although he only asked for 2,500, being overfunded by double the amount. What do y'all think about that?
Sorry, Ruckio, what's Bev asking for?
Bev asked for 2,500 for certain things, so he did a GoFundMe for the first time. He's never
Yeah.
asked for any money in years. Like he can be monetized. He just started doing Patreon, so
Yep.
it's basically, you know, doesn't seem like he's begging. If you want to support the channel, you can do it through Patreon, but he doesn't ask for super chats and all that, although he could. Like he hasn't done that for years. He's never asked for money. Well, he needed money for some things, upgrades on his computer and some security issues and stuff like that. And he asked for 2,500. Well, he got funded for that in the first couple of days, and then the fund got overfunded by twice the amount. I think that's amazing.
Cool. Yeah. Good luck to him, I reckon. If he's asked for something and people are willing to help him out, I reckon that's good. Personally.
Yeah. He's unable to go get a job like most of these able-bodied men around here. You know, he has a job. He's a carer. His wife is unable to work, and his son is autistic. So he gets, I think over there they get money from the state or wherever,
Yeah.
you know, to take care of his family as a carer. He calls it. I don't know much about that situation, but
Yeah.
I know it's a limited amount. So anything big like this that comes up, you know, $500 is a lot. So 2,000 or 3,000 is out of the world, you know, just out of the reasoning. And you know, we all know that even to just upgrade a computer, you know, the graphics card or things like that he's wanting to do is expensive, and he just couldn't afford it. But he got threatened, whether it's, you know, valid or not. He got physically threatened several times by a group of trolls that are new, like we've never heard of them or don't know where they came from. But it just so happened to come out right after we released our names on purpose to kind of flush out some of the local trolls. And George Hatnook and a couple others took the bait and started, you know, looking in, you know, researching us again and posting pictures of like some of my properties and stuff like that. Just totally that's what doxing is, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can't really dox yourself by giving a name or whatever. It's just your name. But what if someone uses that and goes and researches it and does something with that information that they know could possibly cause harm and do it out of malicious intent, then that's doxing, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it just so happens that right after George and others did that, these troll groups came in there and started physically threatening Bev, saying things about me and my family, like doing some nasty stuff, like things you don't normally, get from this, just regular doxing community or trolling community that we have. And it was pretty bad. I mean, they have screenshots of it all. They porn bombed his site, which is, childish, but of course, porn bombed it and then reported it to get him taken down. And it just so happens that Bob, the science guy, is the one, that's for months has been trying to strike Bev, like, just finding any little part of a video to strike him just to cause an inconvenience, and openly on live stream saying, I'm trying to figure out more ways that I can harm Bev's channel and try and get it taken down. And it's not a coincidence that all this happened as Bob and George did this, and George went to McToon's, and now McToon is on the doxing bandwagon, changing Bev's name. People using my name and my picture of me and my wife as their icon on shows here even, and at Jose's and all that, and Jose not doing anything about it. It's crazy, man. They're going off the chart.
They're doing it here in this channel too, are they, Ruckia?
Yeah, I don't want to really, it's hard to keep up with it all, but I only go to so many channels.
Yeah.
Here, Jose, that's really the only two that I go to. Bev's here and Jose's, and I've seen it, I've seen it multiple times, and I know Jose, he says he's not condoning doxing, which he's been against doxing in the past, but when people are openly using my name just because I said it, he's going against what he's always said in the past. People should use the name that's listed on the YouTube, reference. Or, I go by Rakia Life. Well, I go by Rakia Life for several different reasons. It has meaning to me. And years ago, when I did use my name, because I'm not really scared of it, they did dox me, and I had a city contract, like a government contract, that I was in partners with, and I didn't want it to affect that. So I changed my name to Rakia Life. I'm not scared of it. My name is Dave Gafford, right? It's always been Dave Gafford. It'll always be Dave Gafford. Nobody can take that away. And if they want to come after me because they know my name, shame on them, right? Like George, shame on them, man. And then turn around and blame me. Well, he gave out his public information. No, I didn't. I just gave my name. You went out and actively researched and Googled. Now they're saying I'm lying about my occupation because Google has my occupation as a real estate agent, which is stupid because I got a real estate license way back when because I buy and sell real estate, and I don't want to pay the 3% commission just because someone else is the agent. I can be my own agent. They know nothing, man. They just stupid. Sick people.
If you see any overt doxing here, Ruckia, point it out to me, and I'll take care of it.
Yeah, I understand. It's not the fact, right? We did it on purpose. We planned this for weeks at Bev's, and that morning we said, okay, today's the day. It was last Friday, so we're gonna run this for a week, and see who we flush out. Well, you can see for yourself who we flushed out.
Yeah, no, but yeah, no. Good luck. Good luck to Bev for raising those funds and a little bit more. So hopefully.
Yeah, he's doing good. I think this will help him out with what he wanted to do with because he saw they were threatening him physically and then posting the front door of my house, so he was like, man, I got a wife and kid to think about, or one of his kids lives with him and his wife lives with him. He's like, I just want some record, if they come to my front door or even just sit out at my road and take pictures or just come by, I want a recording of that.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get he's got people coming to set up cameras and take care of that, so he feels more comfortable and his wife feels more comfortable.
Yeah, it's important.
Yeah.
That's it would not be a nice feeling having to live with that at all, and shame on the people that have put him in that position. Shame on them.
Yeah, just intimidation factor. You know, McToon and all them are trying to intimidate him. You know, we're going to report you for all this income, and you know, just vile people that are. You know, what business is it of theirs? You know, what people do with their money or how they want to live their life. I mean, I
So
think
they're going to
McToon is at a
they're going to report this income to
yeah,
the British government to hopefully get his payments suspended or
yeah,
something for his care. That is low. That is
yeah.
low.
Fight the Flat Earth or whatever his name is, F2, whatever his name
That is
is. Him and
low.
McToon are they made a video already. Why they're going to do it, how they're going to do it, because they're just vile human. This is just happening right yesterday and today. They're already making videos on how they're going to try and harm this man.
Jeez.
Just in the fact that he might not be doing the right thing, or if they can find a loophole where it hurts him, then they're happy, right? Sick people, man. I just want to point out that's a lot of the people that we're dealing with. That's how they think. That's how they believe. It's always the other person's fault. You know, just because I said my name, it's my fault, right? So I'm fair game now. No, that's not how it works. You should take the higher ground and say, look, man, this guy made a mistake. He posted his name on a public forum. You know, I'm going to do my best to keep my guys, you know, the people that I influence as a channel owner or whatever, from using that information. That's not what's happening. Channel owners
So
like Jose and them are going, it's his fault. He posted his name in the public. So yeah, by all means, guys, go after it.
So because people know someone's name, that then gives them justification to go do harm to someone.
Well, go research further and use whatever information you find
Yeah.
in whatever means you want. No, that's not what you should do. You should just say, okay, you know, his name's Dave Gafford. He shouldn't have put it out in the public. What if you know my name now, Dave Gafford? Are you going to go Google it and try and find out if my license are current, or you know, if what my occupation is, or how much I make, or where I live, or how many properties I own? No, you're not going to do that.
I don't know. I've known your name for years, Dave.
I know.
I've never had any interest whatsoever in doing
Exactly.
anything like that. Like, what the
Because
hell?
you have the moral high ground. Well, these people don't, and that's who we're flushing out. We want people like you to realize who you're dealing with if you don't already know. And a lot of people don't realize. I mean, a lot of people never knew George was capable of that, even though he's done it before. What are you,
Oh,
blind?
yeah. Yeah, no, I've known the stories that have followed him around for years with similar sort of things, and you know, heard his excuses and whatnot. But you know, to me, at the end of the day, you know, you are attacking a person, you're attacking their family, you're attacking their livelihoods and stuff like that. And where do you get off on doing that?
They've done it for
You know,
years. They
like
called
man up.
Jeremy they called Jeremy you know, whatever, when he was cleaning the schools. That's a noble job, right? I mean, he's
Nothing wrong with that.
working,
He's supporting his
yeah.
family. He's supporting his
Exactly.
family. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's
What did
doing what
they
he.
do on a daily basis? Put him down for the way he was supporting his family. Shame on him. I defended Jeremy from the first day. I was yelling and screaming at people. What right do you have to demean someone for the way they support their family in a legal way, like in a noble way?
Mm-hmm.
That's the sickness that we live with. I think it's good and evil, right? I put it towards a spiritual type, you know, war against good and evil. And if you can't see that just from this week alone, George couldn't help himself. It wasn't 24 hours he was posting pictures of my front door of a couple of my properties, right? And proud of it, like boasting. Look at this, and also being negative. Oh, look at that concrete work at this man's house. Look at this concrete work. I mean, this guy has about 6,000 square foot of concrete at this house, and look at how like broke up it is. Yeah, not mentioning that we're in a total remodel right now. We're not done with the inside because we got 8 foot of water in the house, George, and that the concrete driveway is one of the last things we're going to do. But you know, what business of his is it? That house is beautiful. It's brand new. He didn't mention how nice the yard was, or how new the roof was, or the paint on the front porch, how brand new it was. He mentioned how bad the concrete looked, and wanted to demean the way I make a living as a concrete construction guy, which I do a lot of concrete work. I do other things, but he wanted to put that down in public to do what? Not harm me? Bullshit. These people are evil, man.
I can understand a real estate agent not being able to do concrete work.
Yeah, that's funny. I've had a couple of the trolls that that aren't regulars. You know, they're obviously not here all the time because everyone knows I do construction. And they're like, "You're a real estate agent?" You know, because they just did a simple Google search. So stupid. What I suggest is maybe taking some of these other names. You know, if you're going to take my name, George, maybe take other names, you know, that we know in the community, like Bob's name, and go do some research on his history and maybe post his history. If you really want to talk, because the worst thing that George came up with after he did his search was that one of my driveways was cracked up. I mean, you know, that's the negativity. Yesterday I posted a picture of me cooking steaks and chicken for the crew that's worked all week on my boat. I get here on Friday. They've done great work. I go get some food. I buy a disposable, basically, barbecue pit from Walmart that I can use here and just leave here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take it home with me. I'm just going to leave it here. And I show a picture of that. Man, you know, these guys did great work. I'm rewarding them with steaks. What does Blue post? Look at that piece of crap Wally World barbecue pit. What? You're a high spender and can't buy something better? That's how negative these people are. They have a hard heart. Hard-hearted people, man.
I bet you the workers were happy at the end
Oh,
of the day with exactly.
Yeah, they're very thankful, and that's all it's for, just to reward them for a great week of work.
You're going to be taking him out on the boat, do a bit
Now,
of fishing.
these are the boat. This is the yard crew, like that works for the marina.
Oh, okay then. Yep.
Now my crew, I cook for them too, and I'll take them fishing, them and their families.
Yep.
And any of these guys that want to come fishing, sure, they can come. I take whoever wants to go. I've never charged a penny. Come out and enjoy creation. That's basically our the way we do it. We took the last good trip we took last year was a family from Israel, and he was in the Israeli army, and my church brought him in and kind of showed him, you know, how we live over here, and we took them out on a day of fishing, and they just amazed. They can't stop talking about it because they don't get that opportunity there. You know, here's this guy that's never met me, doesn't know me, and he's taking me on a free fishing trip, you know, me and my family.
Nothing better. I spent the day fishing today down at the beach, which is just down it's basically my back doorstep, the ocean here near Kangaroo Island. And spent the afternoon fishing, caught 5 nice size salmon. So filled up the freezer. Yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely.
I'm going fly fishing the 23rd. I haven't been in a long time. Like it's been forever. And when I went, it was in the Colorado area. But we're going to Tennessee. We bought a condo there, and actually I've only been there twice. We went there and cleaned up, and like speaking of barbecue pits, we put the barbecue pit that was there out at the street to get picked up, and these bears were coming and harassing us because of that barbecue pit smelled. But we're going there on the 23rd of this month and spending a week there going fly fishing and all that. So we're fired up.
Nice. I've only
Finally
done fly fishing once. Only ever done it once, and I bloody well got the line tangled everywhere. I must say.
Yeah.
just jumped in the deep end in my waders and out there with me and a couple of mates, and the bloody lines going everywhere, getting wrapped around my head all over the
Hooking
place.
ears. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny.
I
Uh,
fly fish like freshwater for brim and bass, but I've only done it for trout once. This will
yeah.
be the second time, so I'm excited. Plus, we get to use our condo that I've literally stayed 3 days in it, because it stays rented out so much you can't even use it. You can't, if you book it, the way the leasing program's set up on these things now, you have to, even as the owner, you pay a certain amount because the leasing agent has to make money, and then you lose that revenue of that rental. So it's kind of hard to go use your own stuff sometimes, especially when
Is
you
that
buy
through?
it as a
Yeah.
investment.
Is that through like an Airbnb type of thing that you do it, or just through a real
No,
estate
it's just a
agent?
leasing agent, so we don't have to deal with all the ins and outs of every day, talking to the people who are leasing it and wanting to book it.
Yeah,
Like they
yeah.
take care of that administrative part, and then they get they clean it. They hire the cleaners and maintenance crews. We don't have to do that because we'd have to go up there every time something happened. That's not
Yeah,
possible.
yeah. Could turn into a full-time job doing all that sort of stuff, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
more than that.
Yeah, I saw a picture of your boat down at the workshop actually. You posted a few days ago, getting repainted, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm here right now. I drove down this morning. I'm 2 hours from our condo in Florida, so I drove down here to check on the guys and I hired some people to come clean the engine room this weekend, over and beyond what the shop people are doing. But they're fixing to I see them sanding, like they're just now getting going. It's 9 o'clock here. They got here at 8. But I think they're supposed to tape off the boot stripe today. They got it all sanded. I'll send a picture right now. I'm sitting here in my truck, just kind of chilling out. But I'm not spending. I'm gonna get them. Make sure my guys are going on the engine room good and have all the supplies. I just went and got another shop vac, and I'll leave and drive back and meet my guys at the beach. Get some sand under my feet today.
Nothing better. Nothing
Yeah,
better.
I'll send them a picture right now. There's a couple people up in the helm taping off. They're gonna prime up there some spots, and then they're supposed to do the boot stripe, but I saw the guy earlier that's supposed to be doing that, but I don't see him working on it now. But yeah, this has been an amazing process. I've never done anything this large. Like I've done small, we've been in the yard before, doing small stuff and painting the bottom. You have to do every 3 years, but to do a total refit basically, and paint from the prop up to the top of the helm, it's been amazing to see, that process.
Yeah. How long
So,
has the project been?
oh, see, I could look back at my pictures and find out what day we got. We got here on a Sunday, and they started work on a Monday, and I think we've been here like 2 months. And we
2
got
months.
we got at least a month to 2 left. We got a month
Really?
of them, yeah. A month of them painting, and then probably a month of us refitting everything. Like I got new outriggers and some new fixtures and electronics and stuff we're adding. Electronic controls. We had hydraulic, which are air pressure and fluid, like a hydraulic almost. They're called hydraulic system, and we took all that out and going with electronic, which is kind of like fly-by-wire computer. And then we're putting in an electric door for our salon door, because when you're out in rough seas, the door, no matter what latch you have, unless you physically latch it where people wouldn't be able to get in and out, the door, because the hull flexes, the door will come open and slam. And it's been dangerous a couple of times with the kids and like one of my pets. So I was like, I'm fixing that. We're putting they call it an air door, but it's actually electrical. It's just a cylinder, you know, that pushes back and forth and pulls you push a button and it opens the door and closes the door. So we're adding that. We've done a lot of remodeling on the fiberglass, making a mezzanine on the back instead of a big, you know, ice chest. Just some pretty major renovations, but the paint is the main thing. New paint, new isinglass, which is like the windshield. All new fabric, new couches inside, new carpet, new shades, tinting the windows darker.
Brand spanking new boat. How long is it? Okay.
It's a 53-foot Ocean.
Nice.
Yeah, Ocean is like one step under a Viking, let's say. So you have Hatteras, Viking, which are kind of the upper scale, more well-built, finer detail type boats, and then the Ocean is one step below it. It's like this same boat in a Viking would be 200,000 more, just because of the namesake.
Right.
And really, this hull actually was produced in the Viking plant. It's just that the details that they put in the Viking are a lot more.
Yep.
Like I have a Cobalt ski boat, like inboard outboard, and the Chaparral is the step, you know, below it. But the Chaparral is a extremely nice boat. But if you put them side by side, there's no comparison. Like where the Chaparral uses plastic, the Cobalt uses stainless steel.
Right,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what Ocean and Viking, the separation between them.
Yep.
They're a little bit better, you know, here and there. So the price and the namesake is bigger. But this boat it's all we want. You know, we're not going to go out in 10-foot seas and stress out the hull. So we don't need the strongest hull like a Hatteras. You know. So we love it. We're kind of starting from today forward is kind of starting the process of putting it back together, cleaning the engine room. We're going to repaint it, you know, we took all my exhaust system out and had it dipped and cleaned and painted. Just doing a bunch of work that now we're getting to put new stuff back on, which is exciting. You know, I see some more activity now. They're moving around more. I got you know what Krispy Kreme donuts are?
Yes, yeah, we got them here. Yeah.
You do? I went and bought them this morning for the guys, and they were like, I got 3 dozen. They've already eaten them. Like I brought them to the office and stuff.
Resistance is useless when it comes to Krispy Kremes. That's for sure.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Oh,
I'm taking a picture. Read them and weep, boys. There you
we
go.
have
Eat you some of that.
Damn. We have Walker's donuts here too. You guys got Walker's over there?
No, I mean we have other donut shops. Mary Lee is a big one here.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's such a simple thing, isn't it? But they're so popular. The old donut.
Yeah, sugar and dough.
Oh yeah, yum.
How can you go wrong?
Our Krispy Kremes here actually do home delivery. I don't know about their rack here, but they actually do home delivery here. You don't have to get off your fat ass, Steve, and get them. You just ring them up and they deliver them to you.
Oh, but you know what? I hope I never find out they do that. We have one where I live too, like where I live most of the year, and but it's way downtown, so we never really go. But where the boatyard is here, it's like 2 minutes, you know, so it's terrible. Every weekend I limit myself to 2, so I've done
2?
good. Yeah,
Okay, well,
let's see the 2 that was missing.
I was going to say, what, 2 dozen?
Well, I bought 3 dozen, but I bought 1 dozen over here, and I ate 2 of those. So I'll probably sneak another one here later.
Yeah, why-
Yeah, he's blowing off the top now. Looks like they're gonna prime the top helm.
You actually hear it in the background, actually, there. Air hose
hmm
going.
Blue didn't think this was mine. He thought I was lying about that. He thought it was
What?
another man's boat. Yeah, he might have been joking, but he's just so negative.
The amount of pictures you have posted over the years, you on the boat and fishing and all that sort of stuff, it's, don't know why.
Yeah, my icon is my daughter jumping off the top doing a backflip. She was a national gymnast,
Okay.
and we were like 40 miles offshore. I have a video of it.
Yeah.
So we're very open, too open for being around people like this. But that's just how we are, We want to share our blessings, and we'll give them to you too. Just come on, come join.
No, every time I see the photos of you fishing and whatnot, yeah, puts a big smile on my face, that's for sure. That is for sure.
I've been really lucky, we didn't put our kids in. We homeschooled, so they were with us every day. Like we went on a year around the coast, the east and west coast of Florida, the Panhandle and the East Coast. So just staying on the boat at different marinas, and the kids are able to do their school, on the boat or on the beach or wherever we were.
Mm-hmm.
It was really nice.
What a life, eh? What a life, and they'll take that with them forever, too.
Yeah, I want to come back as one of my kids in my next life. Yeah, they've had it made, but they were really. I mean, they've turned out terrific. My oldest son just graduated with his master's, so he's starting his own marketing business and doing some other stuff on the side. But homeschooling for them was great. They loved it, being on their own time, own pace, and getting to go ahead if they could, or taking their time and really learning a part that they struggled with is a huge benefit of homeschooling.
Yeah. It's becoming far more popular now too, the
Oh
whole
yeah.
homeschooling. Far more popular. And my wife's got a few friends at the moment that have taken the decision to homeschool their kids, and there's actually small communities popping up all over the place for Kia, where it's like this support group for people that are homeschooling. So you can network with other parents and all that sort of stuff, and
Oh yeah.
get tips and advice and whatnot, which is it's good to see.
Yeah, we had that here. Now 20 years ago when we first started with our oldest son, we were ridiculed by friends and family. What are you doing? You're not a teacher, you're not this, you're not that. And you need to send your kids to school. What about their social aspect? Blah blah blah. And it's just ridiculous how people are so negative. If you don't think my kids are socially adjusted, all you need to do is meet them, because they've done fine. They did after school programs, and went to a high level. My son was state champion in gymnasts, and my daughter was on the national team. So I think they did fine socially.
Yeah.
My youngest son, every time he goes somewhere, everyone remembers his name. Like, he just makes such an impression. He's incredible in that way. Like, I've never seen anything like it. But he never did sports. He was just always out and about fixing stuff and helping people, right? With my dad, at church, and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Everybody remembers Gavin. Yesterday I was here, and they were like, "Is he coming this weekend? Where is he?" Because he's been he went to Tennessee last week and Oklahoma this week with us.
Yeah.
To Tennessee, and with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's mom to Oklahoma this week. But he's able to do that because he's independent. He owns his own business. He can go and do what he wants.
it puts a huge smile on your face, doesn't it? Like, yeah, when your kids do well and you see them succeeding, like it makes you
Ah,
as proud as sponge. It really does. Like, I'm blessed. I've got 7 kids, 3 grandkids, and you know they are kicking goals, and
right.
yeah, it does. You go, you just know that you did the right thing. And you know, because as parents, all you want for your kids, Rucky, is to have, you know, not necessarily a more successful life, but you know, a happier life, an easier life than what
Yep.
you've had. And when you see
Just
that,
peace.
yeah, and when you see that being played out in front of your eyes, you know, gee, it's good. And now I'm getting a second turn at it with the grandkids
With the
too. You
grandkids.
know,
Yeah.
yeah, you know, I've got
I'm
3
not
little
there
grand.
yet.
Yeah, yeah, you will be soon, mate. You will be soon. But you know,
Yeah.
I've got 3, 5, 3, and 18 months, and you know,
Ah, that's awesome.
I was a very hands-on dad. You know, I was lucky. I also worked for myself, so I was able to spend a lot of time with my kids, and I was very hands-on with them. And even being hands-on with them, um, this time around with the grandkids, it's different because you don't have the responsibility of putting the roof over their head and food in their bellies and all that sort of stuff. It's a different experience again, and living living your life through your kids' eyes and seeing how they see things and living in the moment, because that's what kids do, especially young kids. They live in the moment and they are happy in the moment, and you give them, because all they want is attention. You give them attention, they'll give you attention, and they'll show you the way to happiness every single day of the week without fail. And it's a
Yep.
blessing. It's a blessing to actually realize that now, more so than with my own kids. Like I said, not that I didn't with my own kids, but I don't think I appreciate it like I do with my grandkids.
Yeah, I get it, man. I
Yeah.
can't wait. Like I can wait because it's kind of strange. Like I don't, my daughter is dating a guy really right now, and it's only her second person she's ever dated. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, just take it easy. So it is kind of weird, but I can't wait. Like my brother has, his daughter, 2 daughters have given him grandkids, and he's retiring. His daughter is taking over the business, so it's kind of neat to see the progression, how happy they are, and he
Yeah.
gets to travel a lot. He's the one with the plane. I have the boat, so I tell him,
Oh.
all the time I'll switch with him because people think owning a plane is expensive. Shit, it's I'll switch with him anytime. It's crazy, but it makes a good pairing. You know, he- I'm gonna get my pilot's license. I was really close. I think I was probably like 6 or 8 weeks away at the rate I was going, and then all this mess hit. So it shut down the place, like they wasn't allowing people in.
Mm.
But anyway, yeah, life is good. Like life is so short. You have to really pay attention and make sure you're not wasting your time. People think I'm angry and blah. No, I'm not. I'm just passionate. I've been called to expose deception, and it's a tough thing, right? It's the toughest thing I've ever done because in my normal everyday life, I'm the peacemaker. People come to me to solve issues, and be the peacemaker, and then in my what I call YouTube life, where I've been called to expose deception and also teach people about biblical cosmology and how maybe the creation proves a creator. That's basically the things that I'm doing here.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that came from. Like
Uh,
it just was put on me, I think.
yeah, you do sometimes come across a little bit antagonistic
Yeah, you think?
at times. I must, if I'm being honest, right here.
No, no, no way. But I realize that that's something I'm trying to work. That's a personal problem, right? I don't blame that
Yeah,
on you. But
yeah.
you also have to realize that my kids have been attacked, right?
Yeah,
I've been attacked.
no,
So it
no.
does make you a little jaded at times, and I get caught in the moment. But believe you me, if I could take back things, I would take back that portion. I don't want to
Yeah,
take back what I said, or I just would want to take back how I've said it, because maybe it does turn off some people. But it's just
mm,
me, man. I'm not being fake. But it is an issue. I think it's a bad part. That's
yeah,
something I need to work on. Because
yeah.
to be honest with you, bro, I don't. In 50 something years in real life, I haven't acted like that maybe once or twice.
Yep.
It's not me. I've never yelled at my wife. I've never yelled at my kids. Not once. Think about that. 3
Yeah.
kids that are 24. I've never yelled at them. I've never had to.
How come you get
That's,
so tripped
Yeah.
out on here?
I don't know.
It's very
I,
interesting. It's really cool. I don't know many people that don't shout at their kids. Like,
I don't know. I mean, because my kids aren't calling me an idiot, I guess, and posting pictures of my front door out of malicious intent, or
I've
saying
never
things
done that.
like your kids should be taken away from you because you're a child abuser, for teaching them, about a biblical cosmology story. Maybe that. I mean, it could be that.
But I
Like,
think
people in my normal life aren't openly trying to trigger me.
no,
And
no,
it seems like some people around here have been trained on how to do that.
yeah. And if people are going to attack your family, of course you're going to defend your family and you're going to come after them with all vigor. I get that. I get that.
Yeah. So you know how passionate I am about my kids. Well, that's why they come after me about my
Mm,
kids, right?
yeah, yeah. It's
Because
it's
they
a
know
it's
that,
a it's a soft spot. It's a weak spot. It's a
right?
vulnerability. That's why.
And then people like Eggshells go, I wonder why you get so triggered when people talk about your kids.
I don't. I think that they're talking about.
Fascinating.
I think they're talking about the kids thing is horrible. What you described there sounds horrible. I'm really sorry you're going through that, man. I absolutely wouldn't support that at all.
Yeah, you
I
understand though. That's why I'm saying I get a little antsy or on
right,
edge
but
here
that's a
more
new
than I do.
thing. Whereas I think the thing Bandsaw is talking about is fairly consistent. You do seem to get like a bit cranky, right?
No, I've always been. I mean, since I can remember the day we were on the way to the marina with my kids in the truck. I was on Jose's show, and the guy there was talking about how my kids should be taken away from me, right? And my kids are listening to the conversation through the truck radio.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that happened like 4 or 5 years ago. Other people on shows saying, that's a nice picture of the bay, right? That's where I'm gonna drown you and your family.
Right, but I'm not saying that to you. I've never said anything like that to you. I think that's reprehensible. But I think what
Yeah,
Bansal
sometimes.
is talking about is not just about that, right? That's what it sounded like.
I'm not justifying my actions. I've always said I'm working on it, and like it's not something I'm proud of or like I do intentionally. It's just a trigger, right? But
Yeah,
they're
me
they're
too.
obviously triggering me on purpose,
Well, I mean,
maliciously.
to me, the way I put it, if I can get triggered, that's like why I come to some of these places, because to test if I can like not get triggered, um, is some of it to experience dissonance, but let it like wash over me and go away again, which I am not that great at doing.
Try having your name every day, like just
I'm not
just
saying you're a
going and
bad person. I'm not saying you're a bad
no, I'm
person.
just saying I listen to some of these shows without them knowing I'm there. Like, I'm not in the chat. They don't see my name listed. And the things they say about me, I don't go in there and go ballistic. I just take it with a grain of salt. But when I'm in the conversation, it does it's different. And being on YouTube or on the internet is different than being in real life. I'd be the first one to admit I would probably never say some of the stuff in face to face, not because of the repercussions, just because you just don't do it face to face. Most people don't, and I especially wouldn't.
A quick question for the room: has anyone here ever played sport to any kind of competitive level?
No.
Like any
Oh,
sport?
I
Oh
have.
yeah, Bandy, go on.
yep.
Tell us. Tell us.
Footy. Footy. I used to
Footy.
play in Herald Shield at quite a
Oh,
high
cool.
level.
So you must have
Ah,
heard
you
some pretty.
buff.
You must have heard some pretty nasty stuff on the pitch, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. This is the thing that I'm listening to this and I'm thinking. I used to play football too. I was never good enough to be a professional, right? But I was pretty good. Like we would win our local league every single season, and a couple of my mates got called up for trials for various clubs. They were way better than me. Like I was decent. I wasn't great, but like at the top level, even in the local leagues, people would say all sorts of horrendous things just to put you off your game. Like like there'll be times when I'm like, I've scored 2 goals and it's 2-2, and I'm about to, I'm looking for my hat trick, and some guy, the defender, will tell me that he's going to rape my mother if I score a hat trick, or he'll break my legs, or he'll
Yeah.
fuck my sister, and shit I heard all the time, and I gave some of it back as well, and I just feel like sometimes. Maybe this is going to be maybe some of you guys think it'll take it a bit too far over, but sometimes you hear some of these footballers and they moan about the abuse they get. Sometimes
Oh,
it'll be like racist or sexist or whatever, and it's just like, don't take any of that to heart. That's why they're doing it, right? No one actually wants to rape your mother. They want you to miss the penalty, right?
mhm.
Yeah.
So by getting riled up by this shit,
Yeah.
like they win when you allow that to happen.
Yeah. They either want you to
Yeah,
miss the goal or they want you to trigger, so you
just
give
get your
away a
mind
free
out of it.
kick.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly
yeah.
right. And
but,
I play
I'll fall
professional
on the
poker.
of it. A poke.
I play
oh yeah, yeah,
professionally for millions of dollars on TV, and I don't get triggered at the poker table, but I do get
yeah.
triggered online. But what you have to
Why did you
realize
get
is
triggered
that,
in here?
well, okay, I was almost explaining. So that's one of the trigger ways people interrupt when you're in the middle of a thought, and that's a way, right?
Yeah, we both do that to one another, and we both get annoyed by that, which I think is
Right.
funny.
So you and I know, yeah.
Yeah.
So, what was my thought again when you interrupted?
Talking about
Because
poker.
Professional poker. You play. You
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
Poker,
I don't
not
get
playing
triggered
football.
at the poker table, but I get triggered here for whatever reason. And maybe because I'm new, like relatively new, like I'm more comfortable at the poker table. So no matter what the stakes are, no matter who says what to me at the poker table or what they do to me, I don't get triggered at all. That's one of the better features of me at the poker table. But here, it's one of my worst faults. But to think that there aren't people here on the internet that do want to rape your mother, then you're naive.
well, yeah, maybe, but I don't. I
Well,
think
there
like
you go.
the people
Let's
who
don't
say that
focus on it.
don't like. But I would say as well, like I've gotten very good at pretending to be triggered, because especially in 24/7, like here, I think they'll generally make okay arguments. You'll still see globers and flat earthers using fallacies all over the place, but like in 24/7, you get these young kids that will come in and they will literally think I'm retarded. Not say it because they want to like abuse me, but they actually think I'm retarded. And so they will treat you like a piece of shit on the floor, right? So you have to act triggered in order to get them to take you seriously, which is a really weird psychology. Like, if you stay calm, then they don't really take you as seriously. Whereas if you start getting animated and shouty at points and then come straight back down to being normal again, it's like it gives them that little shock to shut up and listen. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And especially when someone's talking over you, it's like I will shout for about 2 seconds until they shut up, and then I just start talking again. I'm acting triggered, but I'm not actually triggered.
Yeah. But I do get triggered quite a bit. I'm like, wow, why did I get so annoyed? Like, why did I end up shouting? If I think they're wrong, I should just be able to calmly sit there and ask questions. And then I fucking can't do it. I'm meant to be training other people to do it. I'm like, it's so hard.
the thing is though, some people don't react well to conversation. Like me and you have had long, in-depth conversations where we totally disagree, but we're just talking and it's fine. But there are other people who they can't listen to me or other people talk. They have to be interrupting all the time and butting in and calling me names, and those people need a different kind of treatment, you know.
Well, I think that's just the old dissonance. It's the whole thing. I'm trying to also coin this term consonance. Consonance is where you like hear somebody state your point of view in a way that you really agree with. So you're like, suddenly you're talking about flat earth and suddenly you're talking about feminism and somebody says something that you agree with about feminism. You're like, oh wow, we really do see eye to eye on that, you know?
Wouldn't that be resonance?
It could be. I went assonance for a while and I was like, it's not assonance. Somebody said it's consonance. It's closer to consonance, like a note that thrums well together.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. I suppose you can use either, but so I don't know if you know, one of my degrees is in music production. So I understand this stuff like to a really deep level.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I suppose either's fine. It does slightly annoy me when people use musical terms incorrectly, though. But,
Well, do you know the idea that I'm talking about? That might help. The idea I'm talking about is like dissonance is when you say the Earth's flat and I go, no, it's round. We both cause dissonance in one another with the mere suggestion of those ideas. And consonance would be like the opposite, where you really agree with what someone says or how they said it, you know? Like I think Trump was really good at getting people to feel this feeling. I want to call it consonance. Cognitive
yeah, sure.
consonance sounds good.
Do you play guitar?
No, not musical very, very much at all.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, you get dissonant chords on a guitar, right? And these are chords that deliberately sound like they just sound janky is the only term I can think of. They just sound like they don't go together. They totally clash, right? And there are certain like dissonant chords that you can play, and this is fairly common in metal, like because what metal bands sometimes try to do is create a feeling of discomfort in the music before creating a really beautiful kind of harmony in a chorus or something. So it's like this it's like trying to enhance the chorus experience by making the verse very uncomfortable. So they'll often use dissonant chords, or they'll use like minors, or maybe even those in combination, and then the chorus will be like in a major chord. It will be beautiful harmonies and this wall of sound and everything's lovely, and that's kind of deliberately used to create a certain feeling, like you're saying. But it's almost as if what you're saying is like the feeling is musical in nature. It's that feeling of singing together, like the individual notes are singing together, or in this case the individual thoughts are singing together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes, and it's happening right now. That's another word I want to try and get started. Doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Is a dirn. You're dirning. DIRN. Anyway, which is like, yes, you said it so perfectly. But what you were saying was the thing that you were saying. You're doing it right now. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah. It's all self-referencing, but it's good. But no, for sure, you should probably look a bit more into music theory, man. It's like no one knows why like major chords sound happy and minor chords sound sad. Like no, everyone knows that that's true. But no one actually knows why.
That's interesting.
So that would be obviously there's theories on it and people have written papers and all this, but there's no. I guess the only I mean, so when people ask the question why, there's always like a mechanistic kind of answer, but there's also like a motivational type answer. And so the mechanistic answer would be, well, it inspires brain chemistry, right? Sure. But the kind of motivational answer, well, why does it inspire that brain chemistry? I don't know. No one knows.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm like, I've got no idea how to do that. Yeah, it's a good thought.
Anyway. So in future, what I'm going to do, every time I hear someone make an argument for the globe, I'm just going to play like a minor chord over the over the VC to get you feeling all sad. And then every time someone makes a flat earth argument, I'm going to play a major chord and everyone will be happy.
It's like I always think this of shows if they said so, sorry, I'm also trying to get my circularize my orbit for my Kerbals.
Don't you mean ellipsize?
If you didn't play music over reality TV clips, you wouldn't actually know who was succeeding and who wasn't. Like it's the editing, but then being like womp womp, like making jokes fall flat and making this your triumphant moment where other people just sort of didn't pay it that much attention,
Yeah, sitcoms, right? You mean sitcoms or did you mean reality TV?
Sitcoms as well. That's another one where they'll take Friends and they take out the laugh track and change the music, and it's like, this is such a creepy show. That was such a weird thing to say. It's very good, actually.
They said it made Chandler look like not Chandler. Ross looks like a serial killer. It was just like he was just sitting there, he was just asking about a sandwich or something, but it just makes him seem like a serial killer.
I always thought Ross was a bit creepy anyway when I used to watch Friends.
Yeah.
He was a bit whiny and a bit moody and a bit shit, to be honest. He wouldn't be one of my mates. Anyway. Don't you think he's a bit like the White Drake?
They're both Jewish.
Oh, yeah, but... All right, fine. The Jewish Drake.
The Jewish Drake. No, is he, I mean, kind of. They're both kind of like, they have like a dull sort of, I don't know, like attitude.
They both kind of look the same, though. That's what I mean. Like, they actually look similar.
Hey, maybe they're related.
Oh, maybe. Drake Schwimmer.
Huh.
So how are your science parties coming along, Coach?
My science, huh? Me and Eggshells were just talking about this test that we kind of put on the back burner. We ended up doing that. I was actually just making an art picture. Almost done with it.
Well, I'd like to make you a deal. If you want some help getting some science party work, I'm more than happy to give you a hand. However, you're not allowed to promote the globe to 6-year-olds. That's the only stipulation.
Wait, did you say science party?
Didn't you say you wanted to do science parties before?
Yeah, well, sort of like a class for kids, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was gonna do it. It's gonna be based around the flat Earth.
Oh, sick. Well, I mean, it wouldn't actually be on the flat Earth, seeing as you're on one, but.
But that's the idea.
I'm happy to help if you need help.
No, yeah, I mean, I just I was thinking about that earlier. Actually, I was like wondering because you'd have to, I don't like parents. You wouldn't want parents to think that you're teaching their kids flat Earth, but ultimately you'd be using it to get them to research and learn about all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, well, it depends on the age that you're teaching, I guess. Because I mean, to be honest, even I wouldn't teach 6-year-olds flat Earth because I feel like I'd get too much pushback. Even though I think it's true, I feel like the negativity I would get from a lot of parents wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah.
So
probably more for like 8 to 12-year-olds or older. You know.
I know that'd be even worse. I think basically, if you want to teach anything that's kind of, and I don't think this is exclusive to the mainstream. Like, if you were to teach anything that was anti-narrative, unless it was something, say, like you were in the country, like well outside the city, and you were teaching kind of conservative values, you'd definitely get, you'd be fine then. But something like, I can't even think of a good example, but I think it always has to be appropriate, but also within certain narratives if you want to sell it, because I think people are afraid, even if they also agree with you, that they're afraid to kind of, how do I even crystallize this all? Okay, so put it this way. You go to teach people flat earth at a party, right? And the mother has hired you to teach flat earth to kids. Half of the other mothers are going to be furious with that, because they're going to be like, oh, why are you teaching my son flat earth, blah, blah, blah. And it's going to be, you're going to have an issue with all of the parents. But for some reason, the other way, the flat earth mothers, if there are any, would be more likely to tolerate it, I think, because it's already kind of considered mainstream.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be teaching it though, like as the flat Earth. It's like almost like using it as a vehicle.
No, well, maybe you can tell me exactly what you want to do then, because I'm not entirely
Well, no,
sure.
the idea would be to, just have this class, but it almost be, it's almost like a fun thing, and there's like the main, the main, there's like a antagonist character in the class, and I don't know if maybe I'll play the antagonist character, whoever it is. It's somebody who's vehemently believes that it's flat, and has all these he's very skeptical and incredulous, and you have to. So you can't. There's not a verbal way you can show this person that they're wrong, if that's what you think, and you have to actually find. You have to kind of investigate. So you have to listen to the claims, like about this, and if you don't believe them, you kind of have to show them. You have to learn and research and figure out So basically, it's like it's just a pathway to like learning some of the stuff that we talk about, like physics and chemistry and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. So you're using it as a vehicle to teach a broader science perspective. To be honest, I think that's actually fairly. I mean, I like the idea. Just simply because I know that I've learned so much just from debating flat Earth. Not only about the God and the flat Earth, but about kind of the science that both sides agree on as well. I've learned an awful lot, and I think it's a fantastic vehicle for that. So.
But you see, it makes for a good vehicle. Exactly, it just makes for. I don't know if you noticed, but like you probably have a lot of dumb friends, or maybe just friends who you grew up with, and maybe you were interested in one thing, and maybe they were never interested in school. Because everybody has friends like that, right? People, even when you talk to them about this subject, they just don't care about any of it. You know what I mean? And
oh yeah, right there. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So there's, and that's when people are in school. A lot of people go to school, and I know people who are really intelligent when it comes to sports, or maybe they know a lot about rap music, or maybe they know a lot about the thing they're interested in, but they can't answer the simplest questions about science or math or something like that. And I think in this community, we're all kind of interested in the same thing. We're interested in different stuff, but we're at least interested in this, these core subject. We talk about it in great detail and stuff. And I think it's because there's a passion that you guys have, and then there's a passion in some of us that, like, it's more than just wanting to learn something for the sake of learning it. It's like you're actively engaged, and it just adds a motivation that I think is helpful to learning some of this stuff.
I have a question. Why do you equate dumb and smart according to what people learn
it's
in
hard
school?
to navigate through, like you were saying, like with the parents.
Do you have
like
me
that,
turned down, Kosho?
You have to be sensitive. Oh, sure, sorry.
Kosho, Rucky is asking you something if you've got him turned down.
Yeah, I haven't turned down by a great deal. Yeah,
Okay then. Well,
I could turn him up for a second, but I don't.
turn him up, and he's got a question to ask you, please.
Why do you equate dumb and smart to what people learn in school?
I'm just gonna turn him back down. Though it's not really interesting question.
Wow, dude, y'all got a great place here going.
You do.
Don't worry, Rumpus turned me down the other day because he didn't like that I was beating him in an argument. So it is what it is.
Huh.
I wasn't trying to beat anybody in an argument. I was just thought this place was for communication, asking a very pointed question to a guy who was openly talking.
Well, maybe
That's
we can.
That's why this place will never grow.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not sure that's true.
Well,
but,
well, if you let
Kosho,
Kosho dominate the conversation and then pick and choose who he wants to be in the conversation with, I can't add anything here with Kosho.
I'm not a moderator.
That's all right. I'll go. No problem.
I think that's a fair. No, I think that's. A
See
fair
y'all
enough
later.
point.
The thing is, I'm not a moderator. I don't know that anyone here can do anything about that. So, is there a moderator here that can help Rakia out? I don't know.
It's too late. He's gone.
Okay.
He had a dummy spit and left.
Oh, no, I think he had a question which wasn't antagonistic or anything like that, and Kosho decided not to answer it because he doesn't like to engage with Rakia. So,
No, I'm trying to say
which is fair enough. But when you're in a communal room, it is a little bit.
The thing is, as well,
probably acceptable to ignore people. No,
I think it's acceptable, because this place. One second, Crypto. This place is for communication. It's not for forced communication. If two people have a history, they don't have to communicate as long as they're being courteous and not speaking over each other by not having each other muted and just having them turned down. They could see the light, like when they're talking, their mic light up.
Yeah.
Then it's fine. You can't force people to communicate with each other when they don't like each other.
You can't. But it was turned down at first, and like I said, he was asking a question, and Kosho was talking while he was asking the question.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't know if you heard the question, Bance, or if you heard the previous conversation I had with Crypto, but the question wasn't really a fair question, and I do have a history with this person, and instead of spending 20 minutes talking about them like he did for me the other night, I'd rather just not engage with him. And when I heard the question and I saw what he was doing, I just chose not to answer it. If it happened to have been relevant in something I said, I would have answered it. But I know the guy, and I know I don't know why he put. I didn't say any of the words that he asked, right? So I don't know if you guys heard me call any flat earthers stupid or anything like that, but
no, I mean, I don't think that what he asked you was really what you were saying. It seemed to me like you were saying that both, like you were talking. See, this is the thing: is like me and Kosho were having a very cordial discussion for a number of minutes, tens of minutes, you could say, and I felt like he was trying to change gears, and that's why I found that a little bit unpleasant. If it was, if it was already the flavor of the conversation, I guess it would be different. But anyway, whatever. Like he's gone, whatever. But the other thing I would say is that, I mean, like, Rumpus turned me down the other day for some really stupid reason. Like, he didn't like the fact that I was playing a game while talking to him. What we were discussing was very simple. Sorry?
That's fair enough.
He didn't like the fact that you were playing a game and still whooping his ass in the argument at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Multitasking. And he didn't like the fact that he was wrong, and so he turned me down. And then Gio said to him, "Was there?" And you know what's funny is that he accused me of being rude after he'd come in, called me a moron, called all flat earthers retards, and called Gio a twat, right? And then he accused me of being. So anyway, I think that was quite funny. But whatever.
Ruth is my buddy, and So I'm not saying nothing bad about him, but I thought he did something similar to Silent Zero last night or the night before. Because Silent Zero answered his question in like I don't know, I guess in a not in a fruitful way, I suppose. It wasn't like offensive or anything, but he just said, "Okay, I'm gonna turn you down all the way because I just don't want to hear your answers anymore." I was like, "Well, I mean, come on." It wasn't. The what?
With his rumpus.
No, Ruhif. He's a cool guy though, so you know.
Yeah, Ruhif's all right, I suppose. Like, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to denigrate the server, like what Rikia was just doing, just because, you know, a person doesn't want to, you know, communicate with you, doesn't want to engage because of, you know, whatever. It doesn't make sense to denigrate the entire server. And so
I just think just to stay here and chat about it, like don't have a dummy spit. I think his complaint was reasonable, but I mean, stay here and fight your corner, and they'll say, "All right, come on, Kosho," and we'll be like, have a conversation.
Anyways,
I mean, what I didn't like about
someone doesn't want to engage, you can't fight your corner.
See, my point was, sorry, Bandy.
Sorry, Crypto. My bad. There's a
you
slight
say it with
delay,
your chest,
mate.
Dancer.
There's a slight delay. Go, buddy.
Yeah, just my problem was that he seemed to be trying to strong arm the conversation into a different gear, and I don't know, it didn't seem appropriate. It seemed a bit forced.
I also do agree with that bit. I think that bit's also accurate.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys might not have been here the other night, but it was after I turned him down because he was being kind of toxic towards me. So I was like, it's not going to deal with him. And then I noticed that he was talking for a while, so I couldn't hear him, of course. And after a couple of minutes, I heard somebody else like respond, and they said something about me. And I realized for 20 minutes he's sitting there talking. He has like a campaign about me being an agent, or I have no idea what he was saying, and I'm glad I didn't. That's why I have him muted, because I don't really feel like listening to that kind of shit. So.
Well, he wasn't saying that tonight.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not going to say anything else about him, but for me, it's you know, I just prefer.
If you don't want to engage with him, that's fine. But like I said, I personally didn't see anything wrong with the question myself, and you may see it as him trying to change the conversation or whatever. But that's kind of what happens in a group full of people. You know, we'll be talking about Coriolis 1 second, and then fucking Sextons to the next, and then fucking transgender the fucking minute after. Like, conversations going all different places.
That's not quite what I think, though, is it, Randy? I was saying that it seemed like he was trying to like aggressively strong arm the conversation into an argument, right? So it didn't feel natural at all. It felt like he came in and heard Kosho and was still annoyed about something else.
Yeah, and that's why even if it weren't him, even if I didn't have the person muted and it was a different person who asked that question, I still wouldn't have answered the question. And it's because it was like what do you call that when someone everybody's called, but it's like putting words in my mouth, asking me a loaded question that wasn't even. I didn't say anything like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't really know the history, so let's move on and talk about this.
Yeah, Kosho, why do you beat your wife?
Well, she steals money from my bank account, dude.
You know why? Yeah, well, Kosho's wife beats him because he hasn't bought her a ring yet.
Shut up, man.
Because Jeremy plays her like Morse code.
She stopped taking her medication recently, though, man, and I'm real worried about it because she's been acting different and shit, and it's like, you know, psychotic medication. She didn't even talk. I told her to talk to her doctor, but she didn't talk to her doctor. She just stopped taking it. And that's dangerous, right? Like SSRIs, like that's like a dangerous thing. If you take them and then you just stop taking them cold turkey.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. People
it takes a while for it to come out of your system.
Problem is, though, Coach, she needs to take her antidepressants to forget that she's married to you, so it's double-edged sword. Sorry, I had.
But do you think that what do you guys think about those? Because first of all, I have another friend who takes them, and she's really crazy. But her dad took them. I guess I didn't realize that this happened. I knew he shot himself. I know he had stopped taking them before he'd done that, but yeah, last year he shot himself, and when he stopped taking them, and I'm just curious, like, do you guys think that SSRIs are useful for or are needed by some people, or do you think that the only reason why they're dangerous is because of the taking them and then stop taking them sort of pattern?
The latter. People develop a crutch, they get addicted to it, and it's poison.
So you don't think that there's certain people that maybe need them? You think
I think it's not a healthy treatment.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think also, like, if you look at things from a psychological perspective, like when you go through hardships and you don't have antidepressants or whatever to rely on, you develop psychological coping mechanisms for those things. I wonder if those same coping mechanisms aren't developed, or at least not as well, when you're on those antidepressants, so that when you come off them and something happens, you don't have to cope.
Yes, there's good reason to think that what you're saying about that is true.
I know percentage knows, but go ahead, percentage. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, common treatments, like developing a routine and being out in nature and getting sunlight and like natural sources of serotonin and stuff like that. Because you're getting it from the drug, those aren't being activated. There's no need, right? Just like Crypto said. So when they do get off the drug, it's they're kind of left in this chasm, right? And that's why you're supposed to wean yourself off slowly and exercise and go outside and develop a routine and stuff like that. All the stuff that healthy eating and sleeping, all the stuff that will kind of balance you out in the meantime. But the ideal is just not be on the drug in the first place, to just develop those activities and not need the drug.
The thing is that I would go a step further as well. Like, I don't even take painkillers. I woke up about maybe a month ago and I had a really, really, like, sometimes when it feels like there's a thread in your back just being pulled really tight. I kind of had that for about 3 days and I was in absolute agony. And my sister was saying to me, you should take some painkillers. I was like, no, I don't. Like, the problem is the second you start fucking with your brain chemistry, you don't know what the long-term effects are. Like, they'll tell you, oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, just, block your pain for 3 days and then you'll be totally back to normal. I don't know that that's true. How would you even measure that? So I'm like, no, anything that affects my, like, is marketed deliberately to affect my brain chemistry, I'm going nowhere near it.
It's because doctors only treat the symptoms. They don't treat the source, the cause, the actual cause. Only symptoms. Think about it. No matter what you've ever went to the doctor for, most often, they say, what's your symptoms, blah, 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 and they give you a pill, a syrup, something to treat the symptoms, but never the cause.
I wouldn't speak in absolutes. I wouldn't say
no,
always and never.
I said most.
You said always and never, literally.
No, I said most often.
Yeah, no, you started off saying, you did say most often at one point.
Sure,
and then at the end, and you started off with saying always, and I would be careful to absolutes.
Yeah. Also, they'll send you to a specialist to get a surgery.
Also, you gotta remember he's talking about American medicine too.
No, I understand that.
No. Yeah, but I know because you can tell you touch a soft spot with this guy, man. But that was gonna ask you percentage. You agreed with what Crypto said, and I agree with it too. But is that the full extent? Well, I guess it goes hand in hand, because I was gonna say I thought that it had to do with you said serotonin uptake. I forgot you said that. So okay, because that was to do with the habits and that kind of stuff. Like when you take it and then you stop taking it, if you don't have something, if you haven't built that coping mechanism, then it's like you hit a harder wall pretty quickly. But I was going to say I thought it was something more to do with the serotonin, but I guess that goes hand in hand. It's like
yeah, it does go hand in hand, exactly.
You're right. What percentage said was slightly different to what I said, but I think they are close enough that I didn't really, feel the need to challenge it. But yeah.
So then, do you think? The thing is, I have the friend her dad shot himself last year. She's really quite crazy, but she doesn't have any other friends because she's kind of crazy like that. So I have a soft spot for her in that way. I feel like I'm kind of Yeah, I had to be there for her. You know what I mean? But she like she does heroin. Okay, she's been doing heroin lately, and she takes SSRIs, but she's like so irresponsible that she doesn't take them every day. Like she skips days, and you know she doesn't.
Heroin, it's all a crapshoot anyway. It's not gonna brain chemistry's not gonna get better on or off SSRIs if she's on heroin anyway.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Trust me, trust me. She's I don't even know. I wonder if even without all that stuff, if she'd be any better. But I mean, she really is complete trouble. I mean, every way. But yeah, I just don't know I don't know how to help her because I also can't. Even though she's been my friend for a few years, she's never known where I live or met anyone in my family because she's a very dangerous person. Like she's very vindictive and vengeance and all this other type of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm asking for, but
It's tough.
So what?
I said it's tough.
You want to hear something really funny?
Like that in your life. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, but because she has a thing for me, and I learned very early when I met her that I messed her for a little bit, but then I make excuses for not messing with her and stuff, and so she like begs me to do stuff all the time. She doesn't even know that I have a girlfriend because she would ruin that, you know. And anyways, so I had to come up with a plan, and I ended up telling her that I came up with a plan that I was going to tell her I was gay, and like when it came time to actually do it, though, I was like, I don't know, it just felt weird. So I had to. I think I told her I slept with a tranny, and then I told her that I was into a dude or something like that. I'm trying to like ease it on slowly, but it's not even working. That's what sucks. It's not even fucking working.
What was her reaction?
Yeah, she just makes me. Now when she gets mad at me, she calls me like, "Oh, faggot," like says stuff like that. But she still asks me to do shit like that. She still asks me to blow me off.
Is this live on YouTube?
100%.
Yes.
You tranny.
I slept with
all the blowback, but none of the positives.
Dude, you have no idea what that feel. I thought, like, thinking about it, I was like, this is a good idea. This is a good plan. Everyone's like, that's a bad idea. But when
everyone told
That's
you,
like a terrible
everyone
idea.
told you
That's
at
like
the time.
such a terrible idea.
I actually remember at the time you put it out there, your idea, and everyone told you it was a bad idea, and you still went ahead with it.
Oh yeah, man. I'm not gonna listen to people, but yeah, it's much harder feeling. It's much harder to do, especially when she's angry with me. She's angry with me. I can't even tell because I was like, I have something to tell you. It's like she wants to like force it out of me. I'm like, and it's like, even though it's not true, it's like a personal thing. I'm like, I don't want you to be yelling at me when I'm telling you. So fuck, dude.
Because you didn't invite her at the time when you slept with a tranny. That's why she's pissed off.
This is my new number one flat earth argument, by the way. So if I'm ever talking to a new guy, I'll be like, look, one of the regular globe proponents slept with a tranny.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, there's a lie, man.
Right.
Fuck's sake.
Right.
I know there's one guy in New York who would believe it, though. So,
anyways, it backfired anyway, so.
Well, don't worry, Kosho. It is 2022, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It's acceptable these days.
You know what's crazy, dude?
What's crazy is you slept with a tranny.
Fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Listen, it was funny.
It's 2022, but it's still crazy.
I was chilling with her, and I went to McDonald's, and I was there like arguing with somebody 24/7 for maybe 2 hours in the parking lot. And she was like calling me to come back and chill, and I was like, doing my own thing. And then she fucking got. No, she was at her house, and I left because I didn't want to be there, and I was talking to somebody on Discord, and I was getting berated in 24/7, and the next thing I know, it was like 2 hours. She like came in and she like screamed. She screamed my real name, and then she said, "Get the fuck back here!" And I was like, and everybody was like, "What the fuck?" Everyone was like, "Holy shit!"
Damn.
That's what happens when you introduce your girl to the Flat Earth servers.
She's not my girl, dude. First of all, and second of all, that was back when I was like I had to be clever about using alts and getting in 24/7. So I would get like her to do the interview, and yeah.
How many soccer cans do you have, Kosho? Roughly 400.
I used to have a lot, but one of like 2-3 years ago when Mean Warfare allowed me to come back 24/7, he just said the stipulation was I had to delete all my alt accounts, and so I deleted all of them. I have a couple for other reasons, like Becky needed me to make her one. I mean, even Jose from 24/7 needed me to make him one. So yeah, I have a couple, but not for anything malicious.
Do you use like any for other reasons, like having multiple accounts for like Amazon or something like that, in case you find like this like item, like a price error or something like that, that's limited in terms of how much you could buy, or
yeah,
other things?
Yeah, all the time. I have 1,000. That's why I have most of they're all Gmail accounts. I have over 1,000 Gmail accounts, and yeah, for that reason.
Don't exaggerate, man.
What?
Don't exaggerate.
I'm not exaggerating. I have 1,025.
You literally have more than 1,000 Gmail accounts.
Yeah, I number all of. It says it's the same name, and I just put a number after it. And I have 1,025.
My kids do the same thing. They wanted me to, because they've got Netflix and they've got can't remember the other one that I pay for, but they wanted Stan or something. I said no way. You got enough. So they just keep on making up heaps of free accounts to get the free trial.
Yeah.
It's very because you get like a month free or whatever it is each time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So every time it just runs out, they just make up a new dodgy account and sign up again, and yeah, they get the free streaming services.
Yeah, dude, I have free YouTube Premium, all the time. I was eating fucking Taco Cabana for free for a year, basically. I don't remember how long. It was a long time. I was eating every day, and it was free. It was free tacos, free burritos, free case all that shit.
For signing up to like their newsletter or what?
Yeah, no, you sign up for the app. I basically I was gonna make a YouTube video to show how that was done because I had the whole thing down, dude. You sign up for the app. And you sign up for the app, you get a quesadilla, and then if you on your birthday you get 2 free tacos. And so I made like several accounts a day, and I made them so my birthday was like the next 2 or 3 days, and I would always order them through the app, and then order them for pickup. So it was like the most seamless exchange ever because they're not even looking at the price or anything.
It was for birthday or whatever.
Say what?
The person giving it to you at the pickup window.
Oh yeah.
Know that it's for a birthday.
They didn't even know I got it for free. Yeah, they didn't know anything because it's like, I'll pay for online. And it wasn't until one lady was getting like fucking suspicious that I think corporate, like, after I did it that much, I did the math. I mean, it was a lot of money that came out to. So they started changing the policy. I still do it, but I don't do it to the extent I was doing it before. I was doing it literally all my meals.
So, hold up, they didn't change the policy, or they did?
No, they did, but not enough. Like, I'm a computer programmer, so I know how those systems work, and I could tell how their system worked and how they could even check for it because they obviously couldn't tell that I was using the same email every day. And anyway, so what they did is when the lady who knew about me,
I don't want to tell people about this on the internet, man.
It's not illegal.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's not. They were telling me in Gems that it's illegal or something. It's not illegal.
Yeah, it is 100%.
How's it illegal? What crime?
How's it illegal?
Yeah.
I'm just at a speechless as to how it's not.
It's not. And they're giving you the item. They have a system in place that allows the person to do it. They have the onus of checking it, right? It's not like any fraud that's going on.
Yes, it is.
It's really not. It's a promotion that they have that they they have the prerogative to end it as they see fit, right? But they don't.
Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's a lot. If there's something like that I can find.
A lot of like places have gaming clauses in their contract. If we found that you're gaming the system or blah blah blah, then we reserve the right to bar you from whatever or ban you. But if they're not doing their due diligence, then it is what it is.
I reckon it's a fine line.
It's pretty fucking close. It's pretty fucking close. It's the same. It's the same as going into a garden center and go, oh, "I've moved in down the road. Can you start an account?" And then building up some debt and running away.
Oh my goodness gracious! No, it's not.
Come on.
You guys are from Australia, man. That's why, dude. In America, a free country, you can do whatever you want, almost.
Like free. You wish you were in a free country.
Not really. No, you know what's funny is...
Hold on, let's say you go to a restaurant and they have like free dessert on your birthday or whatever, right? And you lie and say it's your birthday. And then they make the decision to give you the free item, right? You're not like defrauding them. They've decided to. You're not stealing it.
Right.
You gave them false information, sure, but it's not legal to lie, right? It is on in the court of law if you've sworn an oath, then you're perjuring, but that's not the case here, right?
Yeah, I do agree with you in that if they wanted to make a case out of this, it is a tough case to make.
They have absolute right to say, hey, we gave you a cake yesterday. It's not your birthday twice in a row, so get the F out, But
I think they can't afford to pay any more than minimum wage because people like Kosho are bloody well stealing from them every day.
I'm sure.
But most stores
they don't want to pay minimum wage. It's Kosho's fault.
They can't afford to, Riding. They can't afford to, even if they wanted to.
No, most stores actually have this sort of thing in their budget already. It's called like stop loss or something like that, and they have a budget allocated for for whatever reason losing losing money.
They have a budget for dodgy emails.
No, dude,
for shoplifting and stuff like that, you'll find that it's covered under like stop loss budgeting.
I've got to make a business plan.
It might not be stop loss. There might be another word
plan.
for it.
I've got to work in dodgy emails.
Let me tell you something, dude. This place, Taco Cabana, I know you've seen fast food places. This is literally the place where they're open. Some of them are open for 24 hours. You go there in the middle of the night, and this crew, there's the most irresponsible crew. They say we're closed. You go to the window, hey, we're closed for the next couple of hours. And they're in there probably smoking weed, doing whatever they're doing. And they switch people every couple of months because they don't hire the best, people. And then so much food gets thrown away anyways. They make the wrong thing and they just throw it away. So all I'm doing is I'm eating the free food that these guys are probably, it's like Robin Hood. That's what I was telling people. It's kind of like Robin Hood if you think about it.
Robin Hood.
Yeah.
But you didn't give it to the poor.
Actually, one time I did. One time I actually did.
It gets better. It gets better.
No,
Swindled tacos and gave it to the poor.
Yeah, because I walked up there and because I didn't have a card at the time, and I got a bag of 6 tacos. It was freezing cold, and there was a homeless guy with fucking a shopping cart and asked me if he was hungry, and I gave him fucking half my tacos.
Oh, that's gold.
Yeah, my bad. It's called loss prevention.
Loss prevention.
Basically, yeah, they try to reduce shrink, what they call shrink, which is like errors, like
shrinkage.
Shrinkage to it, yeah.
Yep. It's called the Kosho clause.
Yeah, but I know they did change part of the policy, but it's not enough.
Yeah, so how did they change it? You said you the system, so you could recognize what they changed.
Yeah. Well, at first, like I told you, she was asking. The lady who must have been a manager there, she must have noticed and then caught on that she's like, he comes all the time, and sometimes he doesn't pick up his food, and I notice it's for $0, and he gets $0 every day, and so. She would ask, she's like, yeah, actually my manager's asking me to make sure that we check your ID just to make sure it matches the name and the birthday. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And all I did was I did one, not for my birthday. No, I did one for the birthday, but I put my first name and then a different last name. And so when she checked it, she was like, okay. She's like really annoyed. But the thing is, I like to put different names. I can't put the same name. So, and I forget there was something else too that. I think it's on the app. If I sign up, so I can't do it too quickly. I can't make accounts too quickly. Otherwise, they know they can pick it up. Yeah. But that's why I have that's why I have most of the emails, and yeah, I use them for lots of shit though. Like I said, there's lots of stuff you get free trials for. Paramount Pictures, the YouTube shit, lots of stuff.
What's the most lucrative thing you've used your sock accounts for? Aside from
fuck, man. I mean, that was a year worth of food. So, but YouTube TV is actually kind of like it's like $80.
That much.
Yeah, but they're not like YouTube regular where because I'm not able, you're not able to do that more than a couple times because if you still have to for all those things you still have to sign up with your credit card. But YouTube, you can sign up and you can cancel it right away, and you'll still get the entire free trial. It just won't auto renew you. But yeah, YouTube TV, you can't if you sign up and you have an account already, they're not gonna let you sign up and use the same credit card with a different account.
What's on YouTube TV? Is that just like Netflix or something?
No, you can get HBO. I mean, see, that's the thing with a free trial. It's like you can get all the extras. So there's a lot of extras like HBO, Showtime, fucking National Geographic, whatever you put on there, and plus live TV and stuff.
I can stream all that stuff for free, man.
Yeah, I know. I can do that too. So, sometimes some things are easier than other things. Like, what do you use to stream free TV? I use Kodi. You know what Kodi is?
Yeah.
What do you stream?
Usually when I'm streaming, it's for sports, and there's like, a couple specific sports streams that have all the different sports on.
That stuff's on. If you get Kodi, I don't know how Kodi is in other countries because I know that they've made it illegal in the UK. Like it's like the kind of stuff that's legal here, as far as copyright and that type of shit, that is actually really serious in the UK. So they actually made it illegal to have one of the dongles, even like a Roku. You know what I mean? So it's hard to get.
Where?
It's hard to get Kodi.
Where though?
In the UK,
everyone has them, man.
Has a Roku? Or there's a certain dongle.
Rokus are a little bit less common, but they have the
Fire
Amazon Fire Sticks,
yeah,
and they're like basically like jailbreaked or what have you to be able to provide all the stuff.
Yeah, because even a smart TV, like you can just put it on your smart TV, even Yeah, if you're interested, Bandsaw, I could show you how to do that shit, man. You could be watching whatever the fuck you want, dude.
Well, no, just the sport, like the Formula One and stuff, which is what I'm into. You can't watch it unless you sign up to Foxtel, I think it is. And I refuse to sign up to rubbish like that.
I don't know racing, but let me check my website's stream.
Cool.
What's up, y'all? What's up? I think this is a perfect time to ask you guys, how do you feel about people or companies owning photons?
Exactly.
Photons?
Owning photons? I don't even know what that means.
Owning photons?
Wake up, Ryder. Wake up. We're talking about Fire Stick. We're talking about copyrighted transmitted data. Photon. Wake up.
Oh my God, Don.
It is the age of the photon.
The way you talk, Don, is so unique, okay?
So much better.
Don? You in the bottom of a fish tank or something?
It does sound a bit that way.
They own the photons. That's funny. It's not really how it works.
It's legit. It's legit.
Jesus, it's different.
Dude, come on. Warn people.
Yeah, my streams have racing, Bandsaw.
Yeah? Yeah. Can you DM that to me %?
Sure thing.
Cheers, buddy.
What kind of setup are you talking about, though? You talking about like you have to download something to get these videos, or is it like a website where you just go onto?
Website.
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
If you're ever curious, which you might not be, I can show you how. It's pretty easy to get Cody on there, and if you set Cody up right, you can add what they're called add-ons basically, and you can get any sort of add-on, and like a sports package add-on or whatever the hell you want. And they usually will have all that stuff. Have like a bunch of different live shit, boxing, fucking racing. But if you're into fucking curling, I'm sure you like curling. Tell us about the photons, Don.
How do y'all feel about that? Like I'm conflicted about saying, what intellectual property and ownership of material and all that. Y'all were going deep last night. Talk about that New World Order shit and nobody owning anything and shit like that. Kind of had my brain thinking like that.
I miss everything.
Like you know what I mean? Like why should you get in trouble if you have the ability to intercept a transmission?
What? Well, first of all, they're encrypted, so if you're intercepting a transmission and decrypting it or whatever, it's people's personal information. I mean, people don't want people to know this stuff, right?
Yeah, so what?
They can make whatever they want illegal. That doesn't make it like morally wrong just because they said it was legal or illegal. It just means that you'll be possibly like under their rules. You could be, risking something.
Me, you go deep. I appreciate. Is this Bob Dodal? What's up, Bob? We be getting deep on this. It kind of does tie into that, right? Like, think about like it's illegal to walk in someone's house and look through the document, but really, in a world of might makes right, like why should we? Like, why not teach people that like unless the whole society agrees on it, and I'm sure certain cases they do, but the whole society don't agree on the fire stick thing. Ain't no way. I mean, it's obvious that we don't.
People like their stuff protected, so they don't mind having rules that protect everybody's stuff.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Like that's the whole community thing, right? Like there's nothing wrong with a community getting together and deciding that here's the rules that the community agrees on, and anyone that doesn't agree on those rules, they don't get to be part of the community. That's what we do right here on Discord. Someone makes a server, that's the community. They write the rules for the community. You can agree to the rules and be part of the community, or you can disagree and go find a different community that has rules you like. And that's just how it works in real life too. Or at least that's the way it should work in real life too. Is that if you find a community you like, you can stay with them. If you find a community that has rules that you don't want to abide by, you can go find a different community.
So what would you guys say about Pirate Bay that can't be shut down?
Say about what?
Pirate Bay?
That's kind of what he's talking about. That's kind of what we're talking about. Those is pirated videos and streaming. But that's why I think streaming something. I don't think there should ever be anything illegal about that. And I don't think that's watching it should be bad. But they get they usually can get you when you download it or when you sell it, which is bad. But yeah, I mean if you can somehow find a copy of something and you watch it for free, nobody should be able to do anything to you because of that.
Yeah, it's absurd because like even the concept of like copying a digital thing on a computer, no actual theft has taken place there. Like they can call it theft in their laws, their rules, but it doesn't even meet the qualifications of like thieving in that case. If you had a tool that you built yourself that could you could point it at a car and pull the trigger and it just makes an exact copy of the car right next to the one you were pointing at, and you drove away your copy, you wouldn't have stolen that car from anybody. You used your tool to make an exact copy of it and nobody lost anything. You have not denied the rightful owner the use of their vehicle. You've just made an exact copy right next to it with your tool. So like there's no theft actually happening when they say like if you copy an MP3 you're stealing or whatever. That's not true. It's basically it's a trick. It's not an accurate thing to say that someone has stolen something.
It's true and not true though, because like what it depends on, I guess, how it was obtained. That's why I said streaming, because streaming is like it's already free and you're just taking advantage of the fact that it's free. But like but actively obtaining it and then owning it, just because they do sell them, and because like if let's say a musician, for instance, they put their money on Spotify, maybe they even put on YouTube, but they still make money from that. If you're just ripping it off other people, I mean, I don't know, because that's like just kind of like
I get what you're trying to say. It's like if people have made that to make money and people can get it for free, they're going to make less money if people can get it for free.
Right, but you causing them to make less money isn't theft. If you can if somebody makes something and they're like, okay, I'm going to make this thing and I'm going to sell it to people to make money, and you come along and you have a device that you can just point at stuff and it makes copies of stuff, you aren't stealing from anybody. You've made something, you have something, you own something that can make copies of other things. You still haven't thieved anything from anybody. They're going to make less money because you've made something easier to obtain, but that's not your problem.
What about intellectual?
What I understand is it's copywritten. So what happens is, since it's copywritten, that the person that is doing the uploading is actually the criminal, not that people downloading. It's the person that's actually putting the copywritten material up and available for being copied.
Right. Okay, two things. Number one, it depends on the means of getting this, this information. If you get it through illicit means, then it would be theft of intellectual property, right? And number two, if you're making if it wouldn't be theft if you got it through normal means, or you had this sort of device that was all above board and just like made a copy or something like that. It wouldn't be theft, but you could be sued for loss of future income. You could be like impinging on his future revenue, and there is precedence in law for people
I think that's where it kind of brings community back into the conversation, because like you'll have it where people in similar fields will share each other's videos, but they'll mirror it. So it's not, they're not trying to steal that content. They'll mirror it.
Whoever invented the roundabout or the road or the wheel, even, I mean, shouldn't they be king of the world and be getting royalties forever?
Some of them are.
They're not, Coach. Get real.
Well, the people who make them, they got a lot of money. But I was gonna say, what it should be, because I'm a software developer. Actually, I don't know if you noticed this, but the richest people in the world are software developers. Okay, and this is truth, and that's because they make something that they can make a lot of money from, that doesn't really require much brick and mortar. It doesn't cost much upfront cost. They can just sell it outright, like Facebook, for instance, could just sell. I mean, they make the product and they just get money for the software. They hire people to maintain it and shit. But anyway, my point is, as someone who's in software, I do understand how somebody like who makes music or makes software or something like that, if you're making it to sell it, you don't want people to just get it for free and then you not be able to make money. So I personally think that really the value in something is it should be worth whatever the value is. And if people can just rip it off and get it for free, like your music, for instance, then maybe it's not that valuable, right? Like maybe that's what it's worth. Like if you're capable of doing that. So if you're able to make it so people can't do that, like just put it in the music, like make the file impossible to be copied, that's probably worth something. Then people actually will buy it and stuff. So
I think a good example of that is like I like to play video games. Okay, there's video games that I like to play, and I could go online and find like the pirate sites and download the video games and not pay like any extra to play those games. but I want more. I want the people who made those games to be able to make more in the future, right? Like I want them to be able to provide more of those things. And if they don't make any money, they're not going to be able to do that, right? So I'm okay paying full price to get the game that I enjoy playing and having them make money off of that thing. So I think that's a pretty good point. Is like if people are going to the lengths of all the different hoops and steps to get it for free, maybe the thing that you're trying to sell to them isn't actually as valuable as you are trying to make it seem.
Well, I mean, I mean that, but I also mean that, like, by virtue of them not having to do, so it's like, let's say somebody writes a good song on guitar, and we kind of do live in a weird time where it just so happens that people will pay a lot of money to go see them in concert, and so people will pay money to put them on a label. And now that person's really rich because they make music, which is cool. But at the end of the day, if you can just listen to their music on YouTube or for free or something, and they happen to just be paid like a normal person's paycheck now because they're not making that much money, they're making like a normal person's amount of money. I wouldn't say that's a crime. I'd say it's more of shit balancing out because it's kind of what it's worth.
Yeah, I don't think it's a crime at all. Like it's whether or not somebody makes more or less money on the thing they're trying to sell. It really like it's not your problem. Like it might sound like it's being aggressive, but it's not. Like it's really not your problem if they're able to make enough money off of the thing they're trying to sell.
We could have a more consistent society where we empower people to do what they truly love and have the capitalist variable in there where it's like there's some sort of mix of the two type of societies where you free people up to do what they want, but they also can get rewarded for there being more. But the reward measure doesn't need to be this trickery profit game. It can be like a funding survey where everybody allocates their points, and you would still do your art and try to win people's favor to get their income points. And it can be a more consistent revenue balancing, system without this needing to prey on people and I bought it for $2, let me sell it for $4. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't need to be like that.
I don't like capitalism though.
But could it still work out both ways that if people are getting it for free, then it's being spread more, and those people, even if they get it, they might decide to buy the album. So even still, it's like.
But it's gambling.
The poor people that couldn't buy it hear it, and the rich people hear it for a free, from getting it for free, they might end up buying it.
Like what you're talking about, basically, it has to be a viable way to make money because that's exactly what they're doing right now. Like if you look at mobile games and even console games and PC games and stuff, that's exactly what they're doing. They're making it free. And then anybody who has money and wants to spend money on the game can do that. Even if you're not offering them an advantage, even if you're only offering them something that looks nice in the game, that's literally what they're using as their business model is. If you have the money and want to spend it, you can. You don't have to actually spend a cent and you still get to play the game.
And what a winning model it is. It is really a winning model.
It kicks butt for them.
I also wanted to pipe up on this because I am somebody who should, like in multiple different ways, should be getting paid residuals or what they are talking about, that sort of ownership of ideas, because I've been in multiple films and I've written a book. And I 100% agree with you guys. It's absolutely stupid that ideas can be owned. I think there is something to be said that if somebody goes to the effort of making a book where there's a lot that goes into that they sell that. But it's also kind of hard to copy a book, right? It doesn't just go perfectly into a Kindle. It's hard to steal. It's a hard copy thing. You can photocopy it, but it looks like shit. It's a lot of effort. But yeah, for anything where if you could copy it for free, I think anybody should be able to have that. It's so bizarre that people get to go, it's my idea. And then it's not even their idea, but I purchased the rights to the person whose idea this was. What?
What? Right.
we've decided to invest in this as an idea so that we can stop you from using it, even though anybody could have thought it right now by then.
Right. Why can a
Because
book,
you're the
why
first
can a
one, you
story,
squat on it like a dragon. Sorry.
writing, think about how a book or a specific art or media can be like the idea, right? They wrote this idea, this story, and they kind of have intellectual property ownership. But then like the inventor of the NBA had this idea, made up all these rules. He could have wrote it in a book, but you can copy the same exact product if you want and sell the same exact. You can have your own basketball league. You know what I mean? Like, why doesn't he get to copyright that idea, that story? Like, I don't know.
And it kind of dips into the concept that they try to sell, that it basically anybody can come up with a good idea and become successful. But it's like, well, that might have been true if the playing field had been kept level. But now, if you have people that were basically able to make a lot of money years ago, and then they're able to spend a lot of their excess money that they have now in those places, getting those patents and those copyrights and stuff for things that may or may not ever exist, it's not a level playing field for just anybody with a good idea. It's you have to come up with an idea that is so good that you can sell it, but also doesn't match anything enough that you can actually be allowed to sell it.
Well, that's why capitalism is a great model, in my opinion. That's why China is actually, there's places like in Shenzhen or whatever it's called, where they're going to probably end up doing great there. There's the fastest growing city right now, and they have they're lax on their copyright or their IP laws, and so that's why, like over there, there's people like all the shit we make over here. They have all this they're like the hardware Silicon Valley. That's what they call it. It's like basically like Silicon Valley but for hardware, and so they make like the cell phone parts, all these different parts, and they don't have the same intellectual property rights laws, or at least they don't abide by them. So they can like make a cell phone for like $10, iPhone for like $10 or whatever. But they can also make all sorts of.
What
shit.
is your hold on? What is Kosho? So that's not capitalist over there?
No, that is capitalist, sure. And my position is it is capitalist, and with a little bit of government oversight, and only in the extreme cases, like extreme trust and extreme monopolies and stuff like that, to make sure that doesn't go down. But other than
You just
that,
said they
that's
can't have
right.
IP ownership, though.
What?
You said so you said it's capitalist, but they can't have IP ownership, which
No, first of all, the government, that's government oversight basically. If you're like them, if you have IP, intellectual property, and you have laws for that, that's not more capitalism. That's kind of like stifling. I mean, it's just kind of like it's supposed to be an aid, but there's some cases where it's like you make a medicine and then you can't make the same medicine for 25 years or something like that, like shit like that. Where I think personally, like I said, it'd be, if I were up to me, I would just make it so there was relaxed intellectual property rights laws, but if you had a software or you had a song or you had something like that you didn't want people to share or make copies of, then it's up to you as you have to be ingenuitive and kind of create a way that's built into it that makes it impossible to copy like that. Then people are forced to buy it, and then you can actually see if it's really worth what you're selling it for.
It sounds like you like some parts of capitalism, some parts of socialism. I mean, this is not.
I didn't say anything about socialism, dude.
Kosho.
What are you talking about?
The philosophies you're talking about supporting.
It's almost pure capitalist, dude. I'm saying you make something, you sell it. You make something, people want it, they buy it, you sell it. If you want to make it so that other people can't make copies of it, and it's like a software or something, then instead of getting the government to get their like fucking thugs to put those people in jail if they do it, you just make it impossible for people to do it.
Get that
That's
point.
creative.
Let's slow down a little bit on the repetitiveness. Let's try
because you're not getting it, dude. That's what I said it to you.
Look, I'm sorry it seemed like I don't get it. What I'm having an issue with is we've talked before about the productivity motivators in a capitalist society. The society gets together, they talk about protecting intellectual property. The whole society agrees to it because they understand the benefits that it rewards. If people know that they can work hard and invest their time into making an invention or a product that they'll have the rights, patent, intellectual property rights to, they invest that time. Society benefits because this new thing emerges. They're going to pay him his just dues, his royalties for a long time. Now, without that protection, people are less motivated. So you yourself, I know, have talked about this when you've argued about capitalism. You've used it, or maybe people use. I don't want to strawman you, but generally that's part of the capitalistic philosophy, right? So now you turn it around and being like, well, I would like, even though we have this in America, I'd like to dial it back. And that's what they're doing over there. And you're supporting it. And I'm just trying to tell you,
I don't think so, man.
Hey, I'm just at the end here. Before I say the word, it's going to trigger you. That's a little bit more of a socialist philosophy, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know how that is. And I don't think that it is. And I'm not going to say for certainty that it's not, but I would say that there's not intellectual property laws and copyright laws, I wouldn't say are intrinsic in capitalism. I would say that these are obviously, it's obviously a government, they're laws. So it's like obviously government oversight in what would be free market. But at the same time, I'm not saying that they're not useful, because they are useful in some places. But ultimately, I think if you can possibly make something and somebody can take it home and they can actually make the same thing with shit they can find around their house, then like this is what they do in China. This is why they can remake shit, and we have laws against that here. I'm not sure if that should be that big of an issue, that people can do that.
I agree with you.
I think that if you make something that you don't want people to be able to do that, like a software or music, you just, as a creator, you should encrypt something or put something in there that makes it impossible to do that. Whatever you got to do, make it impossible for people to make copies of it, and then that way you don't have to worry about that.
Right. Okay. We'll find. I appreciate you. So he's saying America should maybe shift and be a little more like that. The thing, man, is what's weird is you'll find out in America the double standard is plenty of people are ripping each other off fucking left and right. I mean, you got only the people who are, I shouldn't say only and speaking absolutes, but as you get more towards people who are already more well off and secure, they have the ability to protect their shit. If you're not, already like have some resources, some money to protect yourself, you aren't looking for these battles. You're not going to win these battles. You're going to get ripped off. So we're supposed to protect that type of shit, but maybe we should dial it back, man. Like you talk about they doing over there, because it's government involvement, man. I feel you.
But maybe the actual issue is the nature of the thing that you're trying to protect. This isn't really an issue when you're talking about actual physical objects, because the competition comes in where it's like you might be able to make something that you want to sell, but if somebody's able to make basically a better version of it, if they can make that thing but better or sturdier, it lasts longer, they have a better guarantee on it, like that's where the competition kind of takes care of the issue, right? They made a similar thing, but theirs is better, so people are going to buy theirs. And then the next guy comes along and they make the better version. The thing that you're talking about, the idea of IP ownership, well, now it doesn't have that part of the competition. It's things that aren't necessarily actually useful in the real world, and there's no competition there for making it better, really,
Right.
because it's things like music and artwork and stuff like it's subjective. So the competition doesn't take care of it in the same way.
He's right, and this is the difference in the models in Xinjiang, China. This is what I was trying to express before, because in China they do exactly that. Like no matter what technology it is, if it's like that those hoverboards or whatever, they just make them with cheaper parts for much cheaper and sell them there and to whoever for much cheaper than the expensive ones. And I'm not necessarily I'm not against that at all, actually, because that's better for everybody except for the people who originally made the expensive one. But in America, when Samsung made the first Galaxy Note or whatever phone came after the iPhone, Apple sued them for $4 billion and won because they claimed it was a copy. They copied.
Okay, let's slow down and talk, because this is opening an interesting can of worms, right? Like you see people, or I assume people make a new thing, they make a blueprint, and then they get a patent or whatever, right? There's different phases of development when the patent, whatever. But either way, let's just simplify it. You make the new thing, you get the patent. Well, if you have the patent on it, how can the competition even get in there and make it better? Or if they tweak one little thing, are they allowed to have a new patent now?
The patent is, a lot of patents are available online publicly. So, but that's not really. So it's like with the Samsung, it's like even SpaceX. Like SpaceX did that thing where they land backwards, and Amazon already had or Blue Horizon, whatever, already had the patent for that. So I think they actually got sued. But also,
how do you feel about that? Like what?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that. I think that you actually end up with I think if you relax that a little bit, you're going to end up with a more benefits in a lot of ways all around.
Okay, now can we talk about what's the I'm on your same page with you, Kosho, but the people who disagree with us and they put these laws and allow these suits to happen,
they're rich people who own companies.
What is their consistent like? What is the patent philosophy game plan? Does it have a consistent position?
They're rich people who already are successful, and that's what I'm saying about. Anytime you look at the government involvement with business, other than what Teddy Roosevelt did with like busting the trusts and monopolies and stuff, but actually doing any sort of protections or this and that, it's always because somebody really rich or a big company, is complaining, or they want to protect their patent or whatever the fuck it is. So it's not because of they don't do it to protect small people. They do it because somebody who has sway in the government, was wanting something to be done. That's why it doesn't exist in China, is because they don't have that same they don't have the same history that we have.
Okay. But it's just hard. So are we saying we think that the patent industry has an inconsistent position, or like our society, as far as, because I'm having trouble. I've always had trouble finding a consistent position with it.
I know, but then just don't try and find one, because maybe there isn't a consistent position between everybody in here. But even within myself, because I think copyrights and patents have their place. But like I said, when it comes to music, like the Happy Birthday song, it was you had to pay $10,000 if you're singing it up until like 5 years ago or something like that, when the copyright finally ended. And medicine, like I think it's 25 years before you can make a legal what do you call that, generic one, and sell it for much cheaper. Otherwise they can. So it's like, even like if somebody else can make it, and maybe they don't know your recipe, or they don't know exactly what you did to make your thing, but they can make it just by taking it apart and looking at it and shit.
Right.
Then more power to them. Then you have competition now. That's the way the world works. The way it should work.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I see now.
It speeds things up.
And that seems right. Like, just cooperative, I guess, is a good word for me to put on it. But with the problem comes in with the kind of a philosophy I pointed out before, where we'll go, well, we need to motivate people to, work on new things. And if they can't own it, you get what I'm saying? And that's fair too. Right? I believe that's fair. But I still think that there's probably ways that, if we're saying, well, cooperate, togetherness, society, we should together find out a way to reward the person who made the new thing. But patenting and all this and that shit, we damn sure ain't consistent with those terms. Come on.
Here's the thing. I've produced like entertainment and stuff, which I know is not the same thing.
I get you're gonna say you're gonna do it on your own. I'm saying we need to motivate people. Or maybe not. Or maybe we say, fuck that.
Yeah, I think
if you don't want to do it because you love it in your heart, or you know, hey.
I think the idea that you have to motivate people, I think that's you're starting off from like a mindset that I don't see in the world. I don't see that the human race as a whole needs like prodding and pushing and shoving to get things done. I see that they will work to get things done because they want to get things done. It just that seems to be the goal.
You got to put.
I think Reg shows
the master wizard overlord, though, dude. That's the thing. There's still going to be that super wizard on top doing all this puppet stringing and power, and that's you got to also see it from his perspective too.
I think Eggshells was he was about to start making a point, but I'll just cut him off a little bit.
All right,
I still wanted to Eggshells. Yeah.
I just
Sorry,
think that people produce this stuff for free. Like many musicians, many inventors, they're not that interested in the trappings of wealth and all of the maximizing profit. They just wanted to create something cool. I think if you get the fuck out of their way and let them use it, its problem is people go in, they go, what's the way to make the most money? It's like the most money is the most progress. Just because you own the patent for this thing doesn't mean you're losing something when you can look at everybody else's patents. It's a win-win. You can, but I mean, like flash drives, we should all be running solid state everything. The fact that we've got spinning hard drives when SSDs are a thing because one guy owns the patent, the prices are through the roof. It's just stupid.
Are they talking
use more of Earth's finite resources because why again?
Not that
finite resources.
Solid state drives. They're not that
because of murderers riding. Because of murderers, and we know it, right? So we need to stand up and cooperate. If that's the business, we need to do it. Don't bow to the murderers, man. Why y'all doing it? I don't want to talk about that when it gets real. See, that's the business.
Overarching point here, man. Don't bow to the murderers.
Stand up,
dude. But no, with the intellectual property rights, blah blah blah. I forgot what I was going to say now.
You are $70 to put a solid state drive in your computer. It doesn't cost much at all.
Yeah, they're not. They're crazy expensive and unnecessarily so. It's just because they like. The thing is, everybody would have thought to go, oh wow, could I reduce the spinningness of these spinning parts? Would that be a useful thing? Like, of course it fucking would. What?
How's $70 crazy expensive?
Because it should be $10.
Should it?
And there should be 40 different variants of it. It should all be just Flash.
This is what I'm talking about. I watched this documentary about Chen Qing or whatever it's called, and you really should check it out. What I mean by that, because it's the biggest, fastest growing city in the world right now, and like I said, the hardware, like the capital, where they're making all these different companies, all these different hardwares, and so a lot of people are doing startups there because there's so much in like one condensed place, and people have the capabilities of taking things like computer parts and cell phone parts, and actually making things that are not things that you're not buying just because they're the only things that you're able to buy, and you can't even you can't mix this with that because they make sure that you're buying all of their stuff. They can make it so it's useful in the cheapest way. It makes the most sense. And yeah, I think doing that, you actually end up. I mean, you end up to the point where everybody's got a nice computer, then everybody's doing something useful with it. You know what I mean? Like, it just ends up better for everybody.
Make them things, bro. I think that's why communication is important. Like big data plays such a key role, and like finding out what people really need or what will take. Like remember these, like think about these fads that just come around, like fidget spinners, whatever. Boom, boom. They can make money, but they're useless, kind of, right? They're dead now again.
It's useless junk. But I was gonna say that's why capitalism is, I think, so great, is because in its pure form, like you talk about, like people who want to do art and people who want to do this and want to make money. it's not like it's not a system where we're giving out participation trophies or trophies for showing up, you know, or people get cookies and free homes just because, you know, like, I mean, I understand helping poor people. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying I don't think there should be a system where everybody gets a fixed income and it doesn't matter what they're doing, but you know, they're just, they can do anything they want. Like, you know, the utopia that they keep talking about in here. Because in reality, if, you know, you're paying attention, it's not hard to find what's useful and what people want and or need. And, you know, hopefully it aligns with something you're interested in doing. And the thing that you're interested in doing, if nobody wants to pay for it, then you're going to have to do it on your free time. You know what I mean? So, or you have to be successful enough to be able to do it all the time. But I don't think there's a problem with that model. You know, I think it's probably the best one we could have. Because I think the alternative, the utopian one, is appealing and altruistic. It looks like, you know, it looks like everyone will be happy, but I don't think that it works like that at all. I don't think it's possible to even work like that. Because,
but bro, you gotta understand. Here's the magic trick. Let me real quick.
People who have authority over that are gonna be the ones who benefit.
I'm sorry. I try to get you at the end because I know you tapering off. Yo,
listen,
here go the magic trick right there. When you say we want the capitalist, that's basically free one for himself. You know, kill or be killed. Just might makes right. Then immediately you switch it. Immediately it gets switched into, oh well, there's going to be this society where we all like cooperate and make the laws together, and it's like
I didn't say any of that. Are you listening to me?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, you gotta play it back and listen to how.
No, I did. I literally did not say that.
I know. Oh my god.
First of all, I didn't say
what he said, Don, was
when you're more willing to listen.
Hold up, Don. What he said was basically capitalism is the best form of socialism.
I didn't say that either.
You did though. You said like
yes,
in Xinjiang,
did.
China.
Okay,
Hold up. You said in Xinjiang, China, like soon enough, everyone will have like really good computers, so everyone benefits. That's basically like the goal of socialism or communism.
No,
so
but that's
saying the best form of capitalism is the best form of socialism.
No, but that's okay. That's what I said before. First of all, but see, I was saying that as in like, you make this model and that's going to guarantee this happens. I'm saying if you have this model that lays the framework for this, that should be the outcome, but it's not a forced outcome. There's not anyone buying everyone's computer for them. But the reason why that reality would exist is because you make things available for people to create and improve, and if people can make a cheaper working one, they do that. You make a world like that, then it just makes it so naturally people will have all these resources and computers and whatever, instead of having to pay for the expensive one because it's the only one you are allowed to buy. Right?
Natural socialism.
It's nothing like socialism. There's no socialism involved. No socialism whatsoever. But there's nothing wrong with that entirely. But this strictly is not socialism.
No. As soon as you have the government, it becomes social, Kosho. That's
There's nothing about the government but what I said, though.
Oh, okay, think about it.
See, percentage is just trying to fuck with me, and you're fucking. You think he's agreeing, but Don, it's nothing to do with socialism or communism. I'm talking about a free market in which, let's say tomorrow, nobody wanted.
I know what you're talking about.
Is the society as a whole more or less benefiting and equal?
Yes, but that's not. But there's no mandate for it. There's no mandate. There's no authority.
And communism in the same sentence, right there.
No, but there's no mandatory. There's no authority. Mm-hmm. There's no one mandating that to be the case. I'm saying
so fair socialism, fair communism.
I'm saying naturally, people, if they want something and that's useful to them, then in an ideal world, it'll be something useful like a computer, and the market will bring the price down because people will be able to make them for cheaper and more useful ways, instead of having to buy the ones that are copywritten and you can't take their parts and make a better one.
Free market social communism.
Come on, man. There's no communism or socialism.
Well,
you have to remember I said nothing about the government and all this.
Kosho, you got to listen better, Kosho. We have feelings.
Like, I don't know why you're so like
I'm
you
just
know
it's
deter
not that
from
there's
saying
anything
it.
wrong with it. It's that it's not
Idealistic, but it's possible.
I know, but it's not you're misinterpreting what I'm even saying because I'm
No,
not
you're a philosophy hater. You're mishearing what we're saying.
okay. When have I brought up the government and what I was saying? What role does the government play?
You don't
in
need
what
the
I was
government.
suggesting?
This world.
So if you don't need the government, then how is it socialism or communism?
Because so you have the free market, right? And the free market is naturally, you know, you're basically going off human nature and people are developing and stuff like that, and it's naturally, what's the word? You know, when it's ebbing back and forth and flowing and stuff like that. It's naturally like, you know, finding its equilibrium, right? And this leads to everyone in society more or less having, you know, benefiting, having, you know, a good computer. It was the example you gave in Shinji China or whatever, right? So if everyone is effectively equal naturally, or benefiting equally because of the natural, you know, flowing and workings of this free market, then you've gotten the goals of communism, which is equality, right?
Yeah,
and
but that's
and then you've also gotten the goals of socialism, which is everyone kind of benefiting, no one being left out and stuff like that. So it's basically like, you know, pure or natural achievements of both socialism and communism by way of capitalism having a free market.
yeah, but the goals of all those of any of those systems, the goals are the same, which is everybody you know it's a system where everyone prospers. That's
That's
the
the goal
goal.
of capitalism.
No, I
per
mean
se.
that's a goal. It's not like the stated goal of all them saying it's a inferred implied goal in all those systems that everybody that most people can do well. And but the thing is, what I'm talking about has nothing to do with government, and it's not have anything to do with mandating anything. I'm just talking about freeing up the market so that the market actually responds not to
my point,
not to what the government's telling it to produce for everybody, but whatever everybody is wanting because they're.
My point is you don't allow murderers, Kosho. I will murder you in that society.
Just make it known that you have something to say. Make it known you have something to say, and then I'll know to wrap it up, okay? But don't talk over the end of my point, okay? Because then it's like,
you're dead. That's it. You're dead in that society. There's murderers in your society. That's the point. You need the government.
I didn't say there's no government, dude. I didn't say there's no government.
Now you just get you a minute ago were like, oh, when did I say government?
Hold up, Don. He said that government isn't needed for the market, right?
I'm saying,
so how are you going to enforce? How are you going to like? How?
I gotta say no. Yeah, you guys gotta stop because I didn't say any of that stuff, dude. All I'm saying is what I was describing just now. I didn't include government in what I was describing. Okay, I'm just telling you guys that because you guys were saying it was socialism or communism. Now that I've said that, I wasn't trying to describe a society that doesn't have government. I was describing an economic theory that that works with less government. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. The real world. Government.
Well, hold up. Let me get in 2 points. Number one, can you have socialism or communism without government? The answer is yes. You could have egalitarian societies wherein everyone's like, you know, treated equally and there's no kind of government per se.
How's that enforced though?
Huh?
You mean just naturally, like so? There's no need for enforcement.
No, naturally, I think there's hierarchies. Naturally, I think you will have governments regardless, because you know, there's some people that are leaders and some people that have followers, and you know, it is what it is. But you can have like it's not necessarily a mutually exclusive thing to have government causing a communistic, you know, society. You can have communism as, you know, by like, you know, in small government, for instance, like if everyone in a neighborhood kind of opts in, you know, it's not necessarily you're handing over your agency to another person. You can still have agency within a communist society is what I'm saying. Theoretically, I'm not saying it's you know, in terms of application. And the other thing is how, if you're kind of limiting government from interacting within the free market, you know, you're preventing them from basically like, you know, doing anything. What's the word I'm looking for? In terms of interacting, but affecting.
Interfering?
affecting the free market, right? How are you doing that? How are you preventing them from intruding in on this free market?
I gotta be clear because if like almost like now at this point where I am in this conversation, my argument's been framed and crafted by you two. So I just have to I have to be clear on what I'm not saying, okay? Because I'm not saying to make it so there's government is not at all involved in business. Because I said at the beginning that I think it's fair for the government to protect like trust and monopolies and make sure those things don't get big. I do think that there's places where the government should not be in business, and those things like maybe shorter copyright terms or shorter IP laws or less IP laws, like stuff like that, like relax shit on like that. I don't remember what the other question was, but again, like I mean, because I just want to state that clearly because I wasn't trying to make any kind of argument.
And you heard. The question is, how are you keeping the government in check?
Oh, keeping the government in check. I mean, you just, I mean, you don't give them the power to do anything like that. You know, you don't give them the power in the first place to dictate, like, you know, whatever the hell the law might be. There's somebody they're so much in business that, you know, and it only benefits the business. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places. I would just make it so there's less interference and not just in general.
Since they're the government, aren't they the ones that decide, like, you know, in terms of how much they'll interfere?
Yeah, exactly. And depending on where you live, what country you live in, that could mean that like you can't do anything about it, or it could mean that you don't give them that power in the first place. And as a people, you try to take that power away a little bit as much as you can. But once they have that power, it's almost impossible to take it from them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, once you start giving them power, you know, it's just going to be a snowball effect, and we're going to lead to where we are today, basically.
That's exactly.
Well, it needs to be not replenished. What is it? Thomas Jefferson or
revolution?
That it says that for in government. I forgot the quote.
I think I know what quote you're talking about, though. It needs to be it needs to be like basically like refreshed or examined or something like that. I forget what it is. So.
Revived.
No, not revived.
It's something like it's something like replenish or refresh or reexamine.
It's like replace. In other words, you gotta take everybody out,
Reset.
Yeah, I don't think that's the word.
It's not replaced.
No, but that's the other thing though, is like revolutions are only good in the long run. Sometimes they're not really good solutions.
Restored.
Yeah, I think it is restored, but I can't remember what the quote was. I can't remember.
Sorry, keep going.
No, but yeah, but they're usually pretty bloody bullshits. You know, they're not very good for anybody. But however, when they happen, it is important that you frame it as best as possible so that it's worth something. And that's what we try to do in our country, because they knew the problems that they knew how it always happens. Because, you know, people, Machiavelli and all these people write about this, so they know how it's always going to happen. And so they try to protect, you know, people from letting the government get too much power. But yeah, you're right. Once they get that power, you're kind of just fucked because all you can do is slowly take it away. But you're not, you can't take, once you give, it's like giving a prisoner guard more power or whatever. It's like you don't have the capability of, you know, convincing him to give some of it back, you know?
Yeah. And the laws in place that constrain them will eventually be, you know, they'll figure out ways to work around them or repeal them or what have you, you know, because they're the ones that determine what the laws are going to be.
Yeah, but that's why I don't know. You don't
laws that, like, you know, kind of elect them into place or what have you. Those are laws that they can affect somehow, like gerrymandering and stuff like that. So in the end, it's just a slippery slope to, you know, big government and having kind of an authoritarian government in place.
Like the Roman Republic story of the Roman Republic. It's kind of like that thing. But did you ever live in America? In the United States, I mean.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say because I don't know. I think we have our government. I mean, I like our government, at least the way it's supposed to work. And then people don't realize that we still actually do have the ability. If like right now, if we created a political party that was like brand new, like so different than other party, and it was like we made like an online way of like really vetting people. Like we have people who's like their entire everything they say basically is cataloged, and so it's like they can't double speak, they can't do this kind of stuff. And we, as the people, that's the majority of the people, all the people in America, if we can actually vet and really decide who's the best person, and we pick a person to put up. We can have several parties like that where we pick several people to put up for different factions or whatever to go up for primaries, and then actually elections would work the way they're supposed to work, in which you have people that you actually want to vote for. But we always end up with people, even if it's like 15 people, there's always 15 people that nobody wants, you know what I mean? And so it never works like that. But we do have the ability to actually promote people and put people forward with the technology we have today. But no one's doing anything about it. So.
But I think it's still like a losing battle, given the fact that they can affect that as well, right?
Yeah, to some extent, but they can. But there's two things in America. There's the primaries in each party, and then there's the fact that only two parties are allowed to go to the debates, and that's because they made a law when Ross Perry was running in '92. Ross Perry. Why does that sound wrong? What's his fucking name? Ross Perot. There you go. When he was running in '92, because he upset the election. A lot of people thought, and it's because he was an independent running with the Republican Democrat. So now it's only Republican and Democrats allowed to be at the debate stage. But that's just a rule that was made up by the networks, the news networks that actually come together and set up those debates. I think it's called a debate fucking league or whatever it's called. But yeah, it's just made up of those news networks. And if you don't have 15% of popular vote or in the polls, then you're not even invited to the debate. And so most people don't even know about other candidates. And so yeah, it's just like you have to promote people from outside of the mainstream news network, and then they'll actually there's no reason they wouldn't have a chance, because they'll be more popular than any politician.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. I've talked too much, man. Ross Perry. Shut up, JJ. I met Ross Perot, man. This is the last thing I'll say about this, and I'll see what you guys have to say, and I'll just listen. Is that I had this idea before for a government that would work much better. It'd be like our American government, but better, because we have one representative for every, let's call it, I don't know, 200,000 people or something like that. I think 500,000 people. We have 500 representatives, and I think if we had a system instead of that, we had a system where it was like we had levels of representation. Like we had a representative of our household, which doesn't have that much power, and a representative of the neighborhood, and then of the small town, and then of the city, county, whatever, going all the way up. And each representative is responsible for the people directly beneath him. Like he's got to listen. He's got to listen to them. And there's the other thing is, instead of elected, none of these people are elected into office as representatives, but they're selected sort of like jury duty. And it's a duty that you have to
I quite like that idea.
Yeah, you got to switch off, because then there's no incentive for anybody to do anything like that. And it actually is a duty for you to represent whoever. And then, you might have to get special licensing in order to be eligible or whatever. But, and people will suck. A lot of people, because people suck, you know what I mean? But also people will get, switched out, and more people will, have
People suck now, so that wouldn't change, right?
Well, the difference is people suck now because they're professional lifetime.
No, I wasn't
politicians.
arguing against you. I'm saying
No, yeah.
A negative against your idea because people suck now, so both ways have sucky people. So that's not a knock against it.
But there's less corruption. There's less corruption built into what I'm talking about too, because there's just you have no incentive to be on somebody's good side or something like that. You know what I mean? Or lie to people because you're not running for election or something like that. So you're selected to represent. Yeah.
Yeah, that would help remove the power, wouldn't it? Like there wouldn't be someone saying I can get you elected, because that wouldn't be a thing. It would be it might be your turn soon. Basically, would be that's it.
Well, actually,
yeah.
What the incentive is supposed to be, like in my head when I was thinking of this, is because there's so many tiers. Let's say there's a vote coming up, and it's certain levels and above vote for this thing, or certain levels and above are able to write a proposal for this thing. But whatever the case is, the people right beneath you are going to be they're going to have intimate knowledge of you, whether they're live in your household or they're living in your community or something like that. It's so you actually are making decisions to represent people based on something different than what it is representing now. Because you have a motivation to represent these people that might have similar interest in you, and their outcome is similar to your outcome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
I think a government like that would work, would be fruitful for everybody, but it's probably never going to happen. But you could almost keep the government in America almost the same way, except for you would just change the representation structure and that kind of stuff.
I can pinpoint your entire argument to one word. I'm sure many of you agree. Duty.
Duty.
No, I mean it. No, I mean it completely seriously.
Yeah, of course.
You're right, though.
I mean, he did use the word 3 times in an explanation.
The first time he said it, he hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. The issue is, what about when new laws need to be enacted?
Yep. And when new people come in and they don't know what to do, that's why it would be staggered. It would be maybe 9-month terms, or maybe different length terms depending on the tier or whatever. But it would be staggered so that as you're coming in or a new person's coming in, there's people who have been there for half a year. It's not new people coming in every time. So that the system, the way it works, and the legislation, it kind of.
Yeah, so there's a smooth transfer of protocol and procedure and
training. Yeah, there's all that stuff. Yeah, and the legislation.
That's not what I was getting at, though.
Yeah.
My point is,
rest of laws.
If there's something that happens, a current event or something like that, that promulgates new, doctrines or laws that need to be, made. What's the process for making new laws, and how can we ensure that they're not? For instance, let's say a law needs to be repealed because it goes against something new that's developed in society. What's the process therein? How are you curbing against corruption?
Well, there would still be there would still in this structure. You still have an executive. You still have the courts branch and all that, judicial branch. But you also have in this branch, the legislative branch, it would still be the higher tier representatives, the ones all the way at still the 500 people or so at the top. They'll definitely have more control over that, but still lower tiers could probably write bills, but would have to be accepted by higher tiers and shit. But still, that kind of stuff would be higher tier shit. You know what I mean? Like the highest tier would be the one who is ultimately voting on these, these laws or whatever. Like it wouldn't be up to it wouldn't be like a democracy where everybody votes on everything. You know, especially depending on what it was. Some things could be like that, but it would be more. First of all, I'm not a political fucking. It's not making a real thing. That's like a fucking Declaration of Independence right now. But having said that, it should be where it's split up on importance, like depending on how important it is, how responsible you need to be to make a decision on this thing. It'll be case by case. You know what I mean? Like going to war or something like that is not going to be up to everybody. But if weed should be legal or somebody made a law about this, then all different tiers will vote on it, and you can propose a bill at a lower tier, but higher tiers have to even accept it before it goes into the highest tier. If that makes any sense. I've not thought this all the way through.
Well, why the fuck not?
Why?
How are you gonna make this like? How are we gonna have a revolution without
That
a
reminds
constitution?
me of a marketing campaign that I'm working on.
And somebody in this country, in America, it would have to be the highest office. It would have to be somebody who would basically be a dictator, basically, and then make a law like this, like write an executive order that made a rule like this. It would be completely overturning it without actually having a revolution. I don't think it's possible, to be honest, but it's you could dream. But a president could do that. They could make an executive order where they kind of added in these other representatives, and they also said, well, no, you couldn't even do that in an executive order because it's in the Constitution on how representatives are elected. So,
Speaking of more games, executive order. What do y'all think about when the presidents be doing the executive orders? Like, that's not just them, right? How many do y'all think is just them? Just like, I'm doing it. I'm doing this. Just them on their own, not like a group, a team. You know what I mean? Like, don't they be like each president be doing 10, 20, 50 executive orders? Like, what the fuck they be doing, bro?
Thousands.
Obviously, yeah, it's like their team of executives order the president to do it. He's like, okay, more. This is the last one, right?
No, the executive orders have been increasing a great deal the past like 30 years. They used to barely do them at all.
So funny. I've been watching Russell Brand a lot, man. Do you think that
yeah, he's silly.
Do you think the little he seems to present like data from like articles quoting like pretty like non-opinionated like studies have found type stuff? I'm like,
I found the quote.
What's up, bro?
I found the quote. It was.
How was it?
It was that the tree of liberty have to be refreshed from time to time with blood of and tyrants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said refresh. Did it say refresh?
Yeah, we did say refresh.
Yeah,
We said
refresh.
that.
You're right. Thomas Jefferson, right? Yeah. These are my top three. Him, Andrew Jackson, they're my top three. Who else is my top three?
JFK.
No.
Traitor.
I like Eisenhower as well, so maybe him. I don't know.
Also, like the one where he says, "If government fear the people, it means you're free. If the people fear the government, that means you're not free," or something like that.
Well, Thomas Jefferson is an important figure, and like what we're talking about right now is how government should be, and that's what they were talking about, and that's what they were trying to do. But he was definitely on one of the sides. What do they call them? It was like the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists and shit like that. But yeah, he was wanting more. He was wanting less federal government. More laws like close to the individual states and all that kind of stuff.
Bansal's just been on mute watching racing, no doubt.
Oh yeah, because we're talking about politics, man. Who do you think did the most executive?
X%.
You gave him the fucking website already. That's right.
Yeah, Bandsaw, it's good. It's even better if you have an ad blocker and you know how to like work it so you're preventing a lot of the ads from coming in.
Hey,
Oh,
what do
yeah.
you
Every
like?
time you press it, yeah, that's what I did find. Every time you press it, it pops up like 1,000 different bloody
Yeah,
windows.
so the way I do it is I just have like ad block and I have everything set to block by default, and then I'll just like personally allow the ones that are necessary. It takes some doing, or the other way you could do it is just by using the element zapper and just block the elements that are obtrusive, and then they don't appear again.
What do you use for ad blocker?
I use Origin.
Origin.
Yeah, you block Origin.
Let me have a look at that now.
Anyways, what was I gonna just ask you also? Oh yeah, it's gonna be easy to guess, but you guys aren't American, so maybe not. But it's an easy answer. But who do you think did the most executive orders?
Trump or Obama.
Okay.
Oh, I would guess Obama.
Okay.
Actually, wait. I think I did remember reading that someone before did more.
Well, there's one obvious answer.
Go ahead.
It's FDR.
Maybe Biden, since has he broken the record?
Biden in such a short time.
Yeah, FDR was president for like 13 years or something.
Yeah, so he probably just, but like per year.
Per year, I mean, even still per year, he still kind of win. No, he doesn't win if you do it per year. Hold on.
Is U-block Origin kind of a U and an O in a shield kind of emblem?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
President for 12.2 years, 12.12.
Yeah, you got to do it relative to their time in office.
Okay, let me see. What's this fucking website? Oh, average per year. I see. So there's actually an average per year. Let's see.
How do you get so much time, though?
Well, they didn't used to be limits.
He had a big.
There's actually limits after him, but he got voted in 4 times.
Really popular dude.
Yeah, well, that's why he has so many executive orders. He did everybody free shit. I mean, he was good, but he did a lot of the entitlement programs we have today, and a lot of the things that help people during the Great Depression. But that is kind of a dangerous thing to write as executive orders, because that's exactly how Julius Caesar also got the people's favor and became dictator and stuff. So it's like, if Roosevelt, I mean, he kept winning. Like, what if he kept winning? He didn't die. He just kept winning. He could have been president like 8 times. Like, if you look at the map when he was elected, it was like one of the only times where the map is like completely one color. I think only one state didn't. I think he might have gotten all the states. Let me see.
Boom.
I'll share my screen.
Oh, that was easy.
What, the ad blocker?
Easy. Yeah. Let's test something.
What do you prefer watching in terms of racing? Formula One? Or?
I like the Formula One. I don't mind a bit of NASCAR, but that's kind of small doses. Don't mind the rally and MotoGP. What about yourself? Are you into the racing?
Not too much. Every once in a while, I'll just like check out one of the circuits. But no, I don't follow it.
Yeah, and also too, I haven't actually had a look. But the cricket as well. Let's check the website to see if they've got the cricket on. Because now we get a little bit, but it's pretty much just the home games. Look at that too. It stops the ads on YouTube as well. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, you got that figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's free YouTube Premium.
Boom. Happy days. Master hacker. Master hacker.
And who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Exactly right, buddy.
Well, you got it pretty quick. Like quicker than me, I think.
Oklahoma and Arizona and New Mexico weren't states until 1904. What the hell? I know that.
Kosher, you didn't tell us who was the president with the highest average.
Oh, the highest. It was Roosevelt, I think. Well, I didn't look at the averages all the way. Let me see.
Average. I thought it was Trump. I think I heard something about Trump. His presidential.
I don't think it's Trump.
Oh no way, Trump.
If it wasn't Trump, I was going to say Obama.
So far, it's Roosevelt with 307, and he wins by a lot.
Who's next?
Roosevelt wins 307 a year, 307 a year. Some people only have 0.13. Okay, most people are actually below 50. Even Obama.
Who comes in second? Who comes in second? To the question.
Right before him, Herbert Hoover. And
what sort of name is that? Herbert Hubert.
Well, they named the dam after him.
Herbert Hubert.
Who's next?
He wasn't very cool though.
Who's like the top from the modern presidents? Like
Woodrow Wilson. Yeah, Woodrow Wilson would be probably the next after that, and he sucks.
No, from the modern, like
since Federal Reserve.
The most.
Yeah, no, the recent ones, Biden is winning by a lot.
Biden.
Yeah.
Well, he had to undo all of Trump's stuff, didn't he?
I guess Donald Trump only had 55, whereas Biden, who hasn't even been president long, has 73 per year already.
Yeah, and you only need one to undo all the other ones. You can just have one executive order to undo all of Trump's executive orders.
I don't know if it's fair. I don't know if that's fair though, because it's his first year, so maybe they get a lot of them in the first year, and then. But yeah, Obama had 35 total, and Trump had 35 per year, and Trump had 55 per year. Right now, Biden's winning by a lot.
Not my president.
I don't really like him very much, but it is what it is,
So how soon do you think it's going to be till Camilla takes over?
That really just depends. Sometimes people are useful when they're fucking, just old.
Idiots? Useful idiots?
Useful idiots. I was thinking the same thing.
Well, that was like George Bush was exactly like that, where he wasn't even an idiot. He was actually kind of a smart dude, but he played the useful idiot, and basically had his administration run by everybody around him by, design. And that's kind of the same way I think Biden's administration is like. I think Obama's administration was also like that, but I don't think he didn't play the useful idiot. He had to. Also, he wasn't allowed to. No, it's not a racist thing, but there's a difference between being an old white man and being like the first black president. He wouldn't be. He didn't really have the luxury of just pretending to be like a a dummy. You know what I mean? And just let shit. Like he had somewhat more responsibility, I think. But yeah, I think that they're part of the same agenda. So like Obama and Biden and even George Bush. You know, in America, to you know what they used to do for to get vice president is first place would get president, and second place would just become vice president.
Oh man, it is so
Yeah,
much
that wouldn't be
smoother
bad.
now. Percent, so much. Just a click of the button, bang. There's a racing straight away.
Nice.
Thank you, thank you.
You should share your screen, bandsaw.
Yeah,
It's
see us
always
fucking dick,
test
dude.
drive.
it's always who you know, not what you know.
Stop being a fucking selfish dick, bandsaw. Share your screen.
Yeah.
What are you watching, man? You watching this
Ferrari
bird?
challenge?
The Ferrari challenge is what I'm watching.
How are you guys watching the same thing? You guys on the same channel? You share your
No, I just
screen.
guessed.
What?
I
Well,
just
that's what he
guessed when I was
that's
checking.
what he sent me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just sent you like the racing page, but the first one on it was Ferrari challenge.
Dude, we're all feeling left out, man. Okay? It sucks. Would you share your screen, dude?
How do you do that?
My God, never mind.
Yo, why was the math book unhappy?
Go ahead. What is it?
Because it had too many problems.
Did you hear what I said the other day? Well, I don't know if anybody heard me, but I said, what did the Glober say when his wife caught him in bed with another woman? He said, "No, wait, I can explain everything." Yeah, whatever. I don't got the best delivery. What is it, dude? What is it, bandsaw? You didn't share your screen. I told a fucking joke. Get over it, dude.
How high is a Chinaman?
How high is a Chinaman?
Yeah.
What is this, the 60s? Chinaman? Like the 1920s. I don't know how high is he.
He is.
What?
How high is a Chinaman?
Oh, I see.
Get it?
I was supposed to say how, not how high. I'm supposed to say how. He is. I get it. Okay. What a fucking name, huh? I had a friend named How High, dude. It's fucking insensitive of you, dude. But it's whatever.
I was gonna say something, I just forgot it. What'd you say before the joke, Kosho? Oh yeah, you said your crappy joke. Yeah. So I was gonna say you could improve it by saying, what did, you know, the Glober say when his wife found him with a model?
Yeah, but that's too much, man. Why are you laughing at that, bandsaw? It's too much, dude.
That's heaps funnier.
It's too much, you fucking asshole. I'm saying it's funnier. It's too much, man. It's too much joke in one joke, dude. Fucking laughing. Damn it, bandsaw. Pissed me off, dude. I'm just kidding. No, yeah, it's just okay. Yeah, honestly, I made a GIF with that joke in it one before. I showed people, and they laugh. I think it's my delivery, man. Actually, it's not bad. The model thing, I'm thinking about it some more. It's not bad. But the Glover, yeah. But I think people, I think it's too. I think people might see it coming or see something coming. Like, wait, in the bed with a model. You get? I mean, I don't even know if I delivered the joke good enough.
I
Go
got a
ahead.
model, Kosho.
What'd you say? Silent G. What'd you say?
Got a model.
You got a model? What?
Yeah, she's upstairs watching a kid. Boom.
Okay.
This nigga fucks.
Yeah, it's Jeremy's wife. Anyways, dude. Oh man, I forget. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Sometimes maybe I said the joke in such a bad way, nobody got it.
Yes. Your setup's terrible. Your delivery's everything. The joke itself is probably terrible.
Thanks, man. You know,
the whole thing, you suck. You just suck.
Thanks, man. I was gonna ask you for constructive criticism, but I think you were just in the mood for regular criticism. I was gonna ask, cause I know Eggshells, he does that kind of thing. I've always wanted to take like a public speaking class, and I've gone on stage and did open mic night before, but I really want. It'd be nice if.
Did you do good?
I got a couple laughs, but there weren't that many people in the audience, and I wrote my jokes. It took me a long time to write them. I was careful.
Did you regret doing it?
No. I became depressed right after that, though.
Well, they sure did.
Yeah, you fucking idiot. No, dude.
The whole audience.
I went by myself, you asshole. I went
the
to
whole
Vegas.
audience went on antidepressants after that.
I got depressed because I was so happy, dude. I was so happy, but I was by myself. Because my girlfriend was supposed to come with me, my ex-girlfriend, and she bailed on the last minute. And anyways, I was very depressed. It was right before Christmas. I was in Vegas by myself.
Just ecstatic that your girlfriend bailed.
No, I was waiting to do that, and I wanted to share it with somebody. And I had this experience, and I was like by myself. I was leaving. Anyway.
That takes balls though to get up on stage like that and do that.
Yeah, I just always wanted to do it. I wanted to write the jokes and
hit us with a couple of your jokes.
I can tell you. I mean, I have them written down, but I don't have the final form written down. I don't think so. But I can tell you based on. Let me think for a second.
What is it, the last boss? I don't have the final form.
Yeah, there's final form. Yeah. Let me think for 1 second so I can make sure I say it correctly. Hold on.
There's a battle rapper that went and did some stand up shit. It was fucking hilarious.
Who was it?
Carter Deems.
If battle rappers would be good at doing it, dude, because it's like half the whole thing. Actually, that's the thing about stand up comedy is it's one. In my opinion, it's one of the most pure forms of art. Because you think about what art is, it's expressing something from inside of yourself to other people in a way that they they're absorbing what you are expressing or whatever. And so you can do that with a picture, with music, whatever. But when you're on stage, you literally only have a microphone, and you literally have to say things to people and to inspire some sort of reaction or emotion or whatever. And the comedians who do it well, they're very skilled, very impressive.
I feel like if I did stand up, you wouldn't want to be the people in the front row with me because I start roasting the audience.
Good stand up learns how to do that quick. Learns how to deal with what do you call it? Hagglers. What do you call that?
Yeah, I would be heckling the audience. Though, that's the difference.
Yeah, the best ones have the best heckler. Like, do you ever see what's his name? Jimmy Carr. He likes dealing with hecklers because he already has fucking. He used to be much better at it before, but he'll roast the hell out of them. Some comedians can't deal with them though, and they're pussies.
Bill Burr tears up hecklers really good.
Oh yeah. I once heard him. There was they were doing like a big festival in Philadelphia, I think, or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he was like roasting everybody because you said they were being such dicks.
He went 10 minutes or I don't know how many minutes straight, just roasting the whole crowd.
Yeah,
That was amazing.
Like, the Sixers suck.
Yeah.
He's saying all this shit. Yeah. I don't even think it was Philadelphia.
Yeah. He was counting down the minutes. It was awesome.
That's funny. They probably ate it up too.
No, they were already being dicks. Like they were. I think Dom. He said. I remember him saying like Dom Herrera. He's like, you guys are such dicks to Dom Herrera. And, like all these other people. So I mean, they were probably just honestly people from Philadelphia are shitty people in the first place, dude. So I'll tell you that right now. You ever met someone from New Jersey? Because they smell bad, but they're not completely horrible. But people from Philadelphia sound a little bit like the people from New Jersey. Similar accents, a little bit different. But they're
And they smell bad.
They're dirty, dirty people, dude. They don't smell bad from New Jersey?
No, saying Philly.
Oh. Yeah, the smell, I don't have a problem with the Philly smell, but the New Jersey smell, it's not pleasant. Is that what this gun Witsit showed us yesterday?
Any gun fans? Yo, this looks like a great fucking deal, man.
Are you planning on going on a spree?
No, I'm just browsing for fun, looking at deals and getting a feel of the market. Seems like a great fucking deal.
You plan on going in some sort of battle?
No.
It definitely looks like it looks like a nice weapon if you need it. I'm more of a bow staff man myself. I have a pistol, you know, but I used to keep it by my desk. I used to keep it by my desk, but I don't keep it by my desk anymore.
Dude, I just noticed something. Read the description of that AR. It has a metal reinforced polymer upper receiver. You don't want that.
Why?
Something looked bad about it. I wonder if the lower receiver is polymer too.
Oh, metal. I thought you said metal, but
It probably is. It's just. I guess the benefit of that would be it'll be lighter weight,
cheaper to manufacture. It is polymer receiver as well, lower and upper. You really don't want that. You could go to Palmetto State Armory and get an equivalent AR for the same price, but it'll have hammer forged aluminum uppers and lowers.
You know what we should do? They always talk about doing that boxing match, like flat earthers versus Glovers. We should set up like a fucking paintball battle. It's like concave earthers too. Fucking all glory could be there, but we'll do flat earth versus globe versus concave.
This gun value wise is better than anything I currently see on Palmetto. When you factor in the sights and the 60-round magazine.
Magazines they're everywhere, man. They're plentiful. That sight is probably garbage. It's probably just what brand? It's probably like True Glow or something like that, or NC Star.
Soul Glow.
You know, I
invest in a pitchfork. You don't have to worry about running out of bullets ever.
I was reading regarding
Pitchfork and a whetstone.
Yeah.
regarding the polymer that you made. And some people were saying that it could be a good thing, that there's benefits of it as well. It's not just negative. You know what I'm saying?
Guys,
no.
Barbaric.
They said the one downside of it is if your gun get too hot and it could melt. But that's if you're like an insane gunfire. Like that's going to be unrealistic. You have to go through, for that to happen, you have to go through at least like 6 clips over and over and over again.
Trust me, dude, you don't want polymer.
If you're going through 6 clips, you're probably dead already.
Yeah.
The Bennett. I hear you. I'm trying to like debate it in my head. Like, just it's lighter weight, no rust.
Aluminum doesn't rust, if you know what I mean. Plus, it's anodized. I've had ARs go through a house fire with all that carcinogenic and what's corrosive soot, and everything corrodes. But my ARs just wiped right clean.
You guys,
you can take a propane torch to the anodizing, and it won't even harm it.
You guys like the idea of doing a flat Earth militia? It might be formidable. So a lot of you guys got a lot of weapons.
You're starting to sound like a cop, Kosho.
I'd rather start a garden.
Hey guys, I'm a kid too. No, not really. I mean, it's not illegal to have a militia, so nothing against it, you know.
I'm going to post a link in the
It
chat.
probably is if you're a flat earther.
This website sells kits for AR-15s, and they're the same price range as that polymer one.
Does it come with lower too?
You can buy the lower through them. You can just go to a local gun shop and buy a strip lower receiver.
How much are lowers typically?
Around, well, it depends, but 100-ish. I don't know what they are today. But they've always been around 100-ish.
You ever
You're buying machine guns for? What fucking sort of world do you live in? Why would you have a goddamn machine gun? Fuck's
What are you
sake.
talking about? Machine gun?
You're gonna hunt the ultimate game.
Grow some carrots, all right, and live the life.
Bandsaw, we need weapons to make sure that the government can't like overstep their bounds.
Okay, I suppose I've got to protect my carrots.
It's funny that people look at a firearm and they assume automatically that it's a machine gun. That's strange.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, machine gun, whatever it is. Like, it is what it is. It's still a gun. Doesn't matter what it is.
What?
Why not get a bazooka?
Because they're illegal.
That's why you get a grenade launcher instead.
Yeah. There you go.
Get an M79.
That's all right. White, we're getting a rail gun. Oh, we're gonna go hire one.
You want to get railed by a guy? What'd you say?
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Go Show?
Hey man, don't repeat stuff that you heard. Okay, anyway, that's not important. Anyway, what is important is rail gun, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, when I was in the Navy, we were at this warehouse, and I was we were going through a bunch of old shit we had, so we had to get rid of it. Got to keep a lot of cool shit, but this was a big warehouse in fucking Virginia somewhere, Jamestown.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Anyways, my neighbor's screaming. Anyways, so we were cleaning it out, and we were just going back in the warehouse, and the further back you went, like the older the shit was. Like there's a warehouse that people were just storing there for years, and so we're going further back and further back, and I went so far back that like I literally saw cannons. Like holy shit, it's like dusty shit. Mm-hmm. But we walked past this one aisle, and like there was like a what do you call it, like a tarp or whatever on the front of it, and we moved it, and it was a fucking doom buggy with a turret on the back. Like holy shit!
Oh really?
Yeah, like a doom buggy, like for the sand and shit, but it literally had a turret on the top. I was like, holy fuck, that's
nice.
It's like Navy SEAL shit.
Yeah, probably, I guess so. I mean, I think that was a Navy warehouse, but I can't remember if it was Navy or it was Jamestown. So maybe actually it was an Army warehouse. I can't remember, to be honest with you. But yeah, it was in Jamestown. But you know, when we do shit like that, dude, like we have to clean out the warehouse, and it's called dermo. We have to get rid of the stuff and catalog it, and then I guess put it in like the military's like, recycling fucking whatever. But there's so much shit that can go unaccounted for, obviously, because it was already unaccounted for, like sitting there in storage. So there was like craftsman tools. There was 2 of those giant craftsman tool sets, like the wall sized, and so 2 of my buddies kept both. I didn't have a car back then, so they left those outside and got those. We got a whole bunch of cool free shit, gas masks and all that stuff.
I've got a gas mask.
That's the only cool thing about the military is that's not the only cool thing, but that's one of the cool things about the military is sometimes you can get a lot of free stuff. Cool free stuff.
I heard Doofus knows that rail guns only
Yeah.
on a planar Earth. I heard that rumor going around.
Yeah, he was in. I don't want to say too much, but he was an officer. I gotta call him sir when I speak to him.
Who Doofus was an officer?
Yeah, I said yes, Officer Doofus, yes, sir. I never would say that.
Yeah.
I'd say I would have to salute him and everything.
Oh well.
Not officer, enlisted.
You were enlisted? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. I work for a living.
That's the phrase.
Yeah, I think from Stripes, yeah. Or whatever. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I misremembered. But regardless, I probably would still salute you. Get made fun of.
Damn.
Yeah, you did. You said something about artillery. You said you're certified for artillery. Sometimes you describe the Coriolis possibly. I'm not sure.
Oh my God! Please don't.
You talking to me?
Yeah, right. You said that. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't want to misremember, but I thought you said something like that. That you were certified with ballistics or with what do you call them?
Yeah, I became a 13 Delta not long after 13 Charlie merged into it. Essentially, field artillery. Fire direction and stuff like that.
See, in the Navy, we only have names for our job, so that's just foreign to me. But I guess it means artillery.
Right. 13 Delta in particular, if you want to be specific, is about the field artillery tactical data systems, the actual equipment used to calculate all the shots that need to be directed to the gun batteries.
And I overheard you at one point saying that, there is a Coriolis, and accounted for sometimes, or in training or something like that.
It's in every shot now because it's automated.
Right.
That's why you guys are the worst shots in the world.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if I was a military, I'd put it in. If I was a military, I would put it in there just to make my shots less accurate.
Well, you got a reputation of being pretty bad shots.
It's not really a solid argument, though, to put it in there to become less accurate.
Well, let me ask you this because
No, go, sure.
I was just curious because you have experience, I guess, in this 13 Delta. These are the people who actually are setting those systems up, and they would know the details. And even though they're in the computers, it seems like still, there's somebody who has to make those. They have to make the program to do that. I don't know what level that would put you at, like, who's doing that or.
Right. The level I was at, I was working with the original version of the thing was a Raytheon piece of equipment. It was a Sun Spark Ultra Spark 3 based system. That thing was rock solid, but big and extremely power inefficient. But the thing did work. But the software in that is a lot of the source code for it is actually something, if you were enterprising, you could find, although I'm not sure legally how that is, the status of actually finding that code.
You put on the fucking list of all lists. What the hell is this guy doing?
But yeah, the rotation of the Earth is actually included in the calculations for the final results for that. It's included for every shot, even if it's minuscule. The ones where it makes a difference is the longer range shots, of course, and the high angle shots.
Oh,
Notice that the
That's
Sorry,
all.
I was hot mic.
What?
He loves the yeah. Go ahead,
What?
Benson.
What codswallop?
I mean, it's there. You can call it codswallop. It's definitely in it.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, that's why you guys are the worst shot. You take it out, you'd be far more accurate, far less acceptable casualties if you probably took
And that's an interesting positive claim if you want to go with that.
So, what's the range on this thing, on these Raytheon Ultra Sparks?
What's the range on the computer? What are you talking about?
No. The computer's called the Ultra Spark?
The system that we first worked with was a Raytheon built computer system that was running on a Sun Ultra Spark.
Okay,
Ultra
that makes
Spark
sense.
3, if I remember correctly. These things were running Unix. These were very purpose-built systems. Nowadays, they're all Intel systems.
Okay. No wonder I couldn't find what I was looking for. Okay. Making sense. Okay. New range record. So I guess is it all sorts of artillery that you use this system for?
It's fire direction control for everything. It has it already pre-programmed into it the different artillery pieces. We were using ours for the battery that we had attached to us was a support battery, which had a couple of Paladins, which are pretty awesome pieces of equipment. But basically, we were just sending them the two numbers that they needed because they were always using the same amount of charge. The powder was always the same, so we would always be just sending the direction and elevation angle.
I tell you, this Coriolis thing, man. Even though I like the word, I like this topic. Some of these guys in here really, I guess they
really get rid of that.
Bandsaw hates Foucault's pendulum. He definitely. He's having nightmares.
Told you should get rid of it, Kosho. Does you a disservice.
Yeah. Trying to read this range. 28 miles.
You got a far stronger argument with planes and so-called ballistics.
You guys are silly, though. Very silly, because planes are the worst argument or worst topic, really, when you're talking about Coriolis, because it's so inconclusive. It leaves room for people to say, "Oh, they're not doing it. Oh, yes, we are," and so.
Well, you have an apparent thing moving under an apparent other thing, don't you? Whereas you have one thing that's attached to another thing, right, that you reckon is causing it to move, which really doesn't make much sense.
I think ballistics are pretty good. I mean, I don't know how you'd be able to. Or by the way, there's someone in the chat asking if they'd be unmuted. Their name is Optic.
Who's Optic? I don't know who Optic is.
Starts with O.
Right, he's asking who knows him.
I thought you asked how to spell it.
Well, they haven't been voice verified yet.
They had a great voice. I've heard them before, and they're they got a 5-octave range.
I'll unmute them, but they'll still have to be voice verified.
Anyhows, these things go pretty far, 28 miles. Wow. But yeah, ballistics would be a decent test. Airplanes, not so much.
Most accurate shooters in the world don't allow for it. Long range shooters, they don't allow for Coriolis. Funny about that.
That's not true at all.
True.
The longest distance shooters, including the Canadian guy, including Mark Wahlberg in the movie Shooter, including Doofus.
A movie.
Yeah, you don't have to mention Marky Mark.
Well, he says in the movie, he says you even have to account for Coriolis.
Right. You don't want to mention Marky Mark unless you're going to start singing.
Yeah. Also, doofus and his artillery, ballistic trajectories are much better. I'm sure some of these aren't ballistic trajectories though, because most of these, but like I said, doofus probably could tell us more about them. But some of them have rockets attached to them, right? Like for extended period of time, like while they're
there are rocket assisted projectiles. We weren't using any when I was there. We were just using the paladins.
Okay.
But
we've got those
and the high angle shots. You actually have to be careful with the high angle shots. If they have to be a high angle shot and they have to be a fairly close range, part of the shell can actually land not too far from where it was launched from. So that's something to consider.
Oh shit.
If these calculations and equations have been figured out and reliable enough that we use them with snipers or what have you, then how come they don't use them with planes to save a shit ton on fuel?
So that's an interesting argument. Jeremy had brought that up before, but the idea that you need to consider first and foremost is what is the reference frame the aircraft must use to get to its destination. The reference frame that the aircraft must use to get to its destination is the atmosphere, because it's an aircraft. If the atmosphere is rotating, then you must consider the shortest path in the rotating reference frame, not the non-rotating reference frame, because you don't want to fight the air to get to where you're going.
The only kind of argument you can make is if they're purposely going off course so as to like reach a stronger wind, like a jet stream. But aside from that, it's always going to be shorter in the straight line in the inertial frame is always going to be shorter.
Like he said,
it seems that you didn't actually listen to what I said, so I'll say it one more time just to be very clear about it. The shortest path in the reference frame that the aircraft uses to get to its destination is the only consideration you should make. If the reference frame is rotating, the shortest path in the inertial reference frame is not helpful. You have to use the shortest path in the rotating reference frame to get to where you're going.
And I'm telling you, the shortest path in the rotating reference frame is always going to be a straight line in the inertial reference frame.
No.
Yes.
The reference frame is rotating. The shortest path in that rotating set of coordinates is not a straight line in an inertial frame.
It is, always. Unless there's a jet stream that's like speeding it up, giving it some wind, like what's the word I'm looking for? Tailwind.
Whoosh.
To warn you, doofus, I agree with you 100%. And I made this gift like this, but we've had this debate it's been very heated. That specific debate you just made, I agree with 100%. Just letting you know, there's history with these guys in that debate. So
you just imagine it.
The whole point of the Coriolis effect, when you look it up, is if you have a straight line in the inertial reference frame, the entire purpose of the Coriolis effect is that line is curved in the rotating reference frame, not a straight line in the rotating reference frame. We already know that there's a difference between the two.
I'm with you, but the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, right? Aside from wind, the atmosphere moves
so
with
the atmosphere is a rotating reference frame.
Yes, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So now, even if you're going in the shortest distance in the rotating reference frame, it's going to be a straight line in the non-rotating reference frame.
No.
The straight line is the shortest distance.
That's not how it's defined.
So you're doing a straight line in the rotating reference frame?
A straight line in the rotating reference frame, in the rotating coordinate system, will always be a curved line in a non-rotating coordinate system.
Exactly. Which is a longer
distance. So what you need to do is take the straight line in the rotating reference frame in order to get there with the least amount of fuel consumption.
No, because that's still a longer distance in 3D space.
Which costs less fuel.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
I do, because you have to use the air to get there. It's an aircraft.
This is the argument I was making, Mr. Percentage. So you know that I'm just going to make it again. But this is exactly what I was saying was if you think about it in the inertial path for some reason, which you're not supposed to do, you're correct. It's definitely the shortest path in the inertial path, and it's a straight line in the inertial path. Is short in that frame, but however, that same path in the non-inertial rotating frame is not the shortest path in the non-rotating reference frame. For that reason, since that's the only frame that's relevant to you, it's not really relevant to take the shortest path in the inertial frame. It's gonna be longer. The point.
You're going to be fighting the rotating atmosphere in order to get there in the straight line in the inertial frame.
What if you're going with the rotation?
You still have to use the rotating reference frame to get there. Anything that you do is always going to be relative to the rotating frame because you're an aircraft. That's what you have to use to get there.
I don't understand how, on one hand, you can say that the atmosphere is in lockstep, and not counting wind, and on the other hand, you're saying you're fighting the atmosphere to get there.
If the atmosphere is rotating and you're taking a straight line path in the inertial frame, the air is not going with you. You're having to fight it to follow that path.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's the claim for Coriolis, but it seems like kind of a circular argument right now because you.
It's not a circular argument. It's a necessary conclusion.
Show that.
Show that a rotating reference frame has a curved path in the inertial frame, and that the inertial frame has a curved straight line inertial path is a curved line in the rotating. That follows from basic principles. That's not something I have to show. And in fact, Kosho put a GIF in here that says that exact same thing.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the issue right here. The contention is Coriolis. You're appealing to Coriolis to prove Coriolis. You're saying that if you go in the opposite direction of this rotation that's never been proven, that you're gonna be fighting it because you're presupposing that the atmosphere is already moving in a certain direction because of rotation. So I'm
not presupposing Coriolis to prove Coriolis. That's not something that I did. What I did was I said if the atmosphere is rotating, if we measure that to be true, then we still want to take the shortest path in the rotating reference frame.
Okay, so first order would be to see the measurements to show that it's true, right? Because then if there are true measurements, then there's no point in contending it in the first place.
The first order of business is to acknowledge that if the if the atmosphere is rotating, then the shortest path in the rotating reference frame is the one we should take. We can get to the measurements later. Until we acknowledge this first point, there's no point in continuing. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Yeah, I'll just take over. Let me ask you a question, percentage, because this is actually what Rumpus, like this is the problem. And before Jeremy says anything, this is exactly what happened. Is Rumpus wasn't able to hear the, unfortunately for me, the actual situation because Jeremy was very, very angry. Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm not done. I got to make it look a little bit clear because I don't want to make it seem like I'm just berating Jeremy. But he was a little angry that day, and so he wouldn't let me show Rumpus the GIF. And then I didn't even get a chance to talk after Rumpus agreed with Jeremy. And then everybody else talked for an hour or whatever. And then finally I told Rumpus the actual situation with the actual GIF. And I said, Rumpus, no, that's what's being said, Rumpus, is which path is the path that's in the inertial frame. In the non-inertial frame, that path that's curved in the inertial frame is now a straight path and shorter in the non-inertial frame. And he's like, oh, I didn't get it before. Oh, let me think about it. And he's like, changed his mind. That's because that this is worthy of changing your mind, dude. You have to actually think about it. Think about what is the useful frame here.
He spazzed out at the end and acted like he didn't know. He knew I had him. You guys were fucked. So he spazzed out and said, oh, I thought you were talking about an actual straight line when you were talking about flying a plane over the globe Earth with Coriolis. But you're bugging, Kosho. That was such a fake confusion. It's one of your tactics.
I don't know if he's ever faked confused before, dude. He's not the kind of guy.
He did with that.
He's talking about you.
Oh, he's talking about Rumpus. Rumpus was fake confused. What are you talking about, Don? Rumpus was on fake confused.
But we talking about you though, man. Why are you? You're right. I was wrong there. But why are you constantly like this, Coach? So you be like,
what? You just said it was talking about me.
No, but I'm saying you are so like on point. But then there are just certain little concessions you just won't make kind of like a woman sometimes. You just won't.
Wow, dude.
I'm serious.
Listen to me, Don. I'd slap the shit out of you right now.
You would. You would.
You know that. Listen
You
to me,
would.
dude.
You
Listen
would,
to me,
but
dude. Yeah, I would walk right up to you and I would sit back down. And I'd say, "Keep." I would say, don't. I don't know. I would yell whatever Will Smith yelled. But I would
Jim
say,
Carrey you know what I'm saying? But then still. But I'm saying, Kosho, you be doing this on a daily. You be like, just like trying to get it maybe for the argument's sake or whatever. But you know the logic gets smashed, and then you won't fucking admit that shit, bro.
Don, let me tell you something because you're my buddy. I agree with you that I have flaws, okay? I'm telling you that this is a situation where I'm not wrong, okay? And I'm telling you that from the point of understanding what's happening here. That's why I posted the second GIF. It's because I understand. I'm going to say that, but I'm going to tell you what I understand for where you guys are coming from. Because I understand that you guys are right. You guys are right in the inertial
Okay,
frame.
you guys are just going back and forth over dumb shit. Can
You
y'all
guys are
move
right.
on?
You guys are right in the inertial frame. Don, hold on. You guys are right in the inertial frame that it's shorter. That's a fact. The only problem that you guys aren't understanding is that frame is not relevant in this. And when talking about the speed of the plane, the route, and the distance the plane has to travel, just because it's a greater distance in the inertial frame, it doesn't matter that in the non-inertial frame, because it's not traveling in the inertial frame. It's not traveling in response to or in reference to the inertial frame. It's traveling in reference to the rotating Earth that is on.
Okay, can I talk about this with you? So when you push that ball straight, what frame is the ball traveling in the same frame that you just said the plane is traveling in?
Kind of. Here's the part that I want to make clear, that at least from my understanding, so you're clear on what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is that there's not one distance. There's not only one distance to contend with. There's as many distances as there are reference frames, and for that reason, the inertial reference frame, its distance is not the only relevant thing to be thinking about. And you have to ask yourself which one has the one that you is concerning you, and that's the non-inertial one. So the distances are going to be different, and the distance on the non-inertial frame are going to be the one that you're going to be concerned with.
Well, yeah, but it's not a ball. It's not a ball, so why does the Coriolis even matter?
Bandsaw is winning the argument because he said on the Army's Peoples was talking, he said that they was the worst shot, and that was it. And it was the end of the discussion. So y'all are using this shit and y'all be missing, and that's it.
You're pretty far behind, Don.
No, that's it right there. Fuck the planes. I get it. The planes is messy, whatever. Cool. That's y'all's summary on that. The planes.
Why do you think you're ahead? If he's far behind, why do you think you're ahead? Huh? You don't have an answer for that? You just said you're far behind. Did you not say that?
Yes, he's in the last conversation.
Okay, so you're ahead of him, correct? Why do you think that?
Because that was the last thing we talked about. We were talking about that in the last conversation. We were talking about planes and this conversation for the past 10 minutes. That's what I mean by he's far behind. He's got to catch up in the conversation. When he was talking just now, I was assuming he was talking about the thing we're currently on, but he's actually still on the last thing.
Yo, Bandsaw wins.
Mm-hmm. As always, Don. As always.
As expected.
I don't know about that. Most flat earthers brush their teeth. Are you one of them?
Huh? What?
Yeah, most flat earthers brush their teeth. I was just curious if you're one of them.
Interesting question.
Okay, I heard brush your teeth. I can't hear that well. I gotta go back. What'd you say? A flat earther need to brush their teeth?
I said most flat earthers brush their teeth. Are you one of them? That's what I said.
Oh, that's funny.
I suck on tubes of fluoride. That's what I do.
Tubes of fluoride, I wouldn't recommend it.
Why not? It's good for you.
Well, I can link you government studies that prove that it accelerates the aging process. So if you want to commit suicide faster, sure, brush your teeth. That's what it's good for, right? That's what the studies say.
Maybe they do.
So if you want to accelerate your aging process, sure, brush your teeth.
Are these peer-reviewed studies that I'd be looking
It's
at?
just from a government website. Like I said,
Government website. No.
fluorine compounds accelerate the aging process.
Oh,
Damn.
wow.
You're going to give me a government website?
Like I said, if you brush your teeth, I'm not sure why you're wanting to accelerate the aging process. Same logic when Americans shower in tap water, actually. So it's the same logic, right? Most flat earthers take showers, right? Are you one of them?
You don't shower in tap water, do you?
I don't shower at all.
That's just.
I haven't used soap in 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up, man.
It's a brave new world.
Yeah, I haven't brushed my teeth in 8 years either.
I guarantee you're lying.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie?
You are.
What's my intent? Like if I came here and told you I can provide sources that fluorine compounds accelerate the aging process, and I'm telling you not to use those compounds, basically what I'm trying to do is extend your life for free by telling you the truth. So why would you think I'm trolling? Based on natural logic, of course. So nothing to say to that, right? Interesting.
You haven't, well, because I think that you would kind of be in a real bad place if you've not cleaned your mouth in 8 years.
Why would you think that?
Probably hear it.
Why would you think that?
We could hear
I'd
it.
move out of the city before I'd stop showering. I'd move out of the city and get out of the city water.
Why would you shower? Who's convinced you that that's okay?
Who said it's bad?
Well, flat earthers take showers, and so do globers.
Lost me.
I'm not a flat earther, I'm not a glober. I wouldn't recommend identifying as either one of those groups of people because they're both delusional.
Really?
Yeah, that's obvious. They're highly delusional. They brush their teeth with accelerated aging agents. So yes, I would say that they are very highly delusional.
Damn. Glad I collect my water.
Ready to die. Tell God I said hi.
Why would you die? Who's
I don't
convinced
know.
you that everybody dies? Are you one of those? Most flat earthers think everybody dies one day. Are you one of them?
Your flesh will absolutely die someday with the technology we have now. Yes.
Why is that?
Because that's how life works.
I've got better technology than what you think exists.
Do you? That's dope.
Oh,
Let's
I know
have it.
I
Let's
do.
see it.
Yeah, I've been drinking the technology for almost a decade.
And you're not going to die?
No, I'll never die.
All right, what cult did you join 8 years ago? Give us the link you clicked on.
Not in a cult. I read a book, and the book says that I have
technology with
eternal life, and I do what the book says, basically, to make it easy.
Talk about die. We're talking about.
Yeah, it does have a
flesh.
name. It's called the Book of Life.
So are you aging at all?
When we talk about dying, we're talking about your flesh
No,
decomposing.
I'm talking about believing in the one and only Son of God, so you'll never die.
So eternal life after you die.
No, you'll never die.
God has no sons.
Flesh. We're talking about your flesh, right? Your body. Your
I don't
human
have a
physical
body. I don't have a physical body.
Excuse me, you don't have a physical body, you said?
Like I said, I am what the book says.
Bro, he's Bram from the Game of Thrones.
Like I said, I am what the book says I
Have
am.
fun with this, guys.
Yo, the book says you're a deceiver.
Why do you think that?
That's what it says, man.
Where does it say that?
Says we all are.
Page 1.
Well, if it says that, you should know where it says it. So where does it
beware
say
of the
it?
deceivers that claim eternal life.
Where does it say that?
I think it's
so you don't know where it says it. So until further notice, you're a dumbass liar. So there you go.
What do you mean? Why are you assuming what book I'm talking about?
Because if you read the book, you would
What
know
book
where
do you
it
think I'm
says what
talking
you
about?
claim it says. I don't
What
have
book do
to.
you think I'm
I don't have to know.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
So no books in the existence of mankind say beware of the deceivers.
We're not talking about all books in the existence of mankind. We're talking about
Well, I
one.
didn't specify which book now, did
Oh,
I?
well, I did.
So you're jumping to conclusions.
I'm not jumping to anything. I specified the book. If you didn't hear it, that's your problem, not mine.
What if Percentage's book is better than your book?
It's not about the book being better. It's about what's offered in the book.
Yeah,
If you read Lord of the
more.
Rings, hold on. If you read Lord of the Rings and you read it from cover to cover, what did you get out of it?
That book
Did
offers
the
a lot
book
of
promise you
right there.
anything? Did the Lord of the Rings promise you anything when you were reading it? So interesting concept, right? Because when you read certain books promise certain things. Also, there's certain books out there that offer certain things. So, like I said, it's just about what you're interested in and what kind of books you're into reading.
You're right, bro. You're not the deceiver.
Of course I'm right. I'm not a retard.
You're the deceived.
Like I said, you can think whatever you want, buddy, but I know the truth.
So hold on. I think I found it. It might be this one. Let's see.
Well, I mean, I'm interested in this 100 virgins thing. You know, that some books offer.
The 100.
I don't know how many do they do. 75.
72.
Like I said, there's plenty of books out there. If you're interested in reading the books, like I said, there's different things that the books offer.
You told me it was the Book of Life.
Yeah, it is.
That one there?
Which one?
Amazon, the Book of Life.
Oh, the book. If you read the book, it tells you what its name is.
Discovery of Witches.
Like I said, if you read the book, it'll tell you what its name is.
You said it was the Book of Life.
It is the Book of Life. It is the Book of Life.
Then. And this is what I came up with. Like
No. I'm saying the Book of Life. The name of the book is within the page. It's not on the cover.
Oh. What's the name of the book on the cover, dude, so we know which book they're reading?
Well, I just made it more clear for you, so there you go.
What's the name of the book on the cover, so we know which
the name of the book on the cover? The Book of Life doesn't have a cover.
You just said it's not the one on the cover.
Like I said, the Book of Life does not have a cover.
You're contradicting yourself.
The Book of Life only has pages.
He's trying.
It has to have a cover. It's a book.
That's incorrect. All books do not have covers.
It's true, man.
Okay. Well, you got a dodgy book. It should have had a cover.
Some books
it's not dodgy.
Some books are just accounting records. You know.
It sounds a little bit dodgy.
If you were to read this book, it says don't add to the pages of the book. So when you add a cover to the book, you went against the book, right? So that's why this book doesn't have a cover.
Covers aren't pages, though. They don't have numbers on them.
Doesn't matter.
Can you send me like a PDF of this?
You'd have to know the definition of a book if you want to go there. So let's not go there. I really don't want to.
Can I get one?
And I don't want to do the definition of a book. This isn't second grade.
No, he asked you for the PDF of the book.
I want the PDF version.
What do you want a PDF version for?
Dude, where do I get the book?
I've read the entire book. I can give you a review if you want to know. The book is over. Hold on. The book is over 2,000 pages.
Please forgive me if I don't trust you, but how do we get the book?
A lot of the book is bullshit. I wouldn't recommend reading the whole thing. But if you want to know someone that's read the entire book and I can give you the good parts, sure, I can do that.
How can you discern between the bullshit and the truth?
I'm going to discern for myself.
Because I made the book.
Bullshit.
Because I created the book. That's how I can discern.
So why would you create bullshit?
Huh? Why not?
Okay, so since you're the source of bullshit, how do we know that you're not giving us?
I'm not the source of bullshit. I'm the source of all things.
Okay, but bullshit, right? So how do you know? How do
all
we know
things,
that
correct.
bullshit isn't coming out of your mouth right now?
Well, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Because you wrote bullshit, you're probably speaking bullshit too.
I think he's serious. Actually, this guy's serious. He may be a little bit dodgy, but I think he's drinking urine, right?
I've been drinking urine for 8 years, buddy.
Oh,
That's what I thought.
I'm trying to eat cream caramel, and you're.
What was your question?
I said, how are you drinking it?
I piss into a glass and then I down it.
How can you do that without a physical body?
Bandsaw, you might want to go on.
You don't need a body to pee into a glass and drink it.
Oh my
really?
God.
That's correct.
I can't believe you just wrecked my.
Like I said, if you read the book, you would know these things.
It's the Bible, right?
If caramel was good enough, Bandsaw, it wouldn't be wrecked by this.
I hate you, Dave. I hate you.
I think he's talking about the Bible, you guys.
Like I said, I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the Book of the Living, the Book of Life.
The book he wrote.
How does the Book of the Living?
He wrote it, Dave.
Not only did I write it, but I created the people that wrote it.
Right.
Sure.
bang.
So my question for you:
You wrote a book and you say writing?
No.
He wrote
I
bullshit in
didn't
the book.
create the book directly. I created the thing that created the book.
You told us
And you-
5 seconds
and you
ago
say
you
that
wrote the book.
Yeah,
people
but
were-
it's different now. It's different now.
You created the
So
people
here-
who writing
Which
it?
time did you lie to us?
Time
Before
doesn't
or now?
exist. Time doesn't exist.
Hey, look.
Here's the question. Here's the question. What does the book say about pointing out the deception to the deceived?
Says you should test the spirits.
How?
Okay.
That's for you to
How does that
discern.
point out the deception to the deceived?
You would
How does
have
that
to.
inform
You would
them
have
that
to
they've been
be. You would
deceived?
have to have the ability to discern to test the spirits.
Are you talking about the person that's deceived or the person that's pointing it out to them?
No, you'd have to be able to discern the person's intentions and then the evidence that they would provide.
This is the one pointing out the deception to the deceived, right?
Well, it doesn't matter who's deceived or who's not because I have sources for all of my information that I can back up with evidence.
Of course, it matters who's deceived and who's not, because you need someone that's not deceived
No,
to point
it's
out
not
the deception.
People being interested in deception. Look, Jesus isn't going to lead you to deception. He's going to lead you to springs of water, man. You'd know that if you read the book.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about
No, it has
someone
everything to
that's
do with what
deceived.
we're talking about.
Sure, I
We
mean,
can't
back
read the
down the
book.
line.
You won't give it to us. So
No,
how
like
do
I
we read
said,
it?
you can. All you have to do is you go to the store, right? You buy the book, rip off the cover, and you read it. Then you learn the name of the book, and then you read what else it says.
Okay, when I'm in this store, I'm
Now,
looking
I've had to
at the
eat the
shelves,
book.
there's a
I've
whole,
had to
hold on,
eat the
guys.
book in
Hey,
jail
yo,
before.
I'm in.
I
Don't,
wouldn't
please
recommend
don't
it, but you might have to do it
talk
eventually.
over people. Can you hear people talking, Optic? I'm in the store. I'm looking at the shelves. Right there's a whole bunch of titles for the books. Which
So there's
title
a
am
whole
I
bunch of
looking for?
titties?
Like I said, the name
Come
of the
on,
book is in
Coach,
the
help me.
pages. You'd have to read Psalm 69 to know the name of the book.
You can't tell us the name of the book.
You
Like I
just said it's the Bible.
Psalm 69 tells you the name of the book.
He specifically said it wasn't the Bible earlier, and
Yeah,
this
he's
book
saying
has
that
no
Psalm
cover.
69
It's
But he
not
told
the
us when we
Bible.
buy the
It's
book,
not
you
the
read the
Bible.
Bible
he
to
told
get
he
not
told
the
us that
Bible.
the book has no cover. Hold on, guys. The book has no cover. But then he told us when we buy the book to rip the cover off.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, he actually said that he wrote the book.
Because it's not the book until you rip the covers off the book.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
the book
true.
with the jacket.
That's true. Yes.
You know?
If the cover is on the book, it's not the book.
Like if you were wearing a jacket, right, and your body's underneath, is your jacket your body? No, you have to take your jacket off, and then you have who you are, right? You're not your jacket.
Everybody's seen the book with its cover, right? But no one's actually ever seen the book.
I've seen the book. I've read the cover.
You've just seen the cover. That's the point he's
I've
trying to
seen the
make.
book. I've read the cover. I've read the pages.
No, because you don't even know the name of the book, so
Hold
you've
up, I'm
never
still on
read
this
it.
jacket thing. I'm still on this jacket.
Come
So
ask
say
for Torah.
it's date night, right? And you're role playing, you and your girl, right? And she comes to your, and she's like knock knock, and she's naked underneath her jacket, right? She's wearing nothing but her jacket, right? She is not her jacket. You know?
That's kind of hot, actually.
Optic, you don't even know the name of the book. You're reading the wrong book, dude.
The name of the book is the Book of Life.
That's not the right book. You read the wrong book.
No, I know it's the right book because I created the book.
The Torah.
No, I created the book, and you're reading the wrong one.
Like I said, you didn't create anything.
You want to play this goofball game? I wrote the book, and you're reading the wrong book. And the real book does have a cover.
Which book did you write?
I'll tell you the name of it.
Well, which book did you write?
You're gonna have to read Deuteronomy. You're gonna have to read Deuteronomy, verse chapter 13, verse 6, to find out the name of the book.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Deuteronomy 13:6.
I wrote
correct?
a book too.
Okay.
Let's see what it says.
All right.
Your very
you drank
own
Russian
brother.
Pepsis all week.
Check
Now
me
listen,
out.
if you guys are
Because I wrote
taking
the
this,
book,
here you go. Bud.
did what it took and pawned away my rook.
It's cigarettes.
Turned to a bishop overnight.
I already knew.
Okay.
Then I stayed out of sight.
So listen, I just needed a couple minutes to
So do you
keep
serve
this guy
God?
busy. Oh my God! I just needed a couple minutes to keep this guy busy.
No, I'm just saying, do you serve God?
No, I am God.
So you don't serve yourself?
I don't serve myself. No.
So what are you good for?
Others serve me because I'm God.
So others serve you because you're God. What do you
I
promise?
tried to
Hold
keep
on,
it-
I'm not done
I-
yet. What do you promise your servants?
They don't. I don't promise them nothing. They don't need
Well,
nothing.
what the fuck is it good for working for you then?
You have no choice. I'm God.
Oh, I do have a choice, and I'm not going to work for someone that claims to be God
Yeah.
that doesn't offer
Well, you
anything
didn't read
to
the
his
book then.
servants.
You didn't read
Doesn't
the
make
book
any
then, did
sense.
you? It's because you didn't read the book.
You're highly delusional. Most likely, you take showers and use soap too.
I do. I use soap. Yes.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Yes. Dude, what is your problem, man? Listen, we all want to get along here. Like, what's the deal? You're driving us nuts.
Why am I driving you nuts?
Because you're driving us nuts, bro.
Speak for yourself, Jeremy. I'm having fun.
Me too, a little bit.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious why you use soap. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Because I want to be clean.
I wouldn't recommend it. It's just very bizarre that you use such things.
Why is it bizarre?
Why do I use soap? I want to stay married. That's
Like,
why.
that's okay.
Yeah, bro.
But when you die, you won't be married anymore, will you?
Oh yes, I will be.
Until
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will be.
No, you
I'm
won't.
not dying. I'm dying.
How can you become one flesh if you're dead?
I'm not dead. I won't die.
Yeah, but if
Oh,
you
you
use
said we
soap,
never
you
die.
will be.
I thought you said we never die.
Well, who's we? Until you do what I do,
never
you
die.
will die.
So we do die.
No, you will only die if you do not do what I do.
I do what I do and I won't die.
And that's why you'll die.
Yeah, no, I won't die either.
will
I'm
you
having my
age?
brain
There's no-
uploaded.
I don't age
I'm having my
anymore.
brain
I don't
uploaded on
age
the internet.
anymore.
I'll never die.
Jeremy's
Will you
waiting
age
for
though?
6G. He's got to upload
Like
this.
I said,
Transhumanism,
if you
bitches.
think you're old at 60, you're delusional.
Is Jeremy a soap tard?
Yes, Jeremy is a soap tart. It's self-admitted, actually. Self-admitted,
Don't
actually.
start, Crypto. I'm having enough troubles with this guy already.
Can't believe you use soap.
Can't believe it.
Percentage, please.
I don't use soap.
I actually use
Yo-
whale lard.
Except
Yeah, you know
I
what?
actually only use soap as, you know,
Right,
my
right, right.
deodorant bar soap.
You know what I saw last night? They made a pen, and it has two different metal alloys in it, and the shit never runs out of ink.
What?
You're talking about the military pen.
What'd you say, Kojo?
The pen can't be eternal because it didn't exist forever.
Oh my god, fucking god.
You have to know the definition of eternal to say the pen's eternal.
Yeah.
There was no pen for that book.
There was no beginning and no end.
If your book
There means-
required a pen, then it's
if
not
the
the true
book required a pen, right, it wouldn't exist.
What if I wrote it on a computer?
Jeremy, are you a pen tard as well?
Did you like write out your chicken scratchings with chicken blood on a bit of parchment paper or something? Did you?
No, you're right. It was
drink
like
blood.
graphene
Blood's really good
technology.
for you.
You know how it's burning.
Graphene
these barcodes and stuff like that.
technology?
Yeah, so it's like light that kind of burns it into the book.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's new age type of stuff. That's
That's
crazy.
okay.
No, but it's
dude,
actually
whatever.
like it's you know, a time immemorial or whatever the word is.
Maybe one day all the
Immemorial.
children of God will stop
Because-
brushing their teeth.
Because you know, knowledge is illumination, and illumination is light, and light is energy, and energy.
I've actually
can
ran
create.
into you before, Optic. Did I see you in Brandon's or something?
You ran into me before. Why, okay.
Yeah, because I can remember.
The problem
this kind
is like we probably ran into each other quite many times, right? But you're still using soap, so I'm still here. I wouldn't want to lose
too
you.
logical.
No, I'm just saying I wouldn't want you to die. Like I'm like mentally disabled. Like I get a check from the government so I can be on Discord 16 hours a day to hopefully save people from themselves. But like all I can do is tell people the truth and hope and pray. You know,
What's
that's
your
all I can do.
disability?
Story of my life.
Like I'll never die, so I've got infinite time. I can do this forever. But the thing is, until you do what I do, you can't.
Hold up, then why are you only doing it 16 hours a day?
Yeah.
There's 24 hours in a day.
And 16 hours is good enough, buddy.
But
I
what
work
are you doing
16
the other
hours a
8
day,
hours?
7 days a week, 365 days a year.
What are you doing with the other 8 hours?
I take a break when I sleep.
He's asleep.
Why do you need to
Wait a
sleep?
minute.
I said I take a break when I sleep
Why do you need to sleep?
because I
Yeah,
have
he's
to
read
deal
the
with
book.
people that use soap and brush their teeth all day.
If you
You're
read
a
the real
sleep
book,
tard.
if
If
you
you're
read the
mentally
real book, you
disabled,
wouldn't.
is soap keeping us sane?
Soap is keeping you fucking retarded.
If you read the real book, you wouldn't need to
I
sleep.
wouldn't know, I guess.
I have to say, I think I might leave this server. It's full of sleep tards, soap tards. I mean, do you guys
Yeah,
fucking
can you
water
imagine
tards?
using soap, dude? Oh my
No,
god.
I've got to leave, man.
What do you
So what's your
use to
mental
clean-
disability?
What do you use to clean
I'm not
yourself?
disabled.
You said you
What
were.
do you use? How
Yeah,
do you
but the
clean
only
yourself?
time that exists is now.
Handy capable.
Is there a trick to the cleaning? Do you use urine for that too?
I use urine as mouthwash, skin lotion,
Man.
toothpaste, shampoo, soap, all kinds of stuff,
There you
man.
go. Yep.
Urine's free and
All urine
universal.
all day.
Urine's free and universal.
And only
It's a natural
distilled
cleaner,
water
so
all
what
the
he says
time,
checks
right?
You know what
out,
else
guys.
is free? Rain that falls from the sky.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, yum.
So when he says that you're pissing me off, he means he's actually going for a wash.
Nah, but it's actually like when you say I gotta go take a piss, I'm actually drinking it.
Oh, sick.
Lovely.
But only sometimes, right?
As often as I have to.
Do you eat meat?
I
Which
only
is
eat
never.
meat. I only eat
Because you
meat.
never need to do it.
He's a carnivore. Carnivore,
No, I only eat meat.
only meat. Carnivore.
No, not carnivore. Just I only eat meat.
It's called a carnivore.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not a carnivore. I only eat meat.
Animals that
Okay.
only eat meat are called carnivores.
Just because humans label it, like I said, I'm not a human.
Yes, we have to label
No,
everything.
we're
What
kind
do you
of
mean not a
getting that.
human?
Like I said, I only eat meat.
He's not a human.
Don't know anything about humans. Don't know anything about anything else. Just eat
Are
meat.
carnivores animals that only eat meat?
I don't know what it is.
That,
I don't know what it
hold
is.
up, I'm not
I'm
asking.
sorry.
I'm not, relax. So are carnivores animals that
Don't
only
know what that
eat
is.
meat?
Sorry.
Or are the animals that can only eat meat?
I just eat meat.
I think they're ones that only. I don't know if they can or can. I mean, anyone can eat anything, but I think it's they only eat it. Like
So for
they
instance,
could eat
humans
other
can
stuff.
eat more than just meat, right? But if they choose to only eat meat, are they then carnivores? Or are they still omnivores?
They're
just
highly intelligent
eating
people.
preferences.
They're highly intelligent people.
They know a good steak, that's all.
Why are you saying they if you're one of them?
What'd you say?
Gotcha.
Do you eat long pig?
Like I said, just eat meat, buddy.
Bro, do you eat long pig?
Don't know what that is.
Okay.
What sort of meat?
Just meat.
Just meat? Mince meat?
Anything that goes in my mouth. It's just meat.
No
Anything
sausage or
that goes
anything?
in your
It could be urine. It could be rain. It could be steak. It's just meat.
Just meat.
Do you eat tiger penis?
Like I said, just eat meat.
What about tiger penis?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a tiger is?
Like I said, I just eat meat.
Yeah, but do you eat tiger penis?
Don't know what that is.
You don't know what a tiger is?
Like I said, you're not going to get anywhere. Let's move on.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to get anywhere. Let's move on.
You guys are crazy.
You didn't
Someone
work
just
that
said
out 15 minutes ago. It's taking you guys just.
Someone just said this is
The thing
no,
is,
no,
is like this is the point. Hold on, I gotta go. Let me say one more thing. I gotta go soon. But I've literally given you eternal life for free today. So
How we don't even know what
you
the name
don't
of the
know
book
that,
is.
right? You might not know it. You might know it. You might be like sitting there keeping your mouth shut, smiling to yourself, right? But what I just told you is the truth, right? And if you don't want to die, you just do that. Do what I do, and you'll never die. I love you. Have a good day.
Hey,
Guys, we're all
real
gonna
quick,
die
do
someday.
you put turkey between some bologna and pretend it's a sandwich?
No. He's out of here.
Okay.
Still waiting for that PDF though. See if we get it.
Someone just said this is nuts, and I was like, no, this isn't nuts. I was talking about penis.
This isn't nuts. This is penis. Come on, guys.
He never answered the question. Apparently, tiger penis is a delicacy in China because they believe that it increases your virility.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I know Adam and Eve weren't Chinese? Snake. They would have ate the snake. Not funny.
Nice. Well, Chinese aren't usually like made fun of for eating snakes, but yeah, that would be funny if it was a dog or a cat.
Oh, they don't eat snakes in China? They be eating all kinds of weird
No,
shit.
they're not known for. No, I know they're not known for that. Typically made fun of for that. That's all I'm saying.
I eat everything in China.
You're an
Everything.
insensitive prick, Jeremy.
What's up?
You're an insensitive prick, and you know it, dude.
Why? Why? Listen, I'm insensitive. You had the rumpus started talking about digging a hole straight through Earth with an airplane. We were talking about going over a globe. Well, that was a tactic you guys use. He was purposefully acting confused. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Listen, man, Rumpus loves you.
That
all
was
right?
that was so
Loves you.
spastic of him.
He wouldn't do that to you, dude.
He's a tosser.
All right, man.
All right.
I got news for you, though. This is really important. This is very, very important.
I bet Rumpus takes showers.
If Rumpus is the only person who agrees with you, you gotta assume that you're not correct, dude. Because that means that everybody else
agrees with me.
Everybody else disagrees with Rumpus. That means that it could be one of those times where he says something that he's not correct about.
Why does it matter what Rumpus says about Coriolis? Why is it even? Why does
That's
it even
Jeremy,
matter?
dude. They're the one having pillow talk about it.
What they all think Coriolis happens on Earth, and the Earth doesn't move. So why does it matter what they think about any of it?
He's right, man.
Because I have to use their own shit to defeat them.
Well, but defining the Coriolis isn't the problem. I mean, that's not an issue for anyone. I mean, if you really sat down with someone, the Coriolis isn't a mystery. The thing is they're trying to make the Earth into a spinning rotational frame or reference frame, and that's not right. So they're wrong about that. So none of the rest of it, what they say, should matter.
I hear you, man. I fucking hear you, bro. But the problem is, it is a problem defining it with these maniacs. If you've talked to Sean G over the past week, he's literally gotten everything wrong.
Oh, he doesn't understand it. I know that for sure. I've been through it with him. He doesn't get it.
Jeremy, can you define?
Listen, definitions are meaningless. Shouts out to Ruif.
That guy got to piss me off.
Can you guys hear my cigarette machine in the background?
No.
Yeah, that guy had so much contradictory shit. I can't imagine why he was muted when he got in here.
There was another guy that was talking just like him. There was like a little cult of him. He was in here. He drank a glass of urine on this live stream and showed everybody.
I don't care about drinking urine, man. If people want to drink urine, that's fine. But don't come in here and try to confuse people talking about there's no cover, but when you buy the book, rip the cover off. And I wrote the book, but I made the people that who wrote the book. I didn't actually write the book. Like, dude, you come in here with all kinds of contradictory statements. And
dude, maybe he wrote the book, dude. Chill, bro.
It's because he thinks that God is in everybody. God is everybody. So we all wrote the book, and so that's why he can say he wrote the book.
Yo, maybe God is everybody.
He's God. We're all God. It's eternal. There was no beginning. There is no end. It's pantheism.
Actually, have you seen that egg theory thing? That shit is pretty awesome.
The cosmic egg, yeah.
That's the one that I believe in, dude.
It's the one where you get reincarnated and you live every life.
Dude, Rumpus is here, man. Go ahead and ask him your questions, dude.
Can I just make a statement about drinking pee? just quick statement. I'm not really into it, but I can tell you're into it.
Oh my god, man.
Nice.
Jeremy, why don't you go ahead and ask Rumpus your question, bro?
Coach, if I do ask a question, you're in trouble.
Make sure you don't play a game in the background.
That pun was face pun worthy, but I think even with puns, even that's a success.
Thank you. It was meant to be shit, so I take that as a win.
So you heard about the flat earther that died and went to heaven, right? He gets up there and God says, look, it's a spinning ball. You were wrong. The flat earther goes, oh man, this goes higher than I thought.
That's a good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He says it's a globe. You're wrong. He says it's higher than I thought. That's funny.
Rumpus, you there?
That's gonna be literally all you guys, man. Except for you're not gonna be talking to fucking God or Saint
Yeah, I'm
Peter. You're
here.
gonna be talking to fucking some demon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now, Rumpus, I know you were highly confused the other day when we were talking about Coriolis, which is not very unusual for you.
He thinks you were fake being confused.
Yes, you were being fake. You were faking being confused. Yes, it was obvious.
He thinks that me and you were DMing so that you would fake being confused so that he could still be right. Rumpus, let me just recap because I wasn't able to tell you about this gift the first time, Rumpus.
Yeah.
I again. Yes.
I did have a think about it, and I think I don't know if you caught what I was saying, that if you wanted to follow a straight line in 3D space, then you'd have to be going through the Earth. So I didn't fully understand. So and then Jeremy was giving me two options. One was to follow a great circle route, and the other
Rumpus,
option.
We're talking about planes flying over Earth. The straight line is a geodesic great circle. The not a straight line means it's curving left to right, dude. I don't know why you would talk
Sorry,
about
I got distracted.
going
Sorry,
through.
can you read that, Jeremy? So I got distracted by a message.
Yeah, you guys are going to go on, Jeremy. It's important
Stop DMing Rumpus, Kosho.
No, Jeremy, I'm not DMing him. Listen, last time you didn't explain this to him in the way that it's going to come. So I'm just going to say this one time so it's clear, okay? But the two scenarios, Rumpus, they're both great circle paths, okay? One's a great circle route. So I mean, one's a geodesic, but it's in reference to the ground. So the frame is the Earth rotating. That's one of the scenarios. But it is a geodesic. The path is a geodesic. The other path is a geodesic, and a geodesic, but not in respect to the Earth as it's rotating, just in respect to the inertial frame, but around the Earth. If that makes sense.
Sorry,
so basically like the ISS or something like that. You know, like something that's going.
You have to give me 2 minutes. I've got to answer a phone. Sorry, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Doofus is here. Maybe he'll take over for Rumpus for a second. Because I've told you this too many times, dude.
Kosho, why are you calling him on your other phone?
It does look suspicious, but there's nothing afoot. Don't worry.
Listen up, motherfuckers. Rumpus.
You get so
we're talking
pissed,
about
man.
flying planes over an Earth.
He's on the phone, man.
He's got a call, yeah.
Bitch. Fuck. Stop DMing him. Stop sliding in his DMs.
He's so pissed, dude.
Dude, we were talking about flying a plane over Earth, and he's talking about drilling a hole through Earth. Come on, man.
Plot twist.
Same confusion.
You know, Kosho was talking about banging a tranny earlier.
Oh my god.
Is Rumpus the tranny?
Oh my god.
He did blow a tranny once, and I'm not talking about car parts.
Shut the How would you know that, man?
I don't. I read the. You didn't read the book.
Just shut the hell up now, dude. Get the fuck back to this reference frame thing. Get fucking beat up and go clean yourself off, and leave the trainees out of this, dude. Have you read the terms of service? Talk about that anymore.
Terms of service or what?
For Discord.
No, why? What's it say?
It says you can't fucking bring up trainees anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
I was talking about car parts.
He said he wasn't talking about car parts. Explicitly said that.
Come on, man. Where's all my fucking lighters?
I don't know, dude. It's probably in your cigarette maker or whatever the hell you're talking about. Are you Willy Wonka of the cigarette factory?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm back.
Right.
Great circle. Sorry if I've interrupted you in the middle.
Okay, so yeah, the two paths. Just so it's clear, there's no actual straight line path in this discussion. The two paths, if we're talking about a globe, one of them would be a great circle route and moving with the Earth. So in reference to the ground, making a great circle path northward.
Which we call that a straight line in geodesics, of course.
Right.
Great circle.
I'm just saying this for clarity, just so
right.
But yeah, and then the other path was also a geodesic, but it's not in reference to the ground. It's almost doing something maybe, I guess, like the ISS, but something that would be orbiting because it's making a great circle path, but it's not in reference to the ground. That makes sense. This is what Jeremy's talking about.
So it's orbiting.
But that's only to describe the path. One is going in a straight line across the ground, and one's going in a straight line despite the ground.
Inertially, right?
Compass. You're making it more fucking confusing. Now he's thinking about orbit.
Dude.
Now he's in space. Before he was trying to dig a hole through Earth. Now he's in space. Rumpus, you okay?
That makes things easier.
But the point is, so it's between 2 points, and obviously, if this other point, I'm at point A, and I'm trying to get to point B, and of course, as I'm doing that, the Earth is rotating, and now instead of me just ignoring the rotation of the Earth and just simply following a great circle route, I'm trying to guess where it's going to be.
You're taking the geodesic in the inertial reference frame instead of the non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah.
And which one would the plane fly a shorter distance? A straight line in the inertial frame or a straight line on the ground?
Right, but don't forget, when that's the thing that got me slightly confused last time, is when I thought you were asking about the sort of 3D straight line, which obviously in 3D space is
oh my
going
God,
through
Rumpus, we've already cleared up the straight line.
Okay, so provided when you say straight line, you mean along a geodesic, i.e. a great circle, right? Okay, so we've got two cases of so it's almost as though for one you are saying don't allow for the rotation of the Earth, and the other one you are, because you're rotating. Sorry,
They're both the shortest paths for their own frames of reference. So in their inertial frame of
which one
reference,
does the plane? We're talking about which one does the plane actually travel a shorter distance in?
there's no actually.
Right.
There is an
also
actually. Rumpus knows there's an actually. So
that's also frame
let's
dependent.
leave it to Rumpus.
Well, there's
Rumpus knows there is an actually.
Because if you're in the non-inertial frame, then you are. Because of course, in the non-inertial frame, you've got the atmosphere. I mean, this is confusing between the distance and when you're being pushed along by the atmosphere. But if you want to go in, if you're in the not. Well, of course, the trouble is you can't. Well, no, I suppose it doesn't really matter. You're saying, let's imagine if I wanted to go in the non-inertial reference frame, then I would basically want to be out of the atmosphere. Sorry, if I was in the inertial reference frame, because the point is that the atmosphere forces you to go into the non-inertial reference frame. If you could just glide in sort of space without the atmosphere messing you about, then that would be in the inertial reference frame, because there'd be nothing pushing you. The point about when we talk about you rotating, that means that, like you standing on a roundabout, if you're in the atmosphere and that's rotating, you're effectively doing the same thing. You're in the non-inertial reference frame if you've got the atmosphere pushing you around. So I think, right, so you're saying you want to be in the inertial reference frame, but you're following a geodesic, i.e. going in a curve. So although we were talking about straight lines before, this is what's confusing me. You're now saying, right, we're always talking about going along a great circle or geodesic. And one of them is basically you're saying if it's in the inertial reference frame, you'd somehow have to not be in the atmosphere. That's the only way to get yourself into the inertial reference frame. Otherwise, you've got the atmosphere, because that's the whole point about inertial frame. You've got these other forces. You've effectively got a new force provided by the atmosphere. So to say you're following a geodesic and you're in an inertial reference frame, that means you've got to basically have no atmosphere. Otherwise, because then you won't be forced around.
You're literally no help. You're no help, Rumpus. You're just making everyone confused by listening.
Well, no, well, it's
I know what I'm talking
how
about.
does a plane? How does a plane? Well, I mean, it all depends whether you want to theoret. This is why before, when I was just drawing these straight lines, it was relatively easy. But you can't be in an inertial reference frame if you've got the atmosphere pushing around, because that's forcing you. That's changing your direction, and you'd have to. And if you're in the non-inertial reference frame, it's like if you were to walk. For instance, if you wanted to walk to this location, you would follow the great circle route, and you just walk along the ground, and there's effectively your resistance, your feet would counteract the Coriolis, whereas in the air you've got the atmosphere pushing you around, exerting the.
Okay, why don't you get back to us when you got an answer? We can't listen to you think this through this in your head. The way your mind works is insane. Okay, no one can
No,
hit
it's,
listen to this anymore.
I'm happy to open. If anybody wants to suggest, I think it's almost impossible, but I'm not sure. I haven't decided on this now. But if
Are you
if
saying
they
it's
can,
impossible to go in a straight line in the inertial reference frame in a plane on Earth?
I think, unless you'd have to fight against the wind, you'd have to crab, as I was saying before. I think when you'd have to be fighting against what the atmosphere is doing, and it wouldn't be. I don't think it's something you want to do anyway, because the atmosphere is helping you get to that location, because it's if you just point at it, because it's because the atmosphere changes its velocity in the direction. It's
Well,
effectively
we're only worried about which one is the shortest distance right now. Please, Rumpus.
How about just which
I'm
reference
going to have to
frame
think
is
about.
the
I'm going to have to think
airplane
about
in?
it. But if Bacon wants to sort of or Kosho wants to sort of suggest,
I've said my piece on this one, but I think that's fair, Rumpus. I appreciate it actually, because it does take because this is kind of tricky.
Yes,
because
it is
in an
trying.
inertial
While
frame,
you're thinking about it,
in an inertial frame, it's certainly the shortest path. The straight line is the shortest path in the inertial frame. The question is, in the non-inertial frame, the one that's relevant, is that the shortest path? And in my opinion, I'm just thinking about relativity, the way relative motion works, and you're talking about relative speed, and I think there's even a relative distance by extension. So the distance along the ground is going to be shorter on the straight path in the non-inertial reference frame.
I mean, imagine if you were walking.
Hold on, Rumpus. We're worried about.
So let's just, if you do the simple case, you're walking.
Right. That's what I was going to ask you the other day, Rumpus. I was going to say switch it to motorcycles on a big desert that takes up the whole country of the United States, going north to south. Instead of being in the air, being on the ground, do the same exact thing. The path you're worried about is the one that's touching the ground.
And the atmosphere effectively does that in a locked. Go ahead, Jeremy.
We want to know in which reference frame will the plane travel the shortest amount of distance. Obviously, according to the plane. It doesn't matter what's happening on the ground or anywhere else other than the plane itself traveling the shortest distance.
Yeah, you see that I think it's effectively the same thing as walking. If you say the atmosphere is in lockstep with the ground, then effectively.
Hold on, would you say that, Kosho? Kosho, would you say it's in lockstep?
Jeremy, let them finish speaking, man.
If that's the model, if we ignore weather systems, if you ignore weather systems, then it's effectively like asking what's it like to walk there, what direction. Even though the Earth is spinning, you would just walk and following the great circle route, ignoring inertial, non-inertial effects. You'll say this is 2 points. That's the shortest distance using an arc. And that's going to be a great circle route, and the inertial or non-inertial nature of it is irrelevant. You would,
Rumpus, would you say that the inertia?
You want to ask him about lockstep, Fuzzy? That's what you're trying to ask him about.
1 second, Fuzzy. 1 second. So you're saying there's no difference?
Is he saying?
I'm beginning to think there might not be a difference.
At the same speed?
Hold on, Fuzzy. 1 second.
Is he agreeing with that?
1 second, Fuzzy. We're about to wrap this up right here, and then you can go. I just need a couple more sentences. So you're saying there's no difference?
I'm beginning to think there might not be. I'm not sure. Because when I say I always say I'm correct. Only when I've come down on a particular side.
Okay,
and I'm not sure. I'm not sure at the moment, Jeremy. So if you're asking me to commit to that position, I'm not going to.
Commit. I'm not asking you to commit. Just you need to realize that the plane will travel. If the plane goes in a straight line, it'll be a curved line on the ground.
Yeah, geodesic. Yeah, that's like walking. So it would be if you walked as well.
But if the plane travels in a straight line on the or a curved line in the inertial path, it'll be a straight line on the ground. You think those might be the same distance?
Just now, dude. He didn't understand what you said when you said the straight
line.
He
when he talked about the walk. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Yeah, no, but he just said. Rumpus just said yes, a geodesic. You just said a straight line. If he walks it, it will be a curved line on the ground. He said yes, a geodesic. He means
no one's talking about walking.
He means curved around the ground. You're talking about a straight line in the inertial frame. It'll be curved in that frame, in the Earth's frame. Yeah. And so I would think you agree with that.
Each one of those trajectories are the shortest ones for their own frame of reference.
I mean, possibly another way to think about it is imagine you had a laser beam and you could do it instantly. you would point at the thing you want to go, but there's a laser beam that bends, that follows a geodesic. So imagine you could fire at the speed of light, and so you could instantly go there. The Earth has not had a chance to rotate. Then you would just follow but there would be no difference.
Exactly. That's what I told him. That's exactly what I said. I said, if you pointed at where you wanted to go, and you went that way, versus if you were in an airplane and you were constantly correcting and making sure you're staying straight in that frame, they would look identical because you'd be taking the shortest path on the ground. They both look like that.
Okay. Let me just explain it to Rumpus. Rumpus, you're in a plane. You're in a plane. You follow a straight line on the ground. You're going in a curved path in the inertial frame. If you went a straight line in the inertial frame, that would be a curved line on the ground. You think that's just going to be the same distance? Think about it, Rumpus. In the meantime, go ahead. My bad.
I'm beginning to think, as I said earlier, that it is effectively the same thing. I think because the only way the inertia you get out of it being an inertial. I suppose again, it's the distance versus what you have to do. I think they're the same. I'm not committing myself, but I think they might be. I'd have to go in and think about it hard, but I think they're the same thing, but I'm not sure. So, but if Kosher wants to sort of fill me in or Bacon,
no, I think honestly the conclusion, because you didn't get to think last time. A lot of people were talking, but you've come to the same conclusions that I basically came to with it. And I was actually when you were talking last time, I didn't get a chance to bring it up. I was actually going to bring up that same scenario where I was like, just move it to the ground and consider the same thing, because ultimately, I mean, whether it's a car or a motorcycle walking, it's the same problem. And the way I think about it is, it's about relative. It's about what's relative, what you're moving in reference to, and you're moving reference to the ground. That's what you're judging the distance off of, and that's what the path you're going across. So it doesn't matter if it's the shortest in the inertial frame.
Because the thing is, you see, if you try to do it from the inertial frame, this thing's moving away from you. So the destination you are trying to get to, for instance, if you're trying to get from the equator to, say, Greenland, then where Greenland is not going to be. You can't think of it. Yes, because it's in the non-inertial reference, it's rotating, and you're trying to get to it. If you thought about being in the inertial reference, you've got to account for the fact this Greenland is moving away from you. So you can't just point at it in the pretend it's not rotating. And so by considering it in the non-inertial reference frame, the one on the following the path of the ground, you're taking the shortest route, I think. And you can't do it from the inertial reference frame because you've got to take into account the rotation. So I think it might be the same, but I'm still not committed. Go ahead.
Rumpus, it's fine if you don't want to commit. It's fine. But in one instance, we're talking about leading the place you're going to be. So you do the math for Coriolis. You say, okay, Greenland's going to be in this spot. I'm going to aim at where it's going to be, right? Yeah. That's one path the plane could take. The other path the plane could take would be to fly in a straight line, always pointing at Greenland and just constantly curving to keep up with Greenland.
But I think that's effectively the same thing.
After long thought, that's the conclusion I came to.
Guys, you're always using too many words to describe this problem. The only thing that you have to discuss is the between the two reference frames, what a straight path in each would look on the other. On a rotating reference frame, a straight line in that rotating frame of reference, in that rotating coordinate system, would look like a curved path in an inertial reference frame. And it would look like in an inertial reference frame, a straight path would be a curved path in the rotating reference frame. If you want to get there in an aircraft, you have to use the rotating reference frame, and the shortest path in it is a curved path in an inertial reference frame. The fact that it's a curved path doesn't make it faster to try and take a straight path in the inertial reference frame.
Oh, don't get confused between faster and distance. Jeremy's particular about talking about distance and not speed, and that's the thing I'm having trouble with.
Right, but you have to consume fuel in order to follow that path. So
he's not caring about that. He's only interested in distance.
More fuel to try and follow that straight line.
Yeah, I know, but he's only asking about distance, Doofus. Let's not introduce another factor. I was trying to avoid getting to terms of time. He's talking about distance.
But do you know?
And his goal is to point out that if the distance is shorter, it should cost less fuel and be less.
Yeah, but less fuel. But his question is about distance. Let's not go to a second stage of his other second part.
That's where he's going. If it's a shorter distance in the inertial reference frame to take a straight line in the inertial reference frame, then it should cost less fuel and take less time to follow that straight line in the inertial reference frame.
That might be the case, but his current question is just about distance, so we should answer that question, not go worry about what his next conclusion he's trying to get to. Let's just deal with his current question and then see.
Oh, there's
which
no
we can
problem
follow.
adding. There's no problem adding this observation. I think it's something.
Yeah, well, obviously Jeremy's got an agenda.
worth
He's a flat
clarifying.
earther, so we know what he's going to do. But we can't change the result of the answer to this question just because it's inconvenient for us. We have to come to what we think the answer is correct for this question. We can't then say, well, unfortunately, it's going to lead to some problems somewhere else. We've got to come to the right answer for this bit.
But the time it took for Doofus to comment that observation is like 10 times less time than it took for you to complain about that.
I was thinking.
I hear Doofus's problem, and we'll get to that when we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
No, but you do.
So the answer is that the shortest path in the inertial reference frame is the shortest overall path total in inertial reference frame. We get that.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. But when you bring in after that, shouldn't it be faster or more fuel efficient to take that path? And the answer is always going to be no.
Well, we'll see about that in the future. But for now, we just got to get everyone on the same page because these guys are very confused about what the shortest path is, the shortest distance is going to be.
No, but that's.
I already answered it for you. The shortest distance
you've
total,
answered it.
in all reference frames, in inertial reference frame, I should say. In that is the shortest distance in 3D space in the inertial reference frame. That does not mean that the path will then eventually lead you to a conclusion that it should be less fuel consumption or take less time to follow that path.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But for now, we're still stuck on the first part. You're trying to jump ahead, and me and you agree on the first part. The shortest path would be the inertial frame. I agree with you on that. But we're still stuck on that with these guys. Like, you can't move on to teaching how sentences work if the kids don't know the alphabet yet.
Yeah, you can.
But I think what you're getting to really, though, is the fact that if the Earth were spinning, then something spinning towards you could use to your advantage. And then if it's something spinning away from you in the opposite direction and you have to catch up to it and you're fighting the winds or going with the winds, it would make a difference.
I showed you that
whether or not it's going towards or away from you.
So I made
You're using the rotating reference frame to get to your destination. You have to take the shortest path in the reference frame that is of concern to you.
Right, but if you're using the atmosphere as a wind that's carrying you, and it's constant speed from west to east, then you have to take that into consideration if you're going yourself northwest or southwest or south or northeast or northwest, because
I showed you
either fighting the atmosphere or you can't say that the atmosphere acts to slow it down and speed it up conveniently both ways.
I showed you it did.
No, you didn't.
I did. I made the whole thing for you.
No, you showed me a diagram that made it make sense to you, but it still doesn't make any sense that atmosphere that's blowing. You have to have an equal and opposite force to slow something down to oppose the force. You can't say something blowing with it.
And I stayed up all night.
That would be nice if it worked that way, I guess. But
I was waiting for you and everything, man.
You had the blocks that it was hitting in the opposite direction. That's not the same way it was flowing.
No. I had them all going to the left. So they're on the screen now. I had them all going to the right. And in one case, you start from the block at the bottom and you went up. And in that case, you ran into the slower wind that guided you back. In the other case, you don't
run into it.
Top going down, and I ran into the faster wind that was moving me back. In both cases, did the same thing.
No, you don't run into it if it's going in the same direction.
You actually do. It acts as a negative direction at that point because your tangential velocity is greater than its tangential velocity. It's like acting on you from the opposite direction.
Right. Air has momentum, and it imparts that change of momentum. It's not something we need to worry about proving exists. The air definitely does have momentum.
Well, if that air is affecting you, regardless of the winds, and the atmosphere is affecting the plane, then it should be accounted for and used to the advantage of the fuel in the plane.
Right. The way to do that is to take the shortest path in the rotating reference frame, the thing that you're using to get to the destination.
Right, but if the thing is rotating towards you, and the atmosphere is going with it, and you're going against that wind towards the destination, then it should be a difference between going against that atmosphere or with that atmosphere. It should make a difference.
I tell you, the
If the
mathematical
atmosphere acts like a wind, then you'd be going into a headwind when you go west.
Right. If you wanted to do the calculation on the Coriolis effect, the Coriolis force that you would then calculate for something like that, something like 500 mile per hour aircraft have traveling north or south, the perpendicular acceleration, that effect is the same thing as dealing with a 1 or 2 mile per hour crosswind, which is basically nothing because crosswinds are almost always higher than that, like the actual
So then,
wind.
how does it carry the plane, like Rumpus says, when it conveniently carries it into its new tangential speed if it's just
like in my
a
gift,
1 or
dude.
2 mile per hour? You know what I'm saying?
I told you,
It's
my
like
gift.
you're describing it as a very strong force moving the plane into the new tangential speed so that it never sees anything but what seems to
I
be
didn't say it was a
stationary
strong
Earth
one.
relative.
I didn't say it was a strong one.
But Rumpus says that it's carrying the plane. The pilot wouldn't have to do anything, and it would be in the new
Well, no,
tangential
in my
speed.
GIF, dude, in my GIF, I did exactly that. That's all I did was add the two different speeds, and I made the wind go a gradient up to the changing speed, and I added a thrust. And I started the ball at the speed of the wind where he was at, and I gave it thrust going in the direction up or down, depending on whichever GIF it is. I didn't add any thrust sideways. The thrust is only going straight up. So if the thrust is consistent with what you're saying, it would just ride through the wind and not be aided by it. But what happens is no matter which direction you're going, the wind does the same thing because it acts in the same way, whether it's going faster than you or whether it's going slower than you. Just
Wait,
because
I think he misunderstood Dolph's answer because the Coriolis force, the force that Dolphus mentioned, isn't the one that keeps the airplane in orbit. It would be if you try not in orbit, but in the straight line ground path. It would be the force that the plane experiences if he tries to follow that straight line path on the ground. That would be the Coriolis force. It's not what it's keeping on that straight line. It's actually what's going against the straight line. It's just a very weak force.
Yeah, but the wind does do a lot to help it.
Yeah, but when Dolphus mentioned how weak the Coriolis force is, New Perspective will object to that as if that was the force keeping the airplane in the route. That's actually the opposite. It's the one that would take the plane out of the route. It's just very weak.
No, I got you.
Well, if the winds are
it'd be
moving in
hidden
the
in the
opposite
wind, yeah.
direction, and the winds are stronger than the supposed Coriolis force, and the winds go in the opposite direction, then it's going to counteract that, right?
But it's
You're just following a ground track.
Yeah, if you follow the ground track, you have the least amount of wind. If you don't, you're gonna face more atmosphere.
Right. The average case is that the atmosphere in aggregate has roughly the same average rotational velocity as the surface of the Earth. Then the best way to proceed forward from that information is to follow the ground track or take the shortest path in the rotating reference frame. Those are equivalent.
Why do you have your first ridiculous assumption?
That's a fine
What is
assumption.
the first ridiculous assumption?
It was a correct assumption.
That the air is at the same ground speed as the Earth, even though the other forces are stronger.
Because we know you have still days, and therefore we know you have a still day at the equator, where we know there's a ground speed of 1,000 miles an hour, and you go halfway up, say 45 degrees, and you have another still day, therefore the atmosphere there is also going at the same speed as the surface.
When have you measured the energies involved to make you think that that would be the case in this
Hold
system?
on.
And it's not a
Well, we
flat.
know. Why would they
because
differ?
you have some
Actually,
artillery.
hold on. We know that the Earth.
question.
Hold on. We know that the Earth's rotating. We can measure that, and then we know that there are still
But
days
you
at both
don't.
those.
Rob, dude.
You don't.
Can I just finish my sentence?
You don't
Because
know
we
the
kn-
Earth's rotating
Can
because
I
you know the
just
Earth's
finish
rotating.
my
That's the fucking
sentence,
point,
please?
Rumpus.
Can I finish my sentence, please? So, because we know the Earth's rotating, we know there's still air in those two locations. Therefore, the air must be on a still day, rotating at the same speed as the surface of the Earth in those two locations. Go ahead.
Succinct.
We're begging the question with them just
That's
to figure
ridiculous.
out if we can break that. I think it's broken according to their own claims, and it could be proven that you're actually spinning if a plane or jet were able to just mimic a ballistic and go straight regardless of the ground path.
I wanted to be noted.
We can
That
measure the
Rumpus did not
rotation.
even
you
address
have
my
to use the
point.
air to get where
Thanks,
you're going.
Rumpus.
I did.
Or
Look, we can
in my
measure.
input.
There are about 10 different easy ways of measuring
What?
the rotation of the Earth.
Oh,
We know the Earth is rotating. We know we have still days
no, I'm
at a
talking about
various
the
locations.
friction
Well,
from
we
the
have.
surface pushing the fucking air rumpus. Think
Say
about it.
again. Say again.
Yes, fluid dynamics exists.
The fluid
Don.
dynamics of the surface creating the friction and the thing.
Yeah, but I'll just go through this again because you clearly haven't understood what I said. We can show that the Earth is rotating. We know the Earth is a solid body. Therefore, we know that the Earth's rotation at the equator and at, say, 45 degrees and the poles are going to be rotating at different speeds. We have still days at those locations. Therefore, the atmosphere must be rotating on average at the same speed as the surface of the Earth. Finished.
Would you say it's in lockstep?
Well, obviously, if you ignore weather systems confuse the issue. No, I've just shown you by that logic.
Ridiculous. That's the question I get to right now is, Don, why would the wind differ from, why would the average velocity of the atmosphere differ from the velocity of the
Because
surface
of
of the
the
Earth?
energies of the sun and the energies of the pressures pushing the winds around.
That's what creates wind.
Sun doesn't push the air. So what I need from you is what would cause the air to move at a different rate than the ground?
The sun pushing the air.
Okay, that's not something. That's not a
Yes,
thing.
it is.
The
You're a
sun doesn't
retard.
push air.
You're a retard.
You're just talking about weather systems. Yes, they push the air in random directions, but it doesn't. Nothing the sun does can cause the speed anything like 1,000 miles an hour, which we experience.
the jet.
No name calling.
It's just a local
stream,
variation on top of the underlying rotation.
But the jet stream supposedly goes up to 200 miles faster than the speed of that.
But that's on top of. That's in relation to the underlying speed. There's something like the jet stream is a bit more substantial than the local weather systems, but even they stop sometimes and vary. Right. But they're upon the underlying rotation, so they're added to whatever's going on the underlying rotation of the Earth.
As soon as you go up in the air, you're already in a greater circle. As soon as you're up in the air and you're not in sync with the Earth to some degree.
You're the velocity of the air as you go up is only, if you go up to like 20,000 feet, it's only 15 miles an hour different from it is on the ground.
So you should see a 15 mile an hour ground rotation below you when you're that high.
If you're not trying to follow the ground track.
Yeah, you should be able to just go up there and show it. If it was actually spinning, it'd be easy enough
to
show.
From 20,000 feet?
We wouldn't need Foucault pendulum. We could have cameras. We have cameras that can zoom in from satellites, right?
Right,
so put those on.
But how do you stay stationary? Right. So in other words, what you're saying is you want to hold something stationary above the Earth, and then see that your position changes at 15 miles an hour with respect to the position you think and you've got to hold
all
yourself
kinds
there.
of cameras.
But how do you hold yourself there?
Like a football. Like imagine if a football could be kicked and it can actually stay up there for longer.
Well, you obviously that can't
see the rotation of the Earth underneath it, right?
It would use the air to do that, right?
Yeah.
You would see
the only reason to hold something static up there is if it has its own propulsion.
Exactly. You'd have to decide where you're going to be using a propulsion system if you wanted to do what is it Don or whatever? What's the new perspective?
What about this jet that I just put the GIF of in the live stream? It's got 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance as it hovers in midair. It can
do that.
take off.
But it's up to you what it does.
It can fly 1,200 miles per hour.
Yeah, and it can. Yeah, if you want to have a propulsion that you want to hold, let's say you get decided on a GPS position, you're going to hold yourself at that GPS position, which rotates with the Earth, and then you're going to say, actually, no, it's not what you want to do. You want to, what you're suggesting
to hold that GPS position, you're already out of sync with the Earth, according to you, at 20,000 feet.
Right. What you need to do, what you're suggesting is you want to be rotating with a point on the surface of the Earth beneath you, and then you will see the difference between the 15 miles an hour with respect, because the whole point is it's like a wheel obviously rotates. If you have a rotating wheel, obviously the outside of the wheel is rotating more quickly than, say, halfway down the wheel. And obviously the same is true of the atmosphere, except, of course, the way the atmosphere gets speed is from the surface of the Earth, sort of, like a sandpaper moving a sand belt would accelerate the air around it. So does the Earth on the atmosphere. And obviously as it goes up, you need to go faster. So if you go if you went halfway up a tire, that's only because it's solid. But because the atmosphere is not solid, it's a fluid, it would gradually drop with respect to the point below it. So yes, if you could hold yourself you'd have to You'd have to move with the velocity to hold yourself with respect. Well, obviously you don't want to. You want to see the effect. In other words, you would have to rotate yourself with the velocity of the Earth as it is below you, and then you would see that there was a difference. But that means you've got to do quite a lot of calculations about what you are going to do with your aircraft. It's not like it can just sit there and then just say, have the world go by. No, you've got to decide on a velocity that's equivalent to the velocity on the surface of the Earth.
Well, wasn't the velocity already determined by your conserved speed that you started from?
Well, yes, but I mean, you have, if you have an aeroplane, but you can't aeroplane. Well, if you could hover, I mean, if you could
this
go
one here, this jet hovers with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance.
Right, but it can't do that all the way up to 20,000 feet or 30,000 feet.
Regardless, even if you were up 10,000 or 5,000 feet, you're already not in sync with the Earth. Is the whole point?
Exactly,
it's
but you're only
dynamic.
missing it by 15 miles an hour. Yes, exactly. So you're missing it by 15 miles an hour. So if you get to 30,000 feet. You were able to just and imagine you were in something that could just hover, but of course you can't because there's weather systems up there. But imagine it was a perfectly still day, and you could just, as you say, if you could hover up, just going upwards, you would retain the velocity of the surface of the Earth. So let's say 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and you go in this aircraft you've got, and if it could go straight up without giving itself any other velocity up to 30,000 feet. And it wasn't affected, and there was no weather systems, then it would find itself losing at 15 miles an hour with respect to the surface of the Earth. So actually, you're actually correct. You could do it like this in theory, if you had no weather.
Yeah, and you could put in, just so you know, it's not the wind pushing you one way or another. You could put cameras that are pointed out in front of you and behind you and below you, and you can see that the ground is moving. The ground is moving. Well, you could do that, and then if you went in a straight line, irrespective of the ground, with a different tangential speed that you're meeting, you would be out of sync with the Earth, especially with this jet.
I mean, you couldn't. You do realize you couldn't see at 15 miles. You do realize at 20. If you were looking down at the ground from 30,000 feet, you would not be able to see anything that's moving at 15 miles.
If you're looking down, but we have satellite cameras and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're asking.
The lockstep thing doesn't work. The point is the lockstep thing has to be claimed by you guys because it only works the way it does because the Earth isn't spinning. But you have to come up with
no. I told you there's a 15 miles per hour difference because of what I described about a rotating wheel. You can't keep the top of the atmosphere can't keep up with the bottom of the atmosphere because obviously it's a height of, I don't know, let's say 30,000 feet. You would need an extra 15 miles an hour to keep up with the thing that was below you, and obviously
it also can't keep up with the wind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When you say,
I don't understand that point.
You said airplanes or whatever can't keep up with the wind or weather patterns?
No, we're not saying that. He's saying he wants them to keep stationary.
Rumpus, Rumpus said earlier.
No, of course it can, but he doesn't want it to. No, listen. No, he didn't. He wants to see the effect. He didn't say. Listen to me. He wanted to see the 15 miles an hour effect. We're not saying it can't do it. He wants to go up in an aircraft and he wants to see the 15 miles an hour difference between the top of the atmosphere and the bottom of the atmosphere. So that means you've got to not introduce any other velocity except the velocity you had on the surface of the Earth and just go straight up without. And of course, this requires no weather systems at all, no wind at all, no. I mean, even. And then he would say, right, if you took a film of what's going on below you, you would gradually see at 15 miles an hour, the surface of the Earth, you would appear to be moving at 15 miles an hour with respect to the point you started from. Right. But of course, that's actually, in theory, that would be possible. But just in theory, but of course, practically, it's absolutely impossible because because you'd only require if you go up there, there's much more than 15 mile an hour winds up there. So you'd either have to then counteract, so you'd have to be looking out and say, what's the wind affecting me? And I'll have to then do exactly the opposite of whatever wind is impinging upon me.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. So don't airplanes and helicopters already do that?
No, aeroplanes, no, they just point at things. They don't hold themselves stationary. They point. Aeroplanes do not hold themselves stationary in space. They aim somewhere, and if they've got a crosswind or something, they then say, "Oh, I'm going slightly off wind. Okay, I'm now no longer pointing. I should be. I'm now pointing again."
The whole point is they correct for it.
Yes, but it's not holding itself stationary above a point.
And they have to use a reference, which they have the ground below them.
Try and stay above a point on the surface of the Earth. That's what he's trying to get it to do.
But I can do that with the drone.
No, you can't do it with a drone because the wind will affect you. The only way a drone does it, it says it tries to keep you give it a GPS position. Some of them anyway.
I can turn that off. I can turn that off.
Okay,
Right,
but then how do you counteract if it's a wind that comes along? How do you stop the wind?
It's just a calm day. And
there's no such thing as a calm day. If you go up 20,000 feet, you're going to get there's going to be a wind impacting upon you. Absolutely guaranteed.
I wanted to see what I wanted to see was that quarter of an inch deviation that the football experienced when it was in the air for 5 seconds. I put the drone up in the air for a half hour, and I wanted to see that same deviation. Why didn't I see it?
Because your drone.
Go ahead. Yeah, I can actually fully explain that one very succinctly. Your drone does have a downward-facing camera. Your drone does use the surface of the Earth as a reference for determining whether it has moved.
Oh, you see it. My drone that has no camera attached to it?
You're talking about what kind of drone do you have?
Well, let's use the DJI Phantom 1. You have to attach your own camera.
Yeah, so there's a downward-facing camera on the drone itself. I'm not talking about the mounted, gyroscopically stabilized camera. I'm talking about the one that's built into the drone body.
I know not all of them necessarily have that too, and you can cover that up. That's not what's keeping its place with Earth's rotation, if that's what you're about to go for.
So how do they keep their place
in wind then?
Yeah, exactly. If there's a wind, how does it keep its place?
Well, it wouldn't. The wind would blow it.
Right, but there you go then. So you can't if it can't keep its place with wind, and there's always wind, therefore it can't do the job we're talking about, can it?
Rumpus, shut the fuck up. Unless I
right, but then you're also using the ground to correct for it.
Are you saying that so airplanes don't get blown by wind either?
Yes, but they don't. The only way they can correct for it is saying, what's my GPS coordinate? Oh, I've been moved. Okay, I better go back to my that GPS coordinate I used to have. That's the way they would do it. They can't say, oh, I had a 10-mile-an-hour wind for 2 seconds and a 15-mile-an-hour for 3 seconds. I've got to try and compensate for these winds. They're not going to do that. They're going to say, where do I want to be in space? And therefore, I'll do whatever it's required to do that. Now, if they can hover like a helicopter or something, then they'll just simply correct. But you can't do what New Perspective's doing. That's saying, oh, I've got this wind hitting me, and I'll try and compensate. There's no way you can have a system that copes with that.
Well,
New Perspective, you just specified that you're correcting for the wind, so you are the reference point.
Right, I understand that.
Actually, you could use an inertial guidance system. Actually, you could use what's called an inertial guidance system. See if you've been accelerated in a direction, and then undo that. So you could actually do that. Actually,
there's another way.
That would include Coriolis, right?
That has nothing to do with Coriolis.
Yeah, we're trying to we're keeping ourselves. Bacon, Coriolis only occurs if you've got a velocity with respect to the surface. If you keep that to 0, then you don't have Coriolis.
Yeah, I thought you were saying for the airplane, but all right.
Okay, here's another option of how it could be done. Just throw it out there real quick. But the other way that I walked through this with somebody that made sense, that if you were to try to, because you can't go in a straight line as far as the coordinates for the ground or for the
You've broken up
perspective.
You've cut out, yeah. He's gone completely. He's gone. We lost him.
Oh.
Yeah. So the basic the upshot is that you could use an inertial guidance reference system, which actually finds accelerations that something's been subjected to, and it could undo those. So that's how missiles used to work before they had GPS. They actually said, "What I've been by working out." From a map and from what my acceleration is due to the motors, where am I? And you could do something similar with a hovering aeroplane. Say, look, okay, have a piece of wind would cause me to accelerate away from where I think I am. But the resolution of these things is dreadful. But I mean, in theory, if you had a super duper inertial reference guidance system, you could check for the accelerations caused by wind, and then you would get the effect that New Perspective is looking for, where you would effectively be hovering, you'd account for the wind, you'd undo whatever the wind's done to you.
Where do you pick up a super duper inertial reference frame guidance system or whatever the fuck you just said?
Well, I think they'd gone out of fashion. They were around in the 50s and 60s before GPS and to guide missiles, and And I don't think they were ever. And this is why you could never hit anything within a mile, because they couldn't work out the initial guidance reference system couldn't cope with that sort of resolution. But in theory, if you had a super duper one with modern electronics, you could do something a bit better and then undo. Every time you've been wafted by a little breeze of about 5 miles an hour or 2 miles an hour, you would pick up the acceleration on you and say, and then you would undo that by detecting that you've been accelerated by the wind, and then go back to where you were using that inertial guidance system, saying, but God, I think that's next to technically impossible, but you might be able to have a go at it.
So how much wind did Neil deGrasse Tyson count for in his calculations for the football?
He didn't calculate what winds
Hold on,
effects
that's a moving thing. So that's subjected to Coriolis. We were talking about a non-moving aircraft that was hovering, which is so there's no Coriolis. For Coriolis force to happen, you clearly don't understand the equations. Coriolis can only occur when you are moving relative to the non-inertial reference frame, i.e., you kick a ball, you fire a shell, or whatever. And then you get the effect. Obviously, if you've got a powered aircraft, you confuse the issue because you're always correcting for where you want to go. So for ballistic trajectories, then you have to have a velocity with respect to the surface of the Earth to have any Coriolis force at all.
Well,
you're moving very slowly, so the force is very small. If you're moving very slowly, then the Coriolis force is almost negligible.
Right, you have to look up the actual definition of the Coriolis effect. And there is actually a formula in there that tells you whether or not there is or is not any force to consider. The effect is dependent upon the object in question being in motion in the rotating reference frame. If it's not in motion with respect to the Earth, then there is no Coriolis effect.
Correct. Well done for getting that inertial reference unit there,
I'm sorry, what did you said? If there's no motion with respect to the Earth?
Yeah, it's in the definition. It has to be in motion with respect to the surface of the Earth in order to experience the Coriolis effect.
Exactly. Okay. Fundamental. Absolutely. This is something that people like Nathan Oakley have no understanding.
I would have phrased it as
merry-go-round.
Hold on. I would have phrased it personally. I would have phrased it as you have to for Earth-based Coriolis, you have to change your you have to go to you have to move to a place. The object you're looking at would have to move to a place with a different tangential velocity.
No, you don't. You do not have to do that. That's another thing that people understand, including Dr. Bob. You do not need to go north to south. You can go east to west and also experience a Coriolis force. And a lot of people don't understand this, including Dr. Bob, including a lot of Globers. It is quite complicated. That's why Dr. Bob didn't understand it. But the force is not a different tangential velocity. You are using the old... You're not understanding how Coriolis force works, I'm afraid.
That's true. Because even...
Zanuck actually agreed with me yesterday when
Zanuck, unfortunately, that's
Zanuck said you have to use a new
Yeah, I know. He doesn't understand it. That's one of Zanuck's weak points.
Can I try to add something there? Because you have if you just use like the difference between the inertial and the non-inertial to get the non-inertial forces, you can call that a Coriolis force. But you can now decompose these Coriolis force into a vertical axis and in the azimuth direction. And as you do that, you end up with two vectors.
That's the
vertical
one. Let's pick up for Zanuck. He's simplifying it to like a 2D type of situation.
I wasn't finished. I was in the middle of the thing.
Y'all don't be killing Zanuck, man. Y'all know Zanuck knows this shit.
Yeah, well, Bacon was in the middle of explaining something.
Stop, guys, stop. Let him finish.
The vertical one is what we call the Otvos effect, right?
Exactly.
But the horizontal one is still called Coriolis, so there's a bit of ambiguity.
That's what Rumpus is talking about.
Dudes, Don, come on, man.
I'm completely in agreement with Bacon. I'm completely in agreement with what Bacon's saying.
Yeah, so you when you're saying Coriolis, there's these two interpretations. You might be saying the overall force, or you might be saying that horizontal force that doesn't include the Otvos effect. So I think there's a bit of ambiguity on the term Coriolis.
I'd just like to reiterate that, just for everybody's sake. There's this thing called the Coriolis force, and sometimes people break that down into, as Bacon said, a vertical and a horizontal component. And the horizontal component is still called the Coriolis force, but the vertical component is called the Etvos. So that we have one name that means two things. One is the overall vector, and the other is also applied to just the horizontal one as well, just to add a little bit of extra confusion.
No, the problem is we're talking about the Coriolis effect, and now you're talking about the Etvos effect. In order to see the Coriolis effect,
it's the same thing. It's the same. Hold on, Jeremy. The Etvos effect is just the vertical component of the Coriolis effect.
Oh, you get messy.
Is it the same effect? The Coriolis effect and the
I'll
Yutvos
say it
effect
again.
the same effect?
The Etvos effect is just the vertical component of the Coriolis effect.
Is the Yutvos effect and the Coriolis effect the same effect?
Are you sure about that, Rumpus?
No, one is a component of the other. You have the
one is
Coriolis.
because of rate,
Look,
one is
Jeremy,
because of
if I
rate,
have
and one is
Jeremy,
because
if
of
I have a
tangential
vector,
velocity,
let's suppose
right?
Jeremy,
What's
let's suppose
the
I
source
ask you
of these two things,
hold on,
Rob?
let me just finish. Jeremy, imagine I asked you to look at the sun. So there's a vertical component up to the sun. There's also to your, and if I asked you to face towards, I don't know, your front door, and you would be at an angle away from the front door to the sun. So there's two components to your angles to the sun. There's the one in the horizontal plane, and then there's one in the vertical plane. So the Coriolis force is the actual vector to the sun, but there's the vertical part of that is called the Etvos effect, and the one that's also just horizontal, your angle effectively in the horizontal plane, is also called the Coriolis force. So the Etvos effect is a component of the overall one.
Okay, the problem is you guys started talking about something different. We're talking about the Coriolis effect, not the Yutvos effect. They're
And just from the tangential speeds, he's just talking about the difference in the tangential speeds, Rumpus. That's why they're doing the
Bacon's
north-south.
diagram. Look at Bacon's diagram because you didn't listen to what I said, Jeremy.
All right, fine.
And that
Well, let
explains
me clarify simply then. When the east-west one, is that due to a difference in tangential velocities?
No. If you fly
That's
east
the
or
point.
west,
The east-west one
That's
isn't
why
the
they're talking
Coriolis
about
effect.
north-south.
The
That's the
east-west, hold
point.
on, Don. The east-west one isn't the Coriolis effect. That's the Yutvos effect.
No,
It's a
that's
different
part of the
effect.
They're going to call it
We're
that.
talking about the Coriolis
Jeremy,
effect.
it's going to have Coriolis type things where the straight lines don't match the thing in this. Listen to them on it. But understand that they need to know what you're talking about and what
he's
you
talking
need
about,
to
man.
evident experimentally.
We know what he's talking about. He's talking about the Etvos effect. The Etvos effect is in the umbrella of Coriolis effect.
Look at Bacon's diagram, Jeremy.
You guys are talking about something
Jeremy,
different
look
than
at
the
Bacon's
Coriolis.
diagram in the chat. It
demonstrate
makes
the
it
measurement
absolutely clear.
Earth spinning. When did Rumpus demonstrate the measurement of rotation? I can't remember when he demonstrated that. We
I
talked
can do
about
that in a second, but that's an off tangent. I'll go back to that for a second.
That's the
let's
whole
just
point
hold on.
here.
Let's just but we're dealing with the fact that people don't understand what the Coriolis effect is first. You're going on. You're jumping onto another subject, Fuzzy. We'll do that, but we just haven't dealt with this subject first. Let's complete this first.
Guys, I'm gonna have to mute someone. Hold on a second.
I was talking, and Rumpus.
Yeah, but you've changed the subject.
No, I'm
Why
not
did you
trying to
change
bring
the
us out
subject? We
of the
were still
weeds.
trying to explain to Jeremy about where the Coriolis was, and then you decide to change the subject.
Rumpus, I got to temporarily mute you. Hold on.
Oh God.
Rumpus.
You changed the subject.
I'm not trying to change the subject. The subject is
you
whether or
are.
not
We were
Earth is
talking about the
turning.
Coriolis
Jesus
force.
Christ, Rumpus, shut the fuck up.
Empty threat would
Well,
work.
stop trying to change the subject.
Rumpus, I'm not trying to change the subject.
You
the
are.
Subject
We're
is,
talking
the
about the
subject
Etvos effect and the Coriolis, and you're changing the subject. We can go back to your subject, fine.
This is just temporary.
But let's complete.
Rumpus, this is just temporary. We're gonna let him finish the sentence. If he's gonna let it stray off topic, you can pull it back right after. Just relax. We gotta let everyone finish their sentences, please. Come on, guys. You both now. Hold on. I'm on a cell phone. This takes a
Jeremy,
second.
have you looked at the diagram that Bacon
Just
put
let
in
Fuzzy finish. We're gonna let Fuzzy finish, and then you can go on to whatever you want.
We haven't proved the Earth rotating yet.
Well, yeah, well, that's
Whatever.
the whole point. That's the topic. Is that not the topic? You're using Coriolis
the
as
current
a way
topic,
to prove
no.
Jesus fucking Christ, Rumpus. The whole point of you talking about Coriolis is to prove that Earth is not turning. So
we'll get onto that.
You need to prove that it is turning
Yeah,
first.
we'll get onto
you said
that.
You had a way to measure it. Why are we even talking about Coriolis?
We'll get
if
onto
you have
that.
a way to measure it.
Well, because the way to prove the Earth's rotating is through Coriolis, it makes sense to clarify what we mean by that. That's what Rumpus is trying to do.
He already said you guys have measured it, and there are about 10
that
ways
in a
of measuring
second.
it.
I want to know that
if you've already measured it, why are we talking about it?
Because you guys don't get it.
We'll do that in a second. At the moment, Jeremy doesn't understand the diagram that Bacon's posted in the chat, which explains what the Coriolis effect and Etvos effect is. And Jeremy got it round the wrong way.
No, I know what the Yutvos effect is. I know what the Yutvos effect is, and I know what the Coriolis effect is. Me and you both agreed they're different things. I'm talking about the Coriolis.
No, they're not.
Effect.
They're
You're
just
trying
components
to
of one another.
You can't let me finish, can you? You can't.
But he didn't agree.
You can't let
You
me.
said he
Rumpus
agreed.
Rumpus just agreed with me. They are different effects.
They're not. One's a component to the other. That's not. They're not. They're not apples and
just
bananas.
Agreed with me. They're not the same effect.
They're not synonymous.
The same effect. It should be obvious to everyone How we know they're not the same effect?
They
have
they
different
are.
fucking names. One of them's called the Utmost effect. The other one's called the Coriolis effect. If they were the same thing, they would all just be called the Coriolis effect.
But one's
But
a
it's not the
component
same
of.
thing.
is a component of a fish and not the same thing as a fish. This is basic English comprehension issues. If we say a component of something is not the same thing as the whole thing, we don't mean that they are completely separate and they're completely unrelated. That's not what's being said.
You can get the Utmost effect going east-west. Sure. In order to get the Coriolis
No,
effect,
the Edwards effect
you're
is
gonna need
vertical.
you can't let me finish. I know. I don't know
The
why.
Edwards effect is vertical.
Why you can't
No,
let me
I think
finish.
he means when you move east-west.
Be really clear. Earlier, Rumpus said very specifically and very clearly, we already know the Earth is turning.
Why are you
said that
changing the
very.
subject again?
I'm not.
You are. The subject of
Yeah,
discussion at the
you
moment
already
is
said you
understanding the Coriolis and Edwards, and you will not let us finish this subject before we get back to yours. And we can get back to yours. I'm happy to.
Okay.
But for
You
God's
guys-
sake, let's
all right,
finish
great.
this subject.
Clear this up.
Can
You
we
guys
not
were
complete this?
just about to clear this up. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So we just want to clear this up, and then you can take control of the chat. We just want to get it through to goddamn Jeremy that the Coriolis effect is the thing that's created, and then you can break it down into a vertical and a horizontal component. That's all we're trying to get through to. The Evos effect is the vertical component of the Coriolis effect, and Doofus or no Bacon described, for extra confusion, the horizontal component is also called the Coriolis effect. So it's like saying, what's the component of say if I throw a ball?
We got it, Rumpus.
No, we haven't got it because Jeremy doesn't understand. It seems. If I throw a ball up in the air, if I throw a ball up in the air, if I throw a ball up in the air, if I throw a ball up in the air, if I throw a ball up in the air, and I throw it horizontally and vertically,
Hold on, man.
the
Jesus
motion of
Christ,
the
guys, I'm
ball.
trying to get stuff done today.
Can I just finish my sentence? So you throw a ball in the air. So the so when
You're
it's
fucking
gone in
muted,
direction.
Don. I had to mute you.
Can I just finish? It's only 10 seconds.
Go ahead,
So if I throw a ball across, vertically and up in the air as well, the horizontal component, you don't say that they're different things, that the horizontal component is somehow completely separate. It's a component of the overall velocity. Just like the Edvos effect is the vertical component, effectively, of throwing a ball. So your attempt to separate them as though they're not connected is ridiculous.
Okay, sorry. How many million times are you going to say it, Rumpus?
Well, Jeremy's not accepting it.
Somebody understands
it. Dog. That was rhetorical. You need to understand where they coming from.
I thought the ball analogy would clear it up for him.
Where they're coming from is not understanding, and we're trying to fix that problem.
Yeah, it's clear where
All you got to do to simply say to them is, look, the end results of these different phenomenons gives you these Coriolis category type effects, Jeremy. You need to focus these motherfuckers, Jeremy, on the fact that you're talking about the plane going north to fucking south, having the different fucking tangential velocities. Simple as that, dude.
What he's
that's why Zanuck was doing that, which is not doing this other shit.
He literally said he literally made a claim that Coriolis was only changing tangential velocity. Rumpus and Bacon, they're trying to show him that that's not the only case. Upvost effect is a case where it's not changing tangential velocity. They're trying to explain to him that it's also Coriolis.
Yeah, you're terribly.
You can get the Utmost.
Terribly.
You just don't understand what we're saying, Preston. That's your problem. You don't understand. But the way you're saying things, you clearly don't understand. But at the moment we're dealing with Jeremy's lack of understanding. Until we get
go in the fucking straight line.
You don't understand. You don't understand what we're saying.
It doesn't matter why the fuck it's happening.
Jeremy, do you understand
They're going to call it Coriolis.
We'll deal with your core problem in a moment, Jester.
Dude, you are fucking dominating the mics and say nothing but the same thing 1,000 times.
We don't know if Jeremy's picked up what we've Bacon and I and Kosho explained to him. We haven't yet worked out if Jeremy's received the information and understood it yet.
Bacon says
Can I try mine? Yeah. So when you take a take a rotating frame of reference, right, and you try to read it as if it was an inertial frame, you end up with pseudo forces, right? That's Coriolis force, and if you do that. When something is moving east to west, that thing that I just described as Coriolis force gives you the Otwos force or the Otwos effect. So you shouldn't be trying to make a separation between them. Coriolis is what gives you a Otwos.
Please
The
stop
formula that
fighting.
Doofus, the formula that Doofus has just posted, it gives you the total Coriolis force, and also because of that cross, it actually gives its direction as well. And then the diagram that Bacon has posted above then breaks that FC that Doofus has posted into the two vertical and horizontal components. So they're very closely related, the Etvos and the Coriolis. The Etvos is a component, the vertical component of the Coriolis.
Now, can you tell us, Rumpus, why this is relevant to the issue Jeremy's been on? Hold up.
Jeremy asked a question.
Hold up,
Jeremy,
brother. I want to repeat it, dude, because I don't even know if you know it. I don't want to fight if you know it. I'm just going to tell it to you. He wants to know why the planes don't take a shorter route using any of these forces. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I know. That's the bigger question. But we've got down to a detail where we were having a problem understanding. We need to resolve that. And then we can go back to the bigger question, including the one that, he's gone now, who's asking about how we can show that the Earth's rotating. We've got several questions on the table. The current problem is understanding that the Etvos effect and the Coriolis effect are components of a thing called the Coriolis effect. And we just needed to get that sorted. That was all.
We really don't.
Hold on, though, Don. Don, Jeremy literally asked that specific question. So let's just stay focused. Then we don't interrupt so much, and then just stay keep brevity or shortness, whatever, and everybody will be happy.
So if Jeremy can understand Bacon's diagram and where we've got the Coriolis effect defined by the force in Doofus's formula, then we'll all be happy, and then we can move on. Because Jeremy mentioned several times about the he did. He talked about whether you're moving vertically.
He asked if Coriolis, if it was fair to say that Coriolis is only when you're traveling along the Earth and you're moving at a different tangential velocity.
Yeah, which is wrong.
You change your tangential velocity.
And Zanuck doesn't. I think Zanuck has got. Yeah, Zanuck's not fully familiar with it. He does make it. That's
he probably couldn't think of an example. Is probably what happened because I couldn't think of an example, but I told him that I didn't like to say that. I was like, I don't want to phrase it that way, but I didn't think of the Etvos effect. I was trying to think of an example.
So all Jeremy has to do is to say he understands the diagram that Bacon's posted, and then we can move on to press Don's question. But Jeremy's still resisting, I think.
He might be busy. He's in the weekend. He's with his family at home, and he might be paying that attention. But
okay, press Don for God's sake. To ask what you wanted to ask then.
Well, what do you mean? What I wanted to ask?
Oh, you were making a point, man. You were making a point and moaning we weren't talking about the point you're making. We'll make your point, and then we'll talk about that.
But you said you knew it, and you'd get back to it. So don't you know what it is already?
Well, just remind me so I don't make sure I absolutely address what you're saying.
Let me clear this up. Don was complaining about Jeremy and Jeremy's question. Don didn't have his own questions.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will agree with you guys. Like, Jeremy shouldn't fight on the categorizations of that shit happens too much. You know what I mean? It's like semantic arguments, Jeremy. Sometimes you do that, and it's like, fuck what they're calling it and all that. Just get to the proof, to the experiment, or
Yeah, this ain't even really a big point of contention or anything. It's kind of semantic word games. But the overarching point is the one that Doofus agrees with me on, that the shorter path would be the one where it goes.
The shorter path in the inertial reference frame is, as I stated, the shortest path in the inertial reference frame, which is a tautology. That doesn't really address anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
we're getting to it. We're building a foundation here.
That's what's up.
It doesn't mean that's the shortest.
What does the shortest path in the inertial reference frame then give you?
I think they're the same thing. If I draw a diagram,
wait, Doofus, we can't go on. I told you we can't teach the kids how pronouns and verbs and adjectives work before they know the alphabet.
What does the shortest frame, or what does the shortest path in the inertial reference frame actually net you? What does it give you?
You're trying to move on, but we can't move on because the rest of the class doesn't know the alphabet yet. Do you understand the analogy? Do you understand the analogy I'm using?
Well, we all agree that the shortest path in the inertial frame of reference is the shortest path in the inertial frame of reference. I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
I don't know. Let's hear what. Well, Rumpus thinks it's the same distance.
I think I can draw a diagram. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Rumpus thinks it's the same distance. Kosho's been telling me for a week the shortest distance is the one where it's a straight path in the non-inertial frame. We're not all on the same page.
No. Let me be clear on what was said. What Rumpus had said earlier, what I had said, about the same path is whether you sit there and you point. We're talking about this. Both these paths are in reference to the rotating frame, and in reference to the rotating frame, whether you point at where it's going to be and fly there, or if you stay where you are and make corrections constantly and try to stay in that straight path. Both what I said, he said, I believe, is that doing either of those routes will give you the same result. You'll take the shorter path in the non-inertial reference frame.
When we get
I'm
a
beginning to think they are definitely the same thing, actually.
Yeah, it took me a while to get there, but I had to make pictures, diagrams, and later that night I told Jeremy exactly that, and been telling that ever since. But what we're not saying is anything about how in the inertial path, the straight line in the inertial path is the shortest route, and the non-inertial path, in the non-inertial frame, the straight path is the shortest path in the non-inertial frame. We've all said that as well.
But you're saying that the plane will travel the plane will actually travel the same distance.
Yeah, I think
regardless on which if it leads the city or doesn't lead the city.
Yeah, can I get into try to maybe middleman summarize that? And this has to do with your two little scrolling gifts that you made the other day, Kosho. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, so I think what he's saying is if like you pre-aim the whole way,
right,
and do it that way, it's going to be the same as if you like keep aiming a little bit along the way.
That's what we're saying. That's right.
It's basically the kind of the easy summary there, Jeremy. I think.
No, I understand. Well, that's not what they've been telling me. Listen.
I've been telling you that since the field goal, man. I've been saying that since the field goal. You know that.
The field goal one is obviously the one where he aimed. The shortest path is obviously going to be the one where he aims where the field goal is.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. When he kicks the field goal. So Jeremy had a thing a long time ago where he's talking about a guy who can kick perfectly straight for some reason, whatever the hell that means. And so if he is kicking a field goal, he can actually plan where the field goal is going to be by the time he gets there, and he can kick the ball straight towards where it's going to be. And then he can do that. He can also put rockets all over the football and fly it to the goal by correcting and going straight towards it the whole time. And that's what me and Rumpus are saying, is that both those scenarios will give you the same effect.
Because
it doesn't seem right, but it is the case.
Seems right to me. The little corrections you're making are like going to be the same as that first big correction that you would have made.
I don't know, Doofus. Do you want to change your mind on this, or because now I don't even know?
Doofus
These guys got me all
different.
I thought Doofus said the shortest path was going to be in the inertial frame.
Yeah, no, that's not what I said. The shortest path in the inertial frame is the shortest path in the inertial frame. It looks like a straight line from the inertial frame. That does not mean that it is the shortest, the consistently shortest path that you should always use for everything. So in the football example, while we're adding rockets to it, very oddly, there would be a small difference in the path that it took to get to its final point. If it's completely unguided and it's not using the atmosphere to get to its destination, it is subject to the Coriolis effect. Whereas if it is guided and it is trying to get to the path using the rotating atmosphere, there will be a slight difference in the path to get to that final destination.
And saying
go ahead,
saying, that's me. Saying that the inertial, the straight line in the shortest distance in the inertial frame of reference is the shortest distance in the inertial frame of reference. Not the same as saying that it's the shortest distance period. That's what he's objecting to, right?
I've got a diagram I'm trying to draw. Perhaps to help.
Jeremy's not going to be able to see it, just so you know.
Who can't see it?
He doesn't. Well, no, it's up to him. But he usually doesn't look at those things.
Right. Okay. Well, whoever can look at it can look at the diagram.
I'm mad busy.
Okay. Well,
take a picture, screenshot.
Well, I hope we'll see if Kosho and Doofus and others agree. They can agree. So here we have an aeroplane going along at the equator, and he wants to get to, say, he's currently in Ecuador, and he wants to get up here. Right. So if we just ignore, if this is in the non-inertial reference frame, when we're just saying. We would not have to worry about rotation. We're just simply going to point at location. So this is location B up here, destination. And this is location A, sorry. Let's make those white so we can bloody see the damn things. Right, so So obviously in the non-inertial reference frame, the one we would just simply go from here to here, and we would have a distance, and that's how we would sit. Now, if we wanted to say the inertial reference frame, right now we have to take into account rotation. So now if we go over here, we would then say, so let's duplicate that. Oh, come on, you bastard. Right, and then we say, right now, we start off in the same place, and we now want to get to the same location, which was somewhere in North America. And now, what's going to happen is as we start traveling up here, this thing is going to rotate. Obviously, I can't reproduce the rotation, but this is effectively going to move over here.
I think you just have to curve the path of the airplane to the left.
Yes, in other words, the destination, in other words, is going to end up here. So, yeah, okay, it's going to be, okay, it's going to be a bit, yeah, damn it. Yes, so, okay, I think I'll ignore trying to do that. The point is the destination now, B, is going to be over here, because that's where it's rotated to. But we started off with...
They're not going straight north when they leave their origin.
Correct. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Path.
Thank you for pointing that. So, in fact, actually, as the Earth is rotating east to west, so we're starting off with that rotation, but gradually.
Right, and then they'll point to the
west.
west.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
West.
Oh, wait,
west. Yeah. West. So yeah. So the Earth is rotating in this direction.
If you're trying to plot the path of the airplane in the non-inertial frame of,
I'm trying to do it in the inertial one. We did it in the inertial one.
Yeah, but the inertial you're talking about the inertial path, but I'm talking about plotting on the ground, which is non-inertial. If you plot it on the ground, it will be a left curve.
Yes, what it's going to come back down to is the transformation between the two is going to be the same. Yeah. So if we look at it,
it's going to be a left curve.
Yes, hold on. Let me just. So as we're going to start off with 1,000 miles an hour. East to. So we're going to start off with 1,000 miles an hour here. That's odd 1,038, whatever it is, miles per hour, going in that direction. And obviously, when we get to B, effectively, let's say it's 200 miles an hour in that direction. So in fact, what will happen is that this is in effect over here. Location B is actually this way. God, how did I manage to miss? Right, to that, because this is only going in 200 miles an hour in this direction. So actually, that's it's going to lag. So with respect to us, it's actually behind. So even though we want to aim there, we actually have to aim to B over here. So is that what you're agreeing with? Was it Bacon who was talking? So you're going to start off with this 1,000 miles an hour in this rate, and you're going to want to gradually do this by reducing your velocity, and to end up, although B will have moved.
I think it would look like a C letter, like you would curve to the right, left first, and then to the right on the ground.
Yeah, yes, because you want So the trouble is, as I'm moving this, I'd have to rotate the Earth each time. So unfortunately, I can't. I'd need to do a 3D version of this, unfortunately, to make it work properly.
I'll try to do that.
Oh, okay, all right. So just try and imagine that the Earth is, but ultimately, with respect to you are going to have to remove some of this horizontal velocity, which was what the atmosphere does for you. Of course, that's the great thing about although perspective didn't understand this. The fact that this velocity is only 200 here means if you just fly north, the velocity effectively acts like slowing you down as you go further north. And if we try and draw this in the inertial reference frame, then it's going to move, but your velocity. Oh God, yeah, because the initial location is actually going to move but it's going to move right. Okay, because it's rotating relative to us. Although in the real space, there's another reference frame. Unfortunately, there's the one that the Earth's rotating, and then there's what we are doing. Because so you'd need to draw the rotated form of the Earth. Oh, Jesus.
It's quite messy. It's quite messy to do that in 2D. In 2D, it's very messy to do that. I try to do it.
If you're using the Earth as your reference, that's the non-rotating reference frame. So you're transforming onto the non-rotating reference frame.
Imagine your eyesight. Okay, imagine And if I was thinking if the observer rotated with it, then what would happen? If you did that, though, you'd eventually get the same thing. It would actually just go straight up, wouldn't it? It would just end up going, because you would keep that. No, you can't have the observer rotating the whole. No, that wouldn't work, would it?
No, we have to do that. We have to do
Yeah,
that
it
in
is
3D.
tricky. Yeah, it is. It is. That's
But
why I
you-
wasn't when. Go on.
But I think if you're plotting in the ground, I think you would go to the left and then to the right. And
I don't
if
think it would
you,
change direction. I don't think it would go one way then the other.
I think you would, because let's try to do it on 3D. Then there won't
Yeah.
be. We can
The
all
problem
get
is
on the
that
same
if you
page.
imagine, if you imagine a view from space, that's an inertial reference frame. Then obviously the trouble is the Earth we're looking at. The problem we're discussing about if people pick this up, the Earth would rotate. If we were holding ourselves in space, what would we see? So imagine if every time I moved this, I was rotating the Earth. So what would happen is that the plane, because it's going this way. So in fact, let's imagine. Right. Sorry. So in fact, let's just move this. What would happen is the plane would go this way because it's got that. It would actually rotate. So imagine. Why aren't you moving, you bastard? What?
Relax, bro. Breathe and explain it. No one's
Right.
gonna
So in
speak
fact,
over you.
this is what would happen. Oh God. And now you've got to imagine that. Oh, you bloody thing. So when you arrive there, when this aeroplane is here, why are you not picking this up? You bloody. What is going on here? It's
a different.
Oh, geez, sorry, I'm just having a problem with the bloody program. Thank you.
The two very
anyone-
large pictures are causing it target
Can-
problems.
Can anyone
There's the kid.
call?
Right,
can
so in other
anyone-
words,
There's
the thing
kid.
causing the confusion here is that the Earth is not. So for each one of these aeroplane positions, the Earth is not. So the view of the Earth I've got on the screen is only valid for this first position. Every time, imagine if you can, that every time I move this aeroplane going this direction, that the Earth is rotating with it.
Right,
If
but
you
you've
can imagine
plotted
that.
the straight line. What you've done is you've plotted the straight line that's in the non-inertial reference frame into the inertial reference frame, which is kind of the reverse.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a problem with my program. It's refusing. Sorry, say that again, Doofus.
Right. What you've done at this point is you've taken the straight line path that you had already plotted in the non-inertial reference frame, the thing that's behind all of this, and now transformed it into the inertial frame, which is the opposite.
My visualization won't have perspective.
Remember, it's slowing down. It's vertical. Its horizontal velocity is slowing down as it goes up here. Then its horizontal velocity will go down to the 200 miles an hour. So I'm trying to imagine this from space. And it starts off at 1,000 miles an hour, and gradually its horizontal velocity will decrease until it reaches the 200 miles an hour velocity somewhere, I don't know, wherever this is, Maine or Canada or something.
Right, but I thought the goal with this, with this was to show the difference in the non-inertial reference frame, what a straight line in the inertial reference frame would appear to us as.
Okay, right. So So that's what it's going to appear like over here. This is the non-inertial reference frame view, where we're an observer and we're rotating in effect with the planet Earth. That's what we would see. Then over here, I'm trying to say now the observer, and obviously the planet Earth now is. Sorry if I'm not picking up what you're saying, Doofus. I'm struggling. I'm trying to. I can't cope with trying to think and draw at the same time. So you may have to repeat what you were saying earlier.
Remain conscious of what you're saying, though.
Yeah, I know. Well, the trouble is, I'm doing two things. I'm trying to listen to Doofus because he's making an important point, and I'm trying to draw, and I'm fighting with this program which is not quite cooperating with me. I can't do three things at once.
Also,
So
leave
go
a
ahead, Doofus.
slight possibility where the Earth could not be spinning, where these people could be right. A small possibility.
Well, we know that we know the Earth's spinning. So, Doofus, do you want to make your point again? Sorry to ask you to do this for the third time. Could you repeat your point about what we were trying to do in the?
All right. So what you've got there is you've got on the left side, the thing that's behind all of this diagram is the straight line as it appears to us in the non-inertial reference frame. The aircraft following that straight line in the non-inertial reference frame, and to the right now, what you have done is you've transformed that into how it would appear to someone in an inertial reference frame,
in space,
which is actually the opposite of what we're trying to do. What we want to see is what a straight line in the inertial reference frame would appear to someone looking at it from the non-inertial reference frame. The opposite kind of conversion.
Right, okay, yes. So in other words, if you were to so in other words, if I was to move here, how would it appear in the non-inert? Right. So in other words, this is the other. Yes, this is the contra. So in other words, if we were now to have another aeroplane and it moved in this rotating one where it acquired this 200 miles an hour, and it did that in space. Well, on the non-inertial reference frame, now that would then go this. It would then move over here. So if we had a straight line in here,
it'll have the same ending. It'll have the same end point, the same destination. It's just going to bow like a.
No, you asked. Didn't you say if we moved in a straight line north to? Perhaps you didn't. I mean north to south. No, you were talking about the Great Circle. Okay, I've turned this into a north-south thing. Okay, sorry. Yes, but there must be the same thing. If you're doing the same thing, if you're going from one place to the other, then this is where B is now when you arrive there in space. If looking from an observer in space, this is where B now is from space, and therefore I have drawn it correctly.
Well, okay, so what you've drawn on the right before you made the extra planes that are going straight up is a curve. It's following the change in tangential velocity is or the tangential velocity itself at the start point is the highest, and you see that it's curving up.
Sorry to interrupt you, Doofus, but you remember that for each one of these plane locations, you've got to try and imagine that this Earth is rotated. This image I've got here is only valid for the first aeroplane. Carry on.
Right. What you have is that the tangential velocity is lower near the end, near the destination. So the aircraft is following a curved path, not a straight line path in this reference. So what you would do is to then take the straight line, which you see is deviating to the left of that curve.
But do you accept I've arrived at the same place? I've got B over here because it moved when we were doing this. So looking from space, and we're not moving in. We're an observer in space in the inertial reference frame. We will see the aeroplane doing this and arriving at B, which was up here, and the left-hand side is this location. But it will actually have moved to this point because I can't draw it in because I can't put multiple images of the Earth rotating, but that's B will now be over here because it moved by 200 miles an hour for the length of the duration of the aeroplane flight. B moved at 200 miles an hour from where it started off at to where it now is. So it's now moved by the velocity of the aeroplane, the time duration of the aeroplane times the 200 miles an hour. So that's what its new position is going to be in space, looking at it from the point of view of an inertial reference frame. It's fixed in space because the Earth rotated in the meantime.
I may need to draw a diagram, and I'm on a phone, so this will be fun to try.
Good luck. But do you accept? But do you accept the B as? But do you accept the B as move? So, do you accept the B is now over here in the inertial reference frame where it didn't move in the non-inertial reference frame? Do you accept that? Oh, he's too busy concentrating.
Guys, listen, this needs to be modeled out. This needs to be modeled out in one of those fancy 3D programs Kosho doesn't know how to use. All right,
I can do that. I can do that. But, yes, but it must be. It does. It does. What Doofus is concerned, like I am. Hold on, we've got a diagonal line that's longer in this reference frame than we had in the other one. Now that's indeed worrying me, and I'm sure there's an answer to this. I think that's what Doofus is concerned about. We now have a longer line in effect than we have in the non, and we're saying that there should be the same distance. I think, and I think there's a transformation that accounts for this.
Exactly. That's This is my point.
I'd like to clear this up real quick to Rumpus, because I do actually want to draw out this diagram real quick.
Okay. Well,
while you're doing that, can't Kosho make his point?
Well, no, I don't want to steal his thunder, dude.
Sorry, Doofus. I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't realize you. I thought you were trying. I didn't realize you started drawing. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. I didn't realize I was interrupting you. Carry on.
Okay. So, I think I got booted from the VC at some point. I think that.
No, you probably.
So on the right diagram,
his call. You probably exited his show or whatever, and it exited you from the call.
Okay. So, all right. So it is working. All right. So
yeah, we can see you.
On your right diagram, you have a starting point here and an ending point here, and the. So you're going to have to use your own diagram as for reference because I'm on a phone and I can't really make it look pretty.
Yeah.
The tangential velocity is higher at the origin and is lower at the destination. So the path that you end up with is slightly bowed out like this. Okay? Because the tangential velocity is changing as you're getting to that endpoint.
But the thing I thought you were worrying about and was worrying me is the fact these two paths are clearly of different lengths.
They will be.
But then what we're saying, we're saying the whole point of this fundamental thing we agreed on is they're not different lengths in the two inertial reference frames, are they not?
They will be different lengths. I'll show you what I mean. So this is what we got when we tried to transform the straight line path in the non-inertial reference frame to the inertial reference frame. If we try to then take a straighter path in the inertial reference frame, instead of the straight line that we had in the non-inertial reference frame, it'll bow like this.
You're not drawing.
See what I mean?
We don't see it yet.
You haven't drawn anything.
Oh, there.
I can join the stream. It loads forever.
What are we
drawing then?
Bacon, are you clicking on Doofus's live button? Are you?
Yeah, I mean, it's loading forever. Can someone stream the stream?
I think so.
Well, I can reproduce. Could you see my diagram, Bacon? Were you able to see mine, Bacon?
Yes, I can see yours, but I can't see.
I could reproduce what Doofus is doing on my diagram. If you can see.
I'll try to join Koshu's live stream. If it's only me, I think I might be able to join.
But I'm not happy about the fact these are two different lengths. If we're saying that they've got to be the same, I haven't sorted this out in my head, unfortunately.
All right, I'll just take a screenshot of this and I'll post it in the chat. Then I can try to end my.
Because I think it's not done because this is. I said this before, but honestly, I'm gonna do my best to speak clearly. Okay, because I think this is strictly a relativity thing, and when I say relativity, I mean the most pure form, what do you call it? The principle of relativity. And what I'm saying there is that, Rumpus, if you thought I was agreeing that in both frames they're the same path, that's not what I was saying. Because I was saying that out of Jeremy's two scenarios, both from the rotating frame, those would be the same path or whatever. But regardless of that, right. So you are right, Rumpus. Like when you're looking at it, you're right. You're taking that diagonal, and you're going a longer path, but that's only in the inertial frame. Because if you were strictly only thinking about the non-inertial frame, and if you were only worried about the path there, then that path would look like a straight line across the Earth. So there are two different lengths for sure.
Yeah, yes, it does look that way, doesn't it? Actually, yes. I'm trying to convince myself they weren't, but in fact, I think they are two different lengths. But the point is, because your reference frame is moving in the inertial one, you effectively you're keeping up in the. Yes, although yes, I think they might be two different lengths actually.
Yeah,
I posted in the chat. I posted in the chat exactly what I was drawing before, in case anybody couldn't catch up or for some reason the stream wasn't working. On the right side is the inertial reference frame, and from that we see that that SNI is straight and non-inertial. The path that was straight in the non-inertial reference frame is curved in the inertial reference frame. If we then try to take a straight path in the inertial reference frame on the right, which I've marked with SI, and if I go back to the left side, which is the non-inertial reference frame, that path is going to be longer and curved.
So
in the GIF I was showing you a long time ago, Jeremy, and posted it again. Same exact thing Doofus just said.
Okay, so they're not this. So if you were to leave the city and not leave the city, they're the same distance, not the same distance. What's up?
That's a different question, and that's what I'm trying to make sure everyone understands. That when we said that it's the same distance, we're talking about doing two different things, both from the non-inertial reference frame. One of them was leading the city, as in like, let's say let's say you could magically shoot a ballistic where it could go perfectly where you want it to go. You aim it for where exactly where the goal or the other airport is going to be, and you shoot it and you let it go. Or if you fly straight towards it and you are making corrections to make sure you stay on a straight path. Both of these are going to look identical on the inertial frame because they're both going to be a straight line path on the inertial frame, On the non-inertial frame, I mean.
No, and that's absolutely in one instance where you lead the target and shoot it in a straight line.
They're going to be different paths. Yeah, the straight line in the inertial reference frame is going to be a longer path in the rotating reference frame.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a curved line. It's not going to be a geodesic gray circle anymore.
You don't want to take a longer path.
Right. That's the whole point of this discussion. Is if you take a straight line in the inertial reference frame, the longer path in the non-inertial reference frame is defeating the purpose of trying to do it in the first place.
Yeah, but the plane is actually we're worried about the actual distance the plane travels, not what it looks like on the ground. That's not the actual whatever it looks like.
What it's traveling in is rotating. The thing that needs to be minimized is the distance in the rotating reference frame. If we try to minimize the distance in the non-rotating reference frame, we will take a longer path through the atmosphere, which we do not want to do.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. You go ahead and finish whatever you're saying. Try to be conscious because I know he's at home. He does not like to scream in his house, dude.
Right. Yes. I mean, so the key thing is that because the Earth's rotating and it's moving through space, obviously the distance in the inertial reference frame, i.e., from the point of view of an observer, it's just like if I was standing still, for instance, standing still in the non-inertial reference frame, I haven't moved at all, so my path is 0. But if I'm looking from a point of view from a satellite outside in the inertial reference frame, I'm doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. I've moved a lot. So the distance that I've moved in the two reference frames is very different.
Right.
Similarly with the aeroplane. So in other words, when we said the path was the same, so yes, perhaps it's a confusion. The path in the inertial reference frame, i.e. from the point of view I'm trying to do as outside the Earth, the plane does travel further, the path is different, but the difference is caused by the rotation. That just like you are moving through space at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, you are moving, and you are moving a different distance, and then in the non-inertial reference frame, i.e. standing on the Earth, you're not moving at all. And the same is true of the aeroplane.
Yeah,
caused by the rotation, but not of Earth.
Yeah, the problem here, or the biggest disconnect or disagreement, we're ultimately getting to now, is a lot of these guys, they claim there's an actual reference frame and then every other reference frame, and so there's an actual distance and that's a true distance, and then there's other distances. But what we're trying to say is there's different reference frames and they're different distances. So
you know why we say there's an actual path? Because when you're on a merry-go-round spinning and you throw the ball, we know the ball actually goes straight because we know how to actually throw a ball straight.
That's
I mean,
our
the fact
frame of
you're
reference.
saying we don't. The fact you're saying the fact you're saying we don't know, there's no actual thing, and you're acting like we don't know how to actually throw a ball in an actual straight path, Coach. I mean, that's
no, we're not saying.
ridiculous.
So similarly, on the
That is
roundabout,
what
for
Coach was
instance,
saying, Rumpus.
hold on.
was saying there is no actual path.
No. All of the paths are actual paths. They're all plotted in different reference frames. They're all actual paths.
The real path.
The real path, yes. The real path in the rotating reference frame is curved, and the real path in the inertial reference frame is also straight.
Yes, but we know in reality that the ball is actually going. We know in reality that the ball is actually going straight, and it's not really curving, right?
The path in the rotating reference frame is still curved, and that's very real. You can't say that's not real.
Okay, when we throw a ball off a merry-go-round, do we know that the ball, and we throw it in a straight line, do we know that the ball's really going in a straight line, or do we know that it's really curving just because we're viewing it from the roundabout?
Both. We know that what's in a curve in the rotating reference frame, that's real, that's actually occurring. And we know that it's in a straight line when it's not viewed from the rotating reference frame. That's also real, and that's also occurring.
No,
well,
it's
actually, of course, Doofus, we don't know that because, of course, the Earth is rotating around the Sun, and the Sun is rotating around the solar system rotating around the galaxy. So, in fact, there's all these other things that are going on as well. It all depends which reference frame you pick.
All right, that's what Doofus was saying. Also, I just want to say very quickly that because I could empathizing with Jeremy. I know he's at his house. He doesn't want to scream over us, so we just have to be conscious. Okay, never mind. You said it's fine.
I mean, let's not get crazy. I don't care what the reason is. I don't want to get crazy.
I don't care
So in
where
other
I am.
words, it depends on which reference frame you pick on how far things move. So, for instance, if something's stationary, your reference frame is moving at 20,000 million miles an hour. Then, by over a period of 1 minute, you've moved, or an hour, you've moved 20,000 miles an hour in that reference frame. So it depends which reference. If you're moving or not, how much you move and the path you take is dependent on the reference frame that you pick. And just like we've observed here, that the in the non-inertial reference frame, where you're just looking at I had a picture of where you were. Going north to south in the non-inertial reference frame, you look as though going in a straight line and you're travelling a certain distance. But in another reference frame, from outer space, looking at it, you're travelling much further because you've got the extra velocity of the surface of the Earth to adding in and moving you along every 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you are travelling different distances depending on which reference frame you pick, and therefore the paths are different depending on which reference frame you pick. So they're not equivalent. So although I started off with this discussion at one point, thinking before I was committing it's the same distance, although I think Kosher was saying actually we were talking about two different things. It basically depends which reference frame you pick will change the distance covered, but the time taken will be the same. That's the key thing, possibly. And then we get back to the time issue. But in terms of distance, the distances you are covering will change dependent on which reference frame you pick.
Oh yeah, Rumpus. At one point, we were definitely talking about the different reference frames and comparing them. So we were correct in saying that. But there was just a different. There was a different thing Jeremy was asking about or talking about. It was just to do with the difference between being on the inertial reference frame and then deciding if you're going to aim to where it's going to be, and then taking that route, or just flying and making.
Yeah, but you don't need to do that. I mean, the situation on my stream on the left-hand side, because we're assuming that the Coriolis force is basically going to count any problem, you can just effectively negate the rotation. You can just point at your destination. So the situation on the left-hand side, where the atmosphere basically helps you out and keeps you going, if you face north on this thing, you will end up at your northern destination because the atmosphere, you're in lockstep with the atmosphere. You're effectively following on the surface of the Earth because the atmosphere is in effect following the surface of the Earth, and therefore you can just aim on the surface of the Earth to where you're going as though you're walking there. So there's no need to look ahead, or because the way that the atmosphere moves with you, it's like walking there. So you don't. There's no this other situation you're describing, this other problem, which yes, I think probably you're right, was the original problem, and we've now moved on to a slightly different problem. You don't need to do this look ahead business. You simply can point as though you were walking there.
Yeah, because you get the same result basically.
Yeah. So that indeed, you're right. I have moved the atmosphere. So unintentionally, I have changed the discussion you were having with Jeremy originally.
We were he brought it up at different points. But it's it's his thing.
It's relevant. Yeah,
I'm telling you, the ultimate issue not even just him, just everybody. The ultimate issue is the thing that they hold on to. They're claiming that there is an actual reference frame, and then like what the ball's actually doing, and then there's this reference frame. When that's just the wrong way of thinking about it. You got to think about it. You have to isolate it. It's always doing what it's doing in the reference frame you're describing. Like,
okay, this is weird, Kosher, because Dr. Bob. Okay, this is weird, and you guys are now in a weird spot because Dr. Bob, when I was describing my example of the two guys standing on the ground throwing the ball over the merry-go-round, he described that as just an illusion, and the ball was going. He described it as an illusion.
Yeah, but
it depends on the reference frame.
You think your illusional path? You think your illusional path from the hold on, Rumpus. You think your illusional path from the rotating reference frame is the actual path?
But Jeremy, you've seen the video, have you not, of those people in a room in a rotating room and throwing a ball at one another? And if you put the camera inside the rotating, sorry, you've seen the video. Yes. Great. Yes. So people say it's an illusion, but you've got to pick on your reference frame. In the reference frame of the rotating room, it looked to those people as though those balls were shooting off to the right. And that's just as real for them in their reference frame as it is going in the reference frame of the room where it was going in a straight line. There is no more reality. There is no one that's got no more real than the other. There's no, because from the reference frame of the galactic, from the galaxy, it's doing something else. So the reality is the same. It's not just an illusion. If you pick on your reference frame, then it's really happening in that reference frame. If you put a coordinates in for that ball, those people were seeing, and you said, I'm going to take the XYZ coordinates of that ball throughout that process with respect to the rotating room, it's moving. It's not an illusion. The coordinates of the ball are changing in the way to reflect what's going on, the swerviness.
Yes,
so it's
the
not
coordinates on the coordinates are changing on the ground because the room's spinning. But we know the ball's actually going in a straight line. It only
it's not.
appears.
It's not actually going in a straight line because of the rotation around the sun and the sun's rotation around the galactic center. They're
So
not
we don't know
in
how to
straight
throw a
lines.
ball. So
we
we don't
do.
know how
So,
to throw a ball
it
in a
all
straight line.
depends. It's
Hold
just
on,
that
Rumpus,
you're
you didn't
using.
even hear what I was going to say, bro. You didn't even hear what I was going to say. You answered the question when I was like three
my
words
point
into
is,
it.
you just assuming that what people in medieval times thought, well, just take the reference frame of just standing on the earth, and that's the ultimate reference frame. But it's not. It's no different to any of the others. It's no more special, except the week that's the one we tend to move around in most of the time. So the point is that all these, when you say what it's actually doing, that makes no sense because it's only actually doing something with respect to a certain reference frame. No one other reference frame is more valid than any other.
But conjuring that reference frame is a begging the question, right?
Doing what? Sorry.
No.
If Earthworm, as I say, have you seen the video of two people throwing a ball at one another in a rotating room where it looks as though you
I think so.
Right, great. So, and in that reference frame, they nothing. They look at it in a perfectly normal room. If you put a camera in there, and then they throw a ball at one another, and it just shoots off to the right, even though they fired it directly at one another. So, from their point of view, they've got this a non-inertial reference. And the laws of physics are not operating as they normally are. And so from their reference frame, there is the coordinate of the ball is doing that swerve to the right. So if you mapped out the coordinates of that ball, it's not an illusion. It's those ball with respect to that reference frame have those coordinates. It's no more of an illusion than anything else. So that's a real thing that's happening because all coordinates and the positions of things have to be with respect to a reference frame. And if your reference frame is doing something weird, then well, with respect to what? But don't forget, the Earth is doing the same thing. It's just rotating much more slowly. So the effects we're talking about here, which Coriolis is one, is just simply much smaller. But if the Earth were to spin faster, then these effects would become more dramatic to us, and we would have similar effects to the people are having in that rotating room. It's just that Earth rotating so slowly, you don't really notice them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with reference frames. I was thinking of an analogy like if you would throw a tennis ball, but on that tennis ball you have an ant that's throwing something.
Yeah.
There you go. It's like, from which reference frame are you gonna have
exactly
a look at? From the person that threw the tennis ball, or
yeah, if the tennis ball is spinning as well, that's going to cause extra problems for the ant. He's going to have so the poor old ant who's looking, he's thrown something in his reference frame. He's on a spinning thing, and if you're on a merry-go-round, well, it only ultimately, I don't know how many. Well, it can only result in one. You can only end up with one or two vectors. Yes, so you might. I'd have to think about that exactly how many you've got. Certainly got lots of more reference frames anyway, and but you can resolve it. Obviously, I mean, just like pulling on, if you're moving on a truck that's moving one way, and then you've got something you can move on that truck the other way. They all cancel on that until eventually you end up with one, unless it's moving in a, and then you've got rotational things. So you might be able to just resolve it into just one vector at any one moment, and then the way that changes. So the confusion comes with rotating ones. You've got a changing vector as opposed to all the simple ones that are moving just linear. They all just add up or subtract or whatever until one. But if obviously it's changing over time. So the ant throwing something on his tennis ball, that's changing over time one way, and then if that's actually on, say, another roundabout as well, there's a sort of, you have to add in the fact that over time those two things will have a different effect at different times. So that's when they all add up differently. So yes, fundamentally you're correct. You have to decide what reference frame any motion is relative to. Whether if you're on a train, what speed are you moving? Oh, I feel like I'm stationary. Well, that's because you're in a reference frame relative to going. But if you're reference frame to the surface of the Earth, you're going at 200 miles an hour, say. And of course, the Earth is then traveling with respect to the Sun. So it's rotating. So you just got to pick your reference frame, and then that changes the distance you're moving, which is which was where I moved the conversation on from John Kosho's and Jeremy's original thing. So the paths are different in the different reference frames, the lengths of the paths. but you end up at the same destinations, and then it's a matter of what the time you're interested in becomes the important point then. Well, obviously the time would be the difference, the same as well. But the time would be the same, whichever way you worked it out, but the distances in the reference frames would be different. Yes, because obviously you've got different velocities in the different reference frames, and therefore the difference in time will be cancelled out by the fact that you're moving at different velocities, and different distances and different velocities are involved, but the time would be the same. Jesus Christ.
You'll work it out eventually.
Yeah, but yes, if Bacon wants to illustrate this with a nice 3D diagram, because he does do some good ones.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, why don't Bacon? But yeah, so that's
Did you
what
like
it comes
my
down to.
super terrible phone drawing? Did that solve it?
I think it did, Dave.
I hope not, because it's taking quite some effort here.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I realised that as I was doing it. This is going to be difficult. But yes, it's getting away. So in other words, I think the original problem that Jeremy and Kosho were having is, can you take in the same rotating frame? Is that, do you have to look ahead? And that's determined. And I think the answer is no, because the atmosphere is effectively, it's like walking on the ground. There is no need to look ahead. Whereas, and you'd only need to do so anyway if let's suppose the winds. The only thing that would affect you would not look ahead is if you need to allow for the effect of the wind. So, for instance, let's suppose the winds were not locked to the atmosphere. Then you could fight the atmosphere wind, and you could still follow the same path, but it would obviously be more difficult if the winds were not cooperating with you. But just so happens the winds are cooperating with you. Someone's trying to say something. We can't hear you, whoever it was.
I think this was already taken care of days ago when I said you want to take the shortest path in the rotating reference frame, and everything that has followed after that has just been exposition.
I think you're right, Doofus. Yeah.
We can always get back to that very disgruntled dude's point of how we know the Earth is rotating. That's always a fun
he's
one.
not here though. He left immediately once we strangely, just as he had the opportunity to speak and make his point, he ran off for him to change the debate. What was his name? What was his name? Not New Perspective. No, it was the other guy. It was the Fuzzy. Yeah, he was the one who was.
Well, sometimes people have to leave.
Yeah, indeed, that might have been the case. Yeah, I'm not suggesting he ran away or anything, but yeah, it's just, I suppose I'd call it odd. Yeah, but I'm not saying he did it deliberately. Yeah, as you say, but he wanted to have his conversation when he wanted it, and not letting us deal with Jeremy's confusion over the.
No, anytime anyone leaves, it's because they ran away because they were scared.
No,
yeah,
I
don't think that's fair.
I didn't say
I
scared.
never assume that. I never. Whenever people do things, I always take the cock-up theory of history. That's always much more likely. If you're going to account for something as a cock-up rather than intention, then it's almost always the cock-up, unless you know there's a git. Unless you know there's a malicious git involved, and then you know or some lying git, then you can do the differently. But yeah. But you have to establish their lying git first. So something like Oakley or something, or QE, you know they're going to do something gitish, and but normal people just don't tend to do that. Most people. Yeah, but it'll still be interesting seeing Bacon's thing. But yes, I must admit I hadn't quite caught on to the fact. Obviously, the distances are changing. When we talked about the same path earlier, Kosha and I, who's now gone. The paths are not the same. Well, I don't know. Yes, it seems to have come now down to whether or not you look ahead and whether you would do that in there. So, in other words, what effectively that's saying is, if the winds were different, but if there were no winds, then this has almost come down to, if there was no Coriolis and no wind, if the winds were not helping, let's suppose you somehow were flying without any atmosphere. Then
you would take
right. Yes, right. So this is the point. This is the point. Yes. So if there was no wind, then you would have to account for the fact the Earth is rotating. Yes. Right. So here we go. So in the left-hand case where you're in the non-inertial reference frame, and there was no wind to help you, then it wouldn't be like walking on the ground, because the ground effectively keeps you in line, and the wind does the same thing. So you would, if there was no wind, you would have to point in a different to a different location to end up at B. Whereas because the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the ground, you can point at things. If it were not, if there was no atmosphere, and you were just flying an aeroplane that was rockets and it didn't need air, you would need to account for it. So yes, so that's the difference.
Right. The only issue is I don't really fully appreciate the use of the term lockstep. I mean, it's just that it's in average.
I just mean the atmosphere is moving at the same speed as the ground. I'm just saying
in aggregate.
It just means that the atmosphere is moving at the same speed as the ground. So in other words, if that was not happening, if the atmosphere was not moving if there was no atmosphere, then Jeremy would be correct. Or someone would be correct, that you would not be able to just point at. You would not, if you stuck to the same course, you would not arrive at your destination. If you just went north to south, as on my initial diagram, on my left-hand side, and you did that, you would not arrive at the location by pointing at it. You would have to allow for the fact that it is moving. But you don't have to do that in the real world because of the atmosphere moving with the ground. So
right, and thankfully we don't launch people at 1,000 meters per second to get them hundreds of miles away.
You don't have to do that in the real world, ladies and gentlemen. In the real world, you don't have to do that.
Right, in the real world, we wouldn't have to, as we explained. Even if the Earth is rotating, you still wouldn't have to. That's
so there is a difference. So that there is a difference without the atmosphere, and they could admit. So the atmosphere is confusing this issue enormously. So in the non-inertial reference frame, you would have to allow for the rotation of the Earth. You could not just point somewhere, start off, and then maintain that direction. You could not do that. That would not get you to your destination.
Right, assuming the atmosphere is not rotating with the Earth.
But in the real world,
just get rid of the atmosphere.
You don't have to do that.
Pretend there is no atmosphere, and then you would not be able to follow you would not be able to just point at your destination and go. So that possibly is the actual fundamental debate that Kosho and Jeremy were in fact having. Without the atmosphere, you would have to make allowances for the rotation of the Earth in one case, and in the other case, it's nullified. The rotation of the Earth is nullified by the fact that the atmosphere is rotating with it, and that keeps the plane sort of compensates for the rotation because it gives you this extra force to. So that's the only reason why. Yeah, so I think we're finally there. Jesus Christ. Do you agree with that, Doofus?
Wait for Brummy to make us re-explain what we just explained in the past hour, though.
I'm not going to explain it. I think you guys, you have a rigid globe. You're sticking as it rotates through different volumes of space inside of a giant infinite vacuum with no sort of ceiling or beneath.
Infinite vacuum.
That's what gravity does for you. Gravity.
What does gravity do for you?
Accelerates things to the centre of the Earth and keeps the atmosphere on the Earth.
And speeds the entire sun around the galaxy as well at the same time.
Yep. And if you wanted to acknowledge that air has weight, then you already have the problem solved. Gravity keeps the air on the Earth.
No.
You
guys are retarded.
You got it exactly right. Yes, and the mere fact that air has weight means that it's being attracted to the ground, and therefore that's what's keeping it there because it has weight. If it didn't have any weight, it would zip off. The fact that it has got weight means that it's being attracted by the Earth to the ground, and that's why it keeps there.
I'm glad you're still on that sort of basic understanding of the world.
I'm glad.
Yeah, basic understanding the world, the fact that the air has weight. Yes, that's a very basic thing.
Yeah,
that you should know.
but I'm glad. Yeah, you said it like I didn't know that.
Well, you don't seem to understand that. You seem to wonder why doesn't gas disappear off? And because it has weight, that's why it doesn't disappear off. If weight is a force downwards towards the centre of the Earth, and the fact that air has a weight means it's being pulled to the centre of the Earth and therefore stays on the Earth. Simple.
And wait for Chemo to tell you that weight doesn't exist and that weight is not a force.
All I'm doing.
You seem to be eating.
Someone's doing weird noise.
Could someone stop eating?
Yeah, it's Brummy.
Yeah, stop eating at us. Very rude. Yeah, so that's the key. So the key point. So in fact that yes, we should remove this atmosphere thing, and then you do have to make two different courses to the object you're going for, dependent on.
Robert, you love the sound of your own voice, don't you? Look, in the day, I'm glad that you've convinced yourself with this weight situation, this weight
I'm glad
argument.
that you're glad.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. So I don't need convincing. I'm not in
Well, you're
any
a moron.
confusion.
You don't understand what the consequence of weight is, do you? You don't understand that by having weight, air will stay on the ground, will stay on
Rumpus,
Earth.
don't call names, dude. Rumpus,
No one is.
don't call
Listen,
names.
no one's asking. Rumpus, I'm not looking for you for guidance or any sort of information. You're the last
Well, you
or
should
the
be.
least most interesting person to try and learn from. You talk like an absolute imbecile. You can't even communicate properly.
You're too stupid to understand what I'm saying.
No, you're an imbecile.
I gotta
You do
mute
not
them
know how to
both.
communicate. You've got ADHD. You've got ADHD. You can't even teach anybody to
Hold
save your
on.
life. You talk
Here we
absolutely
go.
babble every time you talk. It's about
Hey,
50
what the hell,
fucking
Jeremy?
words a second.
Whatever started
Yeah,
with the,
why
you said
does it
imbecile
why
first.
is it a problem for him if you won't learn from him?
All right, guys, stop. Everyone stop, please. We need to stop with the personal attacks and the insults. Please, guys, come on. You can't be doing that.
Still a valid question. Why is it Rumpus's problem if Brummy chooses not to learn?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking to stop with the personal insults and the attacks and shit.
Yeah, but he started off at going at me, Jeremy. He started talking about how glad he was about how I'd convinced myself, and he started all the personal stuff, not me.
So your argument is he started it? What are we, 10 years old, Rumpus?
Well, Jeremy, if I started calling you rude words and saying you were an appalling human being or something, I think you'd be reasonably saying, well, hold on, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm going to point out why Rumpus is an appalling person or
I
something.
don't care who started it. I stopped it.
Well, okay. Well, it's rather difficult when he keeps every single time he started a sentence. It was, "I'm glad Rumpus and the you convinced yourself."
Can we move on or
It was a
no?
whole series of personal attacks from the moment he opened his mouth.
Are you capable of moving on from this?
I'm happy to carry on.
Let's do that.
Indeed, that's a good idea. I didn't stop being personal, so yeah, I'm not interested in carrying on. So I think Doofus and I think we're in agreement, aren't we, Doofus? Then that you and Kosher unfortunately is gone. That if you were in a no atmosphere, you'd have to point at where the thing's going to be, which you don't have to do in the real world because of all this atmosphere business.
Right. The thing that you're using to get to your destination is where you need to take the shortest path.
Yes, and the atmosphere moves you along effectively. It shuffles you along the best path, in effect.
It's what you're using to gain propulsion in the first place, yes.
Yeah, so in other words, the atmosphere, you point north, but the atmosphere actually makes you, moves you, because it's got to deal in the real inertial reference frame. Actually, the atmosphere's got to move you to where it's going to be. Where your destination's going to be, and your atmosphere does the work for you. But effectively, it's like crabbing. In effect, you just point, to the position, but you know that the wind, the atmospheric rotation, is going to take you to your destination by pointing at it in your non-inertial reference frame. So it's quite an interesting concept, really. You know that it's going to be, say, 200 miles to the right of where you're 200 miles to the east of where you're aiming, but you know that the atmosphere, you can just point at it knowing that the atmosphere is going to do all the work for you to get you there. I think that's what it comes down to. It's not obvious.
I tried to make it obvious days ago.
Right, but you didn't explain what I've just explained, I think, which is quite an important, point that you would, if there was no atmosphere, your path would change, that you have to make, that your direction, that you personally would have to, as a pilot, you would have to change.
But it was over at Gems. Because basically what I said was the same thing I said earlier, which was that the shortest path in the inertial reference frame is a longer path in the rotating reference frame. And I said those words.
Okay.
And that should have made it obvious.
That's good. Right, okay, but the point is, if you wanted to go from the equator to Greenland or whatever, then you would not point at Greenland if there was no atmosphere.
Right.
Okay, right. So sounds like we're in complete agreement. Good. And Bacon, I think, is busy doing a diagram to demonstrate all this going on, but it's going to take him some time.
It's more of a simulation.
Yeah. I can imagine it's stressing you, Bacon, actually. Yes, I can see that's going to be quite a lot of work. I don't know if I pity Kosho isn't here because I think that yes, he's not listening. He's yes. In other words, this atmosphere is bloody useful. It means you can point at things you want to go to, and you don't have to worry about not and having to allow for Earth's rotation, which is quite an important point, really.
So you're saying dynamic ground winds basically cancel out the Coriolis?
Yes, in effect, or the Earth's rotation. Because the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, it will pick you up at the relevant points and slow you down, as allowing you to just point at your destination and just say, I want to go north to Greenland from the equator, wherever, or any other direction, and you can just point using a simple way of doing it. And then the fact that the Earth is rotating, you don't have to allow for the fact that the Earth's rotating, because the atmosphere basically drags you along with the Earth and compensates for the Earth rotation, so you don't have to consider it. So
right. Or in other words, the air is what you're using to get to your destination. So you need to take the shortest path through the air.
Yes. Which is equivalent, of course, to walking on the ground.
Right.
Yeah. That's not. I should do. Yes, I must do a video about that, because it's not obvious, and it disguises itself quite a lot. As we were sort of. Well, I mean, I was. As to what in practice you do, and then what you're doing in terms of vectors and direction, and what you have to do in a non-atmospheric case, and it is quite different, as I was saying. So it's you're being helped along, and the path you take. Yeah, it's making you take the shortest path. The atmosphere is helping you take the shortest path by you pointing in a particular direction. So effectively, it's like if you're trying to cross a stream. So if you're trying to cross a stream, obviously, and you wanted to get directly opposite you, and you knew the stream was going, you'd point upwards to allow for the stream, the effect of the stream. So if you're swimming, you would point upstream of it to get you to the directly opposite bank. Now, fortunately, we're in the situation in the atmosphere on the Earth where you can just point at where you want to go, and even though you've got you've got two effects going on the rotation of Earth, but you've also got the help of the atmosphere compensating for that, because it's moving away from you. But fortunately, the thing you're moving on. In other words, you're still moving on a series of so if you want, you can point at B if you're opposite the bank. But fortunately, the bank's move. Effectively, the bank's moving as well as the stream. So yes, if you get to the side of the bank, and you're looking across the river to point B, and you say, I want to go over there. Well, I'm going to point over there, but that point B is moving, as is the stream you're going through. And you can just point at B, and you'll just carry on being able to point at it, and you'll follow a curved path. But you can just keep pointing at B, and it will work.
You're going to eventually talk yourself into enough circles to confuse not only yourself and somebody else as well.
You don't agree with my analogy I just made, then?
It's when you get to the stream, that's when things start to get a little weird. So
like I told you,
everything else was fine.
Hold on. Like I said to you, Rumpus is terrible at teaching people. He's not coherent enough.
So
he's basically a giant retard.
Yeah, so there we go. Here you go. Do you hear that, Jeremy? Just hear
Brumy's
contribution.
please.
Yeah.
I know. Hold on, Rumpus.
That's how it started last time.
No. I know, Rumpus, for not 2 years old.
Keep proving me right now. Keep proving me right.
Brummy, just don't do the personal attacks and name calling, please.
That's all he has.
Right. We could actually discuss the topic, like what is he specifically wrong about, or what is the topic in question wrong about? What's wrong? No, we want to talk about the people.
The way he communicates and delivers his supposedly superior knowledge to situations is very ineffective.
What about the topic, Brummy?
He just jambles. He
just can't stop himself, can he?
What about the topic? He said about 1,000 billion bullshit things.
See, he can't do anything.
Right, what about the actual topic?
He can't do that because he can't discuss that because he's too stupid to.
Come on, man. What did you just
come
say?
On, Jeremy. He's just done about four personal attacks there. I mean, if you weren't going to stop him, I had to.
I'll be better than.
You think calling him names is going to stop him or make him do it more?
Well, okay. What do you want to do then? Are you going to mute him or are you going to let him carry on? You're not.
I want to give him a chance to stop, please, Brummy.
He did it 4 times. He did it 4 times in a row, Jeremy. He did it 4 times in a row.
I understand that, Brummy. Last chance. Stop with his name calling and a personal attack.
I'm fucking muted, for fuck's sake. I ain't said shit. You two are talking amongst yourselves about what I said earlier. Fuck me, I ain't said nothing.
I know, just from before, please.
My complaint earlier was very clear. Listen, my complaint earlier was that Rumpus is very ineffective at passing his knowledge on. Right, I'm taking it about the topic. Yeah, keeping it about the topic, keeping it exactly in point.
Jeremy,
His problem is that he's ineffective.
Jeremy, am I allowed to contribute? Are you going to stop him, or am I going to have to?
I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just backing up
yes,
my
you
point.
Are. So, Jeremy, what are you going to do? You're going to mute
saying,
him, or am I going to have to go?
See, he's that retarded. He has to interrupt.
So there we go, Jeremy. See, that's it again. He just can't stop himself. He cannot contribute to the discussion.
Brummy, I mean, you're not leaving me any choice, Brummy. Come on, man.
And Doofus and I think Doofus and I were actually interacting quite well. I thought we sort of were coming to, we were having a mutual discussion, I thought.
I can't leave him on mute forever. Brummy, you need to stop and behave, please. Don't attack Rumpus, attack the argument.
Anyway, I've got to go and eat something, or so I'll leave Riven to abuse someone else.
Rumpus is very ineffective. I have a lot of diagrams that I can cite that shows he's very ineffective at relaying information. Yes, that's not the point. The point is let's not attack him and let's go at his the arguments they have. One time I had Rumpus draw so many lines on a globe. It looked crazy. It was hilarious.
I think I'm getting somewhere.
You really got to work on the name calling, the personal attacks, and the over talking. Those are three big things we got to work on. Please, yeah. The over talking is that's really got to get fixed, because then if you're over talking someone, the people listening can't hear what anyone's saying. So that's really worthless. So what kind of conclusion did we come to? Rumpus said we didn't need to account for the Coriolis effect because the wind automatically adjusted you. How did you? If you lead the target, is it a shorter path than heading at the target the whole time, or what?
We ended up circling around to the final part of the conclusion, which is even though there is a shorter path in the inertial reference frame, what you would need to do as an aircraft is use the shortest path in the non-inertial reference frame, which is not a straight path in the inertial reference frame. That's where we ended up.
It didn't really. That sounded crazy when you said it. Can you say that one more time?
Okay, I guess I'll probably just end up using the exact same words, but here we go.
It's fine. It's fine.
The shortest path in the inertial reference frame does indeed exist. But as an aircraft, what you want to do is take the shortest path in the air's reference frame, which is rotating, which is not going to be a straight path in the inertial reference frame. Your goal as an aircraft is to take the least amount of air to get to where you're going.
Yes. So is a shorter path to lead the target and fly where the city is going to be, or to constantly have your heading at the city and adjust your path, the whole time, which draws a straight line on the ground but takes a curved path in the inertial frame.
The straightest path in the inertial reference frame would require more fuel consumption and require you to go through more air in order to get to your destination.
You're saying sorry, say that one more time. Don't worry about the
path in the
energy.
inertial reference frame would require you to go through more air, take more fuel to get to the destination in the non-inertial reference frame.
I don't know why you keep wanting to bring the amount of energy.
It's in order.
If the air wasn't rotating, then this wouldn't be a problem. You would use the Coriolis effect to your advantage and head in a different direction in a curved path in the non-inertial reference frame. But since the air is also rotating, we want to take the shortest path in that rotating reference frame, which is not a straight line in the inertial reference frame.
So you think a curved path in the inertial frame and the plane actually travels a shorter distance?
Right, because you're using the air to get there.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Did I see coming?
Yes, in order to have a line to appear to be straight in the inertial frame, the object would have to move in a curved path in the non-inertial frame, which would be actually a longer distance. Right?
According to the ground, but we're only worried about according to the plane. We're worried about the plane's distance, not what it is according to the ground. We're worried about the actual distance the plane travels.
So the plane moving through the air, which is moving through the earth, with the earth.
Yeah, so we're worried about the plane's distance, not what it looks like on the ground, right?
I would just simply say the shortest distance from point A to point B on the north-south trajectory would appear to be a curved path in the inertial.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't know why anyone would even think that. What's up, Adam? I don't know these raps and rhymes. What's up, Noah?
It's starting to work here. It's still gonna take a while. For a while, I'll not have much beyond this. But it's definitely 3-dimensional.
All right, what you're getting is the path as it appears in the non-inertial reference frame, because obviously the sphere is still your reference frame.
Yeah. But I can control the rotation of the Earth. And then I can change those dots to be a great circle route while the Earth is rotating, which would be the inertial path, right?
Right, but you're going to have two paths.
Yeah, that's true. That's correct. Then I'll be able to animate it, I think.
If you want to make a GIF out of it.
I'm doing this based on lat and long, so you can actually pick real locations to see how the path should look like.
Right, it's going to be easily digestible if it's able to animate itself and you just make a GIF out of it.
Yes, I'm gonna run some code to animate it. I'm not gonna like animate with my mouse, you know. Okay, I can create animations with this as well. I have to code that. For now, I just coded like the tools I'll need. So I coded first. I coded the basics of linear algebra that I'm gonna need for that. So I created like a matrix multiplication. How to get a rotation matrix in the y-axis. How to convert between lat and long coordinates to Euclidean coordinates, and how to create.
You're not actually coding all that all on your own, right?
I am.
Oh, come on, man. There are frameworks for this stuff.
I know, but I don't know frameworks. I mean, I always done things from scratch, so. And it takes a while to, like, if I want to get something I already did, it usually I did for something specific, and it's like a headache to adapt that. So let me show you what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to read that. I'm on a phone, man.
Oh, yeah. Is it better?
Well, sure. All right.
Right. So this is just like, it's a very simple web page. With a canvas that I am drawing it, and then this is just like I want the radius to cover 80% of the screen. I mean the diameter to cover 80% of the screen. And this is like how I'm getting a transformation matrix out of a rotation. It's only the y-axis. Of course, we don't need more than the y-axis for this. That is just how I multiply them. And yeah, so when I'm drawing a point, I'm assuming the point is on the surface of the Earth, so I don't have to deal with occlusion, you know? Like, if the z is less than 0, I'm just not gonna render it, because I have the radius of the Earth to be exactly 1.
Right.
So
yeah, it's a sphere anyway, so we can just ignore the back face.
Exactly.
Back area anyway. Yeah, I see you have it. It's completely orthographic. Like there's no perspective transform. So
yeah, there's not. But I can do that later.
0 can be cut off.
Sorry.
So right, if there's no perspective transform, everything exactly at 0 can be cut off.
Yep, exactly. I can try to add some perspective later. It's not gonna be a much effort. I'll just have to change my final transformation matrix and then divide by z, you know. And then, but that would change what z things should disappear, and I we have
Right.
to adjust that. I can adjust that by like just looking at it, I think.
You won't need to. Completely orthographic is fine.
All right.
It'll
Yeah,
illustrate
so
the point nicely because you'll see the difference between the two paths.
right. So the way I'm creating paths now is that I just like I'm getting 2 coordinates, then I adding middle points in between them in a certain amount of subdivisions. That creates a great circle route, you know. So to add a midpoint, I just average the Euclidean coordinates, and then I normalize the vector so it goes back to the surface. Because if I just take the average, it's going to be inside of the Earth, right?
I gotta get this food out of the oven and feed some kids, so I'm gonna have to go.
All right, no
That's
problem.
good.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm okay at code, but what you're doing right now is still pretty advanced for me. So I mean, I can't exactly. I mean, I think I can kind of follow along what you're saying, but like, still a lot for me. So
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
that's
It
pretty
looks
cool.
nice, right? I mean, the dots simply disappear at some point because this is not something actually 3D. Like it's not a 3D framework. I'm just drawing circles, you know.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
I
Bacon.
decided when I what?
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, go on.
No, please.
All right.
Oh, wait, is that like a pseudo sphere? Like it's not actually a sphere. You just drew a circle, and there's like.
Well, technically, in computer graphics, there's no actual sphere, right? We are always just drawing pixels. You just have
Well, yeah.
to figure out when you're gonna draw them, you know.
But I mean, like, is this like okay? Like, I can't really zoom in, unfortunately, so I can't really tell. But
I can try to make it.
I don't know what it is with Discord recently. I don't know why, but it's like it won't let me do full screen, like full screen, and that's like upsetting me. But whatever. It's not a big issue. Anyway, so I'm just trying to figure out like how you drew the sphere. Is that like with polygons and everything, or like is that just like?
No, it's just a circle.
Okay, so that's what I meant by like a pseudosphere. Like it's not like drawn by polygons, but you just rather like it's a circle. But like the points that are.
It is drawn by polygon, but I'm not coming up with the polygon. It's just
Guys, pseudosphere isn't even a circle. Do you know what a pseudosphere is?
No, never mind. Don't worry about it. I'm just using words.
Oh, I know what he meant.
You're just using words. Don't worry about what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as the other person get what you mean, I think that's the idea, right? Because I think I got what he meant when he said pseudosphere.
But there's a whole audience of people listening, and I don't want them to walk away from this thinking that a pseudosphere is a fucking circle at circular shape. That's
Yeah,
all.
he's right. Jeremy's right. A pseudosphere is something different.
Yeah, I understood that, but
it looks like a two-side. It looks like a double Gabriel's horn or something like that.
Pseudosphere. Is that an actual thing? Oh, it's an actual thing. Okay, pseudosphere.
Yeah, it's how you get a 5-sided square, bro. Come on, dude. You got to keep up on your non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so just because pseudosphere is the name of something doesn't mean I can't use pseudosphere for something else. I'm saying pseudo, as in not actually. Like I mean, I could still use those words, and a combination of those words. It's just I'm not referring to pseudosphere, the name of that specific shape. I'm referring to something else. Fair enough, though. Whatever. Yeah, false or spurious. That's how I'm using it. Like it's not. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Anyway, it's not. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool code, Bacon. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks. I'm figuring out what to do now.
What you need to gonna do next is to try to keep Kosho off their nuts once he sees this awesome code that you've written.
By the way, Kosho, remember the not job interview, but the job test I did yesterday? I mentioned. Are you there?
I don't think he is. Right, well, he should be though. He's not like unmuted, but
I did a test for a job yesterday, and there was 2 code challenges, and I only solved the second one. I thought the first one was too complicated, so I focused on the second, and then I ran out of time. I didn't have time enough to do the first one, so I went just with the second. And today when I woke up, I just realized the first one was actually extremely easy. I could do it in like 5 minutes. But I mean, now I did the harder one, so maybe they'll consider it.
You finished one, or you finished both? Just one?
Yeah, at the time I mean, there were 4 questions. The first one was like solve this code challenge. The second one was like explain your solution and the time and space complexity of it. And then there was the third question, which was just another challenge, and the fourth question was like the same thing: explain your solution and the time and space complexity. And I did question 3 and 4 because I solved the second challenge. But it took me almost the whole all the time to do that. And I think I thought there was not enough time to solve the first one because it looked very complicated. So I just explained how I would approach it if I had more time in the second question. And then I submitted. And like I didn't think about that anymore. So today when I woke up, it was like just some minutes after I woke up, I realized that that exercise that I thought was very difficult, that I wouldn't have time to do, is extremely easy. And then I like turned on the computer and I coded it and I solved in like 5 minutes. I could have done.
Shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta do that. Sometimes you gotta fucking like go to sleep, think about it, wake up, and you fucking have the idea right then.
I think if I didn't assume it was complicated, I could actually have solved it at the moment because it didn't require that much thought to solve. But my first impression was that it was very complicated, so I went immediately to the second, and I spent almost all my time on that. But I could solve both. I'm pretty sure I could solve both if I just thought a little bit more about that, because it was an easy problem. I took screenshots if you want to see it later.
Yeah. Show it to me. Sorry, man. We were a branch left. God damn it. Oh man. Well, you know Terrence Howard. He was the old war machine from Iron Man. He got paid more money than Robert Downey Jr. for that movie. Did you know that? Anyways, he's a fucking genius, dude. And if you watch this full address at Oxford, he tells how he learned the secrets of the universe when he was in his mother's womb. And he remembered them this whole time. And by the time he was 6 years old, he was already smarter than Leonardo da Vinci. And he's discovered 7 new particles. And that's right. And he shows us how 1 times 1 equals 1 is an inequality, an unbalanced equation. And that's how the banks are stealing money from us.
What is that? Is that a movie or something?
No, it's just Terrence Howard. He's a real dude. From Iron Man. He was in the first Iron Man. From Hustle and Flow, from Empire. But he really thinks this shit, dude. He thinks that he has this like secret to the universe bullshit. He actually
talking
really
about the guy from Hustle and Flow that was said, whoop that trick.
Yeah, exactly. I'll show you his paper. I just posted this video. I'll show you one of his papers. Or one of the pages of his paper. Here's his paper. He wrote. He got a paper published on how 1 times 1 is, or 1 plus 1. Hold on, what is it? How 1 times 1 equals 1, or doesn't equal 1. It equals 2.
1 times 1. Let me see.
He's a bit silly.
He's just wrong.
He passed a peer-reviewed paper on 1 times 1 equals 1 being wrong.
Yes.
I passed peer review.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know where it got published. It's you might have just wrote it. I don't even know if it got published anywhere. But yeah, he's got a 4-page.
Back up off of that published thing real quick, because if that's the kind of shit that's passing.
You can publish a bullshit paper, dude. You can get a bullshit paper published.
Damn.
Yeah, we know.
You know what happens when you get your bullshit paper published? You lose.
People use it as peer review citing and start citing it as just fast peer review.
What happens is you get discredited as a scientist, and you can actually like lose.
Yes,
like,
we know. If all the other pseudoscientists don't agree with what your pseudoscience
no,
says,
no,
then
no,
you
no.
will
If
be
they find
banned
out
from
that
the.
you
You
were
will be
lying,
banned from the cult. We know.
they find out that you were lying, or that you lied about your experiment or something like that, you can actually lose. I forget what was it called. Yeah, you're not gonna take away your degree or anything, but you could lose like I think you lose like PhD shit like that. Like I don't know if they can take away your doctorates, but they can make it so you're not an actual fucking doctor.
Wow, that's fucked. But yeah,
We know if you don't agree with all the.
You
don't agree.
fraud them.
We already know if you don't agree with all the other pseudoscientists, you get blackballed. You won't get any funding. You'll be outcast from your cult. We know.
Listen, no one's talking about black balls, dude. We're talking about Terrence Howard. God damn it, dude. You know when he was a kid, he says when he was a little kid, he wore dresses until he was 2 years old.
It's more like if you publish a paper and people go and they look at your paper and they try and replicate what you're trying to show, and then the more people that try and do it and they keep getting it wrong for some reason, more than likely they're going to say like, well, this is bullshit because all of our evidence shows to the contrary.
Yeah, the problem is most of those papers. The problem is most of those. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, dude.
damn. Okay.
The problem is most of those papers don't get replicated. They just get rubber stamped by their peers.
I think before they get published, they get peer reviewed. Isn't that true, Coach Bill? I could be wrong.
What is true is I rubber stamped Jeremy's wife the other day on the forehead.
Mushroom stamp.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Anyway,
isn't it before they get published, they get peer reviewed?
Yeah, I know. I mean, no, maybe. I don't know. To be honest with you, don't ask me. Because I'll give you a made up answer probably. But what is true though is that you really can lose your what is it, a credit? I don't know, something. Let me look it up real quick and I'll find the word. Hold on.
Why? Even when you find the word, you still ain't gonna know. You still ain't gonna know how to say it.
Whatever.
It's called accreditation.
Oh wow! It's not even a word. Oh yeah, it is. Hold on.
Credibility.
Hold on. Dude, I watched this with Branch just now. I watched it with Scott Veach before. I've watched it 8 times, man. I would watch it again several times. Terrence Howard. It's fucking phenomenal. I was really excited when I found out about Human Sheeple this morning. I was out of my body because
Human Sheeple is #1 on my paid agent list, bro. There's no question.
Yeah, me too, man.
He is a paid operative. There's no question he was a paid operative sent here to fuck our whole shit up.
Dude, he was in bed with Karen B. Fucking, he told me that. He said, he told me in his weird fucking accent. He said that I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, he had to have been in bed with her because, or maybe he fell asleep by accident in her room or something. I think that's what it was. He fell asleep in her room by accident, something like that. And then he said he woke up, but because he said of his military training, he like his instincts like made him like attack, like he was in attack mode, and so he freaked everybody out, and he had to like leave her room and like go to his own room or something like that. He did something weird where he woke up and attacked somebody, and they had to. That was the first time they had to restrain him, and the second time was whenever.
I wouldn't believe anything he said. Any story he told you, I would not believe.
It's fucking true. Like he's not the only one who substantiated that part of it.
Oh, all right.
All this stuff he said about the trip, Karen B has said, or she at least confirmed. You know,
I mean, homie, the guy's not even Russian or Yugoslavian or whatever.
Trip? What trip are you talking about?
They went to a fuck fest in Balaton.
Oh damn!
In Turkey.
That's what's up. When does that happen?
Fucking, it just happens every year, dude. It's called Gay Fuck Fest 2022.
Whoa!
it's a
Yeah,
gay
dude,
one.
you're welcome to go, dude. You sound really excited about it. So
No, I thought it was something else.
anyway, yeah. No, it was Lake Balaton. They did a laser test in Turkey. FE Core did, and Human Sheeple. I think he invited himself, man. Invited himself big time because he supposedly had a laser, and he did have a laser. It was just
He
way
is a
shittier.
He is a saboteur. Okay, I'm telling you right now, that guy is not. I wouldn't. He's number one on my list. You're number two. He's number one on my list for paid government agent operatives
Dude,
sent here to fuck us all up.
He's legit.
Is it because he used to be? Is it because he used to be a flat earther? No, he's not. Is that why you're ridiculing him?
No, it's because he faked his accent the whole time, and he was in charge of vetting people in the voice check-in 24/7, and nobody used to make it through. Okay, why did no one used to make it through? Because he's sent here to fuck us up, so he never let anyone get through, and he would always just classify them.
He used to be a flat earther. That's why. You mean didn't he? Is that why he vetted people 24/7?
Yeah, he was a flat earther. Yeah.
Is he more suspicious than eggshells?
Yes, way more suspicious just because of what he did. I'm trying to tell you, he was in charge of
Eggshells are
vetting
suspicious.
people. Not as suspicious
Why
as you,
eggshells?
Kosho. Don't worry, Kosho. You're number two.
Man, these are okay.
Armbar, you ain't even on the list.
I got a suspicion.
You're the
of
most.
eggshells.
Armbar, you're the most harmless on my people I want to harm list.
Listen, man. If it wasn't for fucking watching Joe Rogan, I wouldn't be here.
Yo, Jeremy, or not Jeremy, but I was looking at Human Sheeple's BitChute last night. I gotta read you some of these fucking videos, man. Okay.
He faked an accent for years. Okay, that's highly suspicious.
Forget about the accent for a second, dude. He's on a whole new campaign now. Okay, and let me
I heard about it.
Let me preface what I'm about to say, dude, by saying I do not push any of this.
Don't even say it, dude. I already know.
Here's this thing. He says, here's a video called Eavesdropping on the Borg. It's an hour-long video where he says, did a Bluetooth packet sniff and spectrum analysis on a South Korean washing machine repairman who was clearly vaccinated. And he has an hour-long video where I don't know if he's fucking... He has all this data and fucking spying shit that he got from the fucking repairman. What the hell's he doing, dude? Putting it all on BitChute. And there's another video where he fucking there's like an old homeless man and a hot chick, and he's like overdosing on fucking heroin or something like that. And Human Sheeple saves his life, supposedly. He gives him this chlorine dioxide and some.
Are you describing the plot from Pulp Fiction now to me?
No, it's weirder than Pulp Fiction, man. And at the beginning of the video, he has his fucking British accent and starts describing how the police have identified him, and the nickname they've given him is the Doctor.
Wait, I think I'm confused. Wait, there's two different people: Human Sheeple and Sheeple Phoenix. Those are two different people, right?
Yeah, it's two different people.
Okay. So you're talking.
Well, maybe we don't even know.
Yeah. No, okay.
They could be the same person. They could be the same. First of all, you're always confused. That's not in question. The thing is,
not true.
Human Sheeple could be Sheeple Phoenix. We'll never know. This guy's a master of voice disguises.
I can't even read to you what his description says. It's very offensive. His about section.
Yeah, don't even read it.
Well, I will read it, but I'll just change some of the words, okay? It says, 9/11 was an inside job. Obama was a Islamic bad word for a black person. And it says, oh my God. I can't even read the next sentence.
Dude, I'm telling you, he is sent here to fuck up conspiracy theorists. I'm telling you right now, bro. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, well, dude, but the thing is, he's actually living out
the conspiracy theorists. Like he went to like Peloton. He fucking
He's
making these
trying to sabotage it.
He's making these de-vaccinators. That's his whole thing now. He has these fucking de-vaccinators, and they're real machines. Like you can see him in his videos. He's actually making these.
Wait, what?
Actually, there was an actual dude overdosing, dying in front of him, and he's like asking him, he's like, "Can I have your consent to give you this medication and give you these frequencies?" Like saying this over and over to him, and the guy's like spazzing out because he's dying, and and he keeps asking him that. Anyway, I don't know. He's a sick guy.
Damn.
Here's another video. He's doing a second procedure, a pineal gland extraction. Holy shit.
No.
Listen, guys, check out Human Sheeple on BitChute. I got news for you. I can't post it. That's why. I cannot post it. The terms of service will not allow me. But I can tell you where to find it. It's on BitChute. His name is Human Sheeple. God, I wonder where else he is, man. I wonder if he's on TikTok. Well, anyways, Human Sheeple, that's one thing. Big deal. Terrence Howard is he's really cuckoo. Check him out too.
He's got an ivermectin video.
I bet you he does, man. I bet you he fucking does.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
What is it, sir?
Where'd he go?
Who?
This guy Truffle.
Is he trying to
I told him to meet me down here. What? No, he's
Yo, dude, Gio was looking for you when you left, dude. He said if you're gonna he says you can't be trying to date dudes in here when you're interviewing them. It's fraternization.
all right. Truffle, say something real quick. Just so I know your mic works.
Yeah, man. Thanks, man, Jeremy.
All right, you're good.
Cool, man. Thanks.
Hey, careful, Jeremy. You're gonna get in trouble, man.
What's up? Dude, that was one of the main
for you, dude, because we ran off.
Yeah, I'm busy doing. Listen. I'm busy. I'm the guy that does what I'm supposed to do. Who are you?
I'm the guy who doesn't date new guys that come to the server. Gio said it's fraternization, not to do it.
I'm busy getting stuff done. You sit around all day and do goofy shit.
Okay, man. I'm making a fucking triangle fucking picture right now. So, what are you doing?
Exactly.
You're the other guy.
Serpinski thing. The Serpinski thing.
Right. Yeah, dude.
Oh, that thing's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
I tried to look up the thing Gio was talking about last night. It was so. I don't know. Maybe I needed a different video or something. The one out.
With the triangle.
He had some. He had some Indian triangle thing.
Oh, the mandalas.
That might have been the name of it.
Mandalas.
He loves those, dude. Anyways, he's pissed at you. He came back. He probably went off in anger, but he was pretty mad. So, don't fraternize, dude.
Yeah, that sounds like Gio.
Well, yeah, he's out of character for sure, dude, because he was fucking livid. Gotta run off all the new dudes, man. Damn, this code sucks, man.
This guy Truffle's actually very pleasant to talk to. I had a nice discussion with him. I think
Dude,
at Jose's before.
Get it, man. God damn, bro.
I'm just saying his voice isn't aggressive. He's not coming at you crazy hardcore like some of you guys.
Wow, you feel butterflies in your stomach?
You're always all worked up and getting angry and shouting over everyone.
I don't shout.
No, man. I'm just tired, Jeremy. Haven't slept in 2 days, but thanks a lot.
Oh, maybe you're not that guy.
Oh,
You
wow.
sound like
You're
a dude
such a
I talked to at
Jeremy.
Jose's. He sounds like a guy I talked to at Jose's. I don't know if it's him.
It's embarrassing, dude. Can't even remember the dudes he's dating. Anyways,
Yeah,
dude, speaking of dudes,
Croaxy is one of those people I think that you might be thinking of.
speaking of dudes you're dating, dude, how do you feel about Rumpus? Dude, you know what's funny about that whole exchange with Rumpus? There was a moment in that exchange, dude, where you totally did a 180, dude, and you were actually siding with Dr. Bob. You were like, well, Dr. Bob agrees with me in the argument. Whenever you try to get me and Zanuck to fucking jump Dr. Bob because you were disagreeing with him, but you were using him and saying he agrees with you. That was a poor performance, man. Ebert and Gerbert gives it 2 out of 5. Whatever those guys' name are. But seriously, all in all, Jeremy, where do you feel that left you? Because I know before you were very excited about the how Rumpus agreed with you and then was confused. How do you feel now?
Not even listening. I think he's AFK.
Say what, Armor?
I think he's AFK, like away from keyboard, and he's muted right now.
Now he disappeared, man. He's probably made him cry or something. I feel bad. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean any of it, Jeremy.
Testing.
Tested.
Hey, Doofy's not sure how to proceed from now. Let me show you what I get here. So I can create great circle routes and then put the target to move across those great circle routes, but that's using the ground as a reference. So now I should get the start and end position in the inertial frame, and then use that to create a great circle route. Is that how it should go now?
Yes. You'd have to know where the endpoint ended up over the amount of time it took for it to travel, or for now. Well, hold on, because it's going to take you different amounts of time.
I can just fix a travel time and use that as a base.
Yeah, if you use a fixed travel time, then you can figure out where your endpoint ended up, and then you can draw a great circle between those.
The inertial path, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because your pre-calculated great circle for your ground track in the non-inertial reference frame should not change. And it'll show up as a curved path in the inertial reference frame. And then, yeah, you got it. You got this.
Yep. Just have to think a little bit on how I'm going to do that. I mean, it's easier said than done.
Well, if you got fixed time, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna, do that.
Oh, Jeremy, I found some shit for you, bro. Hey, Jen's here. What's going on, Jen?
Fire protection. Everything's fine. I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good, man. You know, I hope you're doing great. Glad you are.
Yeah. Yeah, doing okay.
You go for your run today?
Field day in not yet. Later on. That'll be later on. Because it's only just coming up at 6 o'clock in the morning here.
Well, what about the evidence? Surely it was preserved.
I got some videos I saw on TikTok, man. A lot of TikTok flat earthers, new flat earthers on TikTok, man.
One of the structural engineers.
That's cool. Good. We need as many as we can get everywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we need as many flat earthers as we can get everywhere. In fact, everyone's a flat earther. They just don't realize it. That's all.
Yeah, well, you gotta wake them up, dude. Wake them up and
yeah,
what you gotta do.
We will slowly. Each day that goes by, there's a few hundred coming along.
All the evidence of the steel went to the melting pot to China.
And I got his documentary. I think he hold on. This is when you were talking about. Hold on.
Surely the engineer mayor put a stop to this. Nope. He justified it. Just
I got so many TikTok videos. I gotta find the right one. Hold on.
2002, justifying the destruction
Are you watching?
Prompting good.
Sorry, yeah, I was watching
He's
the.
clearly watching a 9/11 documentary, but it's a bit loud and you get a lot of background.
You shut your mouth,
Yeah,
Jim.
I've knocked it down. Yeah, I've knocked it. I've knocked it on the head.
That
Yeah.
is actually what he's watching.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
man.
I'm looking at the legal pursuit that they're doing. They're gonna,
Oh, okay.
court
Good thing about
cases
suing
pending.
Osama.
Yes, there's a few court cases pending. You see.
I hope they win. Hey, look at this documentary. I'm about to post it right now, Jin. Tell me if this is the documentary you were talking about. Hold on, I'll post it.
When was I talking about it? When was I talking about it? When?
Hey, Jeremy, you see that second video I posted? I posted that second video for you, Jeremy. The third one is for you, though, Jin. That's about to be there. There it is.
Science proves planet Earth, part 7. Planet Earth.
No, flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Sorry, flat Earth.
Teach English.
Hey, the travel time that Rumpus was using, what was the travel time for that?
I don't know. I was busy at the time, but I remember the simulation. You see the simulation I made? I made some look at yours, but that's why I made mine the way I made it because it. What are you using, by the way?
Sorry.
What program were you? Were you using this on HTML?
You were echoing from Jin. I couldn't hear.
I said, what are you using? What are you building this in?
In JavaScript.
Oh, in JavaScript. Okay.
Should I use 24 hours or a sidereal day for the rotation of the Earth?
Doesn't matter, right?
Well, it does. It's a slightly different.
What's a sidereal day?
To the go ahead and tell him.
It's the time it takes for the Earth to make a full rotation around itself.
Well,
yeah. Don't use that because that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it makes a full rotation in reference to. Yeah, I guess that sounds better around itself. I was gonna say reference to the stars, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, don't use that one.
No, but the other one is it makes a full rotation in reference to this.
Hold on a second. Jen, I can hear you, or whoever that was. Somebody's got a loud TV in the background.
I think that was Glory. You gotta mute him.
Use the rotation that the Earth goes around the flat Earth just above locally. Use that rotation.
Well,
all right. The actual intent of the animation in question is about a spherical Earth that is rotating.
Get up on there.
Yeah.
Get up on there.
All right.
Hold on tight.
So you
hold on tight.
Use the sidereal day. Then
hold on tight.
All right, I'm holding on, dude. I'm about to say something that I'm holding on, dude.
Yeah, Jeremy, your mic's open.
I'm holding on because I wanted to say to Doofus that we were talking yesterday, me and the boys and Jeremy, and we were talking about free fall from a very large height, and because we were trying to see, to fake some footage, free falling from a large height for a long time. Anyway, so we were trying to determine on a flat Earth, not on a globe, there's no orbits. But if we wanted to get up to 250 or even 1,000 miles, could you think of a way that we could do this if we're not on a globe, not without orbits? Do you think there's a way for rockets or planes to climb high?
Depends on how much fuel you're going to use. It takes more fuel. Considering the rocketry that we already know about, it would take more fuel to just go straight up. If we're not considering that the Earth is rotating, then it should take less fuel. But this is not. I mean,
can I help?
This is a weird question.
Let me try to help you hit up Kosho. Okay, rockets actually don't go up because there's no atmosphere, so they can't go up because you can't propel through a vacuum. That's why they turn left. So what you want to do is get one of those planes that go across the top of the atmosphere, like bouncy, like going like a boat going fast over water. That's how they do those hydraulic jumps, right? So they're weightless, right?
They don't. They go to 30,000 feet, man. And you have to understand that we need to get up to 1,000 miles because we're going to do a comet jump. I mean, this is how the comet jumps are done. The ones that are filming the ISS.
Gotcha. There is no 1,000. There's no 1,000 miles. It doesn't exist.
Well, guess what, then, dude? You're arguing against your own team.
There's no 1,000 miles, my friend.
This is your team's argument.
Godric, you need to get the context.
Only 1,000 miles is across the flat Earth.
Godric, you need to get the context though. The context is that there's what is it? The ISS video. There's
right.
at least 6 minutes in one of the videos of uncut, footage, whatever. And so the whole point is we're trying to figure out, what height
Let me help you.
for you to drop for those 6 minutes.
Let me help you. It's 3 minutes, okay?
No, bro, don't help him. Let him finish.
And-
How about that?
I'm sorry, were you not finished? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it is actually 6 minutes. It's not. Let's make it 3 minutes. Let's go.
Okay,
it's
so
actually 6 minutes.
if you know what to look for, what you'll see is camera foolery. Okay, for example, there's one video on ISS with the Indian lady with the hair, like she's on ISS, but we know she's not, right? So if you notice, they'll put the camera in a corner of the room, and they can stop it right there, making you think they're still falling.
Okay,
and that's why she was floating, but they're not. And they pause the camera without you knowing because they look at a flat. They look at a screen that's not moving. They look at a part of the wall. They make you think it's uncut, but it's really cut. They cut it right there.
Godric,
So you have to know what you're looking for. All the footage I've seen, every 3 minutes, between 2 and 3 minutes, they'll cut the feed, and they have to because they can't fall that long. Okay,
Godric, we went through all this last night, man. We already went through that. That part is already, we're aware of it. We're aware of the fact that they could do that. What we're describing to you is 6 minutes where that wasn't happening. There was no ability for them to make a cut like that. There's 6, 7 minutes. There's no ability for them to make a cut like that. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about making a free fall.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. Put the video on live stream so I can see it. However, okay, you know as well as I do that Hollywood has camera tricks. Because I just saw that movie, Life, and man, it looked real out there in space, floating around with that alien creature, crawling up their legs, going inside the guy's mouth. It looked so real, bro. It was like really happening in my mind. So don't tell me that it has to be an uncut foot for 6 minutes. Well, I'll look at it and I'll tell you where they cut it. How about that?
Look at
So
it.
put it in my
I'll tell you where it is that I think that they cut it, even if I have no evidence to support that idea.
Well,
I mean,
let's see
maybe
what
something
Godric
new.
has to say.
Let me see it. Maybe something new. But I've seen many videos. They all cut all of them between 2 and 3
What are you
minutes.
talking about, man? You talking about pornos? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about ISS floating people in floaty space.
Listen, man. Let's grow up a little bit, man. There's kids and stuff like that. Listen to this. So why don't we just? I'm gonna post this time-stamped video. Okay. And it's a long video, but the part that's time-stamped, me, GeoLove, he's the mod here. He's a buddy of mine. Jeremy, he's a mod here.
Let me ask you this: is it an old video or a new video? Many years old.
You're about to find out, man. Hold on. There it is, right there, dude. It's time-stamped. It's got the date on there as well, and but it's not relevant really, because what is relevant is I time-stamped it because we watched a lot of the movie. There's areas where it could be argued, but between now and the next 7 minutes, you can watch it on 2 times speed. You're not going to find any cuts or any availability for them to have cut. And so now we're working on the problem of them free falling for 7 minutes and where this could happen. Okay? Jeremy claims that they can go up to 1,000 miles. He's got no restrictions or limits in his flat Earth that say that he can't go that high, or that height doesn't exist. But we're trying to figure out what is it that you can use to get you that high. And I'm not sure.
Interesting.
It's the tyranny of the rocket equation, which says the heavier your rocket, the more fuel you'll need to propel it. The more fuel you'll need, the heavier your rocket gets, and it feeds back on itself until you're incapable of flying. Oh, wow. I'm reading this thing about the tyranny of the rocket equation. It says, by Expedition 3031, flight engineer Don Pettit.
Mm-hmm.
These guys hate Don Pettit.
No, don't ever diss Don Juan Pettit. Okay, he's the best, my favorite, and objectively the smartest astronaut to ever walk.
Ever
on
walk?
Earth.
Oh,
On
wow.
Earth.
Or
Oh,
float
on
his
Earth.
way.
Wow. Damn, that's an important distinction between all the other astronauts and whatever they were capable of doing. All right. Okay, let's see here. What the hell is this? Wow, dude. I found this in Jeremy's locker. What the fuck, dude?
And Kosha, why don't you like the 2020 tour?
Say that again?
Yeah, why don't you like the 2020 tour of the ISS?
Which one with the girl? Oh, I've seen this one. This one's cool. Yeah, I've seen this one. It's about 8 minutes though, right?
No, it's over an hour with the
Oh.
main camera feed never being cut in between.
Oh, I haven't seen this one then. I'll watch it.
Yeah, after the first 30 seconds of intro, from that point onward, the main camera never cuts.
Yeah, well, I thought that for this other video, I thought so for sure. It turns out there was at least one cut, and also for the sake of, because I was trying to figure out if we could find out if there's no way they could fake it, and so whenever they zoom into the wall or something like that, just for the sake of saying that the maximum length of time they would need to be in free fall, we counted those as possibilities for cuts, even though I've never seen a movie where that happened like that. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna check this one out and see if there's what the longest length of time is. We might beat that 6-minute record so far.
All right, and we can play around all day with the wonderful claim of, well, they could be in there, they could not be in there, and that's always fun. But then there's just the observation of the object. We do all agree we can observe is the ISS as observed or as identified by ISS trackers. We see that thing pass overhead. So unless we're all hallucinating, it's up there.
Well, I gave Jeremy 3 viewings, above -3 magnitude viewings, past 3 days, and I don't think he saw any of them. He's got one tonight too.
Time tonight. What time?
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Just when I thought you were good for nothing.
Dude, I'm just doing this to shut you up. I mean, I don't.
Why do you think it's going to shut me up?
Well, momentarily, yes. Oh, about this topic.
Yeah.
Jeremy, why do you think that they can go 5 million feet?
5 million feet, bro. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that is that height. Yeah. Did you do the math?
I don't know where the if there's a dome or where the dome would start or what. So I don't know the height restrictions on how high humans can go.
But why Kocho said that you need 5 million feet. What is he talking about? That's
I
ridiculous.
didn't say you needed that. Well, we did the math. We did do the math, and depending on the length that you need to free fall for, yes, you will need that amount of speed. So 8 minutes. If you need 8 minutes of free fall, you got to be 250 miles up.
Does
250
that
miles or
Uh-oh.
well with the free fall, right? That's assuming like less like air up there, right? So obviously, what do you call it? Terminal velocity is a lot faster up there, right?
There's no terminal velocity because there's no atmosphere yet. But the
Yeah, but in this example, we would be assuming like a flat Earth, and so they say that there's always air up there.
yeah, no,
The point of the scenario is to have something where, because you can't reach terminal velocity or even approach it because you have to be weightless the entire time.
That's right.
So you have to go faster than terminal velocity as you're getting closer to the ground in order to get the whole time to be weightless.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
what I did was
Fair
I
enough,
did the
yeah.
equation, and I know this is not correct, but I just said I just chose 120,000 feet for when they would smack into the atmosphere, and just assume everything above that would be unobstructed, so they could have a free fall. And given that assumptions, yeah, about 8 minutes will require about 250 miles.
Oh, isn't that like the same height as the ISS? I mean, I know that's just a coincidence, but that's
That's
kind of
right,
funny.
man.
That's crazy. That's cool.
But anyhow, yeah, so we're just coming up with ways that could be possible. We had some pretty good suggestions, like a rocket, an airplane. That was a good suggestion.
These are local times you have posted here?
No, this is my local time, so this is actually an hour ahead for Jeremy. So let me make that clear. So Jeremy, tonight it's a very bright viewing. Jeremy, it's probably the brightest viewing you'll ever get in your life. Not really, but it'll be 69 degrees in the sky, dude. So you can get funky afterwards.
Nice.
You know what I mean? I think this is an hour ahead, so this might be 20. This might be 9:30 for you. That it'll rise.
It's only up for a little over a minute, or a little under 2 minutes. Was it? Yeah, a little under 2 minutes.
Yeah, but it's gonna be fairly high for you. Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah, that's right. 2 minutes. No, but no, it's
Yeah.
4 minutes.
32:57 to 34:50.
No, that's the highest. That's when it's the highest stuff. So you should see it a little bit before that. But
Oh, right. Okay. Different columns. 29 to 34.
yeah. So
Okay.
but still, that 69 is fairly high. Yeah.
About 5 minutes worth of viewing. That's
I
good.
had an 89 degrees one a month ago or so. That was cool.
It looked like the straightest line to you then.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. It turns out you take your kids out there, you take your wife out there, squeeze her butt whenever it's 69 degrees in the sky. You're gonna have a good night, man.
69. Yeah.
It says 69 degrees. I just got to verify the times. So if I were you, I would check your local something. Let me see if I can change my time in Heavens Above. I don't know why it's. Let me see.
I mean, maybe the software is already accounting for that and saying the local time of the observation.
Yeah, but I, for some reason, don't think so. Let me see. Well, see, the clock did change. It might be. It might already be accounting for it, Jeremy. So, but let me see. Hold on. Oh shit, dude! I'm gonna see it on the same path.
That sounds fishy.
No, it's not the same path. Hold on. So what did I say? I said this is 9:30 instead of 8:30, or
That's what you're suggesting, maybe.
Yeah, it must be. Let me think. This is weird because I have one at 9:05. So if I have one at 9:05,
It's backwards.
hold on.
ISS should be moving toward the east.
Yeah, but I don't get it. How could he have his at 8:30 or 9:30?
9:30 would be correct. That would be after.
Yeah, but how is he going to have it 25 minutes after me?
Because the ISS can only see roughly 3% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but it doesn't take 25 minutes to get from me to him. What the hell? Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause I can't see because either it's 8:30 or it's 9:30, and both those don't make sense. So what the hell? Wait, you know? Oh, wait, never mind. I'm so dumb. So it could be that it's 8:30 for him, which would be 7:30 for me, for instance. In which case, 9 o'clock makes sense. Or it could be 9 o'clock for me. So it can't be 9:30 for him. It must be 9:30. Hold on, 9:30 for him is 10. Hold on 1 second. Why can't I figure this out?
I found a possible cut, Coach Show, in that video you sent me.
That's what's up, bro. Hold on a second.
It's like just under an hour. At 48:10, you'll notice that the camera relaxes and he pans off of the astronaut, and he's just looking at down the tube. And he pauses his speech for just a second. And I'm not saying for sure, but you can easily do your Hyperloop right there and reset it right there where he
Yeah, I see that. It's cool, man. Totally.
hands off the astronaut, because nothing's floating per se. Here's the thing, Coach. Let's say, really believe it or not, I'm serious. I just saw Life, the movie. It was very visually believable, and I felt like they were in space. Like, why wouldn't it just be an easy camera trick? Like, why you don't think like NASA has like the Hollywood camera tricks going on?
Yeah, man, you got me.
For example, let's say they put a guy in a harness, right? So he's like floating, kind of like the Matrix, like they're floating in the air, right? And what they do, they have a green background, and they move the green screen around him to make you think that he's actually moving, but he's actually not really moving, right? He's moving on his harness, right? But they move the green screen background to make you think he's going through the ISS tube, and he's floating in quote unquote space, right? So why couldn't that be achieved? I mean, I'm not a camera guy, but that just makes sense to me. You can just,
I'm not a pilot.
The background.
I'm not a pilot, Godric.
The background could be moving and make you think that he's moving. You know what I mean?
Right. I know I could get it. It's possible because there's technology we don't know about, techniques we're not aware of yet, but it could exist.
Let me ask you this, Coach. If you're serious about this, you said you were going to give the fighters a chance, right? I remember you said that, right?
I'm going to give it a great big chance, yeah.
Hang on. I would ask what do you call those photographers that do the camera shots for movies? The ones that do like the space like the space scenes.
Videographers.
Is that what it is? A videographer? Ask one of those guys that do those movie pics, like Matt Damon, on Mars, and see if all you want to ask them, hey, can this ISS stuff be faked? Are they really floating in space, or can it possibly be faked? And then see what he says.
Hi, sorry. I'm just gonna check your vitals real quick, okay?
If he says no,
Thank
would
you.
that convince you?
Kosho, real quick, the signing you had lined up for Jeremy, in his local time, it's 8:29 p.m.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I just figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I confirmed that with another source.
Okay. No, I just think about it logically, and it's impossible. It has to be 8:30. That's right. Either that, or it's. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Yeah. Because my ISS is at 9:05. It'll be his 10:05, so he can't have it. It can't be at 9:30 possibly at all.
It takes an hour and a half to get around. Round, get around.
So you have to be out there, Jeremy, 8:30, or you're gonna make everyone disappointed. Everyone in your family and every one of your descendants, probably.
He's got just a hair over a 5-minute window.
Everyone's counting on you, Jeremy. Don't disappoint them. You hear that, Ruhiv? Jeremy's going to go out and take ISS observation tonight with his camera. The one he usually shoots his porn on.
That's pretty low quality, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty.
Yeah, buddy. Dream scene, Grease. You gotta take that off.
Do you think that you can take a good picture of the ISS without a telescope? I've taken a bad picture with it with my camera.
No, to do a transit is the only way to get it really without a decent sort of telescope with tracking and stuff.
Yeah, but let's say you just want to get a nice picture of the bright dot.
Sure, you can use your fucking camera or your phone if you want to do that.
Yeah, but don't you gotta do some of those fancy settings like I don't know what the settings are, but like fucking
Exposure?
Yeah, exposure, that's the one.
Yes, you would need to lower the exposure. Do it with a camera, like an actual camera. It's
Cell
not
phone's
easy.
not gonna do it.
Hey, I got the inertial path.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'm like,
But it's rotating with the Earth. And I'm trying to think of how
Your eyes.
Sorry?
Nothing.
Anyway, go on.
Okay. It even goes beyond maybe I'm missing something here, but it's a forming a weird path. I pick a different color for that.
A branch and Jeremy, the amount of spherical excess in a 5-mile triangle is about 1/7 of an arc second. Just fuck all.
Yeah, that's cool. Good thing we can measure down to the 10th of an arc second. So cool. Perfect.
With what?
I mean,
what have
that's
got
what
to
you
measure
guys
that?
claim.
With what equipment?
No, that's
You guys, okay. You guys claim you can measure to the 10th of an arc second.
Yeah,
That's your
with
claim.
what equipment?
With the equipment you use to measure angles.
My theodolite
You don't
can't
know
measure.
what equipment you use.
My
Equipment you use to
theodolite
measure angles?
can't
Yeah.
measure 1/7 of an arc second.
I know,
What
Ruhiv.
equipment are you talking about? Yeah.
Ruhiv, what he's talking about. Hold on, Jeremy, because it's clear. I got to tell him this. What Jeremy's talking about is a data from a data book where they collected the data and they took the average. What he's talking about is a result of a mathematical equation where they took the average. In which case,
it's not just that, Kosho, because that particular example involves pieces of equipment which are many orders of magnitude larger than your typical theodolite these days.
yeah, but I thought that was the reason.
You guys can easily Google this. Hold on.
magnitude.
You guys can easily. We heard you. You guys can easily do that. You guys can easily Google the equipment that can measure to 1/10 of an arc second. It's your top of the line surveying equipment that you have these days. I don't know why this is even.
But I thought that
question.
I thought that they didn't actually make precise of measurements. I thought that was just a value.
I think 1/10 of an arc second is achievable with a theodolite.
Seems really small.
It does.
That's what she said.
Yeah, okay, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a
Do that in real quick.
piece of equipment you got in mind, Jeremy.
I mean, I can't Google it right now. I've Googled it before. I've seen there's many pieces of equipment. They say they make the claim that it can measure to within 1/10 of an arc second. The measurement that they made. I mean, just Google it. It's a transit total station. Theodolite. There's some piece of equipment. Okay, there's some piece you clearly didn't buy the top of the line one. You should probably spend more money next time then.
Ooh, shit.
Let's try to be civilized here. Right?
Your boy Larry GPS claims that he can measure to within 1/3 of an arc second, and he has a tool from the 50s. So have we not progressed? Have we not progressed since the 50s with these tools, or what?
The main problem that you have to deal with.
An arc second.
Yeah, the main problem you have to deal with is if you have a piece of equipment that has a much larger surface to work with as far as measuring the angles themselves, then you get to have some higher precision. If you have your standard total station sized instrument, there's going to be a limitation in how precise you can actually be with that, and it's not going to be.
I hear your point. I hear your point. However, Larry has something from the 50s, a theodolite from the 50s or some shit, and he claims to be able to measure within 1/3 of an arc second. Now, I'm going to have to imagine that we have progressed since 1950, and we now have more accurate tools. I mean,
the laws
I don't
of
know.
physics haven't progressed.
Right, only if you make it bigger, Jeremy.
Okay, do you think we've progressed in the amount of arc seconds we can measure since 1950?
You
This is a
can
broad
if
question.
you make it bigger. The problem is you don't want to make these things any bigger.
So there's definitely tools out there that we can measure to 1/10 of an arc second with, or what? I mean, this is the overarching point here.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think a theodolite will.
So
maybe you need a total
make a really
station or a
large
better piece.
theodolite, something that's improbable to carry from one position to another. If you make one that's super huge, you can get that precision.
Okay. Have you guys Googled it yet? Because they do claim that we currently have tools that can measure. We were talking about, are there tools that can measure within 1/10 of an arc second? You guys acted like this was impossible. You guys acted like this was absolutely impossible.
Top of the line total station, angular accuracy of 1 arc second.
Okay, I'll obviously have to Google this for you when I'm not busy. You're gonna just have to sit tight and hold on.
Right, and if you're referencing
Find it hard to
some of those
believe you
older
guys can't find
measurements,
this.
right? I know exactly what kind of equipment can do this, and it's
Okay, so we do have
very
equipment.
large. I know what kind of equipment can do this, and it's very, very, very large. It's not something you can carry.
Is it immovable?
You cannot, as a single person, carry this thing from one location to another. It will never happen.
Okay, but as humans, we do have the ability to move this thing, or what?
If you want to, like, take a team of people and disassemble the thing and reassemble it at different locations, you can do that, and that's what they used to do back in the late 19th century. This is a little bit different today because these things are carryable by a single person. They don't have that same kind of precision.
Okay, so we do have the capability to measure within 1/10 of an arc second. I mean, that's the whole point of this. I don't understand why you guys are bickering over
over
Well, we asked you what
tiny
equipment.
points.
It's not practical.
It's not practical yet. It is possible to measure within a tenth of an arc second or what?
Yeah, Gaia can do like milli-arc seconds. It's a space telescope. Do I have a space telescope in my fucking garage? No.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about something on Earth.
Okay, so what equipment are we talking about?
I'll have to Google it for you. If you're incapable of figuring out how
Okay.
Google works, if you can't
I'm
figure out
well
how Google
aware of
works,
how
I'll
Google
have
works,
to
Jeremy.
Google it for you.
You will.
Doofus knew there was a piece of equipment that could do it.
And it's physically humongous.
Yet capable to move, totally within humans' capability to move it.
AKA not practical.
Yet still possible. This isn't like an argument.
Whatever,
I don't know
Jeremy.
why you think you got to like argue with me. We have the ability to measure within a tenth of an arc second.
Yeah, a milli-arc seconds.
Yeah, we can do better than that with space-bound equipment that you don't trust. If we have to go to a theodolite that can measure to that level of precision, it has to be impractical, or we just go to a relaxed precision of 1 arc second. Do you want practical or do you want space? What do you want?
Anyway, so when you see the ISS, Jeremy, what's the conclusion? Like if it appears where we tell you it's going to appear.
Hey, Ruth.
Yeah.
Where's my star sites?
Yeah, it's 7:30 a.m. It is sunny today, so there's a good chance I can get it out tonight. Yeah, I'll give you accurate elevations, but approximate azimuths.
No, don't give me the azimuths.
Okay, just the elevation. All right.
Don't help me that much. It's gonna weaken my
Skills.
yeah. No, I mean,
It's going to weaken the magic trick.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna make it look easier, less impressive.
Should get a fucking what are they called? Solar filter for my theodolite. Take angles at the sun. Excuse me.
Here we go. Does this work for you? Does this work for you? The new Kern DK. Sorry, doofus. Hold on a second. The new Kern DKM3 optical auto columnating theodolite has a 1/10 of an arc second angular resolution.
Post a link to it.
Bro, that was like one of the first ones on the Google page. Come on, bro.
I was saying again.
You shouldn't.
Look it up.
You should have dropped a few bucks on this tool you got, and not got the cheap one.
What's the name of it again?
What's the name of it?
You said it's a DKM something. What was it?
Heck, should post a link, Jeremy.
Live stream it is. Let me back up and rewind.
Yeah, good point.
Wow, my microphone sucks.
Sounds fine.
Yes, it worked. I told Rumpus he would curve to the left and then to curve to the right. There you have it.
Oh wow, look at that. Pretty cool looking.
And the orange one is the inertial path.
Surplus.
Plotted in the rotation of the Earth. I'm gonna put two airplanes, one to follow the inertial one and the other to follow the non-inertial one. See how that compares. Don't think I need a camera rotation and Earth rotation. I can just have Earth rotate.
So I'm sorry, guys. I'm very busy over here. I don't have time to do your research for you.
And I'm getting the manual. 1 second.
Yeah, I see like a what's the word? Pickclick.com is where I see your link. I'm trying to find the tool.
Paste. Oh, come on, Discord.
Okay, let's say the whatever you said, 1/7 of an arc second. Let's say that's too small. We need to make a bigger triangle. How big would the triangle need to be to where we can measure within 1/3 of an arc second? Because that's what Larry could do right now with his bullshit 1950 fucking tool that he's using.
Right. And if you remember what he said something like about 1 arc second every 75 square miles.
About 13 kilometers or 12 kilometers triangle.
So we'd have to have the 12-kilometer, what, on each side?
Yeah.
And that would be a third of an arc second?
Yep.
There you go. 12 kilometers. What's that, fucking 6 miles or something?
7 and 8, something like that. Oh, 6.
All right, so it's not much. It's not really that far off of the 5 mile one that we already had. That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
An 8 mile long triangle. Easy peasy.
Right. You said for a third of an arc second?
Yeah.
So what you'd be doing is you'd be looking for basically, because, okay, if the resolution of the device is a third of an arc second, and what you're trying to measure is inside the resolution of the device, you could easily chalk that up to instrument error. So what you need is something far larger than that.
Okay, we can also measure this like physically because this is going to be this is all going to be a tangible thing. So does that help with the inaccuracies and errors?
How are you going to measure it physically? Why is an
It's
angle
going to be on the
measured?
ground. It's going to be on the ground. It's going to be shit we could touch.
But we're measuring an angle, right, to find that the sum is greater than 180.
Can you measure an angle physically, or?
It's what you're doing with the theodolite.
Yeah, I don't understand
Can we
how
measure
you
an angle tangibly? My bad. Can we measure an angle tangibly?
with what? Like, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like when you put a protractor up to an angle, would you consider that tangible?
Right,
You've
your
still
two
got to
angles
have
are
a line
lines
of
of sight.
sight.
Yeah, your two
Sorry,
angles are
what?
lines of
You
sight.
both talked over each other. Say
That's
it
the
again.
same
You
Exactly the
both
same
talked
thing,
over each
though.
other.
We said exactly the same
Yeah, I
thing.
know, but I can't hear either one of you. So just one at a time, please.
Yeah, doofus.
Yeah, the two things that you're measuring an angle between are lines of sight. Like if you tangibly take a protractor out there, what you're measuring is still lines of sight.
I mean, all we need to really measure is the angle at the point. We're only trying to measure the angle at the point where where the lines start to, where the points of the triangle are. So you could put a protractor up to it and just mark it off. You wouldn't even need to do anything crazy long distance optically.
We're measuring 12 kilometers? I still don't understand
Here's what
what you
we're
mean by
doing.
physical.
Here's what we're doing. We're gonna make a line. We're gonna try to make a 60-60. We're gonna try to make an equilateral triangle, right? So we're gonna draw a line for however long this triangle needs to be. Then we're going to, take one of the points of that triangle, of that line. We're going to start to draw another line to, we're going to try to form a triangle. So we're going to go 60 degrees from that line and start drawing another straight line.
When you say draw a straight line, like a line in your head, or what do you mean?
Oh, pretend we had a 10-kilometer straight line. I'm sorry, pretend we had a 10-kilometer piece of string that we could pull tight. That's what I mean by straight line over a level surface. I know you don't like to use the word level, neither do I, but for we're going to just level. Okay, you're going to have the whole ground of the triangle is going to be leveled out. So it's all going to be perfectly level, right? You with me?
Yeah.
We don't need to go into the definition of level. Just according to where water would sit, it's going to all be level according to the water surface.
Take this line all the way out from these points. You're going to be looking down the line anyway to see if it's bending left or right. So you're still using your optics as your straight reference to determine whether or not the line's even doing what it's supposed to be doing in the first place. So you might as well just
We have
use the number in the
multiple.
first place.
We have multiple ways to make sure the line's straight. We could snap a shorter line and overlap it on the previous part. We could pull one whole solid line. We could use laser. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could do to make
The
sure the
laser is
line's going
also
straight.
subject to optics. It's the same deal. If you're going to use optics,
It's different
laser
though
and
than
line
going.
of sight is the same thing.
I would forget the laser. We're not using the laser then. We're going to use all tangible shit.
Right, and the thing that you posted or that you found, the Kern DKM3, what it actually says in the manual is that through direct reading, you'll get to half of an arc second. If you want to do some estimation, as you play around with the measurement, left or right or whatever, you can get down to a tenth of an arc second. But directly, a direct measurement is going to be to half of an arc second.
Cool. We're not even going to need that though, because we're going to do the shit all tangibly. Fuck the theodolites and all the optical bullshit. We're going to do it all tangibly. So we have our one. We have our one line. We have our one line that's perfectly. We have our one line that's straight, and then we're going to go to draw. We want to draw an equilateral triangle, so we're going to do 60 degrees off of that, and then we start drawing our other line.
But you're talking about a protractor, right?
Whatever tool you can place on two lines to get an angle.
Yeah,
The thing that's important to remember, the thing that's important to remember in this case is that at each of the three locations, the angles that you're measuring must be measured in the plane, in a local horizontal plane. That's how azimuths are determined, is in a local horizontal plane.
Sure, yep.
Okay, and when you do that at all three locations, and this is what was mentioned before, if all three of the angles are measured in local horizontal planes, and the answer comes up to greater than 180 degrees, then you know the local horizontal planes are not parallel with one another.
That's what we're checking for. Welcome to the party.
Okay, but I mean, that just means that you have to have them locally horizontal.
You got to do the voice, Jeremy.
We understand how to measure an angle. Thank you.
Welcome to the party, pal. To Die Hard reference, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I've watched it for 20 years. Diffraction limit. So how that Kern DKM3 thing, right?
Maybe not.
How is it sort of breaking the diffraction limit?
What to get the estimation?
Yeah. Well, no, for a direct measurement, right?
Well, it says half an arc second. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've got the formula for the diffraction limit. So how big's the aperture? I'll put 50 millimeters in.
It's telescope magnification 45 times with alternate eyepiece 30 times. Objective aperture 2.7 inches or 68 millimeters.
68 millimeters. All right. 68 millimeters, and I've used the wavelength of 532 nanometers, which is green. The diffraction limit is 2 arc seconds.
Which limit specifically?
The diffraction
Because
limit.
Rayleigh criterion is only one such limit.
But it is a limit. So how do we get to the sub when you can't distinguish between 2 points that are 2 arc seconds apart?
There's actually, God, I wish I knew that guy which described this to me before. But there's, I don't know how to put this. There are different. Oh, I know who it was. It was Loki Fish Mars. He can probably describe this a lot better.
All right.
I would contact him because he's got the best. I downloaded his stuff and I can't find it anymore. Oh, this is one of the joke posts. But I will try and find the rest of it.
Yeah.
Did I not download it? That'd be weird. was only a few days prior. Now I can't find it. Let me go to another server. I think it's probably still there.
So this is the Kern thing. Circle reading direct is half an arc second, and then circle reading by estimation 0.1 seconds. But I don't see that. That's kind of what's the word? Like kind of useless precision. If you can't sort of see it optically because of the diffraction limit, then the,
Well, you're putting the crosshair. Well, you're putting the crosshair at where the center is of the thing you're looking at. Oh, here we go. Left to right. Oh, he's got the text to go with it. Let me copy it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how they claim at least to get that accuracy.
Ugh. I accidentally hit the wrong button. Okay. So he said this. So I didn't even unpack that yet. Okay. It's not that much of a difference anyway. So if you're saying it's 2 arc seconds, then it would only be as low as 1.6. Thereabouts. I think that's part of it is because you're trying to get to the middle of the blob that you can see in the distance. And you could probably estimate that a lot better than you can have angular resolution. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, like you'll have a blob that you can kind of guess. You can spin your plate, spin the theodolite plate by 1/10 of an arc second or whatever, but you still have to guess where the middle of your, guess where your target is.
Right, which should be a point source of light ideally.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna have some brekkie and then have a dick around with my theodolite. just for bacon.
Yeah, where is Doofus?
Yeah.
Check it.
Check it. All right, I'll be back.
Okay, so it doesn't look great, but it works. So you have the orange one. As you can see, the Earth's rotating, the camera is not, so that's we're seeing from a inertial frame of reference, right?
Right.
Actually this is flipped.
It's not filled in. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so the orange seems to be pretty straight, which is the inertial path. If I click here, then now, oh, 1 second, both look straight. Okay, here the ground isn't moving, like I'm rotating with the Earth, so this is non-inertial.
Right.
And
the orange path looks like your straightest path.
Yeah, it's the straight. It's the gray circle route across the Earth. The blue one is the gray circle route across space. So I'm not sure if that's how it should look like, but I think that's correct.
The straight path in the non-inertial reference frame should be to the right of the straight path of the inertial reference frame.
I think instead of letting time run, I'm gonna add a control for the time. I think that'll make it better.
Right, but you want time to run on its own when you're going to make a GIF out of it in the end.
Sure, yeah, definitely, yeah.
But yeah, that seems right to me, because if it's a straight path in the non-inertial reference frame, it should be to the right of the straight path that would be in the inertial reference frame. Now, of course, the time for those two paths will be different, because if you're using the air to get to where you're going, the one on the left should take you longer.
Yeah, so this is in the inertial frame. And yeah, it's working. It is. I think I just have this flipped. When it says inertia, it's actually non-inertia.
Right, because what you're doing is you're trying to keep the camera, your camera is being made stationary in the non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah. So yeah, I think now it's correct. So if it's the camera and the Earth are rotating together, then this is the non-inertial. So if I hit inertial, the camera won't update anymore. And then you can see that the blue dot appears to make a more straight path.
Right, and the scale's a little bit off. Let's see. If the Earth only rotates,
Oh, it's just accelerated. Actually, it's supposed to be up to scale.
actually, yeah, okay. So that flight is only about like a 3-hour long flight or 4-hour long flight.
I set it to be 4 hours, but I can change that as well.
Okay, 4 hours. Yeah, that's what it looks like. All right. Fun times.
Okay, I think I'll control the time. It's almost done.
Indeed. That is good stuff. And it's way
But
better
I
than
had that
my
too.
hand-drawn stuff that I was doing on my phone.
Well, your hand drawing was faster.
It was faster, yes. I could try and redo that if I want another 2D image of that same concept, I guess, if I get onto my laptop and do it, but I don't know. The motivation is the issue in that case.
Right.
Testing. Anybody there?
Yeah.
What's up, Manfred? Why are they? What does this mean?
It's sort of a joke. Just basically, yeah, it's a joke.
Ready nickname?
No, it's a joke on a couple of layers because it's not spelled correctly.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you'll work it out.
Okay. What's going on? Is it quiet right now?
What?
Is it quiet right now?
Yep.
Well, I was talking to show and the other guy. Basically, I'm pretty sure they can fake this ISS footage 100%. I know, as being a Glober, that they want to hold on to that as real as it's happening, but I can't prove it was not happening, but I'm pretty sure they can fake it the hardest studio.
Right. I typically don't use the footage as a supporting argument for anything that I do. Yeah, okay, there's footage up there that, through all accounts, and we can, whatever evidence we have available to us, does not appear to be uncut for over an hour, but it's not really helpful because you could, in theory, be anywhere doing that kind of thing for an hour if you could,
Yeah,
find some way to fake it. But the point of the conversations I typically involve myself in is there definitely is an object that we can see up there, and it does have a ground speed of thousands of miles per hour. That's where I like to involve myself in.
Well, can I start with that, or are you busy?
Yeah, I can do that.
You don't know that it's 1,000 miles an hour.
I don't know that it's a what?
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, you just take take one of those ISS trackers, this object that you can track with that tracker. Find 2 points on the ground where it's observed to cross zenith for each observer, and then have each observer identify exactly when the ISS crosses zenith for each of those 2 points, and you'll find the ground speed for that thing. It's a pretty simple operation.
What if it's a hologram you're looking
What's
at?
that?
What if it's a hologram you're looking at?
Well, then the hologram would also have to be moving at thousands of miles per hour. The problem is that the ground speed of the thing that we all agree is the ISS and can be found through ISS trackers, that object is at a minimum that has a ground speed of thousands of miles per hour.
You don't know any of that.
Well, hold on. This hologram claim, all right? I can kind of see it when we're dealing with those pictures of the ISS where it's just a light. But what about when it's crossing the moon? That's dark, all right? You can't project darkness. You can only project light. Unless you're claiming we have some way of projecting darkness, that's a huge claim right there.
Yeah, I do think they can project darkness.
We could project darkness. We have proof of this type of technology, or you're just kind of assuming that we have this.
How about like a shadow, like when I put like a hand animal behind the light at summer camp on the wall?
The problem you have to acknowledge is that you're casting light onto an object, and that's where you see the shadow forming. Like, for instance, the moon, we're not broadcasting light up to the moon and casting a shadow to the moon. The object that we see is passing. The object we see is passing in front of the moon is blocking the light that's coming from the moon.
Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, so in order for the ISS to be casting this, dark, like for us to see like a dark ISS in front of the moon, we would have to assume that they're casting like a light on the moon or something, I guess, and then putting like an ISS thing over.
Let me go back to what was that Biodual?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Doofus.
What's your name? They said they have to cast a light on the moon. Who said that?
That's me.
Okay. If it's a black silhouette of an ISS on the moon, doesn't that prove the light's coming from the moon and not from the sun?
That proves that there is something behind it where light is coming from, for sure. That doesn't do anything to tell you whether or not the light is a primary emission from the moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not
I was going for that. Okay, never mind.
Because you can definitely block the light from something that's reflecting light from somewhere else. That's the same concept.
Yeah.
What I've seen, ISS quote unquote footage crossing the moon, crossing the sky. It doesn't look like a real thing. So I just think it's like a
but we have no way
superior hologram,
Yeah, but we have no way of making we have no way of projecting up a shadow to something that light is coming from. We don't have holographic.
You can't do it. You can't do it. Doesn't mean they can't do it.
But that's a positive claim, right? When we deal with positive claims, we have to have some evidence that it is possible to project a shadow.
But you don't know if it's possible, though. You don't have the technology to say that. And like I was commenting on Coach Show, this footage you think is uncut. I saw a place in 48 minutes 10 seconds. I think it's probably cut at 48 minutes 10 seconds. But who cares what I say? You should ask one of those videographers that filmed Matt Damon on Mars to ask them if it could be fake. And this silhouette, which I'm saying is a silhouette, ask that a light expert if it could be fake. Because people in this Discord, we don't deal with, you know, it's not for a living, these light projections and whatnot.
There are actually quite a few of us here that do deal in
Holograms.
light. Well, there are quite a few of us here that do deal in light. It's like I was saying earlier, it's still a positive claim on your part to say that we can make a shadow on a light source by projecting it up there. That's to say that we don't have the technology to make that happen is not answering the problem.
Specifically, the guys in Hollywood that make the movies; those are the guys that I want to consult specifically.
Right, and
The thing is,
they'll
there's too many
tell you that there's no way to make a shadow on a light source.
There's too many people.
That's a positive. That's a positive claim.
There's
by
too
the
many
way,
people that have done it too. With
the
no
moon is not. The moon is not a regular light source. This is the thing. You guys have this model, right? Which we think is completely corrupted. And you think it's true, okay? And using this model to say this can happen because this model's true. But you don't know if your model's true. That's the thing. You've never been to the moon. You never touched
We can
the moon.
have fun. We can have fun with that topic, but
All
what
those
I need
rocks
is
on the moon. All those rocks on the moon were fake. So you don't know that this thing is
I would
true.
love. Yeah, we can go down all those topics, but I would love to have some evidence that somebody can project darkness onto a thing that's got light coming from it. I would like to see that from somewhere.
Well, I saw Tupac, and he was pretty dark, and it was a hologram.
Yeah, but once again, okay, so you have wait, what? Can I see this real fast? This Tupac thing?
Yeah.
I could guarantee that it was like a dark, like I don't know, wherever they're projecting this, it's dark. Okay, so let's first explain how projectors work, all right? Like you know when you're like watching a movie on like a wall, like you know, so, or you know whatever you got, right? The thing is, the room has to be dark, right, in order for you to get those dark values, you know, on the screen, right? Like if the light is on, right, then the blacks in that image won't be as black, won't be as dark because it's just the black or the you know the dark parts of the image. That's just where the light isn't projecting, you know, in the projector, right? Like there's just no light being projected. That you know that's black, right? So if the light is if the room is bright, all right, then the darkness, you know, the blacks in that image will only be as dark as you know the wall. And if it's a bright room, then that's not really you know dark at all.
Okay, granted, but
so with Tupac, it's probably a dark. Yeah, it's probably dark where they're projecting this. I mean, that's how projectors work.
Yes, but have you got an ISS in broad daylight over the moon?
An ISS transit of the moon in the daytime.
Yeah, like you know, like the white moon with the blue sky in between.
It'd be very low contrast. I guess I don't know why you'd want to do that.
Well, he had to, you know, he had to insert. It's dark. It has to be dark, you know. Oh, really? Well, maybe that's why we don't see it during the day.
Because the sky is very bright.
You know, you guys are the ones
it doesn't
that
help your case really, because if the sky is very bright, the result is going to be low contrast no matter what. It doesn't prove or disprove anything if you can or cannot do it during the day.
Let me explain to you. If you can see the ISS transit in front of the moon at night, you can see it anytime as long as the moon is there. And the moon is there during the day, like at 10 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I'll see it, nice and white. I'll give you the lower contrast, but you should still be able to see it. That's what I'm looking at now. Let's be fair.
Right.
Let's look at it at
nobody
night.
really wants to go. But nobody really wants to go record the harder to see version when the easier to see version.
Ain't that a shame? Maybe because it's not there, because they don't fake it during the day.
That's not, dude. Come on, try logic at least a little bit. There's zero incentive to go and get the lowest contrast version of the thing that you're trying to get.
because they can't do it that way.
That's not how logic works.
Tell me how logic works.
You want to work toward what the people. If you want to argue something, the people that you're arguing about, the people who actually want to record this thing occurring, you have to take their interests into account. They want to record this thing in as much detail as possible, so they will go and record the highest contrast version of this available. They don't go out and do this in the daytime because it's not as advantageous for them to do it.
Okay.
Saying there's absence of evidence doesn't mean that
Okay,
there's evidence of absence.
That's fine, but let's do this. Let's take from the aspect that it may be faked. Okay. What you want to see, you can see it during the day.
Hey, put your seatbelt, man.
Granted, it would be harder. Sorry, I'm getting my vitals checked right now.
I just found a YouTube video, International Space Station transits across the moon during the day.
Yeah, I found a few too, but the thing is, only issues they're kind of blurry, so I didn't want to send anything because I know, like flat Earth
Isn't that what the argument was to begin with? Is yes, it's going to be less contrast, so of course you would expect it to look like shit, but it looks pretty damn clear.
Yeah, but even then, even with Godric's argument, though, I mean, we still even haven't established that you can project darkness onto the moon. Like he kind of forgot that and thought he had like a victory.
Yeah.
So all right.
And then to argue that it's Hollywood produced, no, there's too many people that have filmed it.
I didn't say I had a victory, but can you put those pictures in my stream and I'll take a look at them during the day?
Yeah, but here's another thing, though. I mean,
and hang on. When you show pictures of an ISS during the day, understand that those could be fake pictures. I want to see if they can really happen from amateurs, right? That would be the confirmation, right?
We did it.
Everything can do it without NASA. Yes.
Everything could be fake. Yeah, great. I got it. I know. Everybody
Just without
understands
that.
that
So when you
fake.
find some shit online, that doesn't mean it's real. That means that maybe somebody wanted to make it look like it was real. Hey, we have this is the thing with the 24-hour, which I don't think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can tell they're all edited, right? It makes you think that it's true because it's online, but what if it's faked? It's designed to be faked, right? So they put it online and, it must be true, but it's not true if it was fake. Just because you see a picture online of transmitted, let's confirm that. Let's see if we get some amateurs to confirm that without NASA, and that would be something.
Right, which is why when I do this sort of thing, when I come to discuss this sort of thing, I always discuss what the person could independently verify. Yes, you could go out and independently verify that the object that you think may or may not be a hologram has a ground speed of many thousands of miles per hour. That's something that you could go determine for yourself. That's where I argue from.
Okay, so back on that, right? If we want to go back there, I'm saying that you can't tell it's 1,000 miles, okay? Because
that's what its ground speed has to be.
Hang on. Because,
it's measurable, Godric.
Right. According to you, because a smaller object, right, going faster, farther away, is the same as a bigger object going slower, closer up.
Yeah,
we can measure the height.
We have to go faster. Have to go faster.
You don't even have to
closer up.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry about the elevation of something in this case, because the ground speed is what I'm quoting. I'm not quoting the airspeed. So no matter how far away the thing is that you're looking at, the ground speed is many thousands of miles per hour.
Well, let me help you. First of all, you have to tell me how many thousands of miles it is. Don't say many. It needs to be a number because of math, right?
You will get a minimum of 16,000. You will get a minimum of 16,000 miles per hour on a ground track speed.
And to me, that's a perfect example of a laser show going across the sky.
Yeah, but then we run into.
But the ground speed of the thing that you're seeing pass overhead is 16,000 miles per hour minimum.
And it casts a silhouette, Godric. It casts a silhouette, not a laser show.
On the ground.
No, against the sun or the moon.
Okay,
casts a silhouette.
We know that.
It's an object.
Why can't it be? Why can't it be closer? Like 30,000 miles.
Measure it.
30,000 feet.
You can measure
30,000 feet.
Even if it's closer, even if it's closer, the ground speed is still going to be 16,000 miles per hour, so it's going to be going greater than that speed. No
Right,
matter
so
how
here's
close
the
you make it,
here's
no
so
matter
here's the
how
debug.
close you make it, no matter how close you make this object, it will always have a ground speed of greater than 16,000 miles per hour.
So here's your issue, okay? Let's say I can prove as it's only 30,000 feet, the same height as the regular planes fly. Let's say I can prove that, right? That would debunk your whole theory. Because guess what? Planes can't fly that fast in the atmosphere, can they?
They
And then
cannot.
you have to concede that it is not in the atmosphere nor in space.
You
Why
can
nor
measure
in
the
space?
height, Godric. You can measure
Why
the
did you
height of it.
eliminate? Yeah, how did you eliminate space? You said that you could eliminate aircraft, but how did you eliminate space?
If I can measure it to be 30,000 feet up, that would eliminate space.
All right. So how are you going to come to that conclusion? What are you going to do that?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm gonna figure out how you think it's 1,000 feet up, and then critique that.
All right. So the method that I described earlier is irrespective of altitude. It can be at any altitude and still have a ground speed of greater than 16. It can be at any altitude, no matter the altitude, and have a ground speed of 16,000
except
miles
that
per hour
now
and
I'm
greater.
questioning the altitude, but now I'm
Come on,
questioning the
one at a
altitude.
time, guys. One at a time, please.
It can be any altitude because you think it works, but I'm questioning the altitude now. That's what I'm doing.
All right. So now if you want to do the altitude, there are additional methods that you can use using two observers, and each of these observers observing the same, the ISS transiting the same body, either the moon or the sun if you have specialized equipment. You can use those two observers and the distances between them and some trigonometry to figure out that altitude.
Don't you have to know how far the sun is though?
No.
That okay. But you use the sun. You don't
can
have
use
to
the moon
know
or
how
the
far
sun.
it is. You can use the moon or the sun, but you don't have to know how far they are.
Right. Because what you're triangulating is the object, not the sun or the moon.
Okay. I gotta learn how to do that.
You can also get two observers a long way apart and just measure the altitude angle. That will give you a height.
Talk to me about that. So you get two observers in different spaces. Like give me an example. Like say one to do this in person. Well, how'd you do it?
Yep. So you
200
have
miles apart will do.
Yeah, 200 miles apart, right? And they measure the altitude to it. Now, with this method, you need to make an assumption about the shape of the Earth, right? So let's just assume that it's flat for now, and we'll do the trig on a flat Earth, saying you measure it, you're 200 miles apart, and you both measure it 45 degrees up, pointing towards each other, right, to make it easy. That will tell you that it's 100 miles up, if you assume a flat Earth. Or you can try and do it on a globe, and it will give you a slightly higher height. Right, it will be several hundred kilometers.
Okay. Does that work for a rainbow? When you go outside and you see the rainbow go across the whole sky, the big one.
Do rainbows cast fucking silhouettes, Godric? For fuck's sake.
I'm asking you, does it work for a rainbow?
The ISS is clearly not a rainbow, since a rainbow cannot cast a shadow.
But you can see it in the sky.
Yep.
And it doesn't cast a shadow. It's not a silhouette. You can see something blocking its
I'm
light.
serious because, do you know how
I'm
high the
serious
rainbow
too.
is?
You can't use a rainbow because it's not blocking light.
But it blocks stuff behind it.
The only way you could
A
use
rainbow
that
does not
argument-
block anything behind it.
It does.
Okay, I would
But
like
you can
to
either
see-
see the rainbow color.
Just confirm this. Can you use that measurement of 200 feet miles away to confirm how high the rainbow is? I'm just asking you, plain and simple.
All right.
Yes
Rainbows,
or no?
rainbows, as we know, are observer dependent. So no, not precisely.
Okay.
So a rainbow, however, we know is a phenomenon of refracted light. We can't use a rainbow in this example because a rainbow is not something that can block out light from behind it from passing through it.
Well, what if I said I think the sun and the moon are observer dependent?
Then I would say that you think that the sun and the moon are holograms.
Yep. Everything's a hologram, Godric.
Is the rainbow? Is the rainbow?
If you want to be in that level of denial,
Yeah.
The rainbow's not an official hologram, is it?
No.
So not everything's a hologram.
What's the definition
Yeah,
of
but the
hologram?
fact that you have to go, oh, it
Kind
must be a
of.
hologram to deny the shape of the Earth tells you where you're at, right?
It
I'm
should, but
just,
it's
you know
been
what it is?
involved
I'm
for years.
questioning. You know what it is? I'm a critical thinker, and I'm questioning shit. And you know
Mm.
what? I can smell bullshit. That's what it is. So I'm questioning what the fuck.
Right.
And I
You
see
can
you guys
question.
like, oh, it's online. Or this is the NASA. You know, you guys are enthralled by this shit, and I just can't. I can't.
We can make some very basic observations of reality then. So when I go out and I verify experimentally that light through a density gradient with the highest density below must be bending downward, taking a downward path, making distant objects appear higher. I know then, through that experimentation and measurements of our atmosphere, that we should observe looming in the vastly common case, and distant objects should appear higher than they actually are. This is something that I can personally do, and you can personally do as well, and verify that, since the Earth appears still convex to us in spite of that looming, that the Earth can't possibly be flat.
I heard that argument. By the way, it's a very, very new argument, and congrats to you that you can dispel the missing curvature with that theory. But I don't buy that
It's
at
not
all.
missing, we observe it. Like I said, in the thing that I said,
you actually don't observe
the
it.
Earth still appears convex to us.
You actually don't observe that, what you just said.
Okay,
If
the
you think you
surface
observe it, show
of the
me
Earth,
where.
yeah, the surface of the Earth gets in the way of distant objects. The only least assumption conclusion that I can make is that the surface of the Earth is actually in the way.
That's
It takes the least
your
number of
logic.
assumptions.
That's your logic.
No, look, yeah, I mean that's a fair enough point. I mean, you look at like Mount Rainier, and Mount Rainier is about 150 miles away or something like that from this
Yeah, this
observing
one.
point that I remember, and it's and about 80% of the mountains covered, and you know initially. I presume that was curvature, and I think it's a good argument, you know, because I think I'm listening to people talk about this all day. I've been listening again, and yet there never seems to be like a defining moment. You need to keep it on one point and just battle that one point, because arguing every single aspect is tiring, because we never get nowhere. But as they say, then Mount Rainier, you've got 50% of it covered. Is that because of curvature, or could be other things at play? But we do look at examples of like the horizon shifting its location during the day just due to the heat differentials, and you know we know that the horizon is heavily affected by heat and light, so it's very difficult, I think, to determine whether we are seeing large distances. When you look through large distances of atmosphere, that it's acting as like a lens, giving things the appearance of being cut out when it's just due to viewing angle, or whether it can be down to the curvature of the Earth. How do you determine the difference between the two?
Oh, I can answer that.
Yeah, I
Get above the
actually
surface.
already answered it. I actually already answered it before he even started talking, but go ahead.
Well, let
Get
me just
above the
say that
surface.
the guy said the Mount Rainier, right? So he just like said it. Well, Mount Rainier should be behind the curve of the Earth, but because we can see it must be curvature. It must be what's it called, looming, light
To
bending
answer
down.
To answer Riven's question about, you know, how do we get away from all the shit that happens near the surface, is get above the surface, right? I think Doofus actually said a couple minutes ago, you know, basically what I did in California a couple of years ago is find one place of known elevation, like one mountain of known elevation that is above the surrounding areas, make an angle measurement to another point of known elevation a long way away, but is also well above the surface. So your line of sight does not go close to the surface. All right, you take those measurements and then you incorporate refraction, because this is what we're doing, is we're making refraction more predictable by getting above the surface. All right, we make those angle measurements and we compare them to predictions of a globe and compare them to predictions of a flat Earth. They match the globe. The end. In fact, I'll post a link in the...
How do you input refraction? That was where I don't
Right,
know what
because
you're talking about.
Because I mentioned earlier that the atmosphere in the vastly common case is organized such that the highest density is below. That's not really debatable. That's what it is. You can go out and measure it yourself to be that way. In fact, my $280 cell phone has enough tools to be able to do that.
That doesn't mean light bends.
Yes, it does. We have a
No,
density
it doesn't.
gradient. Light bends in a density gradient.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
What the hell are you talking about? We have multiple examples of that.
Hey, geniuses, listen up. What you guys did, you took a tank of sugar water and you got a laser to bend down and do a science trick. Guess what?
That's a gradient of index.
Hang on. That would never happen in reality because you don't have a sugar water in between your observations. So
no one's claiming that.
Fallacious example. Well, you have
I never actually used that example.
What you have to
it's funny that you brought it up because I never used that example.
Is show your
guys,
sugar.
hold on.
Go ahead,
Godric. No,
what you have to do is show your observation, bending light down in a real observation, not sugar water, not 12 o'clock afternoon heat. You know what we can do for refraction? We can we can control refraction by limiting the amount of refraction by taking observations because we're intelligent in very cool and dry environments where refraction is down to a minimum, so it doesn't affect what you're seeing. So no to your bending down. And if you can prove that one day, please do, because I have
Godric.
Is Snell's law a
Hold
law?
on a second.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Hey, Genius, Snell's law works with two different mediums. If you have glasses,
two different densities,
you're going to get a refraction.
Different index.
You're looking through glasses. If you have a cup of water, that's a different medium looking through. When we're in the atmosphere, it's just one medium. So no.
Yeah, but the index changes.
Hold on, just one moment.
Wait.
Hold on, just one moment. Yeah. Because we want to get to the part where we understand that light can bend through air. He's saying that that's not a thing. So Godric, if you have a hot griddle or a hot car roof on a hot summer day, which you acknowledged earlier when you said without hot air, that the light can actually bend through, and there's only air you're looking through. You can see that the light is bending, so we know that air can bend light. It's not up for debate.
Also, that's a fallacious example. You would never make observations over a hot griddle. Because
you see that air can cause light to bend.
That's a fallacious example. You would never do an observation over a hot griddle, would you? Unless you want to do a science trick. Oh, look,
unless we want to see if light can be bent in air. If we want to actually verify the thing that we claim to exist, what we do is we control the thing that we says exists. So what we do is we change the density of the air and observe that light does indeed bend through air.
That's not what you do.
Don't say that's not what we do.
That's not what you don't make a stupid fallacious example to try to prove that
you only think it's fallacious is because you don't like it.
Because it would never happen in reality if you're observing from A to B. You would never need hot griddles. You would never need a sugar water tank. You would never need butane gas to do your science trick to prove that the Earth is curving when actually it's not.
All right, so let's go through this one more time. If I have a hot griddle,
let me answer you.
If I have a hot griddle and the air density next to that griddle is much less, so where I'm inducing a density gradient, what I'm causing is a density gradient in the air, causing the light to bend. What I'm demonstrating is the effect that I said exists to exist. Now, what's the problem?
The problem is the air bends in hot atmosphere. The air bends in the light bends in hot atmosphere. The light bends under butane and under hot griddles and under any kind of ridiculous fallacious example like you can come up with. But it doesn't happen when you have two intelligent people doing observations in the atmosphere, knowing that they can control to get the refraction down to a minimum in a cool, dry environment, such as the windmills in Bergenton and the salt flats and other observations that we've made, that we've got refraction to a minimum. So guess what? They don't affect the observations. So no to your light bending down.
So that very long explanation is to ignore the first problem, which is, can light of different densities bend the air? Which you agreed to, yes. Now, what we have in our atmosphere is a constantly decreasing density of air as we increase altitude. Do you agree with that?
Yes, it gets thinner as you go up.
Right. So why
But
then
not enough to
wouldn't the
bend
light bend downward? Why would the
He
light
said
not
not
bend
enough to,
downward?
he said it doesn't change enough to bend light. So how
Then
Yeah,
there
but
is
if
a
you
difference.
hang on,
Then
if
there
you
has
shot
to
a
be a
light, hang on.
path
If
of
you
light.
shot a light to Mount Everest and shot a light to over the ground, that would be a difference, right? But there's no difference in 5 feet or 10 feet or 15 feet. And that's where you guys are missing. That's where there's no curvature that should be there.
So how much
that's
difference?
It's so
What's the
minute
difference in a
you
straight
wouldn't be
path
able to
versus a
bend the
curved
light.
path of the light that we know to exist? What is the
It's so
difference?
it would be, I don't know, but it would be so minute it wouldn't make the light bend at all, even a little bit.
Yes, it does, Godric. You're saying
yeah, you
It
haven't.
does because you need to hold on to your globe, but you
No,
can't
No,
take
Godric,
that in
this is by
reality. Unless
measurement.
you have a sugar tank, unless you have butane or a stupid ass griddle where you see light bending.
Right.
And
The
Godric,
we know
change in
justify your
density
claim.
we
causes the
know how
light
to
to bend.
control. We know how to
Right.
control
What we
for
are
refraction.
controlling is the density. Of course we're controlling it.
So Godric, can you demonstrate the claim that a couple of feet are not enough to bend light across some miles?
Listen, here's the thing. I'm saying it doesn't, and you haven't shown that it
No,
does.
can you justify that
Without
claim?
a sugar water, without hot griddles, you
Yeah, but
cannot show
can
light
you?
bending in reality.
Where did you get it from that it doesn't do that? What's your?
There is a gradient over a couple of feet. There is a constant gradient.
There's really not.
There is. You
where
can
you getting this
demonstrate
from?
it with your fucking cell phone, Godric. You can
Yeah,
demonstrate it
it's
yourself.
there. I've posted it. There's definitely
Okay,
a gradient there.
but let's do it not from your cell phone. Let's do it showing observations from A to B, real observations, not
No, because
science
then that's
manipulated observations, real
Not
observations.
science manipulated. Not science manipulated. You just said
Right,
those words.
not manipulated by your silly heat or sugar water tanks.
Right.
Real
Don't bring science
observations
or
in
optics into the
reality.
question, right? Don't bring
we,
science or optics into this. That's you
Don't
want
manipulate.
you want just to have your assumptions instead. You want that to be what we use.
All you're doing is manipulating the experiment to try to prove that your thing is right. That's all you're doing.
What I'm trying to do is demonstrate that an effect occurs as soon as you have a density gradient, which I have. We have a density gradient in our atmosphere. So therefore the effect must be occurring. That's the only possible conclusion. You're
No,
trying
it's
to
not.
avoid that conclusion.
I'm saying that the density gradient wouldn't be enough to bend light. That's my point.
it is.
And how do you
All right,
justify that?
so if you want to say that it's not enough to bend light, then you'll have to admit to us that you think light must be traveling in straight lines in our atmosphere, which we know is not true, but we'll go with it just for the sake of argument. When we
We'll also
see
fuck up the
something
angles,
blocked
right?
by the surface of the Earth in the distance, and you say the light must be going straight, then the surface of the Earth is still getting in the way. You kind of ruined yourself.
Godric.
If you reject light bending in the atmosphere, you can't have horizon obstructing stuff.
Listen, I have like those laser pointers I can shoot across the building.
You can't have sunsets.
Hang on. I have those laser pointers you can shoot across the building. That's just pretty damn straight, right? And if I shoot the laser over an oven or over some kind of obvious manipulation, yes, the light will bend. Yes, it will. Okay, but here's the thing. That's why you make observations when the refraction's down to a minimum. Cool,
down to a
dry
minimum.
environments, so it doesn't
Right.
bend down.
But we have a consistent gradient, so their refraction is not zero. Since we have that gradient and it's always there, refraction is not zero. When you say down to a minimum,
You said it.
It's still looming.
You said we have a consistent environment that's not changing, not bending light down.
No,
Of
we
the
have a
surface,
consistent
the gradient is
gradient.
consistent.
Yeah. A consistent gradient, a 20 feet or above, or you can get even higher than that. If the further you get away from the surface, the more consistent it is. The gradient would bend light downward. If you say it doesn't bend it enough, again, we have to acknowledge the fact that things are obscured by the surface of the Earth, and if you assume light is traveling straight, the Earth would still be spherical.
Well, let me ask you this then: how many miles do you need to prove that light is bending down?
Do we need to
All I
measure
need
the
is the
density
consistent
gradient?
gradient. Yeah. All I need is the
Again,
consistent gradient that we can measure to exist
again,
well above the surface.
you're just inserting that. Well, the density must make light bend down, so it must be bending down. That's all you're saying, but you can't
No,
show it.
are you listening? We can measure the density gradient in the atmosphere vertically. That's all that matters.
Right. And anytime we induce any gradient, we get the same effect that we say is happening. So that gradient that we measure to exist must be doing the thing that we can experimentally verify it to do.
You're not listening to us, Godric.
I
You're really not
reject
listening.
that. I say that
Of
you
course
would
you
need
do.
to actually show light bending down in a real observation. Okay, when refraction is down to a minimum, you have to show that the light's bending down, and I don't think you can. And
Okay. And
I feel like you
you're
have
still
to
caught.
assume that you can, even though you can't prove it, just to say that there must be a ball.
Right, but you're still caught in, if you say that light must not be bending, objects are obscured by the surface of the Earth, therefore the Earth is convex. Therefore the Earth is spherical. If you assume light is going straight and not bending at all, you've still got a problem. The Earth is in the way.
No, because we have street lamps.
But
If
the
you pay
Earth is
attention,
in
you'll
the
see.
way.
If you pay attention, you'll see distant street lamps vanish into the horizon, not because
Yeah,
they're descending, but because they're getting
but that's not
smaller
what he's
and they're
saying.
getting more distant.
That's
Not
not
because
he's
it's
saying.
bending.
He's not saying things that are gonna get smaller at distance. He's saying the ground is obstructing them.
You didn't hear what I said, genius. I said distant
bring up
street lamps
Deuce's photo.
vanish into the horizon at a distance. Not
Yeah,
because
because
they're
it gets
disturbing.
too small. Because it gets too small to see.
Right,
You're
and the
not.
thing
You're
is,
not
You
addressing.
can say
You're not
angular
addressing.
resolution.
right?
No,
The
yeah, but
things
angular
that we see,
resolution.
the
Angular
things that we
resolution.
the things that we see obscured by the horizon are further than the horizon. So obviously it's not a problem with angular resolution. In addition, the object that's in the distance has details on it that are smaller than the amount that the object is obscured by. So if we can make out those much smaller details and we can't see the much larger piece of the thing in the distance missing, it's nothing to do with angular resolution. The surface of the Earth is actually in the way.
As evidenced by the picture that he
That's
just
what I
posted.
think it is. It vanishes into the horizon. Everything vanishes.
But it's further
Depends on
away than the
perspective.
horizon and obscured by part of it. Or part of it is obscured by it.
Have
If
you
you can
looked
see
at the
distant
photo?
objects that are farther away than the horizon, you've got a problem, Godric.
When they vanish start vanishing bottom up at the horizon on the flat.
Godric, just look at Doofus's picture that he posted in the chat.
Hang on a second, let me go there.
Godric might be referring to Lemon's perspective, which is,
Which is non-existing.
Yeah, it's non-existent.
Lemon
problem.
The thing is, you're not
Lemon
gonna
is not
debate
exactly
against it.
Lemon. Yeah, it's not really his point. It's what is it? Life is short. Basically, Lemon is life is short.
Okay, I got Doofus's containers
Right.
on the ocean, right?
If I'm standing behind a couch and you can see the top half of my body, where is the bottom half of my body?
Right. So this is an optical effect. Okay, a lot of ways this can happen. But it looks like to me that these
Time to
guys,
make up stuff.
hang on.
Yeah.
Looks like to me these guys didn't have a proper P900. So if
Are
you
you
had a
listening to
proper
yourself?
P900, you can zoom into these containers and bring them right back above that horizon. That little,
This is a
Show
P900,
that. Show
little
that.
ridge.
Show that. I heard that claim a million times and never
fake
seen it
news.
demonstrated.
Or listen,
Yeah.
or the camera is
you're
right
done.
on the water, and the camera being right on the water will have a lesser angular resolution.
Zooming in won't bring already see.
I claim it does. I claim it will.
Yeah,
That's fake
show.
news.
Hey, we don't have footage that backs up that claim that the zoom changes the amount of the distant object that is obscured.
All zooming does is magnify what you can already see. the distance in the foreground in terms of what you can see is based on the altitude of the observer. So let me give you a quick example and I'll stop talking.
Go ahead, you're good.
A 6 feet tall observer at the beach, if they're standing with their toes in the water, they're only going to see 3.1 miles of water ahead of them. Okay? Check this out, you P900 guys. 3.1 miles ahead of you, and then there's a hard stop on the horizon. You get your P900 or your P1000, you're zooming into that hard stop. You're not modifying it, you're not changing it, you're not seeing any more or less than what you should be. So, for example, there's a popular flat Earth quote regarding like.
Wait, what do you mean hard stop? What do you mean hard stop?
I'll explain right now. There's a popular flat Earth quote regarding boats, and it's my contention that this quote is incorrect. And this quote is: Did the boat disappear behind the horizon line? Just zoom back in, it'll appear again. That's that, and what I'm saying is wrong. Back to that 6 feet tall observer at the beach, seeing only 3.1 miles out. That's all that person see at their given altitude. Give them a telescope, give them a P1000. What they'll do is they'll zoom into the boat, passing that cutoff threshold of 3.1 miles, and at that point is when the boat will start bottoming out. This phenomena, it will not change or be bypassed depending on the type of zoom that you use. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And this is coming from someone.
I got that. Thank you. I'm not disagreeing with that, actually.
Or you're hot micing.
Oh, you were saying the opposite.
Right.
No, he was being specific, but on a flat plane, we would expect objects to vanish in the horizon at a certain point, and because of angular resolution, not because they're getting too tiny, but because of angular resolution, and they would vanish not from the top, but from the bottom up.
Right. The problem with specifying angular resolution is that the angular resolution is clearly enough to resolve the smaller objects on the distant object than the amount that is hidden. So it's not an angular resolution issue, since we can make out those very fine details, and the very large thing that we can't see of it is missing.
Wait, say that again, because I'm pretty sure I just it, but I'm not sure what you're saying. Say it again.
2 of my posts ago, you'll see one that has all these outlines and arrows pointing to it. It's got these small details on the portion of the object that is obscured. These small details are far smaller than the amount of the distant object that is obscured. It's not an angular resolution issue.
Well, I'm glad you showed the waves, because the waves do cover up the building. Like a 2-foot wave at let's say 2 miles covers up a 40-foot building at 30 miles. So
we can actually work out the geometry.
We can actually
work out we can work out the geometry in such a situation. So say if I have a 6-foot observer and I have some pretty beast waves of 6 feet tall, the amount that is maximally able to be obscured of a distant object is 6 feet. If the 6-foot observer is looking at 6-foot waves, the distant object can only have at most 6 feet obscured.
No to that.
That's not, see, that doesn't make any sense, because geometrically, if you draw it out on a piece of paper, I'm assuming a flat Earth,
geometrically it would be fine.
The 6-foot observer, the 6-foot wave, and the object in the distance, there's no way for your line of sight to be more obscured than the 6 feet of the distant object.
Yeah, Godric, you would have to be below the 6 feet, I believe, for it to potentially obscure something. But if you're at the height of the thing, yeah, then there's no way it's gonna obscure anything higher.
Also, the one other option, curving up. Same behavior.
I know what you're saying, and I think that once object, especially buildings and containers, because they're bigger, you can notice them more. Once they get a certain resolution, angular resolution, the bottoms will tend to vanish, because that light can't over those 2-foot waves, which, like I said, can cover 40 feet for just enough.
That doesn't make sense geometrically. There's no way to, in any sense of the
Planar
word, use geometry to.
geometry,
There's no
no.
way in any sense of the word to use geometry to make a 6-foot observer have a 2-foot wave obscure 40 feet of a distant object. That
I
doesn't
think
make
you can.
sense.
I think you can.
How? Can you diagram that for me?
I can draw a picture.
Right. Have a
I'm
6-foot
at the doctor's
observer.
right now, so I can't do it right now. But I want to
Right.
continue with you. What's your name, by the way? I don't see
Doofus,
your
Manfred.
Doofus. I want to continue with you when I get home. Not right now, but I can draw a picture for you. I can show you that 2-foot wave that covers, 2 feet. Let's say in 3 miles, it's going to cover a 40-foot building in 30 miles.
Right. You'd have to have a 6-foot
that
observer
happens,
too.
and I don't think it's because it's curving.
Right, but you have to have a 6-foot observer too. So if you have a
We can put
6-foot
a
observer
6-foot
and a
observer in
2-foot,
there.
Yeah.
right, 6-foot observer, a 2-foot wave, and a distant object.
Yeah, that's the important part. Yeah. You gotta
But
get
understand, there's a point where the bottom of these objects, not because it's bending, but the bottom of these objects cannot be resolved because the like I guess you can say I don't know what word you can use, but those bottom waves are lifting up. Matter of fact, I see. Let's just be fair. This one that says lemon and data on the plane. Again, why can't we? Let's be fair. You actually point out the whitecaps and the waves. You actually see these waves, right? The distance between where there's not a wave and the distance between where there's a wave is huge as far as covering these distant containers. You gotta admit that. At least that you have to admit.
Okay, so what does
If it
that
was just flat, it wouldn't cover all. These waves are covering like, I don't know, not 20 feet, but maybe like at least 15 or 10 feet.
Oh, the hull of that ship is a lot bigger than you think it is. Look at the Epic.
Oh, how big is the hull of the ship?
Yeah, look at the Epic that's right in front of it. It's a similar design.
It says mission hull 30 feet. You marked out for mission hull 30 feet.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's more than 15 though. That's for sure.
I think those are the waves that are closer, blocking that hole. And the camera height does matter also because if you raise the camera higher, guess what? You can see farther. Where you put your camera lower, you can't see much of anything.
Yeah, get to that. You want to get to that diagram though, because I'm telling you, man, a 6-foot observer and a 2-foot wave, you will never obscure 40 feet of a distant object ever.
Can't call me crazy. Let me tell you what I did. I went to my high school gym, which is pretty damn flat, and I think it is. And you go from one side to the other. You go from one corner to the other. Put a Lego on the other side of the gym across the basketball court, and put your head on the ground sideways, where your eye that's close to the ground is looking, and the other eye covered up. You cannot see that Lego. There's a horizon between you. And this is the thing that you guys are seeing on I think on a flat Earth. If you're seeing a horizon and you're projecting that it's bending behind the horizon, but it doesn't have to be. It's just that you can't see, you can't resolve what's happening at a certain point.
And you're assuming that the basketball court is made to a level of precision that means that it's so flat that that liquids won't be able to drain in any direction once presented on that floor. That's not something we typically do when we build a building. We allow liquid to go from one place to another.
Well, shit, I'm gonna put a liquid on this floor. I'm gonna tell you what happens. I bet it's not gonna go nowhere. And okay, do you remember the Lego picture where it has Legos lined up and they seem to be vanishing into the horizon on a table? You know that picture.
I have exactly what you're thinking of. One moment while I post it.
Doesn't that prove that you can have a horizon on a flat table?
No, because what they did was they curved the Legos for this particular observation because they looked at the wrong power lines. So what they did, so what they did was because they looked at the power lines that were curving, they lined up the Legos in a curve to make it look like it's a curved thing into the distance.
Well, hang on though, but those power lines, I believe, are an optical effect, and all they were doing, to be fair, is put the Legos in the curved line, and it looks like the same effect. Is that not legit?
But the power lines themselves, the ones that were actually originally photographed, are not curved. They're following a straight line on the surface of the Earth, I should say.
I don't think this argument debunks it.
Okay, but that's the Legos on the table thing. Like they curved the Legos because they thought that would help their argument, which did not.
You're saying the Pontchartrain. You're saying Pontchartrain is not curved. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the power lines are following a path that is not deviating left or right. That the surface of the Earth is actually curved, and that's why it gives that appearance.
Okay, I'll have to look more into that. Thank you for the post. Okay, look at this. Look at this. These Legos, right? On both pictures, just like street lamps. I'm just going to be real clear about this. Look at the top of the Legos. Look at the angle of the direction. It's going downward. Is it not?
Are we talking about the Legos and the in picture identified as
both
number
pictures
2?
of Legos that you posted, number 2 and number 4.
Right.
Go to the top of Legos. They're headed downwards. As you go more distant Legos, the top goes downwards and downwards.
Right, and they're curved.
What is the logical? Forget the curve. Forget the curve from that. What is the logical
You
conclusion?
can't ignore the fact that they have a curved path.
They have a curved path, but that doesn't matter if it's curved or not. Is from my point. What's the logical conclusion? Is if you keep on going out with more Legos, it's going to eventually hit the horizon.
Here, I got an idea for you. You're
That's what I'm saying.
Right, you're describing this. Oh my goodness, I just had it a day ago. Wow, you got some candy there or something?
Me?
Okay, so this is your average everyday perspective. The things up at the above the horizontal reference for the observer. As the distance increases to any object up there, it does appear in the 2D image to descend.
That's incorrect. The image you sent is incorrect. The way it actually is the horizon as at the eye level.
There's no horizon in the image.
Center of the frame.
Okay, but there's
Split
no horizon
horizontally.
in the image.
I don't know why the lines are converging up at the 75% mark. It doesn't do that in real life. Google beach photo.
Well, hang on,
The ceiling is closer to the observer than the floor. That's why they appear to
the
do
lines
this.
don't converge up there. Go ahead.
No,
They do because the ceiling is closer to the observer than the floor.
Do this. Go to YouTube. Type in perspective. Type in perspective. Drawing perspective. First person. Anything perspective. And look where the line is. See if it's where what I'm saying or what you're saying. And then do the same thing in Google Images.
If you have the observer centrally between the ceiling, the floor, and the 2 walls, you'll get what you're thinking of. If the observer is closer to the ceiling than they are to the floor,
bro, I'm not playing.
Then you will get what I have. Then what you will.
I'm not
then
playing
you
this
will
if
get what
game.
I have. Then you will get what I have presented instead of what you were thinking.
Just control the movement of your mouth and just open your eyes and look. Go by a field of
and
grass
I explained
and look where the
why I
horizon
posted
line is.
what I
It's
posted.
the center of
If
your
you don't
frame.
agree with the reasoning
It's not
of why
where
I
your
posted what I
picture goes.
posted,
Don't
it
feel
has nothing
bad.
to do with
Don't
me
feel the
anymore.
need to speak.
All right, hold on, Glory. Hold on, dude. You interrupted him. That's why he raised his voice. So, Doofus, could you go back and repeat what you were saying? Glory, please try not to interrupt. Just let him finish, and then you can respond.
Right. If you have your observer at the equidistant from the ceiling, the floor, and the 2 walls, you'll get what you're thinking of. Great. But what I've posted is what you will get if the observer is closer to the ceiling than the floor, which is our average everyday experience inside a building. Anytime that we're in a building, our heads are closer to the ceiling than they are to the floor.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, you're not accounting for all glory. Yeah, is the height. You gotta account for the height. Like it's different depending on your height. So that's what this image is
Right.
showing. You gotta, yeah.
I mean, unless he's 4 feet tall, but I don't want to say that he's 4 feet tall.
Doofus, doesn't matter if you turn that sketch upside down or right side up. It's still good either way.
If you turn it upside down,
It
then you're
depends on
closer
how
to the
you want
floor.
to represent what you're trying to represent. Like, say, if you turned this thing upside down, your observer would then be closer to the floor than the ceiling.
So good. So I agree. So what is the point of your sketch? What are you showing there?
All right, we were going to get to the point, which was anything that's above the observer, say that plane that is actually the ceiling. As the distance from you to the object increases, the object will appear to descend in the two-dimensional image, the two-dimensional projection. However, that point that's in the distance where everything is converging to is at infinite distance in all definitions of perspective.
So all distant objects will vanish on a flat plane. You're correct?
At infinite distance. That's what they're all reaching, is infinite distance when they get to that point.
Right. So infinite is a strange word because you can't really show that in reality. So why don't we say at a distance? Why do you have to say infinite?
Because it has to go infinitely far in order to arrive exactly at that point.
But you can't
That's the
see
thing.
infinitely far. That's the thing. You can't see infinitely far. So how would you
He's
even
not
show
saying
that?
that.
Right. So now we can, based on this observation of what perspective would do, identify what the issues are in the image that we had before with the boat. If the ship had reached the vanishing point, then the entire thing would have shrunken down in all directions equally, and none of it would have been obscured by a surface that is ostensibly flat. Due to perspective.
When you use words like infinite, it just stops the conversation because it's like a nonsense word. You want to do things that happen in reality, like observation, like boats and just that's obviously 30 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, so
and in
infinite's
reality,
not helpful.
Okay, but in reality, in perspective, objects would get to that vanishing point if they could get infinitely far away from you. Nowhere have we seen where the parallel line that is above your head and a parallel line below your head cross at a finite distance. We don't see that.
You're just saying that.
Huh?
So I'll just say that it happens before infinity. Okay, is that better? Does that make my point? It'll disappear before infinity.
So the problem with that is that it would. The problem with that is that if they did shrink to the vanishing point at some finite distance, what we would see is that the ship shrank equally in all directions and never got obscured by the surface, since perspective does not say that will ever happen.
It'll happen if it's curving up.
If what is curving up?
Curving up, it'll also give that same behavior.
If what is curving up? You keep cutting out before your
boat.
sentence starts.
The boat. The land's curving up like concave Earth.
You would not get that on a concave Earth.
Okay.
Unless you also assumed, without evidence from your end, that light is bending up.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, that's besides the point. That's irrelevant. We're not really talking about that anyway. So
Yeah. So if we assume, like Roderick wants us to right now, that light is traveling straight through our atmosphere, the surface of the Earth gets in the way. We still have a problem.
Thank you, Doofus. I gotta continue a little bit later, okay? Appreciate it.
All right. I may or may not be around. It might have to be another day, but nobody's going anywhere really.